European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. It's hard to believe that after 4 weeks, it's all going to come down to today. And tonight, of course, the third ever Euros of cricket has had it all, really. 31 teams started this journey, 7 made it to week 4. 4 have made it to today, and only 1 will be European champions. And they'll be crowned tonight. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Finals Day, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Buenos dias y bienvenidos. Good morning and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And today is a huge day. In fact, it's probably our biggest day on the calendar because it is the final day of the Euros of Cricket Championship Week. Has come to its conclusion here. Just 4 matches to go, and by the end of the day, we'll know exactly who will be European champions in 2023. The first edition, of course, won by the England 11 in 2021. Last year, the Dutch held the trophy aloft, but this year, we don't really know. Will it be one of those 2 teams? They're still in the frame, or will it be a new champion? Well, 2 teams that we haven't seen before raise the trophy are Spain and the Ireland 11, and they're going to meet each other here in the Eliminator. They finished 3rd and 4th respectively. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, and of course, it is Rob's last day here with us at ECN, so hope that he has a wonderful last day in charge, but he's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Ireland, your call.
Andalusia.
Andalusia called. It is Andalusia.
We're going to have a bat.
So Ireland 11 win the toss and their captain Sam Harbinson elects to bat. Now that's quite curious because I think most teams have wanted to bowl first, and actually if you look at the numbers this week, teams chasing have had some more success, but I think that is just a big vote of confidence in his batting lineup, and we know it is dynamic, it is power-packed really from the top, and Seamus Lynch and Tim Tector I imagine would open. You got Harbinson himself at 3. He seems like a player that steps forward when his team needs him, and there's plenty more hitting, like Macbeth for example. He's another guy, and really it doesn't stop. Even you go down to someone like Hoey, who's likely to bat down towards the bottom, but he still cracks the ball. So Ireland spring a bit of a surprise here at the toss, I think. Now Spain, their biggest problem has been restricting teams, although they did that reasonably well against Germany in patches last night. That was quite a chaos game. But Spain, watch out for Hamza Salim Dar. I think he is, again, a big game player, and can he perhaps propel Spain into the afternoon? The winner of this game, of course, they'll make it into qualifier 2. They'll play the loser between the English and the Dutch a little bit later on today. Another player to watch, Mohamed Isan. Wasn't he good? Back to the wall last night, whacking sixes for fun in pretty difficult conditions, and he's one huge reason that Spain are in this finals day. Conditions, well, they talk about the rain coming and going and the calm before the storm. Well, it wasn't that calm. There was a storm, but it has passed over now. And although it has been a little bit damp this morning, they put a lot of work into this ground, and we should get a 10-over contest here, which is really good. Of course, 2 teams will show for this one, but 1 will have to go. And one guy I'm looking forward to spending the morning with is Andrew Ryan. He's in the commentary box right now. Rhino, let's get ready for some fun. It's finals day here in the Euros of Cricket. In the Eliminator, the Irish have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. It's over to you, and let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandu there with a wonderful introduction to the day's play here. It is, of course, finals day at Cartama Oval, and the big Eliminator clash coming up. First of all, it is the Spanish who had to battle their way through in torturous conditions last night against the Germans to qualify for this game. They are slightly behind in favouritism, but they know how to win tight games, the Spanish. And we're already underway with the first ball. It is Atif Mohammed, the left arm paceman, who's taking up the attack for the Spanish. Change they've made in their bowling structure throughout the tournament this week. Mohammed in previous tournaments has generally been used as coming in after the power play and generally finishing the innings, but Missing one or two of their regular seamers. He's been given the responsibility with the new ball, and he's looking more and more comfortable every game. Ball just on a length. Tailing back in. Brings Seamus Lynch back onto strike. He and Tector, his opening partner, being two of the most destructive batters here at ECC 2023. Both regularly getting to the 50 mark and doing it at quite substantial pace. So these opening battles, 3 over power play, very important. Huge addition to the Spanish side today too, with Mohamed Babar coming into the lineup, both for his swing bowling and his batting. That one's on a length, struck straight down the ground. Skipper for Spain, Daniel Doa Kaye, down there at long on. Fabulous fielder. He will take anything within his general vicinity. Good start here from Mohamed too. Just singles off the first 3 balls. There's a touch short of that ball, has moved off the deck. Good change from Mohamed. Have a look at that deck the next time we go to an overhead shot. See that it's still carrying a little bit more moisture at the batter's end. The run up was out there this morning. It's really not too bad for the bowlers. Might get chopped up a touch this morning. But the landing area, particularly for the left armour, Mohamed, is actually in pretty good state. Might see the odd ball skid through at the batter's end though. Full ball driven. It is that man, Mohamed Babar. A rocket of confidence for the Spanish, seeing his imposing frame out there in Cardimer Oval. Plays his club cricket with Atif Mohamed as well, so young man. Appreciate having one of the elder statesmen of the team next to him. Full, driven to cover, a little bit shy at the stumps, but Lynch gets through relatively comfortably. That is an excellent over from Atif Mohamed. Keeping these Ireland 11 openers down to 4 in any game, let alone an eliminator. Fantastic effort. So Ireland, first over down, 4 for none. Good time to speak about not just the fact that women's cricket is becoming more and more prominent on the European Cricket Network, but proud to announce first ever European Cricket Championship for women. So 5 teams will be involved, the Spanish, Italians, the Dutch, the French and the Austrians. That will be back out here, the lovely Cardimer Oval. Malaga getting close to Christmas, so feeling the European blues from the cold winter. I think of a better place to come down than Malaga to get some winter sunshine and see some fantastic cricket. Really is something that's developing both in player numbers, standard and competitiveness as we go on. So coming up, taking up the attack in the second over, Raja Adil. He's bowled with good pace and has started to look more and more comfortable every game. Short ball, Tector. Just hammers it straight into the ground and they'll move through for the 1. Given the form that they've showed over the rest of the tournament, it's quite extraordinary that Ireland have gone now 7 balls and haven't even threatened the boundary. Promising start. Spanish probably is the bowling side that I feel a little bit weaker in. Some good top order batters and they can chase down just about anything. Short of a length, hit up, DDC moves in from long on and he takes a catch, and that is the crystallisation of some exceptional pressure built up by the Spanish team. Raja Adil dug the ball in just a touch short of a length. Lynch tried to get his forward momentum but was cramped for a bit of room. Could only get the ball off the high part of the bat. And Doyle Kaye, he's not going to drop a catch that easy. Huge wicket. And Ireland 5 for 1. That's an exceptional start for the Spanish. obviously had to work their way through fairly difficult end of their campaign. And for those who joined us last night, some torrential rain during the game with Germany that was essentially a do-or-die contest. Both teams having to win that game to make it through to finals day. Spanish managing to take it in the end. Incredibly challenging conditions, but there's one thing we know about this Spanish group. They know how to not only fight through difficult circumstances, but they are a very cohesive unit. A lot of them play together in club cricket, or they've played together in the national team for a number of years. Very well led by Doa Kaye, and back in the coach's box, Corey Rutgers. That's an exceptional start for them. On the short ball, Harbinson, he's been so good the last couple of days. Ball just gets onto him a touch quicker, perhaps just kissing the top of the pitch with the moisture that's still down there. Didn't time it at all, fortunate. And it dropped just in front of the charging fielder from mid-wicket. Spanish team really lively, really noisy at the moment. There goes outside off stump. Once again, not a bad ball actually, but Tector, that bat has got some middle on it and it's flown across the boundary. And that's the first Maximo of this morning. Much needed one for Ireland too. They move along to 12 for 1. Still 2 balls left in this second over. That's smashed. Consecutive Maximos off the bat of Tim Tector. So the loss of his opening partner has not fazed him whatsoever. A deal on that occasion, the first time he's dropped short onto middle and leg, and the flashing blade of Tector swings him all the way for a Maximo. So that'll relieve some pressure in the Irish dressing room. Still searching for the ball. Tector's popped it up deep, deep into the garden up there on the leg side here at Cardimer Oval. Leg side for the right-handers anyway. Shows how things can quickly change in this T10 format. We've got a new Grizzly for a deal to come in with. He's still got 1 ball left in this over. Digs it in short. Wide though. Tactically, not a bad thing to do. It does tend to keep his weight outside the leg stump. Hasn't got any protection on that side though, in terms of outfielders. Deep square out there now and long on. Just a little bit of pressure turned back on the bowler. About this Irish batting lineup, there's so much power in the top 5. Tector's been in exquisite form. They have made that fielding change now. It looks like Babar Khan going down to position quite well backward of point on the boundary. He's gone that side again, but Tector's good enough to make the adjustment. He's almost signalled in a way, and a triple of Maximos to finish the over. Excellent finish to Ireland, and they've got themselves back into a reasonable position. Give a little bit of attention to the pitch. May not be a bad thing for both teams, actually. They're throwing punches at each other in this first few overs. Ireland will be happy after Tim Tector found the boundary, or went over it on 3 separate occasions in that second over after losing the wicket of Seamus Lynch early.
Gives me a chance to say a quick hello to everyone, of course, that's watching from all around the world, not only on our channel ECN European Cricket Network, but also on Fangird in the subcontinent and many, many international broadcasts.
They always go out to games with the right attitude. They are a cohesive unit that enjoy playing together. Coach Rutgers has instilled a lot of belief and a lot of cricket smarts for T10 into that group as well. I find that they tend to win a lot of tight games, and the fact that they think through situations and are very, very tactically adept, part of the reason why they're able to do that.
Yeah, I will say, you know, Spain, no doubt, and countries like Germany as well. I mean, they're kind of punching here, aren't they? Punching above their weight. The facilities, for example, take Spain. Okay, they do have a nice facility at Desert Springs, but just because of the geography, the players aren't able to get there very often. Maybe once a year, maybe twice a year, with the nets, and maybe to play on a turf pitch, for example. But you know, a lot of the year they're playing on temporary pitches, kind of wooden pitches with carpet overlay, things like that. And so, to be able to come and turn it on against some of these teams from countries like the other three here on finals day, England, Netherlands and Ireland, really says a lot about this player group and the belief in that.
Well, it says a lot about them. It says a lot also about the Italian and the German teams as well, as we have a quick look at quite sizable crowd that is building out here at Cardimer Oval. Each of the teams on show today have got quite a reasonable fan base following them. I'm sure they'll be watching intently with every move that happens today. And also, just coming back to that previous point, Vinny, the fact that the tournament came down to those last sort of matches last night just shows how close it was. I mean, even the Italians and the Germans would not have been out of place whatsoever in this Final Four here today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a really hotly contested championship week, and there's even teams, you know, that I think could have shaken things up if they'd made it. You know, like a Denmark, like a Scotland 11, for example. And later, so that's good news for all concerned.
Can we just I'll go back to a fascinating article by one of the Blue Crew earlier today from a former Indian international who was writing about how much he was enjoying watching the European cricket in and amongst the World Cup.
Yeah.
Specifically referenced you and Rico almost being like a modern day two Ronnies.
Oh, the two Ronnies.
How did you like that comparison?
Yeah, I love the two Ronnies. I love that comparison, actually. Of course, yeah, no, we enjoy our cricket. We want people to enjoy it. You have your lighter moments, you have your more serious moments. And I think it's just a bit of a microcosm of life, really. So I don't mind it. I do think a lot of the things that go viral around the world, some of those kind of moments you wouldn't see anywhere else. So they are a bit funny. It might give a bit of a false impression that those kind of things happen all the time. But yeah, I don't mind the two Ronnies. Now look, there we go. Adam Alger having a chat with the two batters at the crease.
Sort of expect that post-game, don't you? Sitting down in the hospitality tent, teams sharing a beer, but as it is, they've got plenty of time to have a yarn out on the field. Folks back in the Irish dressing room, they look fairly relaxed to what's going on.
Yeah, there we go. So this is the game we're going to follow for now. Not quite. Last chance, is it? We've got Carson there to go next. No. This is. Have you ever tried? Oh, hello.
Clap, clap, clap.
I mean, that is
that's what all that work in the gym has done, giving you control over the veritable drop punt of the water bottle.
How much does that inclusion of Mohamed Baba kind of throw things for a loop as well? But I mean, for him, we know how good he is, but to come in kind of cold, it was brilliant, of course, during the group stage, but that was almost 4 weeks ago now, over 3 weeks ago. So Barbara coming back in, and you'd imagine he would open the batting, wouldn't you, with Daniel Dorcaye? But then Yassine's also been very good at the top.
I wouldn't be surprised if they stick with Yassine, and I think the Spanish quite like having the right and left combination. They've generally been trying to replace one with the other as and when they lose wickets throughout the game. So I have a sneaky suspicion that Yassine might stay there at the top.
Yeah, okay. At the moment, they've listed Yassine at 6, but we'll see what happens. And I think they've pretty much got this almost sorted. Again, we do apologise for the delay. It's due to the heavy rain last night, just damaging some of the equipment that's required to broadcast the game to you and do that in a reliable fashion. You see James in the background, head of operations, just trying to help with the issue. And a question in the comment section: is this the qualifier or the eliminator? And this is of course, the 3 versus 4 game, so it isn't an eliminator. After this, only 3 teams will be in the frame to raise the trophy tonight. So interestingly, 3 teams were tied on 8 points with the 4-2 record. And yeah, those teams were England, the Netherlands and Spain, and they finished in that order on net run rate. And then you had Ireland with the 3-3 record. And we kind of talked about what would be required to make the 4, and we kind of thought that 3 wins would get you there, and that's how it worked in the end. But Ireland had to battle back, didn't they? From a 1-3 record, had to win their last 2 games and win them handsomely. They did, and in fact, very comprehensively, winning within 5 overs in their last qualifying game yesterday against the Italians. So and this is where we're at. So the winner of this game will play the loser of the 1 versus 2 later on in the day. And then, of course, the final under lights tonight. And we'll crown our 3rd ever European champion. All right, good news, everybody. We are back, in the famous words of Michael Jordan circa 1993. To paraphrase, of course. And Bubba will get a bowl. And where are we at this game? He's bowled 1 ball. He's bowled 2, actually 4 and a wide. So it's 30 for 1 off 2.1. Still 5 balls left in the power play. Again, apologies for the delay, and hopefully we don't have any more as we go back to the show. Just one more final check, I think. Hopefully it is not going to hold us up any longer. Tyrone getting in position. Well, that's a good sign. So everyone wants to play, everyone wants to watch. And now we'll get to see it. Long on, long off, the 2 outfielders.
Bubba walking in, he's not normally the fastest to run up, but I thought he might have been commencing his
Bubba's
delivery
just
stride.
Super relaxed dude, you know. I'm surprised he hasn't called for a deck chair while we had the delay, but he's good to go. Tyrone has the arm out, but soon we'll drop it and we'll be back into the action. The 3rd over on 11, 30 for 1. Harbinson faces up. Just pushes for a single. So
interesting, after that delay, clearly a premeditated charge down the pitch by Harbinson. Clearly decided that he was going to attack Babar after Babar had to wait for such a long time in between deliveries.
Yeah, a few people discussing Ireland's decision to bat first as well. It's a little bit out of left field, I've got to admit. This is dragged leg side, and that's going to be 4. There's nobody back square of the wicket. And so I don't think that's quite off the middle of Tector's bat, but it's effective. It's into the gap, and there's 4 to the Irish.
Slow motion Babar, but it looks much better at the batter's end. The whip around to the leg side, using that hip to create power. Excellent shot, and Tim Tector, he's come ready to play.
Backs away and misses. And Bubba goes pretty close to knocking out his off stump.
That's traditional Bubba play. Doesn't look like he's getting any sort of prodigious sideways movement this morning, but he's so adept at just hitting the top of off stump, and either with a little bit of swing or a slightly mistimed shot, waits for the batters to make an error.
So they score 35 for 1 off 2.4. Get those score graphics back as soon as possible. Now this Yorker jams Tector a little bit, and so he moves to 26 with his single. Score is 36 for 1 after 2.5, and last ball of the power play coming up.
Glad we have got back on, Vinny, because this is a really interesting game so far. Fast start for the Spanish. And the first wicket down, and the Irish have mounted a mini comeback.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's flicked the leg stump. And so Harbinson shows a bit too much of the furniture. I thought it was going to be a wide, but it just kissed the top corner, didn't it? And so Bubba gets a big wicket there because Harbinson, he's been striking the ball well this week. Then Spain have a second. It's 36 for 2.
Gutsy stuff for Babar. Seen a lot of bowlers afraid to try to punch the leg stump out as batsmen have moved across to access the leg side. The experienced campaigner, seen him early, has gone and hit the top of leg stump. Sensational stuff. And he has marked his return to Cardimer Oval with a wicket. Ireland 36 for 2 3 overs gone.
Yeah, and so Harbison just will regret, I think, going so far across there. Couldn't catch up with it. He's had a brilliant tournament. And I guess time will tell if we'll see him again with the bat in hand as he goes. It's 36 for 2 after 3.
Always easy to be an expert after the event, but feels like Harbison probably didn't need to do that at that time of the game. He's such a good player through the offside. Babar willing to pitch the ball up, feeling he probably just took a slightly unnecessary risk, but he knows he's got plenty of batting in the remainder of this Irish lineup, so he won't be too distressed as Scott Macbeth has come out to join Tector at the crease. Tector's the man who really seeing it well this morning, 26 off 11. So on at a run rate of 12 across the power play.
All right, it's going to be Hamza to bowl the 4th. And he's lifted up and over. Maximo. Tector, unbothered, continues on his merry way. It's 42 for 2 after 3.1.
What's amazing is every other batter just seems to be struggling a touch on this slightly moist deck. Tim Tector feels like he's just at a training session. High elbow, elevation, lovely cricket shot.
Well, this is in the air, and it's been dropped by Alja, who kind of came in a touch too far, I think, and that's a big moment because Tector's up and running and he's dropped on 32.
Well, first and foremost, Salim Dar's probably lucky he didn't get smashed over for a Maximo. It was a full toss on Tim Tector's waistline, but as it was, just got the bottom hand too engaged, and an opportunity for Elgar, who's normally got a very safe set of hands. Normally does feel down at the third man space, though. Tougher gig when you're having the ball smacked at you like that.
Oh, that's gone straight between the bat and the pads through the gate. No ways does well to make the stop. One glove. That came back prodigiously. So another hairy moment. This time it's the new player Macbeth at the crease.
That's a great seed. We haven't seen much movement this morning. Probably the ball got a little bit of moisture early, but Hamza Salim Dar has got it talking. Plenty of action here. It's only 3.5 overs old, this game, but
it feels longer. Now an outswinger, thick edge, and it's going to fly. Maximo. Oh, so just a game of small margins, isn't it, Macbeth? It's a thick outside edge. This one actually kind of bends late, doesn't it, from Hamza? And Baba Khan, he was near it, but he wasn't near enough. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Hamza. Interesting, they've got their third man. They traditionally have them fine. They have got that standing on the 30, whereas man, Babar is almost at a 45-degree angle down there. And the boundary return catch straight back to Hamza. And he has the wicket of Macbeth. And yet another partner of Tim Tector walking back to the boundary. Good return catch for Hamza Salim Dar. And he continues an excellent tournament.
Yeah, well, just in a kind of 2 minds. Just working, kind of half pulling, but he's late, isn't he? Late to the party, Macbeth, who can hit a long ball, but the odd 11 after winning the toss and batting. They have lost 3 wickets within the first 4 overs. Macbeth goes 6 and out, and it's 49 for 3.
So interesting, talking to a few folks this morning, there was a bit of chat about Hamza Salim Dar being a smoky for the tournament MVP. He's played some incredible innings coming in at sort of 5 or 6 throughout the tournament. Been pretty useful with the ball. Has been hitting a rapid rate of maximos. I suggest he's a long smoky, but does go to show that you don't need to necessarily open or face a lot of balls in every game to make a big impact.
It's a good shout. I mean, maybe we'll start putting it out there. Of course we will. Have the Frederick Holstart watch given away a little bit later today or tonight to the MVP during the trophy ceremony. And yeah, comes up with a big wicket of Macbeth. Now, this is Gavin Hoey coming in at 5, and that brings up the 50. It's also the end of the 4th over. 50 for 3.
Well, and 3 wickets down. Suggests that Spain would be the happier of the 2 teams at the moment. While Tim Tector is still there, Ireland can still very much put a high three-figure score on. The Spanish would be keen to keep him away from the strike as much as possible, which is exactly what they've got at the start of this over. Howie back onto strike. He's certainly a good batter, but not in the same class as the top three of this group.
Starts to the wide. This is Adil, who's bowling the fifth.
Got a wicket in his first over,
Yeah.
but was then smacked around a little bit by Tector, which got this Irish innings back on track.
Yeah, Tim Tector, or Metal D, as he's been called in our comments section. Very good, actually.
That's exceptional.
Metal D Tector. He tries to swipe this one and misses out. This is Hoey batting 5. We haven't always seen him batting this high, but I mean, he's a guy who can absolutely slam it when he gets going. Right now, Spain 55-45 up on the percentages. And they'd be confident, I think, of chasing almost anything. I mean, they pulled off a 171 chase against Italy.
Still have some batters left too. Cameron Malley,
Yeah.
Jared Wilson.
Oh, this one, again, swings. And swings actually after the stumps a fair bit. Always does well to handle that.
I like that length from Adil. There's times when I feel like he does bowl too short, but when he actually gets the ball a little bit further up, does get some sideways movement, and he comes up with some balls that are actually genuinely quick. Seeing that he's beaten Howie with pace the last couple of deliveries.
Another outswinger. This time it does a ways, and that allows Tector to sneak in. So, I mean, that hurts you a little bit because it gets Tector back on strike.
Oh, you take these little moments, Vinny. It may not cost them, but you've just managed to get what should have been 3 consecutive dot balls and Howie feeling under pressure at the back end of the over. You've kept Tim Tector off strike, and now because of a fumble from the keeper, Adil has got to face Ireland's best batsman for the second half of the over.
Another thing we would say is Adil's bowling a really good over. So, can he get the big wicket of Tim Tector? Southern Crossfield in place. It's dragged, and he is caught. Well, sliding door moment as Tector gets the strike back. He steals it back, but has to walk back the next ball. Isan, that's his territory over there. And so Tector gets a life, but he gets going soon after, 52 for 4.
Tector would have felt confident. He picked out the shortest man in the Spanish team, but he's got a great set of hands. Over the years, we've seen more of Mohamed Isan with the gloves. Tector once again, just that bottom hand coming in, the bat turning a touch on the strike. Didn't get a full piece of it, and an excellent running catch from Isan.
Yeah, and you can see they're fired up. That little human back there, if you think he doesn't care, go to have a look at that. Yeah, he doesn't even know the camera's on him there, but that means a lot. And Tector, he's had a brilliant tournament once again. You wonder whether we'll see him again in batting mode later today. No cause for panic, though, I don't think, for Ireland, who still have plenty of batting to come. You mentioned Jared Wilson. He comes to the crease now. Now, he was outstanding against Spain. Of course, these two met in the group final in 2022, and it was a bit of a game to remember. Spain chasing down 135 under lights, and no one was really expecting him to do that after Ireland picked them apart earlier in the day. But Jared Wilson batted very well in that final. He was a real standout. Let's see if he can do it again.
I feel like despite the fact that Hoey was above him in the batting lineup, it's actually Jared Wilson that holds the key here for the Irish. Still got half the innings to go.
Oh, he edges it, and he's going to get 4. And chases what would have been a wide. And so Wilson off to a flying start.
Well, may have picked out the shortest fielder in the Spanish team last time. He almost picked out most athletic. Hamza Salim Dar almost gets a hand on that ball. Tell you what, 2 wickets and 2 balls. Irish would have been in real trouble, but as it is, just a 4 in the boundary. They move along 56 for 4.
Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Roger Adil. He's bowled a very good one here. Just gets worked down the ground, but DDC very quick to move sideways and plug that gap. So end of the 5th over. And Ireland 11, 57 for 4. I want to welcome everyone into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, got Andrew Ryan with me. It is finals day. Ryan, it's the biggest day of the year, really, where we get to crown our European champion. 109 matches in total, 31 teams started this journey. But tonight, we get to give away that magnificent trophy. And so, certainly is a red letter day for us at ECN, isn't it?
Certainly is. I mean, I wake up excited most mornings that I'm coming out to European cricket, but particularly today. Very happy to see some sunshine outside the window this morning, but we probably really do have the 4 best teams here today, and I think even best of all, every one of them has a chance. I think talking to quite a few of the European cricket team earlier today, no one could agree on who was the most likely winner, which is a great outcome for finals day.
I agree. I mean, you can throw a blanket over these 4 teams. They've all had their moments. Just quickly, we are having one final push for our support of the Share the Meal initiative, the UN World Food Programme. Virginia will be our guest later on from Share the Meal and the World Food Programme. And so you see the QR code in the corner there. If you'd like to get involved, all you have to do is scan that code. For as little as 70 cents, you can provide a meal to someone. And I know we'd really love to reach that target of 4,182 meals for this tournament. I think we're only maybe a few hundred short of that at the moment. As Hoey and Wilson are going to try and pull out a big 5 overs here. And look, this next 5 overs, can't underestimate the importance of this 5 overs for these 2 teams in their tournament, because if Ireland can have a heater and maybe still post 130, 140, that's one thing. If Spain can keep taking wickets, maybe they could keep it double digits. Another Nick's going to go for 4. Swings hard, Wilson. Not the prettiest looking wagon wheel at the moment, but he'll take the runs. This is Hamza Saleem Dar coming back, bowling his 2nd over. Wonder if they're thinking about putting a fielder back there. Has been a bit of a hot spot.
Maybe so. Tell you what, it wasn't a pretty shot, was it? It was like the ugly stepchild of the Kevin Peterson pull. Just the body whipping all the way around to the leg side, playing it off one leg. Wilson completely out of control, but in the end, he's moved to 9 off 4. They have persisted with that same field of 3rd man on the 30, standing relatively fine for 3rd man on a fielder sort of 45. He's actually just being moved around a little bit squarer now on the boundary.
Hit hard, and it's not going to be stopped almost from Snehith Reddy down there. He's got a hand to it. He'll be disappointed he can't give that the field to play, but this is a lot more convincing from Wilson, who gets the 3rd boundary.
Tell you what, the bowler, Saleem Dar, is not so happy. To be fair, already made a pretty fair effort at stopping that ball. Just dived and stretched out the left hand. Fortunately, couldn't control it.
Full, and this is going to test DDC, but he's up to the test. He's really fielded well in that straight position. It was Christian Munoz Mills last year who kind of fielded it for Spain, and DDC more than able to hold down that role. A lot of balls flying his way.
Yeah, good captaincy from DDC as well, just telling Saleem Dar to settle down. He's got to execute off these last 2 balls.
This is a big swing and a miss. Hoey can't get going so far. He's 1 off 5. He's still batting to come as well. So they're very kind of tense moments at the moment. The Irish management looking on earnestly.
Good bowling to his field, though, from Saleem Dar there. Even if there's contact from Hoey, the chances of one flying down to either 3rd man or 45 sort of really backward of point. High chance. Once again, good bowling. End of the over. Nice one from Saleem Dar. And the Irish, 6 overs down, 66 for 4.
Yeah, just 9 runs off that one from Hamza Saleem Dar. There were 2 boundaries and a 1 with 3 dots in the over. One of those boundaries was nicked as well. So Spain at the moment, they're on top, but it's early days. Looks like Mohamed Babar will come back for over number 7. Again, it's hard to imagine a scenario other than him opening the batting in the 2nd half, but you mentioned Yassine might still fill that role, so we'll have to see.
Having a quick look at the over-by-over chart here, Vinny.
Yep.
Something that we haven't seen in too many games in this tournament. 3 of the overs so far have been single figures.
Yeah.
Set the tone, Atif Mohammed at the top, only going for 4, but it's been a disciplined bowling effort all round from the Spanish.
Yeah, they're gold dust, those single figure overs in this tournament. Baba to bowl the 7th. And Gets it full, pretty straight, 6 out the boot, but concedes a single.
Not a bad result for the Spanish in a way. Wilson, he's been finding the boundary far more easily than Hoey has. The Spanish will be happy if they can keep Hoey on strike for the majority of these next couple of overs. Has not done any damage whatsoever. In fact, 1 off 6. He desperately needs a boundary.
Oh, this can be caught a wide. Doesn't quite get any of the leg.
Tell you what, if you wanted to hit a boundary, you couldn't get a much easier pill than a full toss on leg stump.
Yeah, you're right. Thought for a second might have flicked the trousers, which would have been a terrible result. Well, the Spain supporters out in force. So are the Irish here. Good representation in the crowd for both sides. Oh, we don't. 1 off 6. It's burned and over. Now he'll get some back, and this is what he's there to do. Maximo Hoey in. And that was badly needed at the moment for the Irish.
Badly needed for the Irish, badly needed for Hoey's confidence. Shoot up 6 balls for only 1 run, but showed there why he'd been pushed up the order. Very clean strike and given an early test to our newly reassembled side screen.
Yeah, there's Tony. Got to thank Tony again for the tie, which he gave me yesterday. Very, very kind. I'm saving that up for a special occasion. Anyway, Bubba just wobbles this one in as well. Full toss, but it's cut off, so just a single. Can kind of handle that 1-6 in the over. You just don't want it to turn into more. That's where I think Ireland have struggled to get away. Haven't been on a real big run of boundaries, have they, where one player's gone on a blitz. I mean, you kind of saw it a little bit with Tector early and got after Roger a deal. Since then, Spain haven't let them go too far. Meanwhile, this is going to be lifted up and away by Wilson, who walks at Bubba and puts him halfway up Cooper's Hill. Maximo, 6 more to the Irish.
That's probably a good 85-metre strike there from Wilson. Lovely shot, not a great ball from Babar. Trying to find the Yorker length. Wilson took a step down the pitch and it was a touch full to begin with. So that's that second Maximo of the over you just mentioned, Vinny. And Ireland creeping their way back up. Run rate just a tick over 12 for the first time for a while.
Yeah, that's where Bubba wants to be. They have to hustle, but they'll get one. And they're right now about 120 pace or so. I think Spain will be pretty happy where they're at.
Spain still got some bowling to come too. They've kept Latif Mohammed, the left armour, back for the last few overs. It's really where he does his best work, despite being pushed up to some of the opening overs in this tournament. So the return of Baba has helped that.
Yeah, but doesn't carry. And so Hoey gets away with that one. He'll retain the strike, and at the end of 7 overs, it's 83 for 4.
So this match still precariously poised. Last ball, I suspect actually the fielders, because they have 2 men out there, one at extra cover on the boundary, another at more long off. They were probably back on their heels thinking the shot would travel much further. Good chance though to look at the upcoming events, because the cricket really does not stop on the European Cricket Network. Team heading straight away to the lovely surrounds of Croatia for both an ECS and some ECIs out there as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 days I'll be off to Croatia, and yeah, fingers crossed for some good weather there.
Cheeky trip to Zagreb. Just
my first time in Zagreb, because last year I didn't get to go, actually. I had that one off. And yeah, so interestingly here, we've got a no ball call. So actually we're going to have to redo that last ball. This must have been for
the full toss on the last ball, last over. I think the players skedaddled at the end of what they thought was the conclusion of the over, but it's clearly been reviewed. You might remember that was that ball that just popped up to the outfield on the offside. Okay.
So free hit coming up. Wilson faces up. And then he smacks it up and out of here. Maximo. Well, could that be a turning point for the Irish? So that makes it 90 for 4 at the end of 7.
That score looking far healthier now after the boundary off Babar, who's, as we see the replay of that full toss, probably good call. It's a strike and a half off that last delivery. And the Irish, after a really tough start, I think if you had have told them they'd take 35 off the 2 overs of Babar, they would be very happy. And another chance to have a look at what's happening in the rest of 2023.
Yeah, and also shows you where we've been. So some people don't realise that we actually are around Europe pretty much the whole year shooting cricket, normally domestic cricket, but with a few internationals mixed in as well. So the last place we were before we got here was Rome, and we had a lovely couple of weeks in Rome. That's where I have my carbonara habit. And so, yeah, it was a brilliant time. Of course, you were with me in Sweden.
You had to wean yourself off the carbonaras? Was there a period of essentially just going cold turkey?
Yeah, I kind of had a few days cold turkey, then I went crazy.
And speaking of going crazy, they don't mind pulling a rabbit out of the hat, the Spanish, and I like this. They've turned to the leg spin of Babar Khan. 3 overs to go, just changing up the pace from the right arm seamers.
This is a bit of a gamble to bowl Babar Khan, but yeah, it's going to be Babar to Babar. And yeah, I suppose he's a part-time leg spinner, but he's had some good moments with the ball in the series.
Also had some humorous moments. Did try to open the bowling in one of the earlier games. Injured his lower leg and had to be transported off the field before he even released a delivery.
Here's the full toss, and that's actually really well knocked down. I think that was probably going to beat Isan in the outfield, but Roger Adil gets a finger on it, saves 3 runs.
Those moments.
See, that one, there's no way Isan's stopping that, unless he's given a bit of help.
First 2 balls from Babar, speared into the leg stump.
Walks at him, and Alger should handle this. So again, just a single.
Interesting. So the first 3 balls from Babar all speared in at the leg stump rather than trying to push it outside off. Clearly trying to minimise the amount of room that these 2 batters have got to play with.
This isn't a good ball though. It's full task asking to be hit, and Wilson doesn't need a second invitation, puts it up into the jungle. Maximo, 6 runs.
When he came to the wicket, we talked about Wilson holding the key to this innings, and he's responded. 35 off 12, and he's hitting the ball cleanly. Still got some balls to work with too, so there's 2 balls left in this 8th, and then obviously 12 remaining. If he can face the majority of those, Ireland could still very conceivably end up in the 140 range. Great work from Mohamed Isan. We've got 2 ball retrievers over there, and the diminutive Spanish superstar jumping the fence and finding the grizzly in and amongst the long grass.
Maybe that's a lucky ball.
Might have a new job as a golf caddy.
Possibly. Well, here's Babar Khan, and they call the Spanish boonie. This is hit towards Isan. He gets there pretty quickly. He's a really good fielder, Isan. He's normally a keeper for Paco Care Badalona, his club. Very good keeper too, but he's very, very useful out in the field as well.
Indeed, indeed. So 5 balls at leg stump so far from Babar. Let's see if he keeps that same line. He's got Hoey on strike.
Well, this is hit, and it's going to beat the fielder, Maximo. Hoey, we know, had a really rough start. He had 1 off his first 6, but he has 15 off his next 6. And at the end of the 8th over, Ireland 11, 106 for 4.
Flat ball outside of off stump. Babar, first time all over that he'd given one of the batters a chance to really release the arms, and Hoey took the opportunity. So Ireland have snuck their way up to 3 figures, 106 for 4. And certainly if these 2 can stay at the crease for the rest of the innings, a few danger signs coming from the Spanish. I think this is a good move. They've gone back to their spearhead. Taif Muhammad, just see that run rate creeping up to the 15 range. And Spain, we know they can chase some big targets, but after the start they had, I'd love to keep the Irish down around the sort of 125, probably 130 range.
All happens in the 9th, as we say in the classics, and Atif Muhammad's going to bowl it. Not a good ball first up, but Atif, he didn't go for a boundary in the first over. So Ireland won the toss, they elected to bat, and of course you expect a big start from their openers. But Atif, although he didn't take a wicket, he kept them quiet Just 4 singles and 2 dots in the first over of the day.
Yeah, it's good to see that Atif Mohammed's hair has recovered after being blown apart for the entirety of that game last night. That's more like it.
The other thing is, got to keep an eye on this clock. He's got 3 minutes and 18 seconds, and that helps. He's gotten that one through, but he's got to deliver these 5 balls, so he'll just be getting a reminder to hustle through here. Don't have to rush too much, but you don't have to be pretty aware of it with 3 minutes left to bowl 5 deliveries.
You also don't want your captain saying don't bowl a wide in the back of your head.
Yeah. Negative reinforcement. Oh, he's walked. Yeah, must have been a little inside edge on that one. And so Wilson is going to go for a pretty well-made 36. It's 107 for 5. But I'll tell you something right here. It's the 5th wicket. They don't get a minute for that. And so I suppose you're still happy on the balance of the issues to get rid of Wilson, who's a dangerous hitter.
Indeed, that's a huge wicket. Lovely piece of bowling from Mohammed. Just pitched outside leg stump, but tailed away from the right-hander. Wilson on the charge, another one of those leg flick shots, but cleanly taken by the keeper, and Atif has responded with a wicket.
Yeah, I think on the outside edge there, when you look at it on the replay, just a feather. And yeah, Wilson certainly wasn't sticking around. He knew that he had a touch on that. So good sportsmanship as well from Jared. It's always great to see him out there. As he goes, it's 107 for 5.
So what if the Spanish were looking for a hero today? Atif Mohammed has stepped up. The left armour figures of 1 for 5 so far. He's still got 4 balls in the second over, the 9th, and Liam Doherty has come to the crease.
Okay, I'm waiting for the clock to come back. Oh, that doesn't help.
You see him sprinting back to his
first
mark
5
now.
wickets, you don't get a minute allowance as a fielding team, but 6th you do. That was the 5th though. So when the clock comes back, I think that might actually got him into trouble. All right, lifted up and over. Maximo. Oh, pretty good shot from new batter Doherty, who we've seen batting in kind of all positions. That's a very good strike. A little bit of width from Atif.
Pretty good work to hit a Maximo first ball out there. He's been waiting in the batting cage for such a long time. Gets the left armour actually moving that ball in the air, but good enough to keep his shape. Lovely strike.
He gets kind of tied up, doesn't he? Yeah, I've got to say, I'm not a huge fan of minutes being added in the 9th. I think I saw 40 seconds then. Okay, got 2 balls in now 35 seconds. I would just say any wickets in the second half. Forget the wickets thing, which wicket it is. All right, this is lifted up and it's going to fly. Well, you better get a new ball ASAP here. He's got 20 seconds and that one is not coming back, Rhino. 6 runs to the Irish.
I'll tell you what, if they've got any knowledge of what the clock is doing at the moment, Atif Mohammed would be sprinting in a moment.
Now, they've got it out there, so he should be all right, as long as this isn't a wide. 3, 2, 1. 1 second.
That is not something you will see on normal cricket, isn't it? Literally counting down. Wonderful stuff. End of the over. A pretty good pair of overs from Atif Mohammed. Ireland 121 for 5.
And just to clarify, Atif just has to deliver that last ball, the last legal ball before the clock runs out, and he does. It's the good old-fashioned buzzer beater. And as a basketball guy, Rhino, you'll appreciate a buzzer beater.
I do appreciate a buzzer beater. I was actually thinking this is more like someone showed me a Bollywood rugby film the other day in which there was an extravagant countdown and something happening literally just as the clock expired. That was my vision there. If we did a ECC Bollywood film getting under the clock. Such drama.
Yeah, it was dramatic, wasn't it?
Speaking of random moves, DDC coming in bowling the 10th.
And we saw him bowl late in the piece yesterday against Germany, bowled the 9th, which was the last. But yeah, he's actually a decent bowler. He's pretty accurate. Not quick, but he's just trying to go full straight. Oh, misses with length and width, and it disappears. An edge, albeit, but the Irish just making a little bit of something out of these last few overs. 126 now, 4 balls remaining.
Yeah, well, probably the fact that Babar went for a few runs in his previous over meant that Dorkaye decided to just go with the steadier option of the medium pace for this final one. He's come out here and launched a couple of less convincing shot there, but he's up to 11 off 3.
Now, again, it's going to be lifted up and away over the leg side. Dorkaye can't quite find the Yorker. Doherty with an important hand here in the last, with 23 now off just 5 balls.
Given they were 52 for 4, I think if you'd said to the Irish that they would reach the 130s, they would have taken that at that stage. It's been a really good, not quite a rear guard action, but these 3 of Hoey, Wilson and Doherty have really come to the party.
Score is too quick for me. Still on 17. And now he will be 23 off 5 balls. Well, later on, that's the HCL Software VIP area. Right now, it's where the ball lands. Tony likes it. Irish 138 now with 2 balls remaining.
How much is this a key knock? 23 off 5. 1 4 and 3 Maximos.
This will be a dot ball, handy one for DDC. I mean, we saw Spain chase 135 against the Irish in their Group A final last year. And
it's almost a
now,
50-50 game.
Flip of
now,
a
isn't
coin.
it?
This is going to be really exciting. Could this be the golden ball we've been waiting for? Last ball coming up. Walks it in, misses. Always. I think he has an afterthought to throw. But, yeah. Are they going to take this on? Should be a simple one, and so yeah, they get it. It's actually quite clever, almost like the delayed steal for the baseball fans out there. I think Awais was pretty happy just to concede one, then had an afterthought to throw. So it'll be 139 for 5. Make that 139 for 6 with that run out. You can see it's clearly in. Then when the ball just kind of fell there, the Irish batters looked at each other and said, "Hey, should we go again?" You see. And they said, well, maybe we can make an error happen here, but DDC made sure that there was no more virality to that moment.
In fairness to DDC, he was calling for the ball pretty early on. Unfortunately, Awais just a little bit absent-minded, but it hasn't cost them in the end. They should be pretty happy with how that's ended up, facing up the incredibly powerful Ireland 11 lineup. Actually, the Spanish, I think, will feel fairly confident of being able to chase down this target of 140. They managed to subdue most of the big guns. Tim Tector played a good knock, but in particular, getting Seamus Lynch early on was a big win for them.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you offered Spain a 140 chase at the start of this game, they would certainly take it. And if anything, it's a little bit under par as far as what we've seen in Championship weekend, and certainly under par for the Irish batting lineup. Well, let's roll the highlights, and well, it had a little bit of everything, including a few unscheduled delays in the first innings of finals day, but on the field, the action didn't disappoint. And how about Bubba on his return, just kissing the stump of Harbinson. That was after the early wicket of Lynch, so yeah, the Irish, they had to dig deep into their batting lineup, but they still have a competitive score on the board.
Yeah, certainly did. Excellent work for the first half of the innings by the Spanish bowlers. They were generally very good in the field as well, although Alligator at that point did actually put down Tim Tector. Fortunately for the Spanish, didn't cost them too much, although it was Tector that really drove the first half of the innings. Hamza Salim Dar, he's been very good throughout this tournament and takes a neat little return catch. Corey Rutgers, he's relaxed, trying to keep the rest of the team in good spirits as well. That was the much needed wicket there for the Spanish as well. Tim Tector had the opportunity to smoke one over the leg side for a Maximo, but in the end, the safe hands of Mohamed Ihsan. That could have been the turning point if the Irish lower order had not been able to find runs. But they managed to, after a few shaky moments, in particular Hoey getting stuck with 1 off 6 at one stage, they managed to start finding the runs, and it was probably this second over from Babar that was particularly expensive. Got the Irish fans up and running, and Jared Wilson in particular, he was finding the middle of the bat. Hoey came and joined the party eventually. That caused DDC to have to make a few changes to his bowling plans. Babar came and bowled his leg spin. Wasn't a bad over, but he did get cracked for a couple, and in the end that also meant that DDC himself came on to bowl the final over. Atif Mohammed back where he likes it best, bowling the ninth. The left armer had an exceptional spell, 1 for 19, probably even deserved better than that. But there were some late flashes at the end which really powered this Irish score. And as we said, if you had have offered them 139 runs halfway through the innings, I think they would have gladly accepted it, and they can thank some of their middle and lower order for giving them a reasonably healthy target to put on the Spanish here. It could have been one more, but it only been for some quick thinking by the skipper DDC. He completed that final over, but the Spanish, I think they'll be the slightly happier of the two teams going into the mid-innings break. So yes, you could say that innings was worth the wait after we had some technical difficulties at one stage, but non-stop action. The runs spread between 4 batters there for the Irish. It was probably Tector who looked the best, certainly at the top of the order, but full credit to Jared Wilson in particular. Just when things looked like they were starting to stall, he came out and found the boundary a number of times. Again, some pretty good quality bowling as well. They hit 36 for 15, and then Liam Docherty at the end, 23 off 7, which may be the innings that actually gives them a better target to bowl at than they could have ever expected. But having a look at the Spanish bowlers, Atif Mohammed 1 for 19. He was my pick of the bowlers. A couple of wickets from Adil. Mohammed Babar showed that he hasn't quite got back into the swing of things, just into the side today. 1 for 35, more expensive than you would expect for him. But all in all, good effort from the Spanish bowling lineup as they keep the powerful Irish to 139 for 6, so they are a long way from being battered out of the game, and that will give them confidence as we move into the second innings of this game, which will be back here on the European Cricket Network in just a few minutes. It's Andrew Ryan here with Vinny Sandhu. Please join us then as we take you through the second half of this eliminator on finals day, the European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Cardimer Oval here in the gorgeous Andalucía region of Spain. And speaking of visual delights, there it is, the trophy that the winners of the European Cricket Championship 2023 will hold aloft here at Cardimer later on tonight. But there is still a long road to get there. And the first step for these two teams, Spain and Ireland, is winning this eliminator game. And it is a contest which the halfway mark is precariously positioned. Ireland 11 managing to reach 139 for 6 in their 10 overs. It's a total that Spain will feel, I wouldn't say reasonably comfortable with, but given the power of the Irish batting lineup, it is not a bad outcome for them, and they bowled very well, particularly in the first half of that innings. They've got one of their main openers back. It is Babar, who has come up to join DDC. Tector taking the opening ball for the Irish. Really dragged down outside of stump by Tector, but Babar just getting himself back into his groove after a little bit of time away from Cardimer. He's just been injected in the Spanish team for today. Nice ball from Tector. Googly just pitching just short of a length. A swing across the line from Babar. Didn't pick the change of spin. I remember back to the opening over of the Irish innings. Good first over from Atif Muhammad as well. So Tector returning serve. Another Googly. But just gets the hands down on it. Was zeroed in on the top of off stump. Tector just querying whether or not there was a reasonable LBW shout there. See the bat come down. I mean, either way, it's missing off stump, or at least striking him outside the line. Big swing from Babar. That wasn't a bad ball. Tector got the leg spinner to deviate sharply. Babar held his hands for a moment and then carried through with the shot and has struck a brutal maximo to get going. Didn't think he was quite in position, but as it was, just paused his strike for long enough. Such a powerful hitter of the ball. Remember a couple of years ago here at Cardimer with the Pack-Eye Care team was hitting maximos with a slightly broken bat. That one is not the length to bowl to Babar, and he punishes Tector. Consecutive maximos. And how an over can change in T10 cricket. It was an excellent start from the Irish spinner. But then in the space of 2 deliveries, the Spanish champion Babar has come back and taken him for a pair of 6s. Big last ball coming up here. Suspect Babar will continue to go hard. The man who deals in boundaries most of the time. Lovely shot again. So he finishes the over with a triple of maximos. He reaches 18. Tector, after a fabulous start, gets taken to the cleaners, and the Spanish 18 for none. 1 over gone. Good controlled hitting from Babar. Looked decidedly uncomfortable in the first couple of deliveries. Certainly some discomfort in the commentary box that we haven't had a single golden ball to commentate during the course of this European Cricket Championship. This match may be the one. 109 matches since we've had one, and a man who has seen almost every golden ball in the history of European cricket. Welcome back to the microphone, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, I've seen him either live or sometimes on replay. Corey, funnily enough, in the golden ball sweepstakes, this is his game. Glad he doesn't know that. Anyway, here's Ollie Riley, over number 2, tall right armour. Oh, and he gets one to nibble away from Daniel Dorkaya first up. So Babar back, straight back into business. They've listed Yassine at 6, who's done a pretty good job in Babar's absence. And a few people asking about some players that aren't here. Yeah, availability is one of the biggest things in European cricket. I mean, it's an amateur sport. People have to earn a living. They can't really do it playing cricket. So they've got guys like Mohamed Kamran, for example, that we'd love to see out there, but he can't play at the moment. Babar had to go away, but he has come back for the Championship Week Finals Day. Now this is going to be hoofed leg side, inside half with the bat, but DDC's away with 4 runs.
Yeah, that was probably just a little bit on middle and leg stump from Riley. Excellent batsmanship from Dorkaya, though. Just have a look at this on the replay. Just the way he manipulates his wrist as a fielder there behind square on the boundary. But he's played it fine enough. Managed to evade the defensive man in the outfield.
Riley gets the comeback ball, and it's hit high, and it's a chance, and it's Macbeth, and it's the end of Daniel Dorkaya. Riley gets the key breakthrough, and so it's the Spanish skipper that's the first to fall, 22 for 1.
Excellent bowling from Ollie Riley. Probably not dissimilar length from the previous ball, but just better directed. See, this one has just jumped outside off stump. DDC tries to hit him straight. Unfortunately for the Spanish captain, pops him up, and good catch. And tell you what, Vinny, I've been impressed with the way that Riley has developed throughout the course of this week. I thought he was far too short in his opening games, but he's really starting to hit that length, probably good length or just a touch short of it. And with the height and pace that he has, he's a real weapon.
Yeah, disappointment for Daniel as he walks off for just that one boundary, 22 for 1. But I agree with you. I think he's not an easy guy to drive because he is so tall. That's a really good example of one where Daniel Dorkaya is trying to get in the front foot and ends up into the bat. But, I mean, you've got a ready-made replacement here in Yassine, so it makes sense they bring him out now. He's kind of a reserve opener now, isn't he? So he's going to face Riley. And this is right off the end of the bat, but it's not going anywhere. So Yassine has been filling in for Mohamed Babar at the top of the order, but now, essentially, they join each other, and it's just... yeah, kind of like
serendipitous.
Yeah, it's you've still got 2 openers out there, even though you've lost a wicket. So it's a matter of whether they can get going together. They are teammates at Paco Care Badalona as well, so know each other really well, even though they haven't batted together in this series until now. Oh, lucky one, French cut for 4. So you've seen really beaten all ends up, but we've seen a few of those edges flying for both sides. 4 to Team Spain.
Yeah, it's not often that in this tournament we've actually seen Yassine lose a bit of his shape. He's generally very good at playing still traditional cricket shots, getting a good high elbow and just lofting the ball. That occasion, he's probably just tried to rotate to overhit the delivery, maybe troubled a bit by the pace of Riley.
And so Yassine, this guy has played first-class cricket. He's banged hundreds in first-class cricket. He's a very good cricketer. Last ball to second. Oh, another edge. It's going to go for 4, this time off the outside edge. Well, if you average those 2 off, you get the middle of the bat. But neither one of those 2 did hit the middle, but he does get 8. And it's 30 for 1 after 2.
Excellent over from young Ollie Riley. He responded to the captain's call to be a wicket taker in this game. And speaking of the skipper, Sam Harbinson, making his way to the bowling crease. He's been excellent the last couple of days. Was it not his day with the bat earlier?
Sam's a guy that I think I'd want him batting or bowling when the chips are down. I just think he's a guy that leads by example. He's been a really great addition to this group this year. Ireland didn't make Championship Week last year. It was the Spanish team that got in the way in their group final, but this time they make the top 4. Can they push even higher? Wide first up from Harbinson outside the off stump.
Did a bit of this yesterday, Harbinson. He was either right on the money, just swinging the ball away, just almost hitting the top of off stump, there or thereabouts every ball, or he'd really drag down hard. Probably not a great confidence boost for him doing it on the first delivery.
Another wide, straight over the tram line. And so Tyrone Peters, he's had a busy I think he's been here for 3 weeks now. Quite intense umpiring in this format, obviously. Good movement there from Harbinson, but just needs to bring it back a touch.
Yeah, I think that will be the one shining light for Harbinson. Those first 2 balls has got that second one to really take off.
Goes a bit straighter, and Bubba wouldn't have faced Harbinson before. Of course, Harbinson didn't play last year when Bubba was instrumental in that Group A win for Equipo Rojo.
Very typical Bubba approach there, though. He's so confident in his ability to clear the ropes that he gets the ball on the money and he's happy to just play it back.
Yeah, he doesn't go at absolutely everything, does he? Probably won't want 2 dots in a row, though. And so he slashes. It's another edge for 4. Well, that's 3 in the last 3 minutes, I count it. And so Bubba moves into the 20s.
And things going Spain's way a touch. Benefit that Yassine had with an inside edge and outside edge in the last over. They've got that fielder at third man, still pretty fine, but not fine enough to be in the game with a catch. That's a bit unlucky for the Irish. They bowled a good line to extract those edges. They haven't gone to hand. A few changes in the field coming now, so he's brought the man in from backwards square off the boundary and decided to push one back to deep mid.
Goes straight and gets the journey. Maximo! Bubba this time, again, not quite off the middle, but he'll take the runs. Bubba already making a difference here on finals day.
Well, not quite off the middle, but it still carried a good 65 metres. Hit the bottom of the stick, but the power and natural timing of this man carried it a long way. Straight as a die. And he's already up to 28 off 9.
Now he's going to get another 6. He's going to turn it off the hip. It's going to fly, and it's going to go a long way. That's kind of with the wind as well, although it is swirling around. But Bubba, 34 off 10, and any questions whether he'd come in cold, and it might be a problem. And I think Mohamed Bubba is answering them here.
He's an extraordinary cricketer, Vinny. If you were just watching this game without taking much notice, there's no way you would think he's 34 off 10. Played and missed it a couple of balls, popped one just straight back to the bowler, but his ability to clear the ropes is unrivaled. He's a wonderful batter.
Well, now it goes short and actually almost knocks it straight to the fielder. That's the one thing about Bubba. You know, you wonder how he'd handle a ball like that. He's not what I'd call a big, kind of genuine puller of the ball or cutter. It tends to kind of drive or whip. That would have been a soft-looking dismissal if he just guided that straight to the fielder. Last ball the over from Harbinson's gone for 18 so far. He goes short again, but Bubba has the answer this time, cuts him up and away. Well, puts me back in my box as he cuts a 6, and the third over will go magical, and the 50 comes up as well. 54 for 1 after 3.
Really good start. Think about back to Tector's first over. Managed to get the first 3 balls as dots. And from that point on, it has been Mohamed Bubba domination. 40 off 12. He's already hit 6 Maximos in the space of those 3 overs. End of the power play, but it doesn't really matter when the ball's clearing the fence. Such regularity, and the Irish, they need a wicket quickly. A little bit of a change in the attack here. Mike Frost coming onto bowl with his left arm orthodox. I think he's another one of the Irish bowlers that has really warmed to the task over this championship week.
Yeah, I've really liked Frost kind of all the way along. Like all bowlers, there's times he's been smashed around, and show me a bowler that hasn't been. Frost in the 4th. Yeah, Frost. He's a fake turner. It looks like they might turn. Most of them don't. No one just slides across the left-handed Yassine. Yeah, loses his line now down the leg side. It's a great take by Seamus Lynch to get down and make position in time.
Lucky to get away with that ball though, Frost. No protection outside of the circle on that leg side, although they have just moved a fielder to square leg or just backward of square on the boundary.
Yeah, that's a ball that some spinners will bowl, sometimes deliberately, I think, just to see if the batter will chase it. But good eye by Yassine, lets it go past, and he'll get that one again. I see Dr. Paul in the comments. All right, Yassine goes after it, but skies it, and he should be gone. And he will be gone. So Frost with a breakthrough again. I think Yassine playing for some turn that's never there. Tries to go leg side, tries to fetch it. Instead, it's Yassine on his bike, and it's 56 for 2.
Yeah, good catch. Nice piece of bowling from Frost too. He's gone through this week. He's given the ball more and more air and drawn false shot from many of the top order batters. It's pretty disappointing return from Yassine, who has been one of the best performers for this Spanish side. Never looked comfortable throughout his entire innings and ends up chewing up 5 balls for only 8 runs. So the second wicket down. Spain still, you'd say, in the driver's seat of this game, but if the Irish can keep taking wickets, put some pressure on the Spanish lower order, we could have a very tight finish here at Cardamom.
Yeah, it might not be a bad wicket to lose if Yassine's not on. And he does strike 8, but I'll tell you how he scored those 8. He had an inside edge for 4, he had an outside edge for 4. So just a sign it didn't click for him here, but well, this is a huge moment in the game because Hamza Salim Dar, you mentioned him as a bit of a smoky for player of the tournament, and I've got to say, he's got to be in the conversation for what he's done and when he's done it. And Hamza was the guy that shot the lights out in the Group A final last year and essentially got Spain into Championship Week. That was against the Irish.
May have some bad memories of that moment. There's just a short delay here. It's potentially a big moment in this game.
I wonder what they're talking about here. I think they want to ask about Hamza's bat. Does it fit the regulations? So I don't know if this is a bit of mind games or whether. Yeah.
Reminiscent of Major League Baseball, someone coming and asking
if
it's caught.
It's like the old Pintar George Brett moment for some of the baseball fans out there. So.
I know. That's also the wrong bat. I saw the bat. I know the bat you brought out. I was watching it.
Well, there's a fair bit of conversation going on with the players. It's interesting to have.
I think he's saying we'll bring out the gauge. He's saying bring it out then. Let's do it.
We had a big delay in the first innings due to some technical issues around the place. And the second one here, although in far more intriguing circumstances.
Hamza has been whacking the ball, but yeah, let's have a look what's going on over in the officials' tent.
That's on this network for years. What are you talking about?
Hang on a second. It looks so unprofessional.
No, Woody, no.
Come on.
No, Rob, this is not a rule. When people have changed bats on this network for years.
This is European cricket.
This is European cricket. We don't own 11 bats. You're making up a rule.
I'm not making up.
Who's then who is?
You're the referee. Okay. Hang on a second.
Well, this is the thing. Okay, if the discussion is, I mean, we don't allow bats in the middle, changing bats in the middle of an over, or changing bats if it's going to slow the game down. I think that's what they're discussing.
What is going on, Rob? Please take initiative. This isn't a big thing.
But like, I don't know this. You should be allowed to use whatever bat you want as long as you're not slowing the game down. So you can't have like a single and have like a favourite bat. But as long as the bat's legal, then
that is the key point, isn't it, Vinny? That if the bat is legal, then he's entitled to go on and continue using it. I guess that's the question.
And it wasn't the umpires that brought that up. It was the Irish. I think it was Melly, or was it, or maybe Tector coming in, having a word, saying, "Hey, you're taking his bat." And I mean, I think you can, as long as you aren't changing your bat with your partner all the time. And you see, it's actually a very European cricket moment that Corey mentions there, is that they don't have 11 bats. You know, this is something that's quite different between some of these continental sides and a team like Ireland or England, for example, that, you know, players will have multiple bats.
Tell you what, however this plays out, hasn't it added some spice to the upcoming over or so? Because whether Hamza is allowed to continue with this particular stick or not, probably going to play with his mind.
And then, you know what I love? A player like Shahid Afridi Jr. from Germany, apparently he doesn't have a bat, and he just says, give me whichever one you got, and to his teammates. And he said he's looking for a bat sponsorship.
That's
because,
awesome.
So, I mean, if the objective is to keep the game moving, this isn't really helping, is it? We're having a long talk about it. It's, well, a little bit of a behind-the-scenes moment here.
Looks like the bat is certainly about to to be checked at the moment. So umpire Tyrone just holding that piece of wood up.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we'll just come into us for a second, but I mean, like everyone else, we'd like to know exactly how this is going to play out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, but Andrew Ryan with me at the moment. I've got Rico Full probably, maybe already arrived at the ground, although you probably can't see him at the moment because there's a sea of people here, as you'd expect. It's going to be a real festival atmosphere and a Fiesta del Cricket here on finals day in Championship Week.
Certainly has been, but it's so precariously placed, this game, and there's been already some drama today. We had, as we said, a few technical issues in the Irish batting innings. Now we've got the situation of the question around Hamza Salim Dar's bat, and it's a bat that he's used pretty effectively throughout this tournament. So if you're the Irish and you think you can get a small advantage, in a way, you can't blame them for asking the question.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe what happened is that Baba's come out using a certain bat, and maybe it's the bat Hamza normally uses. So Hamza's come out and they've tried to swap it, and the Irish said, hey, hold on, you can't swap bats. And I don't think that's really what the rule's about. The rule is sometimes, you know, there might be a favourite bat that teams, two batters want to swap after every ball when they change ends. So, look, I think it's sorted now. Hamza didn't seem too bothered by it, but I mean, part of me thinks that might be to mind games as well, just to unsettle him. We saw the delay kind of throw the Irish a little bit, didn't we, in the first innings? And so, well, we are going to see some Hamza now facing Frost.
I can't wait to see what happens in this first ball.
Drum roll, please. Well, whatever bat it is, it's going to start with a 6. Maximo sends the fans scattering, and Hamza's away.
I'm trying to get a look to see whether or not they did end up replacing the bat, but whatever it is, Hamza has made a statement to the Irish. In fairness, not a great ball from Mike Frost. Pitched it up way too full.
Oh, just when you think you've seen it all.
So what, if you've tuned in for this final game, it's your first European cricket experience, you've seen a buffet of action and you've seen a pair of Maximos. We talked about him as a smoky for MVP, Salim Dar. He was prevented from starting and now he has plenty of words to chip back.
Yeah, and Hamza maybe responding to a little bit of words from behind him. All right. Now pushes and doesn't get past the bowler. You don't need to run out at this stage. Yeah, strange. I mean, if you told me we'd have an Irish team saying, hey, no bat swapsies on the European Cricket Network, on Championship Week, on finals day even. Anyway, let's ball the fourth. And it's going to get whacked. And look, he's got the driver out. I can tell you that much, Rhino, because that has gone miles. Maximo Hamza with 3 big blows, and at the end of 4, Spain flying high, 74 for 2.
Well, you can see from those 3 strikes why the Irish were so desperate for him to have to reach back into the kit bag and get a GN scoop from 1983, because he hits the ball like an absolute rocket, Hamza Salim Dar, and in the space of that 1 over, those 3 Maximos have gotten the Irish right on top. Quick look at the run rate chart, and you can see how much they are now in command of this game. Run rate up to 18.5.
Yeah, need a turning point, Ireland. Okay, I'm just answering a few questions. Gordon asking, what's the boundary meterage? Yeah, standard ECN is 50 metres from the centre of the pitch, so that straight hit to the boundary is about 59 or 60, and that's got a lot further than that. Also, what have we got here? So it turns out we thought it might be about querying the size of the bat, but it wasn't that. It was querying whether he could use a bat that maybe was being previously used by the other batter. First one from Wilson sneaks past the bat of Mohammed Baba. Yeah, so the umpires have bat gauges. The tournament referee has bat gauge, who, you know, and they will check bats. You know, so it wasn't an issue as far as the bat being illegal. Bats these days get big, but yeah, there's a limit to how big they can be, but I don't think that was the issue at all. Interesting one. He's also asking Gordon whether the boundary is less than my empanada consumption. Well, probably not over the 4 weeks. I think I must have put up over 50 But
You could have raised your plate at the empanada house the other day.
like the runner-up at Wimbledon. Anyway,
This man, Wilson, he was so good for them with the bat earlier today.
Good
bit
battle.
resting on his shoulders with the ball.
good battle here, Wilson, against Hamza Salim Dar. Absolutely smokes at one bounce to the fielder. In the end, it'll just be a single.
Nice shot. Hey, what? It's such a European or a continental cricket thing, isn't it? Seeing teams hand over bats to each other. That's actually something that is incredibly representative of the way the game is played in a lot of instances in this part of the world. Fair play to the Spanish. Love it.
Slightly mistimed here by Babar, but he will get a single. So right now that rate, just keep an eye on it, it's in the 11s. So it's less than the 2 a ball. Wilson.
Well, the supercomputer thinks Spain's not home and host, but not far from it at the moment.
Yeah,
the
but
Irish have still got plenty of runs to defend.
Computer still can't quite comprehend the pressure of a final, I think, and what's probably going on inside these bodies at the moment. And this has hit hard as well, but he's picked out that same fielder. There's Doherty down there.
It's getting the ball there or thereabouts in the block hole. Even sometimes those low full tosses, particularly if you can get them outside off stump and with a little bit of swing away for the batters, not always easy to get underneath. But a good 5 balls from him. Can Babar reassert his dominance?
Goes after this offside. He's going to get it. Maximo! Well, that's Dave's territory. The ball retriever almost jumps into the bushes, but the ball beats him there. Baba with 6 strikes back.
Lovely shot from Mohamed Babar. He's just amazing the way he generates power with his hands. And the Spanish feels like they're just keeping their nose in front.
Yeah, 84 for 5 after 5. Well, let's welcome you into the box once again. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Ryan with me. It's been a dramatic morning, to say the least. And I don't think there's going to be any let-up today. Biggest day on the calendar. Of course, this is just the first of 4 matches. Some people already mentioning that this game probably should have finished around about 20 minutes ago. But it is very much alive. And Ireland, well, they need to turn this around very, very quickly, or they're going to be finished in 4th place.
Yeah, certainly will be. Well, we asked for drama and we asked for top quality cricket on finals day. We have had that in spades so far. Spain have got their nose in front, but this Irish team, they're a top quality unit. A lot of these guys have played under 19 international level for their country. They will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, and I just feel like the wicket of these two is at a premium. If you can get one, or ideally both of these guys, you're really going to turn up the blowtorch on the middle order. Again, they're very, very capable, but I think in this pressure situation, these two out here, they're really big dogs, and Ireland need to find a way to dislodge them. And I'll be curious to see who they turn to next, Rhino.
Yeah, I think it's a big decision. I mean, we haven't seen Hoey, the leg spinner, come to the crease yet. Slightly surprising. From a quick nibble out to the ground, it looks like the skipper, Harbinson, is bringing himself on for a second over. Big decisions for the captains here. They really need to find a wicket. Keep in mind, the Spanish have got their super finisher, Mohamed Hassan, ready to come in as well. He was so good for them, getting them home against Germany last night. So halfway through this innings, Spain acquiring 56 to progress in European Cricket Championship.
Starts with a wide. Okay, so yeah, 11.2. So now you're starting to look, will they get 12 more of this over? Kind of 2 boundaries and over is what Spain will be hunting. That's something they talk about all the time. And if you do get those 2 boundaries early, try and turn it into a big over. Ireland, they can thank the weather gods for holding the rain at a reasonable level last night. Oh, this is going to be up, and it's going to be another 6 to Hamza Salim Dar. Maximo! Again, doesn't quite find the block hole. Hamza very quick and very powerful over the leg side.
Such a good striker. Harbinson may have felt that he'd done his job just a touch over pitched. Wasn't as sweetly struck as some of his other blows, but Hamza Salim Dar, he's got such immense power. And he is driving his team to victory here. 26 off 7. Crucial innings.
Oh, that's going to be a no ball. It's off the pitch. And so Hamza's now going to get a free hit. That's the slow ball gone wrong from Harbinson.
Harbinson, he's had this on occasion. He's generally so tight with his bowling, but when he bowls a wide, sometimes they're absolute shockers. And as you say, he's tried to go for the off-speed ball there. It's landed completely off the artificial surface. So now he faces a free hit.
Now another wide again. He's just hoping he can get away with one there. Maybe hoping Hamza will chase it. You can see that he's pretty conscious of not getting too straight to Hamza. That's the thing. Hamza, no obvious weaknesses. So if you go over there, we go across him. He can whack you through the offside. We've seen that already. The deep cover field has been busy. Harbinson, 33 off the 7 balls he's bowled so far. Now gets it wrong the other way. So it's going to be another wide, another free hit. So I was a little bit surprised like you. I think they didn't go to Hoey. I know that he hasn't had the best results or the best numbers, but he is a kind of leg spin bowler that can turn the ball both ways, and I thought he might be an interesting proposition.
They may have decided to leave him while they have the left-hander on strike, but I guess if you didn't want to do that, then perhaps give Tim Tector his second over. He's got such a good googly.
Yeah, well, yeah, so does Hoey, though. I think he is dangerous to left-handers. All right, this is still a free hit, and Hamza can't quite get it. But effectively, that goes for 3 with the 2 extras and the 1.
Harbinson, after a string of excellent performances, unfortunately hasn't been at his best in this game. Still got 4 balls to get through this over. He's already gone for 35 runs.
Baba going at 3 a ball here on his return. 48. Harbinson stays around the wicket, and he gets pushed. Just a single here. Takes Baba within a single of the half century.
Another good example of how Baba plays the ball on its merits. Wasn't comfortable in trying to hit that for 6, so he's pushed it away, got the single. He knows that Hamza is in such good form at the other end that his partner being on strike is a good outcome for Spain.
All right, Hamza's back. He's also going at 3 a ball, but slows down a little bit here. And that's the thing, they're being quite selective, these two. They're not just all-out sloggers that are going to go through everything. They're quite intelligent. It's kind of, they call it kind of, aggressive cricket with a brain. And I don't doubt how smart these guys are, and very experienced as well.
We call it passive-aggressive.
You could do that. Slow ball cut, and it will be stopped momentarily, but it gets across the line. So Baba gets 50, and he brings it up off 18 balls. And big Baba coming home to roost here on finals day with an important half century for Equipo Rojo.
He steps forward when his country needs him. Mohamed Baba, a very un-Baba way to bring up the half century, playing a cut shot that stays inside the ground. But either way, he's actually played shots all around this Cardimer Oval. It's been an impressive return to a place that probably feels like his second home.
Yeah, they'll take 1 here. Against good understanding between these two, both from the Barcelona region. Harbinson, in the end, that over had a bit of everything, didn't it? But it goes for 18, and at the end of 6, Spain, 102 for 2.
That has indeed been an excellent chase from the Spanish so far. Baba returning at the top of the order after being absent for the opening stages of finals week. He's played an excellent innings, the early wicket of DDC, Ollie Riley, getting the scalp that they needed, but Hamza Saleh-Indar, as he has done through most of this tournament, coming in and striking maximos with ease. Change of bowler coming up. They've actually mixed it up, trying to go for a different angle. So Matthew Weldon, who's been in and out of the bowling attack throughout the tournament, bowls with some decent pace, can get some bounce. Got a question, actually, they've got the 3rd man inside the circle. Feels like there's a decent opportunity for one to fly down to that position on the boundary, but Weldon, much resting on this young man's shoulders.
Yeah, Weldon pushes the first one across, and I like kind of how Weldon's put together, but one of his issues is he's been a little bit off sometimes, and if you're a little bit off here at the Cardimer Oval, it can have disastrous consequences.
Certainly can. It's another one of the youngsters that was pitching perpetually short earlier in the week. So surprised that perhaps Ollie Riley hasn't had a second over here as well. Bowled such a good first one at his stint at the crease.
Oh, what a shot from Baba, who just drop kicks it over the trees. Maximo! Well, already had the 50 score, but he wants more, and it gets Spain 6 closer.
If you ever want an example of what timing is from a top-class batter, just watch this. Just slightly full on a decent length, Baba just leans into it, an absolute minimum of swing through the ball, but just meets it perfectly, sends it flying. And poor young Matthew Weldon, how often back in Ireland would he pitch a ball like that and be absolutely carted 75 metres?
Unbelievable hitting from Mohamed Baba. He misses out in this one. Good comeback from the bowler. Well, we originally had Corey on the commentary roster for this game. We had to bump him back, so I stuck him on the third game, but the way things are going, I think I might have to bump him back again. Maybe this time I'll take him off altogether, because it looks like Spain are heading for the third game of the day.
What a loss for the fans. Will they cope? Will they cope? They've been baying for Rutgers to return to the microphone. Sure, he's quite happy seeing his side through here. Still 31 off 22 needed.
This one is close.
Much better line again from Weldon, though. Drifted onto leg stump. The ball that the bar hit him across. That's a pretty tight one, but at least he's pushing the ball outside off.
It's hard for the umpire to judge when that passes the crease. For me, that probably was a wide, but Spain don't get the call.
Really does come quite wide of the crease for a left-hander, Weldon, so you can see why he's sort of spearing the ball across on quite a tight angle.
Oh, now he's chopped on. So is that a turning point? Baba 60 and out. Weldon, maybe a slight change of pace. Baba trying to work it away. Got a thick inside edge down onto the stumps. And Spain 109 for 3.
Well, full credit to the young man Weldon. Not easy to come back when you get pumped like he was earlier in the over. A couple of dot balls, and then that one just a bit tighter towards off stump. And Baba, angle of the bat, just comes off the inside edge. Knocks down the stumps. So that's a good reward for the young left arm paceman. Turns into a pretty good bowling change. And we're about to see a twist in the tail. This eliminator.
Yeah, maybe. There'd have to be a dramatic comeback, because now you look at the equation, 31 of 20. Baba, well, what a great homecoming for him with 60 runs, and takes his team so far. Someone else will have to take them home as he goes. 8 big Maximos to his name and 60 runs, 109 for 3.
Well, coming to the crease, the man I like to call the bus driver. He always gets Spain home, and usually does it with plenty of balls to spare. Mohamed Hassan, he's such a good finisher of this T10 format.
You couldn't hope for a better person to come out in this situation as well. Ihsan, he won't be looking to do these in ones. Faces up to Weldon. Goes for it straight away and gets it just outside the outstretched arm of Scott Macbeth. Maximo, as Ihsan does just enough to get the ball out of the park.
Well, I saw you rise in the commentary box here, Vinny. This might have been the decisive moment in the game. Ihsan goes hard to what was just short of a length ball. Didn't get great contact, and he had one of the taller fielders out there, Scott Macbeth, who's put in a fantastic effort.
Sensational effort. He's got to hang on here, win the little battles, try and keep this ball on the field if you're Ireland. This one doesn't help.
Tell you what, they might look back after this game and really rue some of these extras, Vinny. They've bowled some good balls, but in between, wayward stuff.
Oh, Rico is here. Let's see where this bounces, right? Because is it... Yeah, it's just going to be a wide. Because it's off the pitch, but it pitches after the stumps.
I still find that quite an oddity.
Do you know the reason
to be
is,
honest?
in theory, they're worried it'll hit the edge of the pitch and bounce back into the stumps. They think if it's past stumps, that won't happen. So, not a free hit. Here's a slower ball, though. Bit of work to do out there for Doherty, and he does it well. And so, that will just be the 2, I guess, to finish the over. And Spain, 117 for 3 after 7.
So 3 overs to go in this contest. Spain certainly on top, and they'll know that it will only take a few lusty blows from the men at the crease in the form of Hamza and Mohamed Ihsan to close this game. It's like Jared Wilson being given the responsibility of the 8th over, and he's going to take up the attack from around the wicket.
Yeah, okay. So 3 overs to go in this one. And what do they need? 23. So, I mean, you should do that, but pressure. He's going over, actually, to the right-handed Isan. Gets a good one in there. Squeezed off the bottom of the bat. So it's quite simple here. Just got to try and win the next ball. If you can do enough of those, you can build some pressure. This is where we are. You can see that the winner of this game goes through to qualifier 2 a little bit later in the day. And yeah, the team that don't win this one, they're going to be out. Simple as that. Driven and just a single. Another good ball by Wilson.
Really, probably, it's been the most effective block hole bowler for the Irish this championship week. Not bowling at particularly rapid pace, but his location's very good. This is a big battle coming up. In bowling to the left-hander, he kept Salim Dar in check previous over. Another tight call, just taking the wide line. See the Irish really pressing the ball away from the hitting zone of Salim Dar. We said it's only going to take a couple of lusty blows to get Spain home here. Irish dot balls will create pressure.
Okay, Wilson. Been pretty good here. He loses his length here, and it has consequences. Climbs into this one. Hamza Salim Dar puts him up the hill. Maximo! Spain getting closer and closer now. They get it back to a runner ball.
Yeah, certainly do. Think of it, Vinny. It was only 20 minutes ago that Hamza Salim Dar had a delay in getting his innings underway with questions about the bat. But he's responded and shown his quality.
Now hits this hard into the gap, and that's 6 more. Maximo! Well, Rhino, it's been some assault, hasn't it, from Hamza Salim Dar, and any thoughts he might be unsettled by that delay have certainly been put to bed.
Absolutely brutal. For those of you of a slightly older vintage, this reminds me of Lance Klusner in the 1999 World Cup. It just feels like no matter where the bowlers put the ball, Salim Dar doesn't care.
It's a really good comparison. Now he's just happy to take the one. So that's the thing with Hamza. He's just very composed amongst all the hitting.
It's a remarkable innings, isn't it? Under pressure, the Irish somewhat toying and playing mind games with him. He's responded 41 off 13. Final ball of the over.
Well, false shot here. Could this be a wicket? Not quite. The fielder herring in. That was Tector down there, but he can't quite turn it into a catch, and that'll be the end of the over. 133 for 3.
So Spain making their way towards the total, only requiring 7 off the final 2 overs. Allows us to have a look ahead on the fantasy dashboard. It's the England 11 versus the Netherlands 11. Coming up, 2 teams that have rightly found their way to the top of the table here in the Championship Week group stage. Certainly shown that they're fallible as well, and whichever of these teams, whether it's Spain or Ireland, likely Spain at the moment, goes through, will give themselves a pretty good chance of, wouldn't even call it an upset, to make their way through to the final, but that is going to be one contest coming up.
Still sticking with Kloppenberg at the top. If they go as listed, Netherlands. So now, looking at what could be the last over of Ireland's campaign, you'd imagine.
And Ireland look back, probably be a couple of moments in this batting innings. That last ball that just popped up. It's had a number of outside and inside edges that have gone to the boundary. They'll probably feel that, ironically for the Irish, that Lady Luck hasn't been on their side.
Now this is going to be turned away, and Wilson, they'll keep it in the field of play, but you felt if you could pull that off, maybe it gives them a glimmer of hope with Hamza gone, but we'll have a look at the stop. Goes and doesn't really look to really catch it, I think. It's more just about keeping it in the field of play.
Pretty good bit of work from Jared Wilson, actually. He was really tiptoeing around that boundary line.
This one is dragged, and Hamza very quick to get through for the single. So 4 off 9. Any boundary will do it now for Spain.
full credit to this Spanish side, Vinny. No matter what is thrown at them, they just find ways to win, and in particularly in big games. And there have been a couple of guys with the bat here in the form of Mohamed Babar and Hamza Salim Dar that have really stepped up when their country needed them.
This one's turned away, and it'll get them a bit closer. So, I mean, it looks here that it's going to be all over Red Rover for the Irish. And haven't they brought a lot to the competition? I mean, a lot of people had them as their favourites going into this week based on their form. They've hit a high score, 216, highest score ever in a 10-over international. Game, set, match. Equipo Rocco make the top 3 in Europe here, and they send the Irish tumbling out of the competition. It's Isan that finishes it off, but you got to say Hamza Salim Dar was instrumental along with Babar. Well, there he is there. And, well, they're saying, yeah, we're cutting the cord. We're going at the trophy. And now Spain, just like the Netherlands and England in this competition, they're 2 wins away from being European champions.
Oh, fabulous stuff, Vinny. They're one of the best exponents at this T10 format. We've seen them for a number of years at both club and national team level produce this sort of performance, and they have come here today facing the eliminator and up against one of the most well-credentialed teams in the tournament. But they have thoroughly outplayed the Irish here at Cardimer Oval this morning. The biggest bit of work was done with the ball, that first 4 or 5 overs, where they reduced the Irish top order to absolute rubble. And that has set up what was a comprehensive win, chasing down that target in only 8.5 overs. And I think we can say it was a thoroughly deserved victory, Vinny, and both the Dutch and the English will be looking over their shoulders at a rampaging Spain.
Yeah, well, it's a game that had pretty much everything. Some unscheduled delays. I mean, when it came down to it, though, you know, even a bit like yesterday with all the controversy, when it came down to it, Spain played the better cricket. They outplayed their opponent just like they outplayed Germany last night. Ireland 11, sorry to see them go. I mean, I've really, really enjoyed their cricket they brought this year. But we know Spain will meet the team that doesn't win the next one. Ireland, of course, it's the end of their campaign. We've got England versus Netherlands starting in around about 10 minutes. So let's have a quick look at the highlights here. And DDC got the one away, but it was Bubba at the top of the order. He was biffing them. Looked like he never left, did he? And even though DDC got that one boundary, he was an early casualty, so you thought that might just kind of scatter the Spanish team a little bit, but the hosts, they have the answers here, even though the Irish tried valiantly to survive in this competition.
Yeah, they certainly had the answers. Mohamed Yassin, he was dropped down to number 3 to make way for the return of Mohamed Babar. Really didn't like the shift in the batting order as he really failed to get started. And this was the little period in which there were 3 or 4 edges that went to the boundary. Irish might feel a touch hard done by, but ultimately it was the Spanish batters who took control. And fortunately, the skipper Harbinson, who's been so good for the Irish, particularly in the last few days, he was smacked around the park as Mohamed Babar in particular enjoyed his right arm medium pace. Eventually, Yassin, after a bit of a torturous stay at the crease, he was gone. He's still got more work to do later in the day. And then we had the big moment of controversy. Corey Rutgers versus Rob Kemming in the players area. That's an unfair fight if I've ever seen one.
I'm just also very happy that the language stayed PG as we went behind the scenes, but whatever bat he was using, it was smoking, wasn't it? 3 sixes in his first 4 balls, and Hamza was into his work. No one was safe, and Bubba at the other end. I mean, these two clicked together, didn't they? And the Spanish team looked on with excitement and probably a little bit of nervousness out there. But yeah, these two, they just kept on going with this partnership. And they were going at a good rate. They were going ahead of where they needed to be. Bubba brought up his half century. And, well, it was time for a couple of smiles. But I think the Irish smiling through gritted teeth here. And Bubba really displaying what he's all about. Not just the power, but the timing. He eventually chopped on for 60. And you thought maybe that could be another little twist in this game. Weldon with the breakthrough, but Isan came out again. This was a big one, wasn't it? Just outside the outstretched arm of Macbeth. Hamza put one up the hill, and this game was on borrowed time. And can you believe this run from Spain with a very different looking side from last year? Fairly inexperienced side, I think, but just some of the key guys are there. You know, like Hamza, like Babar being back, like Isan, who finishes things off with a bang. And, well, they go from top 4 to top 3 right there. And, well, nice little hug there. Bubba, well, he's happy. He looks pretty relaxed. The fans, though, they're loving it here at the Carter Oval because their side are through to qualifier 2 a little bit later in the day.
Yep, wonderful stuff here. We asked for some drama and we were delivered it in spades, and an exceptional performance from the Spanish, who have a well-deserved victory here in this eliminator. Mohamed Babar, what a huge inclusion he was today. He's hit a little bit with the ball, but those 60 runs at the top of the order and his timing was just exquisite. A couple of early victims in the form of DDC and Yassine, who's been very good opening for them, but Hamza Salim Dar, talked about him earlier in the coverage as a smoky for the MVP, has done no harm to his chances whatsoever with that innings. Quick look at the Irish bowling figures. Really impressed by the over of Ollie Riley up number 2. Shame he didn't get brought back for a second a little bit earlier. Tim Tector would have loved to see him have an opportunity at Salim Dar, trying to drop a few googlies against the left-hander. But in the end, really nothing that the Irish threw at Spain in that innings put them under any level of immense pressure, and consequently the Spanish winning it with 7 balls still left to go.
Yeah, and so a little bit surprised they didn't go to Hoey there. Just something different. I mean, Harbinson brought himself back on. You can certainly understand that. But anyway, there's a 5-minute delay to the next game. So we'll be back in around about 5 minutes from now, and the first ball will be around about 10 minutes away, as you see there on your screen. And it's a replay of last year's final, England 11 versus Netherlands 11. And stay tuned in 5 minutes because there's a very special surprise at the toss that you can see in 5 minutos, 5 minutes away. Until then, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. Rico Fool will be back stepping in for the next game, and we'll be back shortly with more Finals Day action here from the Euros of Cricket. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Cardamom Oval. Great to have your company. Time for qualifier 1 now. And of course, it's a big day. We've got the England 11 here. We've got Netherlands 11, 1 versus 2. We've also got Sir Rob Kemming here on his very, very last day. And look, we've had some special guests at the toss. And Rob, if you turn around right now, you'll see some special guests to help you with this one. It is Dave Kemming and his wife Naomi, so Rob's son and his daughter-in-law, who are coming to help. And so, well, Dave and Naomi, why don't you come forward here? And, well, Rob will let you toss the coin, but I bet you're happy that you've got some company. So let's roll into it.
Netherlands, your call.
Crown.
Crown is called. This crown. Netherlands will bowl.
So it is the Netherlands 11 that win the toss and they have elected to field. Well, it's nice to have you guys all together, the Kemming family. We've got Marianne here as well, who's joined in, Rob's lovely wife. Rob has been an incredible servant of European cricket, really since the humble beginnings 3 years ago when he joined us. And so, Rob, we absolutely love you. We're going to miss you. It's hard to believe that yeah, you might not be around so much anymore, but let's stay in touch and hopefully we can have even more Kemming fun on the tour from time to time, maybe as a spectator. Big thanks to Dave and Naomi for making the trip. This was a big surprise today. As far as this game goes, well, this is a rematch of last year's final with the Netherlands. On that occasion, edging out England, chasing down 100 under lights, and this is for a spot in the final again. These two had a really good clash earlier in the week. Once again, the Netherlands won. Of course, you guys are very much involved in cricket in the Netherlands, so it's probably fitting that the Netherlands win the toss in this one. They will be fielding first, so we'll get to see that strong English batting lineup to see if Young and Lincoln can click at the top. Right now, I'm going to hand over to Rico and Rhino. I'm going to stick around here for a while. Let's get ready for the start of qualifier 1.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Lovely to be back, and what a lovely moment that is for my good friend and of course the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, being surprised there by his son Dave and his wife Naomi, and Marion, of course, there, who kept it a secret. Well done, Marion. A lovely moment, and of course, I know that he's got this on a couple more matches to go, and then he will put his boots up. I'm sure, though, knowing Rob, he'll always be there behind the scenes in one way or another, but he's been fantastic, and he's been an ambassador for European cricket over the last few years. They're going to miss his presence in some of the tournaments, but I know he'll always be there, and I'm sure he'll always still have a part to play. But Rob, you've been absolutely magnificent, and you've been a great friend as well, and a real true professional on the field of play as well. Speaking about the field of play, what a match. England taking on the Netherlands. 59% to 41 in favour of England in this time. Vivian Kingma looks like he's getting set to bowl the first, marking up his run-up. And, well, what a lovely moment it is as well for me, seeing Spain go through to, if you like, the next round. They'll be playing in qualifier number 2, which, of course, will be against whichever team is unsuccessful in this match. The winner goes through to the final later tonight, and the loser, well, they've got that tricky contest against Spain. And who'd want to be playing the Equipo Rojo at the moment? They're playing some sensational cricket. Their batting and their run chasing has been phenomenal. So well done to Spain. Congratulations to them. Which team are we going to be congratulating after this contest? One of these two will book their place in the final. Sam Young and Dan Lincoln are the openers for England. Young will face the first. In comes Kingma. Nice to good shot. It will be a single. It's Sebastian Braat in his traditional fielding position. Makes the slide and stop. Rico Fall here, and I'm glad to be joined by the Rhino. Yes, Andrew Ryan. Andrew, welcome. We're on the start of this.
Thanks a lot, Rico. I could have done with a rest after that last game, to be honest. I think we've had to send Maximo to the medical tent just for an assessment of his blood pressure and his heart rate. That was quite an incredible contest on many levels.
Good delivery there from Kingma. Yeah, I mean, but once again, Spain just demonstrating just how brutal they are in run chasing.
Oh, they know how to win these T10 contests better than just about any other team in this tournament. You know, as soon as it starts to get down to the tight contests on finals day, that they will win more often than not. And if I was these two teams, I would be very keen to get a win here in this qualifier 1 game, because the rampaging Spanish lineup are starting to fire.
Chance, through the hands off the fielder. Now that was hit hard. Michael Levitt was in the firing line. It goes straight through his fingers and it goes to the boundary for 4. It just goes to show how hard this was hit, but it's a chance, and at this level, you got to take them.
Yeah, you certainly have, Rico, particularly when it's one of the most damaging players in the tournament in the form of Dan Lincoln that has given you that chance. Just the way Levitt moved through, I wonder if it just swung at the last moment, because he really should have been in position to take that catch.
This one catches, I think, a bit of the pad on the way through. They have a shy. That's well backed up, and that's one thing that you'll notice from both these two teams. They'll be very sharp in the field. They'll always be having a shy. There's always backing up. It's something that they practice all the time. And the King making a change to the field straight away as the batters rotates. And Lincoln gets a chance, doesn't he? Being dropped on 0, moves to 4.
Tell you what, Kingma's probably pretty lucky that he wasn't pumped to the boundary on that occasion. Lincoln's so strong on the leg side.
And this one is soft hands. There's a dive from the fielder to try and stop it, but he's not able to. That's Rasul going down. But it's 4 more, and Kingma at the moment probably walking back to his mark thinking, is it going to be one of those days? So Levitt puts the catch down. That would have removed the dangerous Lincoln on 0. And then that one goes through the efforts of Rasul. 4 more.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Kingma. Finding that line just outside off stump. A little bit of movement. I think just having a look at the chat, Regan 777 saying that Young should be the superstar today. I don't think we've quite seen the best of him in this tournament, but talented player.
Well bowled again from Kingma. Good areas, getting the ball nice and full. He's going to be a little bit unlucky. Of course, he should have had a wicket. He hasn't got one to his name, but he keeps it nice and tidy. 11 without loss off the first.
Yep, good start for the Dutch there. Vivian Kingma may not have had the wicket, but he's kept it relatively tight. You don't want this England batting lineup to get momentum. A quick look at how we roll through the rest of this schedule. So obviously we have England 11 versus the Netherlands 11 now. The qualifier 2 game, which Spain has made their way into, coming up at 1500 GMT, 1700 Central European time, and then 2030 Indian summer time. That will be a massive contest. But first and foremost, these two, the winner progressing to the final of ECC 23 later on tonight. The loser will have to back up and effectively win not only 2 games on the trot, but playing 3 games in succession, which is no easy play, Rico.
Yeah, not at all. Alan Bass gets respected there. I thought it was there for perhaps a more aggressive shot on the leg side, but just checks his shot there and does Lincoln for the moment.
So you've probably got definitely the 4 best bowling attacks have ended up here on finals day, Rico, and as we often say when it gets into later stages, it tends to be the better bowling sides that rise to the top. Might see the scores sort of more around the 130-140 region.
Swings hard at this, but it's in the air. It's an opportunity, and it will be a wicket. And Lincoln will go. It's a bit of a false shot, really. It's quite wide. I think this might even have been called a wide if he doesn't play at it. Swings hard, gets the toe end of the bat, and the catch is being taken, and the dangerous down Lincoln does go. So Levitt Well, you can see there he's got a big smile on his face because he put him down on 0.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. It's a good bit of bowling from Allenbus, though. If there's anything we know about Dan Lincoln, the more you can force him to play on the offside, the greater chances of success you have as a bowling and fielding unit. That's precisely what Allenbus has done. Slightly short of a length, but it was the change up and a little bit of hold up in the pitch. Lincoln gone for 4 off 4. Big first wicket for the Dutch. England 12 for 1.
Clayton Floyd was not going to put that one down, was he? So they get their breakthrough. And England, well, they did play about with their batting order slightly yesterday against the Irish when they lost to them. But Hindley comes right back up the top of the order. Very powerful left-hander. And he's made some very good scores in this championship so far. But that's a good wicket to get. Dan Lincoln, that was past 350 runs in this championship. They send him back early.
Certainly have. Allenbus, he's gotten better and better as this week's gone on. I like him particularly as an option in the later overs as well.
And goes first ball. So Hindley finds the hands of Sebastian Pratt. And just like that, Allenbus has taken 2 in 2. And he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, sensational stuff from Allenbus. Hindley goes hard at his first ball. It was another off-speed delivery. It's pretty much the Allenbus method. Once again, a little bit short of a length too. Hindley's tried to pump him over the offside, didn't make great contact, and a fairly simple catch in the end for Sebastian Pratt. And this is a fantastic start for the Dutch. England, 12 for 2.
Yeah, they remove the dangerous Hindley, and he has to make a sad and lonely walk up the famous Cardamom steps, and he knows that Golden Derrick will be right behind him. And remember, if you're at the ground, you can get some of those derricks from the merchandising tent. And remember, all the proceeds go to share the meal.
Are these the ones that are called? Are they called Rico, or you've autographed them?
I've signed them. They're the special Rico ducks. There's only 36 in total. So yeah, come on, get down there and get some of those ducks, and also make a contribution to share the meal. Allenbus on a hat-trick. Slower delivery, and it's been crunched, and it's going to be 4. That's unlucky from Sikandar Zulfikar, who's out there. It's a tricky one to deal with because it's one of those which is, I mean, you're not getting your hands to it. It's sort of about ankle length. He does really well to get something on this, but he can't stop it going to the boundary.
Yeah, not shockingly different than the 2 balls that he took wickets off, except for the fact that this one drifted onto more middle and leg. So Scott played a conventional shot square of the wicket. As you said, Rico, really tough one for Zulfikar to take. It was hit hard and almost came at half volley level.
2 men on the leg side boundary now here to David Scott. This is whipped away. But one of those men, it's Musso out there, makes a stop. Wouldn't he love to find his form with the bat?
Yeah, they could do with some runs coming from him. The top of the order. Let's see if he's going to take the opening spot today. He's listed about number 6, so particularly the former Kloppenberg's been very good at the top for them recently.
Pitch out of no, and that's a good call because Levitt is there pretty quickly. What a great over that is, and that puts the Netherlands firmly in the driving seat here at the moment. England are 17 for 2 after 2.
Have a look at the standings table. So at the end of the group stage, it was these 2 teams who ended up on top, although equal points with Spain, but they finished in the top 2, courtesy of a much stronger net run rate, in particular the English, plus 4.2. A couple of big wins for them across the tournament, but they are under some substantial pressure here for the Dutch. So 2 of their better batters already back in the pavilion, only 17 runs off the board, and they face up a fired Vivian Kingma for the 3rd over.
Beautiful, Vivi!
I like Kingma's method here, Rico. He's obviously a man who has played a lot of international cricket for the Netherlands, bowls at good pace, but he really doesn't try to do too much other than just hit the ball hard and on a good length, trying to fire it up at the top of off stump, occasionally puts in the bouncer, and he keeps it simple. He's very effective in these T10 games.
Yeah, and he's a player that has played a lot of high-level cricket, And he turns up and turns it on for the big occasion. That's what he's looking to do here. Focused, 100% concentration. And gets that one in quick into the body of the batter.
Great vision actually there as he's running in, Rico. You can see he's holding it cross seam, even though we're only in the third over, so he's not trying to swing the ball sideways, just really trying to hit it hard. And if he lands it on that seam and gets a little bit of pop off the pitch, it's good. If it doesn't, it can skid through off the normal surface. He's thinking his way through here. Young at 7 off 6. It's a very flashy boundary that got him off the mark. Another one, decent length, tries to accelerate, but the extra bounce and the pace of Kingma, that's his line, that's his length, and even though you know what is coming, it's exceptionally difficult to get him away.
Yeah, Kingma. Slow walk back to his mark.
I say methodical.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at him there. Deep in concentration. Vivian, it's good to see him back and looking pretty fit. We've seen him here sometimes at the Cardiff Oval where he hasn't been 100%. Oh, look at that. Look at the carry through on that delivery. That is quick. But he is struggling here, Vivian, with something. I mean, when he was walking back there, it was almost like his chest tissue maybe having a few, maybe breathing. You can see here, there definitely is something. Well, Sebastian doesn't seem too concerned, does he, with a smile on his face?
I'd love to see how much pace he generates if he's at full fitness, because that has smoked its way off the deck. That delivery had a fair bit of spice. 2 balls left for the big paceman.
Well, maybe he had too much spice last night. Sebastian Brown, when did he have his dinner? As this one's up in the air, it'll just be a single. So maybe not affecting his bowling though, is he? He's bowled beautifully.
Good ball from Kingma. Saw Young trying to shift his weight to the leg side instead of keeping it on his off-stump line. Drilled it into his chest, cramped him for room. It's excellent pace bowling. It's been a sensational pair of overs to start.
And gets his man. And Kingma finishes with a wicket. Well, I don't know. He's feeling a little bit of discomfort. You can see that. And he's certainly a bit of masala out there in the middle as well. He says, come and hurry up. I need something. What's in there? What can I have? Well, at the moment, he's going to have a sip of water. But he has sent another batter back. It is the end of Scott. And Scott just never looked comfortable against Kingma. Kingma bowling with some pace, and he gets another. Scott will go for 6 or 4 deliveries.
Yeah, it's the end of the over, and great start in the power play from the Netherlands. England, 19 for 3. Sensational fast bowling, wasn't it, Rico? It's the second time in a row that he saw one of the English batters hedging to the leg side. Really drilled it at their chest. Scott probably put under pressure by his partner somewhat. Sam Young chewed up 9 balls in the power play and only scored 8 runs. So if you're the Dutch, you couldn't ask for a much better start than that. You've got 3 of the big hitters from the England lineup already back in the pavilion. They've got no shortage of batting still to come. Thomas Bevan, Andy Rishton still there. They've got some firepower, but at the moment, the Dutch right on top. Now a bit of spin.
Uppish. Well, 1 bounce. Goes to the fielder. Yeah, I mean, they have got plenty of batting, but the thing is also is the rate that they're going at is pretty slow. So we know, and we've seen, especially here, Championship Week, you need to get big scores on the board because 140s are just not enough these days.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting to see the composition of the Dutch side today. They've left out Mies van Vliet. They seem to be almost pairing him. Either he or Kingma will play. I've got to admit, tell you what, an opening bowling attack with those 2 firing bullets down at you would be a fairly intimidating thing. Be interesting to see if they change that up at all as we go through finals day.
Yeah, it's a great start though, isn't it? And Floyd, he's bowled marvellously well. And, well, that one's a full toss. Well, just when I say he's bowled marvellously well, he comes out with a Gundy ball. And that gets punished, and they needed that. It's the first Maximo off the innings, and it comes courtesy of a full toss, and it gets crunched
Yeah, this one probably just dropping down below waist high for the no ball. Certainly for a left arm orthodox spinner, you don't want to be giving away a free hit from a full toss after you've already been spanked for a Maximo.
That's a delightful hit as well. So starting to get things motoring here. Sam Young, he's got a good partner out there with him as well, Thomas Bevan. And he's still got the likes of Cameron Hemp, who batted really well yesterday as well. So they've got some good players still to come. Hemp, of course, made a half century yesterday in the loss to Ireland. So can they keep the pressure on here? And Floyd, they're taking a liking to him so far.
Maybe needs to give this ball a little bit of air. Yeah, I like the change. It may have been a wide, but just slowing it down for a moment. Young, he probably got a little bit tentative in that previous ball because he'd been hit for the Maximo off the full toss and just bowled a nothing delivery up into the hitting zone.
Oh, it's another full toss, and this is another one that they're going to have a look at. It's 6 for now. They're quite happy that it is dipping, but it's a Gundy ball, and it gets absolutely clobbered by Young. Boom! Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, indeed. That's an awful delivery from a left-arm orthodox spinner. His controller's got to be better than that. We'll have a look to see the umpire's call, whether it was... Did look like it was creeping above waist high. He played a fair bit in front of his body. It has been sent packing, and the pressure is going back onto Clayton Floyd.
Needed this over, didn't they? Needed these few hits. I mean, still 2 balls to go in it. 14 have come from it. They're trying to find that ball. Hey, what a difference in the weather, because I think when you joined me here last night, it was like walking into a shower.
Well, I joined you here last night, Rico. We almost needed a rowboat to get outside of the commentary box. Notice you were fairly quick to depart the back door of the commentary box.
I was already soaked by the time you got here, because I know you had to row here. And by the time I got onto the bus, I was absolutely drenched. I was. So I think we're just waiting for... They're saying, can we just get another ball out there? I think they might do so. Here it comes. So we'll leave the ball boys to find that one. Yeah, it came down.
It is a free hit for this ball too, Rico. So big pressure back onto Clayton Floyd.
Okay, so that was the 7 up then. And this is another one as well. Well, it goes for 6. You might as well call it 12 because it goes a long way. It ends up halfway at the top of the hill. And this is exactly what England needed, wasn't it? When they lost those 3 wickets, they were 19 for 3 in the power play. But now the heat is on.
Gorgeous swing of the bat from Sam Young. He's 8 off 9. He's now transformed that to 33 off 14.
Ah, shot. Que guay, que genial, que grandísimo eso es. 6 más. And that brings up the 50. And England, just like that, are 53 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, well, that over has gone supersonic, 34 coming from it, and after a magnificent start in the power play, well, Vivian Kingma was keeling over with stomach strain early on. He's probably keeled over at the side of that total, going up rapidly as Floyd was smacked for a succession of maximos, and look at the way that run rate graph has climbed.
Well, that looks like the Sierra de Cartama that we see when we're standing here. There you go, Sierra de Cartama in the background. That was what that chart looked like there for a moment. 34 off that over, quite incredible. Single, 6 wide, 7 up, which was a no ball 6, and then a 6 and 6 to finish. So Bright now comes in to try and see if he can slow things down here, but it's all Young at the moment. Bevan on strike, and she says no. There's Young, as you can imagine, pretty keen to get back on strike.
Yeah, indeed. He's pretty disciplined at the start of his innings, Bevan. As good a hitter as he is, he will often give himself 2 or 3 balls to just get his eye in. He knows he can always catch up because he's such a strong hitter, particularly straight down the ground. Good battle, this.
And, well, he misses out on this one. He's a little bit disappointed, Bevan, because he feels he should have got that one away, but it's a dot ball. Sebastian Bright just probably losing his footing there for a moment.
A little bit. Tell you what, that's a tight call, trying to roll his fingers over the top with a little leg cutter. Bright managing to just sneak it inside. Looks like he's desperately trying to stay away from that front foot area of Thomas Bevan.
Goes down the leg side. Bevan just, I think, quite happy at the moment, like you say. Rhino quite happy just to get the single, hand the strike over to Young.
Brat's been good in the middle and later overs for the Netherlands this tournament, hasn't he? It's not particularly complicated action that he's got, but he's so consistent in his delivery pattern. It's very hard to pick the changes of pace.
Nicely played again, another single. And yes, this one is fielded by Musa. I have to compliment you on your Peacock Friday shirt. I think it looks absolutely stunning, and I'm loving the look of this. And maybe you get a chance to have a look at it. Well, viewers, you can have a look at this in when we come on Comms Cam in a moment. Oh, great choice, splendid you look, I have to say.
Oh, Rico, we've just got it. This is a great segue to actually talk about the fact that, thank you for your compliment to begin with, but a number of the fans today have actually come out in Peacock Friday. Got a photo with a few earlier, and Dave B with his immensely floral outfit. So that one's just through for a single. So Dave B's come in full floral get-up today. If you're lucky enough, you might spot him bare-chested as the folks walk up and down the players' stairs. And there's a few others in the fan zone who have done exactly the same thing. It's quite a sight.
Wonderful bit of cricket there. Well bowled, well played, well fielded. That's what you expect. High standards from these two European giants. Battling it out to see who is going to put their place in the final later. 56 for 3 balls to go here from Brat. It's been a good over, but this one is coming our way. And right into the box. That is 6 carreras. And when I say coming my way, I'm not joking. And you'll have a good look at this on the Comms Cam. Have a look. Yeah, I'm not baking my fingers on this one. This one was absolute. Watch this. I said it's coming our way. Bang. Thank you very much. Well, it was raining cats and dogs in here last night. Now it's raining grizzlies. Welcome to the box.
That was your catch, Rico.
That was motoring.
Called it straight
that
away.
was motoring. I'm not getting my hands onto that. Let it go. In fact, if the door was open, it would have come in and gone out at the top of the hill, that one.
Great shot. I've been waiting all week for something to actually come straight into the commentary box, and it's finally happened. So we've got a ball in the box. Still haven't had a golden ball, but I'm sure there will be plenty more action to come today. Isn't this game really tightly poised? We had a fantastic first contest in the Eliminator today. This qualifier 1, power play belonged to the Netherlands, but the English have got themselves back, and as long as Bevan is there, they can still put a mighty total on the board.
Yeah, I think this is a huge partnership, isn't it? Bevan, you just mentioned, just smashing that one. Brilliant shot. But Young is there as well. Young, well, thanks to Clayton Floyd, that over, they went for 34. England are right where they want to be at the moment. This is that shirt. Doesn't it look marvellous? Come on, show the people that shirt. And I have to say, a lot of people, especially in the fan zone, are wearing their Peacock Friday shirts. So well done to all of you. And also, well, what about our dream team here, Spring Productions? There's a few Peacock Friday shirts there as well. So everybody looking very hunky-dory.
I think the Spring Productions team, they have really gotten on board with Peacock Friday. I just want to turn it back to you, Rico. That's a magnificent vest on today. It's very adept for finals day. A few little gold ornaments. Can you take me through that one before we get to the next? I just thought,
I know it's a special day. It is finals day, so a bit of bling. Why not, indeed? And that's why I was keen to get out of the way of that ball. I didn't want to make any damage. Now, if you're thinking I wanted to catch that, have a look at what he's done to the door here. I'm not catching that. As Vinny Sandu would say, make sure the equipment is safe. I knew the equipment was safe. I'll leave it to the door. Look at the height of that. How are you supposed to catch that one there? Would it be about here? Nah, leaving that alone. Well, nobody's catching this one either. That will go all the way. Bolle. Brakina sona. Shaka Lugia, and that is 50 to Sam Young. That 50 has come up in 18 deliveries, and all of a sudden it's almost like somebody's given him a couple of alu porontas and he's decided, right, it's time to go big, and he's blasting it all over the place.
It certainly is. He started slowly, but he's taken 44 off his last 9 deliveries, so it has been some form of acceleration from the young man.
Better delivery from Arnav Jain, who, of course, we've seen him take a hat-trick. He also took 3 wickets yesterday in 1 over. So he's been in the wickets. He's looking the business as well. There was no need for those shades yesterday, but I suppose there's a bit of sunshine here today.
Might have needed windscreen wipers yesterday.
Up in the air, and is this got the legs? Yes, only just. Well, it's a matter of millimetres sometimes, and that was just over Clayton.
I dare say that Thomas Bevan's heart would have been in his mouth there for a moment. Take a big swipe at a wide ball from the spinner that only just crept over. An excellent effort from Clayton Floyd down there on the boundary. This game is really, really interesting now, Rico. 76 for 3, as that one's just jammed out. So now 5.4 overs gone. It could really swing either way, couldn't it? If these two keep up at this rate, and particularly Young, England could put a hefty total on the board. Dutch need a wicket just to decelerate this partnership.
I was asking the question. Well, Jane likes it. Sullivan Saeed says no. And I'm probably drifting down leg, I'm guessing.
I think Jane might have needed 5th stump there to get that LB call in his favour.
And yeah, look, it's moving and spinning away. It's going to miss the leg stick. He wants it. He likes it. It's a great appeal, isn't it? But Sullivan says, no, not out. End of the over. And 76 for 3 at the end of 6.
Could argue that Arnav Jain was celebrating that ball not getting smacked to the boundary because he had drifted onto leg stump. Thomas Bevan is usually pretty good. He gets a loose delivery as it is. He's sitting 10 off 9, so he's got some room to move in terms of bringing his strike rate up. His partner, Sam Young, he is going at rapid speed. Second half of his innings, Zulfikar on to take the 7th over.
Well bowled, good full delivery, and that's the length. The thing is, though, if you get it slightly wrong, especially against the talented Young, it will get blasted away. But on this occasion, just a single. So Bevan on strike.
You know I'm a man who loves a low fall toss, Rico. Underutilised weapon in the bowler's armoury. It's T10 format.
Pretty wide. Will it get called? No, by the umpire.
I think it's a good call, actually. Ball stayed pretty dead straight. I think it's just crept inside that wide line.
Yeah, just. Good areas, good delivery. Good call from you. Well watched by you. Maybe you should be here. You would have maybe caught that one. Would you have caught that one? What do you reckon?
What, on your side?
That one.
I think I might have waved it through as well, Rico. Given the
at
dent
look at
the commentary box door has.
Oh. I'm happy I saw it, and I see this one as well. That is sailed big over the extra cover boundary. What a strike this is. This is a biggie. Sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. Say smash.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's the first time that Bevan's really unleashed in this innings. Lovely shot. Your top quality player to play that sort of drive wide of long off. Excellent cricket. So coming back to that ball, I guess the difficulty for us here in the commentary box, Rico, too, is it's not like you're just in an open space. You've got to make the judgment of whether or not the ball is going to hit the roof, whether or not it's going to come through. There's a lot of factors that we have as excuses in this box. But tell you what, the equipment, it just survived the flood last night. I'm not sure it was ready for a grizzly to smack into the back of one of the monitors.
Hit hard, per chance. Musa. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This is top draw. This is quite simply your HCL software play of the day. Incredible, what a catch. This ball has been absolutely drilled by Bevan. It is motoring, probably as hard as it came up into the commentary box earlier. But look at the way Musa takes his catch. He knows he's going to go over the rope, takes it, flicks it back up in the air, comes back inside, completes the catch. Stunning.
Oh, absolutely sensational stuff, Rico. And he did well in the first instance to take the catch because it was absolutely laced out there to mid-wicket, and then to have not only the calmness but the peace of mind to just throw the ball up and get back into the field of play in time. That is top draw fielding and a huge wicket in the context of this game because Bevan had just started to unleash. He goes for 16 off 12, and that was a much needed 4th wicket for the Dutch.
That was outstanding. And you know, when people want to talk about, well, what are the little differences maybe between the big teams and some of the other teams that are coming up really quick, is little things like that, is those sort of standards, is those kind of catches. That was just breathtaking. It's the end of Bevan, 16 of 12. Musa taking one of the catches of the championship so far. And England 83 for 4 as Hemp comes in. He wants to go big, and he's going to find the gap as well. It's going to be 6 runs, so he's not hanging around. Here's the left-hander, Cameron Hemp. And Zulfiqar gets smashed for a boundary. He's gone off now 13 with the ball to go in his spell.
He's a little bit of a different type of striker than the Dutch have bowled to in the rest of this innings. Hemp, that's a very, very typical shot of his. Didn't get an immense piece of it, but enough to carry the boundary.
And now this one is going to be to the other side of that fielder. So Alan Bass gets one that goes to the right, This one goes to the left. It goes for 4. It's cuatro más. And England 93 for 4 at the end of 7.
Yeah, good placement from Hemp, showing that it doesn't always have to be about pure power. Putting the ball in the right spots is as important. Plenty of important cricket coming up too, Rico. Where are you off to next?
I'm going to Croatia. To be travelling there on Sunday. Myself and Vinny, of course, and a few others of the crew. I think 5 of us in total. Be on the way to Croatia. 2 weeks there. Got the European Cricket Series as well as the ECIs. And then, of course, the crew moved to Malta, the Malta Encore. 3 weeks of action for Malta. And some women's cricket there as well. So that's going to be fantastic before we come back to Spain, Barcelona, for some more action. And then, of course, before you know it, there'll be some more women's action in the form of the Euros for the women here in Cardamom. Jane comes back and he's going to get launched. And this time, well, Musa can't do anything about it because that gets moosed to the boundary.
I've got to say, for the Dutch skipper, Sebastian Braat, not sure I would have turned back to Jane at the moment. Feels like the English are feasting on the spin bowlers today. Already had Floyd get pumped in his single over, and Jane was hit on a few occasions. See Braat talking to his bowler there. I'm not sure just looping one onto middle stump is tactically his right play.
He's hitting it so well. Young at the moment moves to 60 of just 21 deliveries. It's quite an incredible strike rate. When you consider the way he started, it was a pretty slow start, but the acceleration has come quick and fast. Oh, wow, this is a chance. I mean, again, it's been hit so hard. In fact, he does so well even to get something on this.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just stuck the hand out, trying to pretend that there's no pain there, but excellent work of his own bowling. Oh, Jesus, it would have been a tight one as he's lofted over the leg side. That's smashed. And Young is playing an absolute belter of an innings here for England.
Yeah, well, maybe the hand was still ringing because it was his bowling hand, and it ends up being a full toss. You can't be bowling there to Young because he's going to smash you, and he does. That's 6 more.
David, I know Braat likes to leave himself for the last over or two, but there's a part of me that feels that maybe he should have come on, tried to take the wicket of one of these two, try to keep this over tight, and then hope that he could use his others to get through the last couple. As it is, Jane's come on. He's been smacked on a couple of occasions. And Young is really in the groove now, 66 off 23.
Yeah, and another ball will have to come out.
Gee, the Grizzlies could be extinct by the time we finish here at European Cricket Championships. There's been so many of them lost over the course of the tournament.
Slower delivery, but it makes no difference. He still gets enough off this. This is still going to go all the way. Manos, arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 más. And, well, Sam Young, at the moment, whatever hits that bat is going all the way. It was slower, it was wider. He wanted a miss-hit, wanted a miscue. There's no miscue there. It still goes to the boundary.
Yeah, I think Jane's executed what he was trying to do there. It's just Young too good.
Now this one is a chance maybe. Sebastian Braat, no. And if he can't get anywhere near it, nobody can. And Dennis is on the old slow-mo camera there. Well, he was running out of the way here because he was in danger.
Yeah, it certainly was. Young just continuing to annihilate the Dutch. Keep in mind he was 8 off 9. He's now 78 off 25. So I know what 70 runs off his last 16 deliveries.
I know what you're thinking. If he gets enough of the strike, it's on, isn't it? Definitely on. Some changes in the field here. As looks like Janie's going to try and maybe fire this one in a little bit quicker outside the off to stop him going on the leg side. Well, it's a Gundy ball, it really is. And that has been smashed, well forget it. That has gone a long, long way. 6 more, what an over that is. It's another supersonic one. That one from Giant goes for 30. Wow, sensational stuff. And England have rocketed to 123 for 4 after 8 overs.
Look at the way that run rate has not just crept up, it is starting to escalate. And they need to keep Young off strike as much as possible. Looks like the skipper has gone to Allenbaas for this 9th over. So Bright will leave himself for the 10th. But they have a big job trying to keep these 2 England batters. Hemp has a strike for the start of this over, so Sam Young will have to cool his heels for a moment. 76 off his last 17 balls.
It's not a good ball, it's down the leg side, and Hemp says, I'll have this, as he clobbers it for 6 more. I get the feeling that the umpire's arms are starting to get a little bit of tired because they're putting them up in the air at the moment, like they just don't care.
Yeah, tactically, I think because Allenbaas bowled so many change-ups in that last over, he might have needed to start with an on-speed ball. You could see how deep Hemp had taken himself into the crease, just sweating on another one of those short of a length, slower balls. He's picked it immediately and he's dispatched him backward of square. Big, big pressure on the men in orange.
Huge now, 130 practically on the board. There's still 11 balls to go in the innings. And that will be a single. And I think for England, he'll take that. 130 up on the board and Sam Young again on strike. So now the captain, Sebastian Brandt, seeing if he can keep Young quiet. 84 he's on, 16 short of what will be a remarkable century. I mean, here in Championship Week, we started with one, didn't we, on day 1. Of course, it was Tim Tector. We've also seen one from Zain Naqvi and also Asa Tribe. And this one is going to be a teaser, but it's going to be taken. And just when you start talking about the 3 magical figures, the wicket comes and Sam Young will go. It's well bowled. It's that slower delivery, isn't it? And Zulfikar makes no mistake.
Allenbaas, he's been a wicket taker for the Dutch. Just managed to get the wicket when they needed it most. It's an unfortunate end of the partnership, probably one that was drifted in outside of leg stump, maybe just got out of his power zone for a moment and just pops it up. Well taken catch on the boundary, and the Dutch will be very happy not only to see the back of Young, but it creates a dot ball and it brings the new batter directly on strike. So it's a win on a couple of fronts. When you get into the final balls of an innings, this can make such a difference. Very generous round of applause for young Sam Young there. 84 off 27, a magnificent innings. Look at all of that hitting. It's almost dead straight on mid-wicket.
What a knock, outstanding. Allenbaas now goes short, and the next batter, well, he's ready for it, and he rocks back and hammers this for a big 6 hit. Of course, here's Rishton that comes out. Now, we all know about this guy. He was the MVP, wasn't he, last year? Hasn't quite found his form with the bat, but with the ball, he's getting better all the time, so watch out for him and his slow Yorkers. But that one, short, he tested him upstairs, and Rishton, well, he is a school teacher, gets an A for that one.
Delivering a lesson to Allenbaas, sweating on that short ball again.
That's going to be a little bit of suerte for Rishton. He's going to get cuatro. Not quite where he meant, but it gets 4 anyway. So England, they're just charging forward here. And I think they're eyeing up a 160 score here, Rhino.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Allenbaas. I like the length that he's pulled out. Bit of good fortune from Rishton. 10 off 2 to get started. Allenbaas figures of 3 for 23. England's supercomputer thinks they're 74% likely winners.
Well bowled, really good delivery. That's nice. Well, Rishton bowls a few of these himself, and he gets one from Allenbaas. Allenbaas I mean, when you have a look at what some of the bowlers have gone for, 3 for 23, very respectable indeed. It is the end of the ninth. It sometimes all happens in the ninth. Well, plenty happened in that one as well. A few big sixes, a wicket as well. And England 140 for 5 at the end of 9.
Well, we've got another cracker on our hands here, Rico. Quick look at the Netherlands bowling figures. Alan Bass leading the way with the wickets, 3 for 23. And this man, Sebastian Braat, the captain, he has so much resting on his shoulders here. This over could be the difference between a towering total for the English and one that is very manageable for the Dutch batting lineup.
It is high up in the air, and it's been called and taken. There's a good catch taken by Clayton Floyd. You saw there that first of all, Sebastian Braat himself was thinking about going there. Then Musa had eyes on it as well. But Clayton Floyd says, it's all mine. And in the end, he takes a pretty sharp catch.
Yeah, he did. Didn't look particularly comfortable under it. Wind is blowing gusty. Have a look at that replay. Hemp, good seed from Braat. Brings out the false shot. Ball just holding up in the pitch. Hemp tries to go leg side, his favourite space of the ground. And in the end, good snare. Well, it was probably made to look a little bit more difficult than it was with the breeze circulating around this ground, but Clayton Floyd completes the catch in the end. Pretty nifty little knock though from Hemp, 17 off 5. A couple of Maximos in there. Good start to this final over though from Braat. As we said, this could be the decisive over in the game, Rico.
Yeah, it could be. As Toby Greatwood comes in to the side. Of course, he's had a few sickness issues. We haven't seen him actually, I don't think, in Championship week at all. So I think England will be happy to have him fit and back in the side. He bowled brilliantly. Remember, in the group final, he took that hat-trick in an incredible bit of bowling. It was that superb 4 for 15, of course, against Switzerland. Trying to get it in the gap, and he will. Valuable runs here as England iron up a 150-plus score.
He's not a bad man to have coming in this situation. Rishton knows how to play this T10 format. Braat hasn't actually missed his length by that much. Ball tailing back in towards the pad. Rishton had to use a lot of bottom hand to drive that out to the boundary. Good contest.
Smacked. Oh, yeah. What a hit. That is out of the middle, and that goes big. Is manos arriba once more from the arbitro. 6 more, and just like that, the 150 on the board.
Well, VIPs were told they'd get close to the action here at Cardimer Oval, getting to see the full face of the power of Andy Rishton.
Slow delivery. They're running hard here, trying to put pressure on Musa. In comes the throw, and no run. Well, 1 run, no 2. Good bit of fielding, but unliking the way that they're putting the pressure on. A ball to go. 152 for 6.
Yeah, good result for the Dutch there. They've kept Rishton off strike for this last ball. They'll much prefer the matchup against Greatwood. Expect another big slower ball outside off stump from Braat.
And it was slower, but it was full, and it's been hit clean out of the middle. Well, Greatwood smashes this for 6, and he runs off the field of play. And maybe he needs to go somewhere. Go, says Rishton. You go. I'm all right. You go sort yourself out. What a hit. 6 runs. And England will finish with 158 for 6.
Greatwood might be an exaggeration, but pretty good wood from the look of that shot. Came off the bat at rapid speed. Fantastic finish for the English. And given the start they had, once again, great fight back through the middle overs. Keep in mind, they were 19 for 3 at the end of the power play. So getting up to a score of 158 for 6 is a really, really special innings, and powered along by Sam Young in particular.
Yeah, we saw that catch go down early on when Dan Lincoln was dropped on 0 by Levitt. The good thing was, though, he wasn't able to make too many, so Levitt was okay about that. A sigh of relief from him as this one was hoiked up into the air. No mistakes, of course, there from Floyd taking the catch. But wickets did fall, and they fell pretty early. Like you said, Rhino, 19 for 3 was a power play score, as that was a first baller for Hindley.
Yeah, Alan Bass, he took 3 wickets throughout the innings, and 2 and 2 balls there with both Lincoln and Hindley going down. That was an excellent start for the Dutch, and then Kingma got the little feather through from Scott, who'd been promoted up the order, and that was the conclusion of an exceptional pair of overs of pace bowling from the Dutch speedster. From then on, it was probably the spin attack which allowed England to get back in the game.
Yeah.
First over from Clayton Floyd. You can handle getting hit down the ground if people are using their feet, but a couple of full tosses and they were punished.
Yeah, you're right. And it was, well, sometimes it's spin to win. But I think spin was the pain, really, for Netherlands, because that over from Floyd went for 34. And then, well, there was one over from Jane that went for 30 as well. And, well, we were almost in some pain as well, as one came flying into the box. And, well, that one's left a mark here for good.
Well, it's a little memento for the commentary box to have a little dent in the back door. Rico Full letting himself down with the fielding, but who could blame him? That ball was coming at a rapid speed. It was also coming off the bowling of Sikandar Zulfikar at rapid speed. He did eventually get the wicket, though. Excellent bit of work in the outfield from Musa Ahmed. Hasn't been at his best in this tournament with the bat, but that was an exquisite bit of fielding. And then Hemp came out and came up with a couple of really good shots over to the leg side. Boundary and a 6 to get him going. And there was still more fireworks to come from Sam Young. He started off very slowly, but his acceleration rate was truly incredible.
Yeah.
It felt like he just didn't do anything other than hit a 4 or a 6 for the latter part of his innings.
Yeah, well, that was Dennis that was in a bit of trouble. Well, there was just that other supersonic over that went for 30. And then Alan Bass came back, and he has bowled well. I think picking up 3 wickets. And this one was a straightforward catch there from Zulfikar, and that was the wicket of Young, just when we thought maybe we were going to see another international century. This one was a really good catch from Clayton, but there was still room for a couple of boundaries as a Rishton. Well, he gets a boundary, and then we saw a Greatwood finishing things off with a big 6. Well, that was another one on the scoreboard. We'll put it up there, bang. Shakka Lagia, and then Greatwood, well, he hits this 6 and he's on his way, and I get the feeling, I know where he had to go. Well, if you got to go, you got to go. Well, at least he hit a 6 and then went about his business. England, 158 for 6. So we're going to see some run chase here. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Sam Young, I think he was absolutely brilliant. What a knock that was from him. 12 sixes and only the 1-4 on his way to 84 off 27. And of course, there was contributions there from Andy Richter late on as well with 21. Here's the bowling figures, and 3 for 23. Oliver Alan Bass bowled really well, but I think it's the spinners there that got taken to the cleaners.
Yeah, Arnav Jain smashed for 44 off his 2 overs, and Clayton didn't even get a second one with his left arm orthodox as he was slaughtered all over the ground. Not one of his best overs. So in the end, England fight back tremendously well. 158 for 6, and Sam Young, the hero with the bat. Andy Rishton, very important cameo towards the end as well. So the Dutch have got a heavy task in front of them, but they have some excellent batters in that lineup. They'll need a few of them to fire if they're to get 159 runs required to progress through to the European Cricket Championship final for 2023 later on tonight. Should be a compelling run chase. It's Andrew Ryan here with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. Please come and join us in a couple of minutes' time for the second innings.
Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to what promises to be quite an exciting innings from the Netherlands. They've got to go big here, don't they? Because they're chasing 159. And that is the score that will see them get and book their place into the final. Oh, Piers Fletcher seems pretty confident there in the camp of the Netherlands. Sam Young, 84-27, and then a late flurry there from the likes of Hemp and Richton, who scored 21 of 6, get England to that score. Here's the first ball, and it's going to be bowled by Rich Edwards. And it's up in the air, and it's a chance straight away, and it will be taken. It's going to be a golden duck for the young Kloppenberg. He tries to go big in the power play. That's what he's there to do. And we know what he can do when he gets it right. He was sensational yesterday, 68 of 21 against Jersey in this role, but it doesn't work for him this time around. Edwards takes a wicket, and that's the end of Kloppenberg. Rico Full here, and alongside me, it is Andrew Ryan.
Rich Edwards showing the value of swing in the early overs. Kloppenberg probably in position to hit that shot until it moved away from him late in the piece. Fortunately for him, only found the bottom of the bat, and that's a wonderful start for the English. Let's bring one of their most accomplished to the crease. Nonetheless, though, they would have loved to see Kloppenberg go out there and get them started, particularly to get this run rate a little bit under control. But in the end, that's a wicket first ball, so huge scalp for Edwards. He's been so good for this English attack. And Shiraz Rasool coming out at number 3.
Rasool, I've liked his performances. Let's see how he goes. Obviously there's another one. It could be 2 and 2, and it will be 2 and 2 because it's a sensational take from Andy Richton. What a great catch. What a moment. Well, Rasool goes first ball as well, and from nowhere, Rich Edwards is on a hat-trick, but all the delight and all the joy is about this catch. What a catch this is, and well, this one could be for Frederica Constant, Live Your Passion Player of the Day. What a catch this is. I mean, we only see the end of that. I wonder if we can see all of it with all the cameras on Richard. Watch this. Oh, yeah. What a grab.
A great call, Rico Full, and great grab from Andy Richton. He actually moved pretty calmly to that ball at the first instance, and then it just felt like it was getting away from him. And in the end, has had to put in a massive dive, kept his balance and taking a stunning catch. So the Dutch have lost 2 wickets, still not a run on the board.
Well, what a start this is. And well, Richton, well, he'll have all the school kids back in his school in the UK jumping up and down and saying, yep, go sir, what a start from him, what a start from Edwards, what a start for England, and now a chance for a hat-trick. You see that Jane from the Netherlands, the last man to do it, did it over 2 overs. Edwards, hat-trick ball. And it's going to be called a wide as Levitt. He's drawn to play at this, but there's that movement again.
Late movement as well, Rico. Look at that, just starting to swing at a decent pace. Levitt pushed across at it. The Dutch have to, irrespective of whether or not it's a hat-trick ball or not. Ultimately, no one cares. They have a big run rate to try to catch up to.
First runs on the board, courtesy of a wide. Oh, this one, he just plays far too early, doesn't he? Michael Levitt.
This is top draw bowling from Rich Edwards. Been so consistent taking the new ball for the English. A bit like Kingma away in terms of he's not really trying to do anything extravagant with the ball, just relies on hitting a good length, bowling at decent pace, getting some bounce, bit of late swing. It's a recipe for success.
It's an edge and doesn't quite carry. Does really well, Haddo, to get there. I think when we see this again, the ball probably just bouncing before him.
Good effort at the catch. You can see why it all went wrong for Levitt. Front foot going out to mid-wicket. Bat plane was all wrong. Takes the outside edge. Very fortunate for him that he's still at the crease. And poor old Verhagen, who's been standing at the non-strikers end, has already lost 2 partners, almost lost a third.
Just quite happy just to drop the bat on this and get off the marker, get a run on the board. Blistering start really from Edwards. He's bowled well, he's bowled with pace, he's got the movement. And, glorious sunshine is back again here on the Costa del Sol. Here in the province of Andalusia, we are at, of course, 17 kilometres away from Malaga, at the Cartama Oval, the field of dreams for the European cricketers. And this is a genuine leave. It's the end of the over. It's, well, we're going to call this nowadays a tragic over, because it is, because there's only 3 runs from it, and it is 3 for 2 at the end of the first for the Netherlands.
What an alpha move from Levitt, though. Just shouldering arms at a ball in a T10 game. Really, really good stuff to see. Another thing we'd like to see, golden ball, 110 games since the last one. It's just ridiculous, Rico, how long we have been made to wait. But interesting from today, from the 4 innings that we've had played, the power plays really have belonged to the bowling side, aside from when Babar managed to get away from the Irish bowlers in that last game. It's been the opening bowlers who have really dominated the first 3.
Sturgis, he's got better and better. He's played. Yesterday we saw him go down. He slipped when he was getting set to bowl his second over. And after that, we didn't see him with the ball again. So it's good to see that it was no long-term injury. He did go down quite heavily, spraining that ankle of his. But he seems fit here. Wants to get a good spell in.
Just learning some lines in between balls. Good to see. I like that. I mean, that is a sign of how much T10 cricket is developing, isn't it? Opening bowler going back and reading some notes so he gets his match-up tactics right. But the way Levitt played that opening ball from Edwards, find the channel outside off stump, swing it away from him.
Well, or you could do that and bang it in short. And that'll be probably one for the over. But there's a, well, a bit of zip about that one as he goes upstairs.
Good bit of pace. Sort of ambles to the crease a little bit, Sturgis. Levitt got down quickly to avoid that one cracking into his helmet. But really strong upper body. At least it's a ball with pace.
Oh, well, if you want pace, how about that? Because that has been blasted for a huge 6. So Michael Levitt, well, when he hits it, it stays hit.
Well, whatever the notes said, I suspect that drifting onto leg stump against Levitt was not the play. See, almost every ball, that front leg is really being cleared out of the way. Put it in that zone, he can handle it and smash it. Sturgis really, really should be trying. Foot outside off stump, a little bit short of a length.
Tries to go with the slower one, but he gives too much width to the batter and he gets played away. Well, there's Ashwin. Well, we saw enough of Ashwin playing for Switzerland. And of course, he knows all about playing the English. They did beat him once, you know, in Switzerland, but Ashwin takes the catch and in the VIP zone as well. Maybe he saves the band there.
Indeed. Side I've seen at Cossonay Cricket Club a lot over the last couple of years. Ashwin Vinod taking catches, hopefully inside the boundary for us most of the time.
This one's in the gap and there's going to be 4 more. So very similarly to the way that England kick-started their innings, we're seeing that Levitt doing the same. So maybe he's going to he's going to do the same sort of thing that we saw Sam Young do for England.
To be honest, though, Rico, poor last 3 balls from Sturgis. One fired in at leg stump. The next one, slower ball that was way over pitched and was a full toss. That one a little bit just short of a length. Too easy for Levitt to pull. He's got no protection there at deep square.
Could come back. I mean, that's where you were calling for. That's where you got to be. He's got to be outside the off, a little bit of movement away. That's what Levitt doesn't like. It is the end of the second over, and Netherlands much better from them as they are now 20 for 2 at the end of 2.
Come in, boys, come in. Huh?
Opportunity to have a look at the league table. So we've concluded the group stage yesterday evening, and the 2 combatants in this game, the England 11 and the Netherlands 11, finished top of the table, both at 4 and 2. Spain finished 3rd, so I guess on form, them progressing to qualifier 2 is in line with that, but it's a tough battle over a very, very good Ireland 11 earlier today. And so the winner of this game will progress straight through to tonight's final. The loser will have to play against the Spanish boys.
Hagen once again quite happy just to push this one out onto the onside and take the single. I mean, with the rate required at over 17, at some point he's going to have to start playing a few shots in aggression as well. For the moment, he just seems to be quite content to let Levitt do the hitting.
Certainly hope this is the calm before the storm of Hagen. I know he's probably a little bit traumatised by seeing a couple of wickets go down in that first over, but needs to get aggressive.
This could be out, you know. I reckon this is bat onto the pad and taken, and well, the batter now starts to walk. I didn't see the umpire, the bowlers, then actually giving it out, but I'm not sure when and who's giving him these marching orders or whether he knows himself he's got to go. But yeah, this is out. He hits it into his pad. The catch is taken. Watch this. And that's great bit of work there from Edwards. So Edwards takes his 3rd.
Oh, fantastic catch from Edwards, and haven't the English been wonderful in the field so far today? Not easy as a pace bowl. And look at the way he's got that in the split fingers at the end of the digits and then almost readjusted while he was still in mid-flight. Fantastic work from the big paceman, and Levitt goes for 17 off 9. And this crazy day of cricket continues. The Dutch, 3 wickets down, only 21 runs on the board. And boy, do they need this man to step up. Musa Ahmed, and he is due for a big one.
He is due for a big one. They've dropped him down the order a couple to see if that would suit him. And he starts with 6 runs. And this is what they need for Musa Ahmed. We know what he can do. He's played some glorious knocks here at the Cardamom Oval in the past. And maybe today is his day, because remember, he did take a fantastic catch earlier.
It wasn't the worst ball at the end of the day from Edwards. Speared in probably just a little bit shorter than he wanted, not quite up in the Yorker space, but Ahmed plays a very good shot.
And this one has been crunched. Don't bowl there to the left-hander, because you're going to get walloped. Watch out there in the fan zone, because that's coming your way. Well, that was in the zone of Purple Pepper, our catering partner. Well, the Grizzly may be a little bit hungry.
Well, the Dutch ladies have been turning heads occasionally in the hospitality tent this week. They were turning their necks to try to keep up with the flight of that one. It was zacked by Ahmed.
Well, misses out on this one. It could come back there from Edwards. Better areas to the left-hander.
Certainly was. Much better areas than that previous ball. Off-speed delivery that was short of a length. Absolute gift for Ahmed. I suspect he'll go with that same line for this last ball. Really try to push it across the left-hander.
And not the right place at all. He loves it there, does Musa. And you've got to know this guy, and I'm sure England know him pretty well. If you bowl in these areas to him, he will punish you. And Rich Edwards, well, he finishes the over badly. And his spell was looking pretty good. Look, still, he has taken 3 wickets. and he took a fantastic caught and bowled in that one as well, but he just lets himself down to the left-hander, and the Netherlands, well, they make the most of it. Well, Musa does anyway, 39 for 3.
Well, it's a pretty good spell from Edwards until he met the flashing blade. Musa Ahmed has gone Maximo, Maximo, Maximo to start his innings. The Dutch still in a better place than the English were after their power play, largely from just those last balls of Edwards over. Musa has come to play today. It's either a failure of strategy or execution on that last delivery. Can't imagine that a short of a length ball on his hip was really what Edwards was trying to deliver. Now we've got the man who had some runs at the end of the innings, Toby Greenwood.
I know where you're coming from. In comes Toby. And he also is going to stray onto the pads of the left-hander. But this time it's Verhagen who decides, well, after plotting a couple for 2 singles, that ball number 3 has to go the distance. And it does.
Well, he's clearly listening to the commentary box call for him to get a little bit more aggressive. That was a wonderful cricket shot, clipped off his pads and very, very well timed.
Greatwood once again to Verhagen. And better areas, but still 4 runs. He finds the gap. It's almost that a straight bat pull shot. So 4 more, 6 and 4. Hungry for more is what we say on the network. And Verhagen, well, he's woken up and he's playing some shots now.
I still haven't had my lunch after these first 2 games, Rico. I wish you hadn't have said that, but excellent shot from Verhagen. Shows that placement is still a key part of T10 batting. It's not a big gap between the fielder at what is really cow corner and long on down there to the left-handed batter.
This one probably will be a wide, yeah, called by the umpire at square. It's too short, and Nilkesh communicating well with Suleiman Saeed, so wide called, and also you can see that Toby Greatwood being told, and that's your one for the over as well.
Don't mind it from Greenwood though. Just been hit for consecutive boundaries. Give the batsman something to think about.
Oh, wow. It's high. And he's going to go for 6. And this is probably, I don't know, look at this again. This has got to be wind assisted, I think, because for a moment it looked like it was going to be a catch taken by Hemp. He's getting in line, and the next thing you know, it's sailed over his head.
Oh, it's a pretty good ball from Greenwood, to be fair to him. Look, you can see the way this has moved. The fielder actually came about 3 or 4 steps inside the boundary to begin with, and then it eventually carried him by probably only just over a metre. The ball hung in the air for an awful long time. It was actually a good ball from Greatwood. Just jumped off the deck a little bit, got him hitting upwards instead of straight and flat.
Under attack though is Toby. This one just gets dragged out onto the onside. It'll be an easy stop there this time from Hindley. I mean, the last time we saw Toby was in the group final. He bowled sensationally well. Picked up 4 for 15 in the night match. And of course it was against Switzerland in that final.
I wish he had a bowled a little bit poorer, to be honest, Rico. Might have had the Swiss boys into finals week.
Shot. Oh, yeah. That is juicy, isn't it? That is right up there as shot of the day. Shot of Andalusia, this. What a strike. What a blast.
Ball just cannons off his bat, doesn't it, Rico? Ooh. Tactically, not the worst delivery from Toby Greatwood, but Musa has just got the back foot across, and it has absolutely rocketed off his blade. This feels like what we've been missing out from this young chap. He's such a good cricketer.
Edge, and this time he gets lucky. Ay, suerte, 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 ay, for Musa. But he'll get 4, and that over will go for 28. And Netherlands, they're fighting back here. As well, they're chipping away at that rate as well. It is the end of the 4th over, 67 for 3.
Give some credit to the bowler, Rico. There was actually a pretty good last 4 deliveries from Greatwood. Unfortunately for him, one just skated over the top of the boundary, and then that last one flying outside edge. The Dutch somehow, after an awful start, managed to accelerate in the last couple of overs and get themselves just above the required run rate. So 67 for 3. Certain that their fan base is feeling a little bit more calm than they were, but this man coming up to the bowling crease now, Andy Rishton, he is an absolute gun in these middle overs, and this could be the decisive pair of overs, particularly if he can pick up Ahmed's wicket.
It could be. The only thing is, how will he bowl to the left-handers? We know what he does when he's bowling to right-handers. And this is in the slot where the lefties like it. Now, this is why I was interested to see this, Rhino, because when he's bowling to the right-hander, he's got the knack of bowling that Yorker, whether it's the slower delivery or his normal pace, and he's just inside that sort of wide line outside the off stump to the right-hander. Can he do it to the lefty? And you can see there that he strays a little bit on the pads and he gets punished.
One thing I wouldn't be doing is drifting onto Verhagen's pads, and he's certainly shown where his power is so far. If I was Richard, I'd even contemplate actually coming around the wicket, trying to start the ball wide of off stump, see if I can just get it to tail in, back in towards the pegs. Much better ball.
Yeah, much better. Nice, full Yorker length.
He lands those Yorkers almost better than anyone else that we've seen at Kardama.
Yeah.
Really impressive bowler. Tactically very aware in these T10 games. Huge battle here. Rishton versus Ahmed.
Oh, could have quite easily knocked his back onto his own stumps.
Heard the calls there. Well bowled Rish certainly was. Rolled the fingers over. That was the quick off spinner underneath edge. Ahmed lucky to still be there.
And remember, we are watching here what was the final last year under lights. England taking on Netherlands. England put 99 on the board. Netherlands victorious. And player of the match was Saqib Zulfikar. And Boris Gawley played a good knock as well, 32. As this one is another one that gets blasted away. 6 more. Manos arriba, beat through as he strays once again on an area where you can't beat to these lefties. They're very strong and powerful there. And look at this one. It's just like a short arm jab, but still goes to the boundary.
Such a clean strike off Ahmed's bat. And this is why I think Rishton should think about coming around the wicket. While he's bowling over the wicket, obviously he's drifted too far onto the leg there, but the angle is always going to be somewhat on the pads unless he really pushes it across. He has got some protection down there at very wide third man, almost 45 degrees on the offside, but that one is actually wide of leg stump and it's nutmegged Musa.
Yeah, Musa moves here. He moves to give himself a little bit of room. And that's one thing Rishton will do. He gets the length right. So even though maybe the line's not at its best, he gets the length right. So Netherlands do have the upper hand over England. Remember, they beat them in this championship week as well on day 2, 121, chased 100, chased it as this one gets muscled for another big one as well. Watch out. There's a grizzly about, and there's another one that gets absolutely blasted. So 19 coming off the over, and Musa gets another Gandhi ball that he smashes away. And the score 86 for 3 here. So Netherlands, the same way that we saw England did, made a slow start, but they're back in this big time.
Certainly were. I wouldn't be surprised if that last ball gets reviewed too, Rico. It was a full toss. Must have been pretty tight whether or not it carried the waist of the batter. So we'll see if there's an extra ball to be bowled. But in the meantime, this is a really tight game. We've been treated to some fantastic cricket throughout the entire European Cricket Championship, but finals day is delivering.
It's delivering big time, isn't it? Great win, of course, first up from Spain. So the Equipo Rojo keep on motoring. That's the best way to put it. Their batting has been sensational. And, well, are the Netherlands going to keep their good record up against the England side here? I mean, they've certainly made a slow start. They lost those wickets early on. But now these two left-handers batting ever so well.
Yeah, and Musa Ahmed, he's the absolute key to this game. If he's there for the next 3 overs, the Dutch probably win this. So he's the man that during that little break and time out, I suspect the England team were formulating some plans to go for particularly the next over. But they desperately need his dismissal.
Yeah, they do. And as we say, Rhino, and the old saying goes, that you know, form can come and go, but class is permanent. We know all about Musa. He is a sensational player. He's a lovely lad as well. And, you know, when he took that brilliant catch on the boundary, we just thought, well, maybe this is going to be a game-changing moment for Musa. And certainly looks that way at the moment. He has raced along to 40 off just 10 deliveries. What a strike rate that is. 400 strike rate. And Verhagen, after, well, a couple of singles to start off, his first 2 balls, he's on 26 of 9. And this is chased, and it's gone. And they get a wicket straight away after the drinks. How many times have we seen this happen? He goes for the shot, hits it pretty well, but a very comfortable catch taken. So it is Hindley who comes and takes a wicket of his first ball.
Nice bit of bowling from Hindley. He got the batters who just had a little bit of a rest during the half innings break. This ball was floated up really with not a huge amount of pace on it. Talked earlier about how Verhagen is really strong on the leg side. Hindley's challenged him on the off, perhaps part of the tactics they talked about. Verhagen drops his wicket and then drops his bat while walking off the ground. He's played a nice little knock though, 26 off 10. 3 sixes in there. Catch from David Scott standing there at the point boundary. And now we have Zulfikar coming to the crease to join Musa Ahmed. So the skipper, Sebastian Braat, just cooling his heels in the pavilion. Sort of ready to act as the closer for the Dutch. Still fairly chunky run rate required from the Netherlands 11. So 15 runs and over. Very manageable from what we've seen at Kardama. 4 wickets down. So if the England 11 can extract another one here, begins to put wicket pressure on the Dutch.
Yeah, they'll be happy to break the partnership of 2 left-handers as well. So this one gets played out. Zulfikar looking to get it in the gap. A good bit of work there. A good team fielding. Haddo comes across and punches the ball forward, stopping it going to the boundary, and it gets tidied up there by Hemp.
Really gentle strike of the ball by Zulfikar, but that almost ended up for 4. Haddo had to scoot across quickly.
Lincoln from behind the stumps. The captain moves the field around now to Musa. Musa goes for the big hit. Wants the wide. The umpire says no.
I know he stepped across a little bit, but that ball has ended up very wide of the crease.
Good areas though from Hindley to the left-hander. Once again, he's keeping it outside the off. It's much better, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a great over of left arm wrist spin. Ahmed, not too many times that he's played 2 dots in a row in this innings. Certainly not previously.
Oh, wow. I think that one was there for the hit. I just get the feeling he tried to clobber this too hard, didn't he?
Really did. Not a huge amount of pace being put on the ball by Hindley. It's been a very clever over. 1 for 1.
And now this is up in the air. Will it carry to hand? No, it won't. They'll get a single. A little bit of luck here for Musa. And, well, he could do it a bit. Remember, he did edge 1 for 4 earlier, and this one goes up in the air but doesn't go to hand. So Musa skies one, but still he's there. He survives. But what a cracking over that from Hindley. Only the 2 runs from it. Picks up the wicket as well. Breaks that all-important partnership, getting the wicket of Verhagen. And Netherlands now are 88 for 4 at the end of 6.
Up until that over, Netherlands were on top in this game, but Tom Hindley might have bowled a match-changing, potentially tournament-changing over with his left arm wrist spin. Very, very good control and not giving the batters anything loose to work with. Good result for the Dutch off that last ball, though. That ball went up. Hearts would have been in their mouths thinking Musa was going to be caught, but as it is, he's back on strike. And they're going to persist with giving him as little pace to work with as possible.
David Scott coming on to bowl, who held on to the catch to remove Verhagen. Musa just gone off the ball a little bit here. Oh, was there anything on this?
The action from the wicket-keeper might suggest that there was.
Yeah, and look at the bowler as well. Yeah, there was. Oh, you can see that is one of those straight in, straight out. Very difficult one for the keeper. And then the next one is crunched away for a biggie. Watch out in the VIP zone. Well, the band isn't quite there playing. I'll tell you what, that would have made a drum roll.
Certainly would have. Not sure the base would have survived. It's probably the first one for an over and a half that they've drifted a little bit onto the stumps. Scott goes wide again, getting the call from the umpire.
Going for the pace-off approach, but look at the rate. It's starting to climb back up again. They brought it down to around about 15, but it's back up to over that 17 and a half. And that will help, as this is another one that gets crunched, and bravo, well batted. Shaba kinna sona. Musa Ahmed ne apni half century puri kali. Felicidades to Musa Ahmed. He gets to his half century, but he knows the job is not done.
Certainly isn't, Rico. Shots all around the ground for that 50. Impressive innings from a top draw batter. He's going back to that last ball. Scott might have thought he'd actually beaten Ahmed in flight. He's good enough to get the bottom hand through, control the shot, take it for a Maximo. So his pair of sixes just gotten the Dutch back on track. 17 runs and over needed. And Musa probably will have a decent swing at this ball and then might even try to tuck a single off the last if he can to retain strike.
Yeah, the 6 brings up his 50. He also brings up the team 100. Scott back to him now, 13 off the over. And this is high in the air. Where's this one going? Into the hands of the fielder. Yeah, it is. No mistakes there at all from Rishton. And I think Rishton just acknowledging some of the applause, perhaps, of the Spanish team that are there. Well, I don't know if it's applause, but he takes the catch and he looks around at them. And I don't know what was said. I don't know what the conversation was. What I do know is that they get the big wicket of Musa Ahmed.
Nice bit of bowling from Scott. Pushed Ahmed onto his back foot. And it's a great lesson. And perhaps actually the Spanish were complimenting Rishton on the technical elements of his fielding. Didn't see it on the replay there, but the first thing he did was get his foot in position to be completely aware of where the boundary rope was. As it in, he's probably taken it a metre inside the field, but excellent work from the experienced English star, Andy Rishton. And that is the end of a very fine innings from Musa Ahmed. He goes for 53 off 19, and the Dutch 101 for 5.
Yeah, well done to Musa. He finally comes back to form. So, I mean, remember, both these two teams have a second chance. And, well, Netherlands will be happy to know that Musa is back in form. Sebastian Braat now, their captain, comes out. He normally only plays one way. A super talented captain is Sebastian Braat, and he's going to be going for his shots here. They're not going to shy away from. There's a ball to go in this over. And looking to get a boundary here to stay up with the rate. But Rishton, I mean, his hands, his catching has been absolutely superb. And I get the feeling that he's still got a big part to play in this match with 1 over still to bowl. Hardly hit, and he's going to get clear off the fielder. Hit hard, hit flat, hit for 6. They get the boundary that they need. It is the end of the over. Netherlands staying up with it. 107 for 5 at the end of 7.
Such a clean strike over cricket ball, the skipper, Sebastian Braat. Scott dragging that final delivery down a touch, right into the wheelhouse of Braat. We've got a fantastic 3 overs last set up. Remember, the winner of this game will go straight into the final of ECC 2023, while the loser has to come back in about an hour and a half to take on the Spanish, who are getting more and more confident as this tournament goes on. And with the inclusion this morning of their superstar, Mohamed Babar,
yeah,
they are looking very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to be playing the Spanish at the moment for 2 reasons. I mean, you've mentioned one of them. They're playing great cricket. Babar back in the side. He's scored a fine half century. Hamza is in the form of his life at the moment. And, of course, they have a huge crowd here as well that's giving them loads of support. So Spain, I think they don't care who they play at the moment. Netherlands or England, they kind of go out there and do what they do best. Greatwood comes back into the attack. It's a nice looking shot, taking it on. If he hits, he's out. Oh, well. Rishton, well, he is human after all, folks. He is human after all.
Certainly is, but either way, that was pretty tight. Batsman well short of his ground. Zulfigar basically given up, but he's done his job. He got Brat back onto strike. And Greatwood, a bit of pressure on him. Absolutely carted in his first over by Musa. He bowled a tight one here. England will be well on top.
And he's gone. That is the end of the captain, Sebastian Brat. He gets bowled. Chog there, punty from Toby Greatwood. You're right, he was under pressure. But what do good players do when they're under pressure? They perform. And that is a very big and vital wicket for England. They get the captain, the talented Sebastian Brat will go for 6 and out.
A huge wicket. It's not how you start, it's how you finish in T10 cricket. That one's just stayed a touch low, but might not have been quite the length for Brat to pull. We know he's so good swinging to mid-wicket. They did need to get the run rate reduced. As it is, it's up to 19 runs per over. The Dutch 108 for 6, and they are about to ask a lot of their lower order.
Clayton Floyd coming in now. I know you say lower order.
Pretty good man to have as far as coming in at number 8.
Not bad. We've seen him actually opening at some point. So Clayton, let's see how he goes about things here. And, well, that'll answer you with a 6. So that's what this guy can do. And it ain't over yet, I can tell you that. I know it might say 9% as opposed to 91. That'll change pretty quickly if he hits a few more of these out of the park.
Fine margins. Wasn't that different a ball to the one that Brat tried to smack in the region. Probably just a touch shorter. Enabled Floyd to swivel, get underneath the Grizzly, send it flying.
Good delivery, takes all the pace off this, rolls his fingers around it, and there's the grunt that gives it away sometimes as well. That is going to be a slower delivery.
Floyd, 7 off 2, Zulfigar. He's got to support his batting partner here, find a way to get a boundary. 44 runs off 14. They can't afford too many singles or dots in the coming over to 2 overs and a bit.
High up in the air, but it will go all the way. Shaka Lagel. This game is not over yet. This is quite an awesome hit.
Oh, it's an extraordinary bale from Eureka, and it was well deserved from Zulfigar. That ball was short. It was getting into a very difficult to control position, let alone getting the requisite power, but somehow he's pumped it straight down the ground. Excellent shot. This game just keeps on turning. The Dutch, 38 of 13. How they'd love another Maximo to finish this over.
Wow, sensational stuff. Greatwood's gone for 42. Can he finish well? Yeah, he can. That's such a good delivery. Great bit of cricket from both these teams. Great ball, but well dug out, but he gets a run from it as well. It's 122 for 6 at the end of 8.
As you said, Rico, excellent finish there from Greatwood, but also cost them a fair few runs off his spell. Having a look at the England bowling attack. Still got an over left from Sturgis. You expect he will probably bowl. Rishton will almost definitely take one of them. But they have got Tom Hinley, who bowled a cracking over of left arm wrist spin. Big question for him. Do they go back to him? I guess the downside is they've got 2 right-handers in now, as opposed to he really enjoyed bowling to the left-handers. So it's Rishton to come on to bowl the Knights. They may see what happens at the end of this over, whether or not to throw the ball to the wrist spinner or to go back to Sturgis. Big decisions for the England captain.
Yeah, I don't mind this call. Rishton, I think he's far more comfortable bowling to the right-handers, and this is He's been here so many times before. He knows where he's going to be. I think the batters as well. Zulfikar on strike. He knows where this is going to be. If they've done their homework, it's going to be full outside the off. And gets the toe end of the bat. It'll be one bounce before it goes through to the fielder. Does the work, Hemp. So as a result, singles do not hurt you. They need boundaries here.
No, and he's certainly not going to kill the game with a 10-run over here at Rishton, but he can put it right in England's favour. I'm agreeing with you. I think it's a good call from the skipper, as you say, particularly with two right-handers at the crease.
You can see a little bit of annoyance there from Clayton. I think he gets the ball that he was probably hoping for. It's pretty full. It's one that probably should have been dispatched, but he misses out on it. Just a single.
I don't mind their tactic, though. Given Rishton is so adept at getting balls into the block hole, taking a couple of steps forward, give you the chance at getting a full toss.
This is a catching opportunity. Oh no, it's been dropped, and it will go for 6. And of all the people, Thomas Bevan, who has caught everything that's come his way in this championship, sort of, I mean, it's hit hard, but he runs into it. He doesn't quite get a good base, hits his hands hard, and goes over for 6.
Probably just needed to maintain his position on the boundary rope there, Rico. That could be a huge turnaround.
Slow delivery. It's a well bowled, just a single.
Definitely need another maximum. In fact, they probably need to take 2 boundaries off these last 2 balls if they can. That will bring it down to a much more manageable chase in the final over. If they're looking at something 24 or thereabouts, that's a big ask.
Well bowled again, and this is why Rishton is so dangerous and so useful. It's not just about the wickets, it's about the economy rate that he bowls at. I want to know where this is just that one boundary, which really was a catching opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been just been single after single.
So figure maybe he's got to drift himself out to leg, open up that leg side, try to go just behind point. Knows what's coming.
And it's to the fielder, hesitation. He will be run out if he. And Rishton just couldn't hold on to this, so it's an opportunity, but there was 2 opportunities in that one. The catch that Bevan put down, a run out, which he thought was definitely on the cards. It's only a single, though. It still ends up being a tremendous over and maybe a match-winning over. And Rishton has a little look back there at the fielder who throws that. I think it was Haddo's. But a really good over. It is the end of the 9th, 133 for 6, and that means 26 required of the last over.
So you're an experienced man in the game of cricket here, Rico. What's your feeling? The Dutch still needing 26 off this 6.
Go with pace.
Do you go the predictable pace?
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree with you. You don't want Hindley to come up with a full toss or 2. Bowling wrist spin, it's always possible. Paceman, he'll probably just deliver 6 hard and fast balls. So there's a fair bit of debate going on amongst that team.
Sturgis coming back.
I think this is the right call. He might end up going for 15 or 16, but he will get you through the game. Such pressure here. It's 26. They need to get off to a good start. This over, Sturgis, when he has erred, it's tend to be short. We know that both of these batsmen play square of the wicket well. Probably Zulfikar, his best bet is getting deep in the crease, shifting across to off stump and hoping that he can get one play out to square leg. And notice in terms of the defensive field here now, Rico, so we've got one at deep mid, one at long on, fielder at long off. Probably almost traditional cover on the boundary, almost drifting towards point, and then 3rd man. So Sturgis, final over of the game.
And it's a good start for the Netherlands because this will be 6 runs. Well, hello. 6 off the first, 20 required off the next 5. Sturgis a little bit too short and wide, and that's a cracking hit from Zulfikar.
That's exactly what they needed off the first ball, the Dutch. Did say before this over started that when Sturgis goes for runs, it is when he bowls short of a length. It's not his natural play, but really needs to get a little bit fuller.
20 or 5 if Netherlands are booking their place in the final. Slow delivery, but is it okay? There's no signal from the umpire. He sneaks one in. It's a dot ball. What a comeback.
Boy, that's gutsy stuff from the big man. Dragged it down. Probably wasn't his greatest slow ball of all time, but Zulfiger was ready for one that was coming through at pace. Dot ball absolutely golden in this situation.
Yeah, a bit of gold dust. As the wind around the ground also picks up here a little bit. Flags waving around. Sturgis.
How quiet has the crowd gone?
Hits it hard. It's in the gap. No, what a stop. What a stop. That is a match-winning type of fielding there. Sam Young, who's already made a huge contribution in this match with 84, now, well, saves 3 runs at a most critical moment of this match.
You said it, Rico. Match-saving fielding. That goes for a boundary, and the Dutch are still really in this game as it is. 3 Maximos required to tie it.
Oh, well, this one is going to sneak in just for a leg bye, so that should be enough, really. And as long as the next deliveries are legal, England are going to do this. Netherlands, 141 for 6, 2 balls to go, and 18 required. So unless we see a foot fault, no ball that gets crunched to the boundary, they can't do it.
Yeah, the calm figure of Andy Rishton talking Sturgis through it.
Hit hard, won't go to the boundary. Bevan makes the stop. Remember, he had an opportunity of taking a catch earlier, didn't he? Which was Zufka when he was dropped on 10. So it doesn't cost him in the end. And England, it looked like they're booking their place in the final. The winners back in 2021. They lost in the final last year to the Netherlands. And after losing to them in that final and earlier in this championship, they're going to get the victory that they want, as this is played away to the man who made the all-important stop for me, saving the ball, going to the boundary, Sam Young. And it will be England that booked their place in the final, winning this one by 16 runs, 158 to 143. It's a brave battle for the Netherlands, but the Netherlands know they have a very tricky contest ahead now against the Spanish team. England have put their place in the final.
Certainly have, and they have deserved it. They have had to fight every inch of the way here in this contest against the Netherlands 11. Haven't we been treated to a pair of cracking games of T10 cricket to get us underway here at finals day? Ultimately, it was the poor start from the Netherlands at the top of the order that really put them behind the 8 ball, but they were rescued by a magnificent innings from Musa Ahmed. 53 off 19. He probably just need one of those batters of Verhagen to stay with him, or Levitt, who started so well. But in the end, they were asking a lot of their bottom order, and it felt like when the wicket of Brat went down, it was a huge scalp from Greenwood that the Dutch just were always going to fall short. Have a look at the rest of the schedule for today, Rico.
Yeah, well, there you see it. The Netherlands now know they've got to pick themselves up from that one. They played some good cricket. They'll be happy that they've got some good players in good form, but they're going to need to be at their best against Spain. Spain with the home supporters behind them as well. But England, they have put their place in the final. And the thing was, though, it wasn't the best of starts for the Netherlands when the young Kloppenberg went for the very first ball of the innings, and wickets were to follow because it was 2-2 for Rich Edwards thanks to this great catch from Rishton.
Yeah, wasn't the fielding sensational from the England 11? Rishton coming up with an absolute perler, and he delivered for them when it was most needed. It was almost 3 in a short space of time. Bit of premature celebrating, but that was before Levitt managed to launch one deep over square leg, and that made the Dutch fans a touch happier. Even Pearce took the sunglasses off.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great... Well, there's Ashwin Ashwin Vinod taking the catch there, saving some of the people in the VIP zone. But it was the start that they needed. But what about this? What a catch this is from Rich Edwards taking his third wicket. I mean, that is bat, pad, and a great catch. That is absolutely fantastic. And England at that moment were pumped. But another man who came out pumped and needed to find his form, and he did, was Musa Ahmed. What a great half century from him.
He's a man who's delivered on the big stage before, and when he and Verhagen were going at a rapid rate, it felt like the Dutch were really getting control of this chase. But in the end, it was actually the left arm over of a leg spin from Hindley that was probably the match-turning moment. Him coming on at the point, and it was just after the halfway mark, Rico, and as we saw, the boundaries were absolutely flying at this time. Musa Ahmed and Verhagen peppering each side of the ground, and even Rishton came in for some punishment, but the change of bringing on the left arm leg spin, it was a masterstroke.
Yeah, it was straight after drinks, the very first ball from Hindley, and that was the end of Verhagen. He went, and then Musa knew that he had to just keep on going. He played some dashing shots to bring up his half century. They were on their feet and applauding, but he got there, and then he went for one too many, and once again it was Rishton who takes the catch and takes the applause of the supporters behind him as well.
Fully deserved, and when you get to these big games, it is your gun players that step up, and Rishton, both tactically and performance-wise, has delivered. Greatwood copped a bit of tap in between, but for me, that was the biggest wicket of the second part of the innings. Sebastian Braat, such a clean ball striker. He could have easily carried the Dutch home, and then a great ninth over from Richardson, but wasn't that a surprise? Bevan dropping a sitter.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it was hammered, but it's the sort that Bevan would take, and well, Dennis captured that pretty well on the slow-mo camera as well. This was a cracking shot to the last over. 26 were needed, the first one went for 6. This though, class, saves the game maybe.
Probably the English fielding has got them home, to be honest, Rico. They were very, very good. A couple of fantastic catches, excellent run saving in the outfield, and wasn't Sturgis happy? The big question mark of whether he would get the last over Hindley, but the big burly right arm paceman delivered. That was an extraordinarily good game of cricket. Rico, the batting lineup for the Netherlands.
Yeah, what a game. And we knew that when the Netherlands play England, it's always exciting stuff. And it was 301 runs scored in that contest. That's that scorecard. Contributions from Verhagen, who when he got going was good, also from Zulfikar. But Musa Ahmed, I mean, all right, they go down in this one, Rhino, but the Netherlands know that Musa is back.
Yeah, certainly is. He will be a threat up against the Spanish in qualifier 2. Quick look at the bowling figures. Rich Edwards, he set the tone with the first over before he was slapped for 3 Maximos in his second, but still 3 for 22. Very good figures in the context of this game. Sturgis and Greatwood, not bad. Greatwood coming back with a pretty good second over, as did Andy Rishton after copping a better tap in his first, but it was actually Tom Hindley, that over of 1 for 2. That was magnificent stuff, and such a big change in proceedings there. Ultimately, probably the match-winning over.
Yeah, it was, and what a fantastic game those. Now, I think England, though, mentally, that's a big win for them. They haven't been able to get one over the Netherlands. They lost to them in the final last year, of course, and then they lost to them in this championship week as well, once already. So getting this win, I think that is going to be such a confidence boost for the English.
Yes, certainly will, Rico. It's an excellent, excellent win. Great performance from the Netherlands as well. It was a hefty chase, probably after the start they had, with great bowling in the power play, courtesy of Vivian Kingma. They might have been expecting to chase a little less, but in the end, well-deserved victory from the England 11, and they will progress through to the final tonight, where they will meet the winner of qualifier 2, the Netherlands 11, up against the Spanish, who were first up winners today, up against the Irish. That will be on the European Cricket Network, whether you're watching through our YouTube channel or all of our wonderful broadcasters across the globe. That will be taking place in approximately an hour. And in the meantime, for anyone who wants a little bit of rapturous banter, have a listen to our own Dan Weston talking to the man who is on retirement day, Sir Rob Kemming. That will be an illuminating discussion, so stick around for that. In the meantime, it's Andrew Ryan here with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. As I said, we'll be back for Qualifier 2 in just a tick over an hour. Please join us then.
Sir Rob Kemming, wonderful to have you on the studio. Thank you for joining us. Just for the record, you're the first knighted man, Sir Rob, to be on the studio, so it's a great honour for me.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a
pleasure being interviewed by you.
Thanks, Rob. What are some of your first memories of cricket?
First memories of cricket goes back to Rhodesia, when I was at, which is now Zimbabwe, where I was playing cricket against a tree stump. And at break time, we would all come out there and throw a couple of, or shall we say, bowl a couple of balls to each other and bat until the 25 minutes of break is finished and we go back inside. And that was my first memories of cricket. At the junior school, we would sometimes during the year ask prominent players like Colin Bland to come to the school. I don't know if you remember Colin Bland, one of the best fielders ever, and try and bowl him out. So that's how I progressed. Went to senior school, Hamilton, and I went to baseball and played baseball, and that's why I became a crossbat. So that's memories of cricket. I did that for about 3 years, and then I went into cricket, and I haven't stopped since then.
Right. So it was always a school focus, but when did you join your first club?
My first club actually was during school, because in the weekends you could join a club. It was Municipals in Bulawayo, so I played for them.
Yeah, and what was the format? It was wearing whites and a red ball?
Yeah, whites, and you play over 2 weekends. Red ball, whites, and that. And I used to play people like Dennis Streak, I don't know if you remember him, and father of the late Heath Streak. Quite a few of these, John Lewis from Warwickshire, all these guys.
Yeah, and it must have been a hugely passionate moment with all the communities getting together. Was cricket and rugby the two main sports that were played then?
Well, I played hockey. You have a winter sport and a summer sport. So the summer sport would be cricket, and the winter sport would be hockey. They tried me at rugby, but it wasn't my game. They put me in the scrum, obviously as a prop forward, but no, it wasn't my game. So.
But gentlemen play rugby as well, so...
Yes, I do. I'm a big rugby fan. I watch every game that I see on TV, but that's it, really.
Yeah. And now, obviously, you're such a key member of Dutch cricket and the Netherlands and living there. What year did you move to the Netherlands?
In 1979, we moved back from Rhodesia, or Zimbabwe. It was still Rhodesia, actually, by the way. From Zimbabwe to Rotterdam, and I played for Sparta cricket. So I've been here ever since.
What was your first memory when you got to Sparta for the first time?
My first memory was I was late for practice, and we had a little youngster called Paul Mahone who was the coach, and he said, "Rob, you're 5 minutes late. Put on your pads and run 4 laps." Now here is a 32-year-old being told by a little 17-year-old to run 4 laps. I said, "No ways, I'm not running 4 laps just because I'm 5 minutes late because I was in a traffic jam." So that was the end of my first team playing for Sparta. So they made me captain of a second team, and I brought all the youngsters up and saw the old ones come down. So that was basically.
Right. So you've never run 4 laps of the cricket ground with pads on since then?
No, I thought it was ridiculous.
That was the first opportunity, and you let that one go.
I let that one go, yeah.
Last year we had a sponsors or a VIP event with some cricketers playing at the first time here on the field, and they were wearing pads for the first time.
Yeah.
That was a good shot. And even to run one with the pads for the first time was difficult for them, and they were rolling around on the field. So I can understand how hard it is to run a long way in pads.
Yeah.
It's not something you want to do.
No, exactly.
But Sparta are a fantastic club, and how often are you involved with the club there now?
Well, it lessened when I sort of got found out by René van Eerschot, the old chairman of the KNCB, and I got more and more involved with KNCB duties, and I lessened my duties with Sparta. Although I still played veterans cricket for Sparta, my activities around Sparta became a lot less.
And I know you're a very famous man around the cricketing world because of all your participation in going on away tours with the Dutch national team. So you were managing the team, right?
That's right. First I travelled with as a board member, responsible for international cricket at the KNCB. Thereafter I became manager of a Dutch team for several years. Stopped that, and I went with David Dukes on ICC match referee sort of job. Actually, it was more a match manager. He would be the remote match referee, and I would report to him every day after any big game that happened.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I hear a lot about David Dukes. He's such a well-respected man in the world of match referees.
Yeah, he's my mentor, and I suppose that comes to an end now that I'm stopping. Before.
And now you're a mentor of the European Cricket Network and all of the umpires and the referees that you've come. I'm so grateful for your impact in the last 3 to 4 years. Before you, Rob, we didn't used to have referees at events. We used to have on-field umpires, and then those on-field umpires were under pressure of being on a stream. They were giving LBWs out of the middle of the bat. They were giving run-outs during dead balls. Man-cads were happening once and over. It was a real mess. So I sent out the SOS call to you to come and help, not only bring order to the matches that were being played, but also just to mentor and umpire or coach the umpires to make them better. And that's what you've done in an incredible way.
Well, I remember that telephone call we had for over an hour. Rob, improve the umpiring standards, which I hope I achieved that part. You'll notice around Europe now the umpires are good, of a reasonable level, and I went back to basics actually. And you know who taught me that? An Australian, Bob Simpson. I don't know if you remember him, a legend in your country. And he came over as a Dutch coach while I was there, and he said to players, go back to basics before you start playing all those funny shots. You know? So I adopted that to umpiring. So just get them back to basics and then work up there. And now that I'm stopping, it's like you've got to go to the next level of umpiring. And it's already started the process of getting it better and better. And that's what I like to see.
But you've been involved in thousands of T10 matches now on the European Cricket Network.
That's right, yeah.
But there's around 800 umpires that have come under your wing during that time. And you must just love to communicate and talk cricket, talk umpiring, and learn about umpires and try and get the best out of them, right?
That's right, yeah. That's we normally have a team meeting online beforehand. We get to know the umpires. But the strange thing is when you arrive on Monday morning at the grounds, you don't know what you're going to get. And there's a lot of umpires who know theoretically, but can't do it out there. So that's basically getting the gap from theory to practical.
Yeah, it's really not easy, and we've got match regulations which are being tweaked all the time because of T10 cricket and things that happen that we haven't seen before, and we try and make the game better and easier and faster. But the pressure the umpires are under here with a broadcast, with T10 cricket where there's maybe 3 decisions to make on a single ball is just an incredible opportunity for the umpires to get better.
Exactly.
But an incredible moment for the players to be playing with great umpires, you know, as well. So everyone should become stronger and better.
Well, we've recruited Ian now, Ian Ramage, who has been a top umpire in the European and international scene, and he's bringing new material to the current umpires and match referees. So that's the way forward.
And obviously you're a really important part of the inclusion of the 45-minute timer for T10 cricket, and it's on the TV and you can see the countdown clock. How do you think that's been reacted to by the players?
They watch it, they look at the clock, and we, here we have the big screen showing it, but at the ECS tournaments you don't see that.
Yeah, but it makes the communication between off-field, on-field and the captain just makes for a free-flowing game.
We tell them if they're running behind or running ahead, so it helps a lot.
And who are some of the most famous people in your WhatsApp chats, Rob?
Most famous people in my WhatsApp chat? There's several ex-Dutch players. I don't know what's that chap.
There's a West Indian in your...
Chris Gale. Yeah. Now, I met him in Zimbabwe in I think it was 2018. He was a sort of a playoff for a place in the World Cup, and I seem to have got on quite well with him.
But one thing that everywhere you go, Rob, with that smile of yours, is everyone falls in love with you and your passion for the game and your positivity and the way you embrace the sport, but you embrace human beings and people.
I've always been sort of background worker. You know, I don't come out front. You know, I'd rather sit at the back and do my work there. And
well, one place you do always come out in front though is with the coin toss. You know. Yeah. So now you've got your new blazer for this week, and this is a special week for you at the ECC where you'll be the tournament referee for the last time. Yeah. But that won't be the end of what you do with us. You'll always be a part of what we do, and your impact to the umpiring community and the referee community in Europe has been absolutely second to none. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I hope to continue being associated with ECN.
Absolutely, yeah. Sir Rob, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart and from everyone involved in European cricket. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
And welcome back. Well, party atmosphere here at the Costa del Sol. It is finals day of Championship Week. Coming up now is qualifier 2, and only 3 teams still survive in this competition. 2 of them are here. It's going to be Netherlands 11 taking on Spain in this one, and we're trying something new. It's kids at the coin toss. Rob Kemming, well, he's not a kid, but he's overseeing it. We've got Casper to toss the coin. Daniel Dolkaya will call for Spain. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Into the sky. Frederick Constant's the call, and it falls European cricket. So it is the Netherlands 11. I've got to say, well done. What an excellent coin toss. And these teams, they've been very, very good, let's be honest, to get this far in the competition. And they know that there is a final waiting for one of them, England 11, the first team to qualify. But that was a pretty high scoring game against the Netherlands in qualifier 1. Spain had to get past the Irish, and they did a pretty good job, didn't they, to knock the Irish out of the competition. I think Dutch are chasing, they like to do that. I think Spain probably wanted to do that, but you never know. When it gets to this stage, anything can happen, and probably anything will happen. I know that Andrew Ryan is standing by as we get ready for the first ball. The Dutch winning the toss and bowling. Over to you, Rhino. 3 is about to become 2.
Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, thank you very much for that illuminating preview of what is a huge game in the context of this tournament. Qualifier 2. It is the Spanish last start winners against the Irish earlier in the eliminator. And they are taking on the Netherlands 11, who had a tight battle with England earlier this afternoon. Ultimately, though, they went down to their fierce rivals and are now fighting for their ECC lives. Quick look at the fantasy dashboard. Probably the tale of 2 top orders who are at different ends of the spectrum in terms of recent form. The Netherlands really struggled in that last game, and it was only Musa Ahmed coming in, the left-hander, biffing a succession of maximos that got them back on track. While for the Spanish, DDC, despite a failure earlier today, he's recaptured some of his best form, and that man, Mohamed Babar, he has returned to the tournament with a vengeance. Only into the Spanish side earlier today. Played a magnificent innings and was striking the ball as cleanly as we've come to expect from one of the dominant players of European cricket over the last couple of years. Netherlands 11 entering the field. Plenty of Spanish support, but the Dutch, no shortage of people in the crowd backing them as well. In fact, that whole hospitality area littered with orange and red shirts in support of these 2 squads. Some of the best players in the tournament on display here. This really should be a terrific game of cricket. And you can't get closer than that. The supercomputer calling it a 50-50 game at this point. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment of things. Talking to quite a few of the folks around the hospitality tent today and down in the wonderful VIP area. It's been set up here around Cardimer Oval. Very much split opinion as to who is going to make the final. The Dutch want to win this game, and then stopping this opening pair of Babar and DDC, highly important. Not much they can do to stop that man's brain working overtime. Corey Rutgers masterminded yet another wonderful campaign from the Spaniards here at ECC 2023. Sometimes T10, it is a game of momentum, and Spanish seem to have it. Their last couple of games, decisive victories. First up against Germany last night to make it into finals day, and subsequently a good victory against the Irish this morning. So they have won their last 2 contests. The Dutch Here's just giving a cheeky little signal showing everyone's relaxed in the Netherlands camp. They're coming off that last start loss to the English. A game they were in for most of it, and certainly the start they had. This man with the ball, Vivian Kingma, he was excellent in the first 3 overs. Just standing at the top of his mark while we wait for clearance to get underway. Babar taking the strike. Sharp ball, but down the leg side, called wide. Notice in that last game, Kingma, after he bowled his 2-over spell, is consistently in some pain. Looks like he's got some sort of stomach issue or a side strain, perhaps. Fairly frequently trying to soothe his midsection. Hasn't harmed his pace at all. Another one down the leg side though, so given he was so much on the button in that last game, surprising to see him push one down the leg side. See some incredibly high quality cricket here at Khartoum today. 4 best teams in the tournament. Obviously we said goodbye to the Italians, Jersey and Germany yesterday. Better ball, but Babar has eaten it for breakfast. Launches the first Maximo of the game. And Kingma started with 2 wayward deliveries. The third one back to his normal role, trying to hit the top of off stump, but Babar, short arm jab, elevates and uses the pace of Kingma. Just a good shot for a man who has one of the least extravagant backswings in this tournament. He hits the ball so far. A little bit short of a length. It's good reply from Kingma. I wouldn't say it's a weakness in Babar's game, but certainly far more comfortable playing off the front foot. Kingma dropping his length back. Just a touch, a little bit of extra effort. Played a lot of international cricket, the young man with the ball at the moment. Great weapon for the Dutch to have to open up the innings. Another one, jags back, strikes the big Spanish opener. And so you've now got bowler and batter giving their tummy a rub. Extra effort ball from Kingma. Really good brace position at the crease. Babar trying to work it across the leg. The evidence of those last 2 balls, suspect Vivian Kingma won't be shy to put in a third one, maybe even getting it up at shoulder height, challenging Babar to play the pull shot. Oh, he's tried to whip that around past fine leg. Exceptional fielding. That was Kloppenberg, and he's been opening for the Dutch recently. Ball rocketed off Babar's bat. So intriguing first over here. Just the one set of runs off the bat in the form of the Maximo over mid-wicket. A couple of wides, Babar being struck. It's all happening here at Khartoum. That one's hit him again. Much more favourable length from Babar. He likes to get inside those balls that are slightly short of a length on the leg side and just whip them off his hip. That one's come back a little bit and struck his upper thigh. Not sure it's going to worry the big man too much. Well, there is the short one, and Babar takes him on. Top edge of the bat, but with the pace of Kingma, it's flown down to fine legs, so not a surprise to see him dig one in, but in the end, it's a minor victory for the Spanish opener. And Spain at the end of the first, 12 runs on the board, no wickets down. Look ahead, so this is the penultimate game of ECC 23. And the winner of this game, of course, will move into the grand final, starting at 20:30 Central European time and midnight Indian summertime. And a man who I know is very much looking forward to calling that game later this evening is the doyen of European cricket commentary, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rhino. Great to be back. And 50-50. What more could you hope? The perverse sense of humour of the supercomputer saying this is an even split and hasn't strayed too much from that after the first over, I think, from Kingma, who gets a couple of body blows but no wicket blows and a bit of a top edge going for 4 last ball. Really like Oliver Ellenbass as well with his variations. He's got a kind of slower ball that he digs into the pitch that a lot of batters have been finding hard to pick. Here he is bowling to the Spanish captain, Daniel Dorcaya, and there it is straight away. Daniel spoils a wide first up.
Certainly
won't get a run.
Slowest of slower balls possible there from Ellenbass.
He picks that but kind of gets it off the end of the bat. I mean, the Dutch are quite cunning, aren't they, with the ball. Saw Floyd getting a bit of tap in the last game. And you wonder how they might use him in this game. It's going to be quite a big tactical battle, I think, between the batters and the bowlers.
Ellenbass drifts on the leg stump. That's exactly where Dorcaya loves to feast. Whips that bat around his front pad. Sensational cricket shot and his first Maximo of the game.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, Daniel Dorcaya probably has a bit of an idea. Yeah, Ellenbass probably isn't going to start with 2 slower ones, so he seemed to be comfortable with the pace that was arriving and he put it over the fence.
A couple of wickets in his opening over in the last game. Ellenbass bowled particularly well. Very much depends on how much the batters can read that change of pace. He's on speed ball, not particularly quick. He's not a big mover of it either. But if there's one place you don't want to bowl to a Spanish captain, it is on the pads. He's exceptionally good just flicking that bottom hand through and hits it so consistently.
Yeah, eventually. New ball is sent out there. Won't be a brand new ball. Be one approximately an over and a bit old. Daniel Dorcaya face up again.
Length ball, Dorcaya strikes it down the ground, but just falls short of Brat.
Game of small margins, isn't it? I mean, another day that might go shoulder high to Brat, who doesn't really drop much that comes his way. So Netherlands creating a couple of false shots, but no real opportunities yet. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone watching all around the world. Of course, yeah, it's a huge day on the calendar. It's probably our biggest day on the European Cricket Network, and probably be replaying this game and the final, obviously, for years to come.
Said he didn't swing the ball too much. That one's come in a long way from outside off stump, and DDC plays it pretty well out to mid-wicket, but it's just the single.
I just think Ellenbass has really stepped up into his role as a guy we have seen here for the Netherlands 11 over the last year or two, and he's really become an integral part of the lineup with the ball. He rarely lets you down. Let's see if Bubba can pick him here.
Does go for the slightly shorter off-speed ball. Bubba is leading a charmed life. Top edge off Kingma's final ball, and now he's done the same to Ellenbass. He moves along to 14 off 7.
Yeah, throws the hands at it, doesn't he, Bubba? And once again, not in complete control of that shot. It's an area we've seen a lot of catches go, to be honest, earlier in the tournament. Kind of falling out of favour, I think, with a lot of these teams in Championship Week, having that deep third fielder.
Yes, you come up and you've got better and better top order batters. Just the likelihood of the misstruck shot flying off the third man decreases. Just as we say that, they are pushing Kloppenberg back and have brought in the man from square.
Last ball, the second over coming up from Ellenbass.
A little bit of an away swinger. It's called wide. I like the change-up from him, though.
Yeah, this is wide, though. Look. Oh, yeah, I think it's more wide than not. As far as that third fielder, I get what you're saying. You want to protect other boundaries, but it is a way that you can get good players out. And uncontrolled edges will fly away. That is where false shots go. Okay, they've got the deep mid-wicket, but most things probably that Bubba hits in that direction are going to fly into the jungle. Ellenbass to redo last ball.
One's on length. Bubba hits through it. Probably not his cleanest shot, but he smacks it into the VIP area. Pretty ordinary attempted catch out there, but nonetheless, celebrations on the Spanish side into the second over, 30 for none.
Well, the VIP area is filling up, and I mean, I'm excited and equal parts excited and concerned, actually, with how many balls might fly in that direction. But that is the end of 2, and it's 30 without loss.
I think they probably should have done some catching training with the VIP guests before they rolled their way into Kardama today. They'll have a few Grizzlies flying in that direction.
I think we need a few heroes over there. I know the ball retrievers have strict instructions, a bit like the Secret Service around the president, to throw themselves in front of maybe some
distinguished guests,
less experienced cricket watchers. Let's say here's Kingma back for his second over.
Owens drifts down the leg side. Well, the first 2 balls of his first over, he speared for leg side wides. That one, Dorkaye just steps inside, whips it off his hip, and is not where you bowl to this young man. Lovely shot, and with the pace that Kingma bowls, anything around that hip area is likely to go. Bowled such a good pair of overs in the last game. Just direction has been down. That one swung. That's one of the best shots today. DDC gets slightly inside the line. Wonderful swipe across to square leg. Have a look at this in slow motion. The wrist work is tremendous. And he's hit that a long, long way. Sensational cricket from the Spanish skipper.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's got no obvious weaknesses, does he? Daniel Dorkaye made a lot of runs in the Hoofter class of this year, which is the 2nd division of Dutch cricket, but he's facing a top liner here in Kingma.
Full toss, and he's pumped again. Kingma, he's being thrashed around by the Spanish skipper, and DDC is coming up with the goods when it was most needed.
Yeah, I mean, just loses length here, Kingma. I mean, maybe a miss-hit might go up in the air, but this isn't miss-hit from Daniel Dorkaye. Equipo Rojo spurred on by their fans at the moment, on a dream run to 3rd in Europe, a team that a lot of people thought wouldn't get out of the group. A bit undermanned compared to last year, people said, but look at them now.
Kingma, slower ball. That's mishandled by the keeper, so they will run through for the single.
This hits around the crease where it can really take off. And to be honest, Verhagen does really well to get a glove on this. Look at that. Really takes off, and he saved 3 runs there.
It's almost like that elevated piece of the painted crease that it's just kicked off. As you say, he's done very, very well. I actually don't think this is a bad result for the Dutch. Dorkaye was looking so comfortable playing Kingma. He's now got Babar on strike. Short ball, almost plays the blindfolded pull shot, and it beats the fielder coming around. Musa dives over the top of the flying Grizzly, and the boundaries are absolutely raining here at Kardama Oval, and the Spanish have reached 50, 51 for none. 1 ball still to go in the 3rd. Well, he was probably their best bowler in the last game against the England 11 in qualifier 1. Vivian Kingma only got 1 ball left to go in this spell. 32 runs conceded. Full toss. Oh, Babar's missed out on that occasion. Really only needed to get a decent piece of the bat on it, and it would have flown for a boundary. But in the end, that is the conclusion of a very eventful power play. And the Spanish, 3 overs in, 51 runs on the board. Opportunity for us to look at the Manhattan graph. Slowly increasing its way. Overs of 12, 18 and 21. That run rate, Vinny, 17.
Yeah.
If Spain can keep that up, they will put a hefty total on the board.
It's a really good power play. For me, Spain versus spin. That is where this innings is going to be kind of hitting a bit of a crossroads. And they're going to run into Clayton Floyd here, MVP 2 years ago in over 4. Clayton, he's had his trials in this series. Also had some pretty good moments. First one, chases one outside the off stump. It's away from the fielder and it's 4. So that one probably would have been a wide if he'd left it alone, but Dorkaye rolls the dice and it comes up a 4.
Yeah, certainly did. Floyd got hammered in the last game. In fact, both of the Dutch spinners were taken to the cleaners by the England batting lineup. Thought for a moment the outfielders might have been in with a chance, but managed to place it well. Goes very wide of off stump, and despite the fact that Dorkai started outside off. It's landed outside the crease line, so it's a called wide.
It's a massive wide. I mean, even with him standing there, he's missed the return crease there. But yeah, Clayton knows it's wide. He's just applying a little bit of pressure to the umpire, so he might get the next call his way.
Floats the ball up, and he's almost having to treat off stump about a foot outside the wickets at the moment, given where Dorkai is setting up. But ask whether or not he needs to give a single to the keeper that he's going to spit one down the leg side, see if he can take out his leg stump.
Yeah, it's a good start, but it's only a start for Spain. They need to keep this up.
Well, if you keep on giving Babar full tosses, he won't miss out too many times. Such a clean striker. Spain, 63 for none. It's a Maximo.
Yeah, Floyd's just had problems with these full tosses, hanging fullies, and they're going to disappear pretty quickly. Babar, well, back in the action. And he's in the mood, isn't he, today? 60 in the last game. What a guy to be able to bring back.
What a guy to bring back. There's also a question for me here that I half expected the Dutch would consider bringing back Mies van Vliet into this game. They felt one bowler short, and especially with both of the spinners down on confidence after that last game, could have done with the big paceman here. That is a reach for Babar, but it matters not one jot. He's launched another Maximo. That's probably the biggest of the lot. What a strike.
This is a classic. Not a bad ball, but smashed anyway. It's a gamble from Babar that he's going to pick the length and he's going to pick the line right, and he does both beautifully. He reaches, and this is a very kind of tight ball shot, the slog sweep. And you can see Babar anywhere in the middle of that bat, it's going to fly. And he certainly is keeping the ball retrievers busy at the moment, Rhino.
He's got one of the meatiest bottom of the bats I've ever seen. The amount of times you see bowlers feel like they've either beaten him in flight or just pushed it wide of off stump. Doesn't matter, still hits through the ball so powerfully.
That's not only the bat that's meaty.
That one is struck with a bit of beef, but not so much this time, and almost in trouble as he just a little bit languishing between the wickets, but Brat can't hit, and they won't go through for the one. Partnership already up to 70.
He loves batting, doesn't love running as much. Look at the stats from DDC here.
Goes to the offside, gorgeous cricket shot. That is the class of the man. Some players you can bowl wide of off stump and they will struggle. Absolutely no issues for DDC. It's the end of the over and the Dutch, 76 for none.
Yeah, so it's been just the start that the Spanish wanted. 76 in 4, and they've somehow increased that run rate up to 19 and over at the moment. Now, Rhino's just stepping out for a sec because we've got a very special guest here in the commentary box. And it's something that we've obviously talked about a lot during this series. But we've got Virginia here from the UN World Food Programme. And welcome to the commentary box, Virginia.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited.
It's really nice that you've been able to join us. And obviously today's a big day, being finals day. And we've got a lot of the VIPs in, including yourself. Just going to pause for a second because we're going to start over number 5. It's Sebastian Brat coming into the attack. Oh, it's a lucky one. It's a French cut for 4. Oh, ooh la la for Babar. That wasn't convincing, but he moves into the 40s. But yeah, Virginia, welcome. And obviously, you're our official charity partner. And we've been sharing the Share the Meal program. So you must have been following the tournament a little bit so far.
Yes, and I'm happy. I'm also Spanish, so I'm happy. I'm just speaking with here, Spain and the Netherlands.
Yeah, you've come for a great game, actually. Obviously, the winner of this one into the final. As Brunt comes in again. And he's cut away into the gap. That'll be 4 more. So Babar on at the moment. But Virginia, while you're here, we're just going to spend a few moments talking about the Share the Meal program. Obviously, we've had a target to share thousands of meals with those that need them. But tell us a little bit more about the UN World Food Programme and what it does.
So the United Nations World Food Programme is the biggest humanitarian organization fighting hunger around the world. We work in 120 countries and we have 160 million beneficiaries. We have 24,000 staff around the world working directly in the field. And the needs are rocketing. So the needs, we still have more than 800 million people that cannot have a meal a day and that are affected by acute food insecurity. So the World Food Programme works to ensure that these people can have access to food in emergencies, but also in resilience and support in livelihoods programs, farmers programs, both at daily life, but also in emergencies like the ones we are seeing today.
Of course, and it's quite a concerning situation. Baba feasting on the bowling at the moment as he's 51 but misses this, brings up his 50 in 16 balls. Yeah, so obviously the Share the Meal program is something quite innovative, and I think one thing that strikes me about it is it's very accessible. You're trying to lower the barriers to people donating. It's very easy. It's just a couple of clicks. I've been doing it myself in the time it takes to probably say Maximo, as this is going to be hit down the ground. So yeah, one thing that struck me, I think something like 160 million people were helped in the last year, and it's quite a staggering number, isn't it?
Yes, and is it still not enough? Is it still not enough because we have 800 million people and they don't know where there is sufficient food that is produced in the world. These people do not go to bed hungry and do not know where their next meal or when their next meal is going to be. Some people do not have a meal a day, a meal a week, and that's why we are here. And in about 2015, we created this app, Share the Meal, that you will see there, and I think you can download if you have seen it somewhere here. You can download it. It's Share the Meal app.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're about to see that as it's 91 without loss after 5. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I've got Virginia here from the UN World Food Programme. Obviously, ECN has become bigger than we ever imagined, and obviously attacking such a big problem such as food security for people around the world. It's something that obviously you guys are taking on. It's a big challenge for sure. Now, right now, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there is a QR code. You can scan it. Also, I'll put the link in the chat. But just tell people whatever they spend, what is that money going towards? Like, give us a real specific look.
Well, you have now the emergency in the Middle East, for instance. You have 7 earthquakes that have affected Afghanistan. And this is, for instance, an example where the World Food Programme is there on the ground already and immediately reaches out to those that have been affected by the earthquakes, that have nothing, that have to take shelter, either because of the conflict in Gaza or because of the earthquake in Afghanistan. They need to take refuge. They lost everything, or they have had to move from their houses and leave everything behind, and they have nothing to eat or nothing to drink.
Right.
So the World Food Programme ensures that in these emergencies, these millions of people that are affected by emergencies have something to eat, and that they can survive.
Yeah.
And this is only on emergencies. We also work, and that is now in Afghanistan, in Gaza, in Yemen, in Syria, affected by climatic hazards like in the Horn of Africa or the Sahel, or whenever there are floods. So this is all on emergencies, but we also work on resilience, supporting farmers get their own livelihoods, and so that we can get ourselves out of business in the World Food Programme.
Yeah, I mean, I bet you'd love to be out of business. I know that's really good to know that that's where these funds are going. As we'll just wait for Joan here, who's coming in the 6. It's the thick edge. It's going to fly away, and it's going to be caught. It's Kingma that takes the catch. And, well, he's done some very good things in this series, but so is that man on your screen, Arnav Jain. So change of pace does the trick as they go back to a guy who's been really good for them, even including a hat-trick this week. And Spain lose their first 91 for 1. Baba goes for 52. So, Virginia, I just want to say a big thanks for coming and telling us a little bit more about the program. I know that I have been talking about it a lot. We all have in here because it's something we're really excited about. I took on the Empanada Challenge, which is for every empanada that I eat here, I've been donating a meal, and a lot of our viewers have matched it, been doing the same. So I know that hundreds have been donated because of that. And so, yeah, maybe just tell us, what are your hopes for the future then? Tell us what you'd like to achieve.
If you allow me, Vinny, one thing that, that this is the World Food Programme that I talked about, but this app that you see there is an app that, has been done by someone, really intelligent and really quick that said, let me make accessible the fight against hunger to everyone. And this is an app that with as little as 70 cents, you can actually give a meal to someone in one of these emergencies. Someone that will not have a meal otherwise. And you can just donate one meal. It doesn't have to be more. But you can also engage your colleagues, engage your friends on a challenge, do it on a birthday. But this fight against hunger involves us all. And we are extremely happy that the European Cricket Network has partnered with us to support us.
Well, just pause you there a moment, because that's a big moment, because Isan's gone for a duck. And so Jane gets 2 quickly and turns this game on its head. That is 91 for 2 after 5.3 overs. Nice catch by Sebastian Bratt. No, you just mentioned the app, right? And you're speaking my language, because I have been showing how easy it is. So I've decided, for example, that I want to donate 10 meals, and I've just literally put it up. And then all I have to do is show my face so it knows it's me. I'll take my microphone out of the way. All right. It's got a bit of you in there as well. And look, 3, 2, 1. Listen for the ding. Maybe it's not on full. There you go. So I've just donated 10 meals, and that's how easy it is. Even a Corey can do it. It's that easy. So we would love for you to help in the fight as well. Virginia, thanks so much for being our guest here in the commentary box.
Thank you so much.
And
thank you to the European Cricket Network. Just to say, they have this motto, stronger together, and that's exactly what we believe on. We are very, very honored and to be part of this cricket tournament and be partners of the European Cricket Network that has decided to donate and to support us in the fight against hunger. And thank you so much.
No, thank you. And it's a partnership that I'm really excited about, and I hope we can stay family for a long time. And hopefully we're out of business soon. But until then, we'll keep supporting the fight. Speaking of the fight, it's Hamza. He's been great today, and he puts one in the VIP area first ball as he takes Jane down for a Maximo. Yeah, big thank you once again to Virginia from the UN World Food Programme for her company, and it was really nice to find out where that money's going. And that's the other thing, 100% of that money is going to the cause. There's no kind of admin costs or anything like that. It's very, very important work that's being done. Right now, Hamza, well, let's just put it this way. No one in the VIP is going to be endangered by this ball, because that one's gone miles as Andrew Ryan comes back into the commentary box. Hurricane Hamza is in business. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
Hurricane Hamza, he's just throwing hazards all around this ground. Grizzlies flying to all parts. What a striker of a cricket ball he is. Interesting decision there to promote Isan. I guess the usual opener who's dropped down today, Mohamed Yassin, he struggled in the game earlier today. So maybe they thought throw Isan up there, giving him an opportunity, but he's so much used to coming in at a specific point in the game.
I think what it is with Yassin is they use him as a reserve opener if they lose one early. But this time there'd been a few more overs that had been bowled. 2 players of the week here going head to head.
Well, going head to head, it is one-way traffic at the moment. Hamza Salim Dar, we've become so accustomed to him smoking a Maximo first ball. 3 on the trot to get his innings started, and the Spanish 109 for 2, 6 overs gone.
Well, if you can't pick it, whack it. No one really has picked Jane all week, and if you can pick it, whack it anyway, whack it further. Hamza goes bang, bang, bang. People, that's the road to the VIP bathrooms, and paid with lights, and also Grizzly balls now, Rhino. 109 after 6, and Spain under no real wicket pressure here. Still Baba can't come, you've seen. Always Ahmed can thrash him around a little bit. Even guys like Sneh Reddy, Matthew Rahman used to hold the record jointly for the quickest century on the network as well. So, these guys aren't bunnies. Floyd coming back, sticking with spin in the 7th. Oh, edged and almost sticking to Verhagen, but it pops away.
Well, Verhagen popped up pretty quickly there. This one, a little bit of extra flight, got a good seam position. You can see it just jump off the deck a little bit more than DDC was expecting.
Oh, well, on a lucky day, that might stick between your legs.
Another bit of air. That one's possibly stayed inside the crease, but it has been signalled wide.
Well, tight 2 on here. They'll get there. It's called a wide. And again, movement, but the judgment is that it's missed the line anyway. So let's have a look on the replay. He's probably 6 stumps outside. Let's hit the return crease. Once it hits the return crease, it's a wide regardless. So that's the limit to where you can move the line. And Clayton's kind of arguing his point, and Ramage is just saying to him, look, you've got to keep it inside the white line. That's the thing. And now, just maybe a pad blowout here. Not sure what's going on, but...
Need to get the pit crew out there. Sort him out.
Yeah, it has. It's blown Daniel Dorcaya's pad off. And so, well, hopefully that wasn't his lucky pad, DDC. He's still there, don't forget. He's had a couple of wickets fall around him, and so you couldn't really hope for 2 better players at the crease in this situation as well. Rhino has welcomed into the dream box as DDC composes himself. And wasn't it nice to have Virginia in here? It's such a big organisation, so to be involved with UN World Food Programme, it certainly is quite significant for us in the Share the Meal program. I just donated 10 then. You know what that means? I have to eat 10 empanadas tonight. And maybe I will eat 10 empanadas tonight. Maybe I'll eat more than that. Let's find out.
I don't think it's a question of maybe. I like the way you've reversed this now and created empanada commitments by actually donating in advance rather than it being subsequent. It's clever.
That's true. Anyway, it looks like DDC's still going, but isn't it great to have so many people here? I've got to say, I remember the biggest crowd we ever had was for the final last year between England 11 and Netherlands 11. That still could be the final tonight. Right now, Spain putting a spanner in the works. It looks like a big total's on the cards, but we know the Netherlands, they almost chased down that 159 earlier against the English, and they have some stars of their own
They
to
certainly
shine.
do, but sometimes this T10 format is all about momentum. Something to be said for Spain being last start winners and the Netherlands just having a little bit of a confidence dent after they were taken down by the English. This Spanish batting lineup, DDC in particular, looking good this afternoon.
Yeah, interesting now that Floyd pulls the line back a little bit, and he just gets work for 1.
Floyd, the spin attack of the Netherlands, really, really under pressure here. Jane going for 18 in his first over. Floyd, still 4 balls to go. He's gone for 29 so far, and precisely what he didn't want was Salim Dar back on strike. Floats the ball up. It's hit hard. Almost evasive action out there by Michael Levitt. He probably needed to make a split decision to charge that ball. In the end, cops a half volley, almost has his head taken off. It's a 4 for Salim Dar.
No, he tries to smother it like a small grease fire when scrambling the eggs has gone wrong, but it all goes wrong for Levitt. And in the end, he knocks it towards the VIPs, and so Hamza Salim Dar, 4 balls, 4 boundaries so far.
Floyd around the wicket. Salim Dar's lofted it. It's a gorgeous cricket shot. For a moment, I think Floyd thought he might have beaten him in flight, but the ball was just a touch full. And Salim Dar shows that he's more than just hitting across the line. That's a glorious stroke.
He's having some tournament. I mean, he's the hottest player in the tournament right now. And,
give him the MVP award, as he's even forced Floyd to bowl one about half a foot off the pitch.
I mean, this has to be something. I think they're just deciding if it's off the pitch or not. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It's probably just on the pitch. So it's going to be a wide, but not a no ball.
I thought it just scraped the grass, but in the end, helpful for Floyd. Wouldn't have wanted a free hit, but it doesn't matter. Salim Dar has hit that to the clouds around Cardimer Oval. What a super strike from this superstar of the Spanish team. And Floyd has been pumped again. He's currently got 46 off 1.5 overs. One more strike and he will register his own half century. Not the type he would be looking forward to though. And Salim Dar has raced along to 34 off only 6 balls. Of all of his masterpieces in this tournament, this might be the best.
Oh, well, it's crazy what Harms is doing here. I mean, he's on for a 9-ball 50, which is something we've never seen. He's hit 5 sixes and a 4 in his 6 balls. Floyd in the naughty 40s. And he's going to end up in the nifty 50s because that's going and it's gone. Well, what are we watching here, Rhino? That's the end of the 7th. 136 for 2.
Tell you what we're watching, Maximo. It is a massacre This is extraordinary hitting from Salim Dar. Stop the fight, throw in the towel. I don't think Clayton Floyd will want to come near that bowling crease again. He's had a tough day, first against the English and now against the big left-handed bat of Salim Dar. I don't know how we can even focus on what's happening in the next couple of weeks, Maximo.
No. Well, it's hard to believe, but it is true that in 48 hours I'll be in Zagreb and we'll get ready for the ECS Croatia. We've got 6 teams there ready to go. You know what a cool team name is? Zagreb Assassins.
Ooh,
and
I like it.
It'll be challenging. Zagreb Sokol, of course. We've seen them a couple of times at the ECL. Ljubljana from Slovenia as well, who played part in that tournament. 8th over. Can anyone stop this assault at the moment? There's a little bottom edge that's going to ride for 4. With death by 1,000 cuts here at the moment for the Netherlands, who look like they'll be chasing a bunch. In fact, right now, Spain, they're on 195 pace.
Question marks for the Dutch skipper too of whether or not he brings back Arnav Jain for his second over because the spinners have been pumped. He's relying on Allenbars to try to put the brakes on in this 8th over, but not a good ball to start.
Good option, I think. Partnership 49 off 10.
That in-swinging Yorker, it's really well bowled. It's a good delivery from Allenbars. Pulls it out when he most needed it.
Well, here's the thing. Allenbars is going to have to be brave. One of his go-to balls is the slower ball dug into the pitch, but if Hamza picks it and times it up, it may get lost forever. I mean, he could hit it over everything.
I wouldn't, Vinny. I would go for that away swinger to the left-hander. Almost the same ball that he just bowled.
Wide and full, but here the thing is nobody at deep cover, and that's an area where Hamza also hits the ball very well. So he's not just a one-trick pony, Hamza, but I tell you what he is 40 off 7.
Well, he's gone for the short one, and somehow he's the first person to beat Hamza with pace all week.
And I think also that's the pace-on bouncer, so it's kind of, it's the pace that does Hamza, because I think he might be expecting that to be one that holds up, and all the players at this stage have done their homework. That bounces off Hamza. There's no need for the magic spray right now.
Still surprised that ball didn't go for a boundary off his chest.
50 partnership with these two came off 11 balls, by the way. Allenbars trying to stop the bleeding.
Oh, he does ball that ball outside off stump. Gets the result he was looking for. Unfortunately, third man just a touch wide. But that was good thinking from Allenbars.
Yeah, it's kind of hung up in the air, and if you got any chance, you go for the catch. But Kingma, again, he's had a few issues physically this week, hasn't he? Judged that he couldn't get there on the full, so just takes it on the bounce, and Dolkaya quick to come through for a single.
So 2 balls left in the over. Hasn't been a bad little spell from Allenbars. Short, wide, DDC smokes it for a Maximo. That one just hung up in the deck, and Dolkaya good enough to sit and wait and smash it.
Adios Pelota, that one ain't coming back. I hope he didn't have a family. How about this hitting though from DDC? Again, picks it. This one was the slower bouncer. And they can really throw everything at the Netherlands now, can't they? Spain with 8 wickets in hand, and that's exactly what they're doing. Dolkaya to 46. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Last ball for Allenbars.
Oh, gets away with that one. Spears it wide of leg stump, but cannons into DDC's pad, and they'll just run through for the leg bye. The end of a pretty decent spell from Allenbars goes wicketless, though, and the Spanish, they have raced along to 149 for 2, still 2 overs to go.
Well, big couple of overs coming up, if they're not all big at this stage of the tournament. But if Spain can have like a magical here, then they could go kind of 180 or something like that. And just we've never seen anything like that chased before, although it's been a tournament of firsts in a way, hasn't it, Rhino? But the Netherlands, they'll feel if they can just get a good over in here, maybe keep it to, 160s or something like that, then that's doable. And we know Spain, they've been leaking runs. They conceded 170 to Italy, but won the game anyway earlier in the week. Sikander Zulfikar to bowl the 9th.
Oh, good ball. Just pops it slightly short of a good length. Pops over the off stump. So clearly the skipper, Sebastian Brat, has decided he doesn't want to take the risk of another over of spin. His turn to Zulfikar.
Yeah, Zulfikar's not a bad option here. It just surprises Dolkaya first up with a bit of pace. I'll let everyone watching. It's hard to get to everyone in their comments at the moment, but I'm keeping an eye on it. And yeah, some people asking how can we travel all the time? Well, we do it thanks to Bizaway Travel, our official partners. And looking forward to change of scenery.
Well, it's short, wide, it's cut. It's well fielded though. Stop needed to be made. I'm sure the man coming around for point would have cut that off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating moment for Dorkay, who picks it, but it had the problem with this shot earlier. Just picks out the fielder. So Zulfiqar almost deliberately putting it outside the tram line and hoping it gets spoiled. That one works out, but now he has to bowl to Hurricane Hamza, who's 41 off 9.
What odds that Hamza brings up his 50 in the space of the next 2 balls. The way he's hitting it, you wouldn't bet against him. Zulfiqar deciding to come around the wicket.
Rico in the background. I'm sure he's an interested observer, having spent 23 years here in Spain.
Geez, he's looking dapper today, Rico.
Walk in with the bowler there.
Zulfiqar short, wide. Oh, what a shot. That is extraordinary batting from an incredibly talented young player. Smokes it straight down the ground from short of a length, wide of off stump. Vinny, what a shot.
I mean, flat bat. You've got to get this exactly right. And Daniel Dorkay, well, he's been caught. I don't mean caught out. He's been caught by Hamza on 47. 47 apiece, and that's unbelievable striking.
Short and wide, that's too easy. Sends it flying over fine leg for not only a Maximo, but brings up his half century in only 11 balls. I said earlier today he was a smoky for MVP. Vinny, he might be securing the trophy or the very constant watch with that innings.
Well, a bit like Hansel in the Zoolander movies. He's real hot right now. So hot right now is Hamza. Third fastest 50 ever on the network, 11 balls. And yeah, it's quite crazy. Seamus Lynch did a 10-baller earlier in the inning, early in the tournament, I should say. Zulfiqar, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom here. He's gone for 13 in the over. Can he win the last 2 balls?
Goes wide, and it will be called as such. Probably not the worst move, but sits outside the tram lines. Easy call for the umpire.
Well, this is crazy what we're watching. The ECC brings stories, and you know, Corey said it himself actually in commentary in the lead up to this when we were in Rome. He said there will be surprises. You know, one team will have a heater. It won't be a team that anyone would necessarily pick. And I know Spain made it to the finals last year, but still, this is something else.
Drops it onto wide of leg stump, swung around. First time Salim Dar's kept the ball on the carpet all innings.
Oh, I think of an overthrow here, but there's probably no need to take a risk at this stage with these two going so well.
Free hit essentially for Dorkay, isn't it?
Yeah, he somehow has become the more dispensable bat, hasn't he, DDC? And it's not often you say that. And he's going at pretty much, what is that, 235 strike rate. This game ain't over, though. Spain have had their problems, as we've documented many times before, keeping other teams quiet. Last ball of the ninth coming from Zulfiqar.
Short of a length, beautiful shot. Hopefully that ball's carrying its passport, or it's going to have some questions from Border Patrol as Doyle Kaye has sent it screaming over the trees to bring up a magnificent half century, a skipper's knock.
Thing with this guy, nothing ever goes to his head. I mean, he's humble as when we first discovered him on the European Cricket Network, and he just, it's very hard to bowl to. You can see very good on the pull here. He's hit many into the jungle. They haven't pitched up to him too much, but he's also pretty good straight. But this is some clean hitting. And look at that ball just explode off the bat of Daniel Dorkay. That is the end of the ninth over. 170 for 2.
They have saved one of their best batting performances for this crucial game. And the skipper, Bharat, he's cleaned up Hamza. Well, there's not many people who have beaten Salim Dar in this tournament. Perhaps a touch late to rescue this bowling innings, but Bharat may have saved himself chasing an extra 20 or 30 runs by knocking Hamza's stumps over.
Yeah, and Bharat, I think everyone, including Hamza, thinks he'll probably start with a slow ball. That's a nice moment. You know that Sebastian Bharat and Daniel Dorkay are playing together for Hermes in the Dutch competition this year, and they won quite a lot of trophies together, winning the Hoofter class, so getting promotion to the top division. But let's have a look at Hamza coming up the stairs. And that has to be one of the innings of the tournament when you consider what's at stake and the situation when he comes in. And again, Hamza, he knows this hasn't been done yet, but certainly He's put Spain in the box seat. He goes 54 off 13 balls. It's 170 for 3.
It's really extraordinary hitting, Vinny. It's a privilege to be here to watch some of the batting that we've seen here this week, and that may be one of the best innings of the tournament. Brings Awais Ahmed, who really can't lose in this situation, can he?
Yeah.
170 on the board already.
They're playing with the house's money now, aren't they? Team Spain. Bright, clever bowling. Double bluff and went the quick Yorker. Castled Hamza.
That one's outside off stump. Swing across the line. So probably the only way that Ahmed could lose on the ball was not at least getting Dorakaye back on strike.
I think that's a hold your crease and get him down there. I mean, maybe that they just kind of missed a trick there, even if it means it always goes. And he did that early in the week, actually. He kind of just got his partner down the safe end, sacrificing himself. That was probably the play there. Yet they haven't batted Netherlands out of this. I'm telling you that right now. Netherlands could make 180 odd and win. They're that good.
Short ball. Ahmed strikes it out to mid-wicket. I've got to say, Vinny, Bart, he's probably their best defensive bowler. I know he likes to bowl the final over of an innings, but question marks whether he should have brought himself back a touch earlier to stop this onslaught.
Yeah, it's a good point you make that perhaps he could have done that, but he kind of, I suppose he trusted the guys that would normally do the job. All right, here we go, teammate to teammate. Got Hermes, Brut to Dorakaye.
Tries to go for the short, slow one, and that probably won't go in the portfolio of Sebastian Brat's best balls. Definitely in the Brat worst category, that one.
Yeah, I know that you've been calling for the Brat best. That's also going to be the bouncer for the over because it was miles over the head of Daniel Dorakaye. So that was the slow one. Does he go quick now? I wonder.
Well, whatever it was, full down the leg side. I don't think that was part of the plan, and it has gone for another Maximo, and Dorakaye is smoking hot in this qualifier too.
Yeah, I mean, that just gets it all wrong, doesn't it? I think that's okay for height because he's bending down, but
cleared the boundary by a good metre or so, and it's finally signalled as Maximo.
Surely we're talking 180s here. We've never seen a chase in the 180s, but if there's one team that could do it, Netherlands 11 defending champions will have to be in that category.
He's gone for the slow ball again. What a shot. That's one of the best we've seen this afternoon. Plays it through cover. No man out on the outfield. And this has all gone so wrong for the Dutch.
Oh, it's a great shot. It's sometimes a forgotten area, but look at that perfect power position. He gets low, he gets strong, he middles at 182. One ball remaining for Equipo Rojo. Madness, and Pierce Fletcher right now, he can't do a lot except send his batters out there and say, all right, guys, try and do something similar.
Oh, full ball cleans him up. Nice piece of bowling from Sebastian Brat.
He's been out there so long, he's forgotten the rules. He's trying to run one off the stumps, but he's going to be bowled last ball. But Daniel Dorakaye, he bats the 10. Again, good Yorkers bookending that 10th over. Brat, he can hold his head high, I think. Only 12 come off that last one. And who knows, that might be an important last over. Obviously, the Netherlands have to do a lot in the first place to put themselves in a position to chase this down. But they are defending champions for a reason, Rhino, and they got the business done on finals day last year. But they will have to pull themselves out of a hole as deep as we've ever seen here on ECN. As the two batters, Daniel Dorakaye and Awais Ahmed, go up the stairs, they're going to meet their supporters. And even they, I'm sure, in their wildest dreams, wouldn't have imagined that they would have 182 runs on the board. And you could argue 1 foot in the final after that. But the Dutch, Rhino, they'll still have the right of reply.
Well, I'm sure Corey Ruckers is standing there saying we could have got 195, 200. But either way, he has got to be ecstatic at how that batting performance has rolled out. Contributions from 3 of their superstars in the form of Babar, Dorakaye and Hamza Salim Dar. And that Spanish flag is flying proudly. They got a great reception first off, and it was a welcome reception to Vivian Kingma as Babar smashed him to mid-wicket to get things underway. Vivian Kingma drifted to the leg side a few times. That was a lovely shot from Dorakaye to get himself moving. He timed the ball so well. After a bit of a sluggish time midway through the tournament, he really has come back with a vengeance. A couple of great strikes from Babar. Less great hands in the VIP area, and the Dutch fans, not too many smiles on their face throughout this batting innings. The Grizzly Bear ball was just flying to all parts, and Babar, even though he was struck by Kingma partway through, really nothing seemed to hurt him whatsoever. Dolakai was probably the supporting batter for most of the innings. First it was Babar who took charge, and then obviously when he was joined by Hamza Salim Dar later on, sort of played second fiddle to him as well, but his capability of playing gorgeous shots all around the ground is almost unmatched. Remember the old saying from the Nike commercial, if I could be like Mike after Michael Jordan, well, sure will be some young Spanish cricketers who will be saying, I want to be like DDC. He is such a class batter, and certainly one that is making a name for himself on the European cricket scene. They eventually sent Babar back. Felt like it could have been a turning point for the Spanish, and particularly when Mohammad Hassan, who was pushed up to number 3 today, he holed out as well. So it was 2 wickets to the spin of Arnav Jain, who came back after a tough day earlier, but then he was met with a rampaging Hamza Salim Dar, who has really lofted himself to the top of the charts of the absolute superstars this competition. Couldn't hide in his hat, Jain, and after the 2 wickets, it all went so wrong. Michael Levitt almost had his head taken off after trying to smother that bullet. Fortunately, no more dramas for the fielders, because Salim Dar just went Maximo, 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 and sent the Grizzly Bear flying all around the ground. Cheers all round from his Spanish teammates, and then Dog Haye, he got into the action in the last couple of overs. That was probably the shot of the day from Salim Dar. Back foot strike straight down the ground. Pearly whites on show in the Spanish group, and that was probably the best from Dog Haye. A lovely sweep across the leg side. Eventually, Sebastian Bratt bowled a pretty good last over, got through Salim Dar. Minor celebration with his club teammate, although Dog Haye was probably the one reflecting the more genuine smile. Vinny Sandhu called that as a 6 early, and he was right on the money as usual. And right on the money on the final ball, Sebastian Bratt, the Dutch skipper. Not much you can do there, Pierce. So the boys from the Netherlands have a big chase ahead of them. Spain scoring 182 from their 10 overs, the loss of 4 wickets. Great contributions at the top. Mohammad Babar resuming normal service with his injection of the team today. Another fantastic knock from him, 52 off 19, before he was the first of 2 victims for Arnav Jain. DDC cracking captain's knock before he was eliminated on the final ball of the game. And the Dutch bowling card, not too much to write home about there. 2 wickets for Jain, but he still went for 18. And Bratt possibly the pick again, 2 for 27. But too many others really leaking runs, and they've left themselves a mountain of work to do if they are to qualify for the final tonight. So Spain certainly in the better position halfway through this game. They registered 182 for 4 off their 10 overs. 3 50s amongst their batting lineup. Great team effort all round, and so the Netherlands will require 183 off their 10 overs if they are to be victorious in qualifier 2. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back with the second innings of this game in just a few minutes, so we look forward to your company then.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Cardimer Oval here in the glorious Andalucía region of Spain. Thank you all for being with us for the second innings of Qualifier 2. It is a huge game. Both Spain and the Netherlands 11 fighting for their ECC 2023 lives, and it is certainly the Spanish who would feel they've got 1 foot in the final. They have put on an enormous total in their first innings, 182 for 4. It was a stunning team effort thanks to Messrs Baba Dorkhaye and then Hamza Salim Dar at the back end. They will feel confident of being able to defend that, but it is the sort of total we have seen teams get near before. Netherlands need a good start. And there's almost help there, aside from Hawais Ahmed managing to get down and stop the ball. Atif Mohammed just dragging the first ball down the leg side. Kloppenberg takes it on the pads and they move through for 1. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network to take you through the opening stages of this second innings. The Dutch opening with Kloppenberg, who went first ball the last game. Pretty rash shot. Verhagen, who hit a couple of nice shots, particularly when the ball pitched up on his pads. Good striker over the leg side. Atif Mohammed probably do well to push it wide of off stump to him. Does go right on top of off stump. Just dab down for a single, shy at the stumps. Nice bit of fielding, but looked like he was probably home. Well, it wasn't that far away though. Just plopped the bat over the line. Might have been interesting if there was the direct hit. Dutch, such a big run rate. Required 18.72. Keeping that up over 10 overs is some job. Wide of off stump, Kloppenberg gets going quickly. Smokes the first Maximo of the innings. And what a clean strike from this young man. Dutch have got a lot of faith in him at the top. Atif Mohammed would have felt like that was probably wide enough outside off stump that he'd executed his plan well, but Kloppenberg good enough to open the shoulders and take it over cover. Need a good start here, the Netherlands. It goes up into the block hole. Kloppenberg, good enough. Second Maximo on the trot. He is such a smooth hitter. Mohammed just missing Yorker length just by a touch. And good enough to get the bottom hand through that ball. Not only strike it, but strike it well enough to send it flying. The Dutch they've raced along to 14. 4 balls gone in the over. They need to keep this rate going though. Oh, big slow ball. It's flown off the outside edge. Bit of soccer skill. Well, the Spanish are known for their football. We'll see it on the replay whether he's kept that in. Tell you what, lucky for Kloppenberg. That could have gone anywhere. Big outside edge. And he's probably kept that in. It's an excellent work from the left foot of Big Booney, Babar Khan. And so just the 2 runs. Just a bit of footwork from the big man, patrolling that there. They've got the third man, the fine one inside the circle. He's much wider down there. That is massive. Mohammed floated the ball outside off stump, drifted back in, and Kloppenberg has held his shape and hammered a Maximo. It's his third of the over. End of the first, the Netherlands have got off to a flyer, 22 for none. So they needed a good start, and the big young man at the top, Kloppenberg, has delivered 20 off 5. 111 matches since the last Golden Ball. Well, you wouldn't be picking that a chase of target of 183 would be prime Golden Ball territory, but you never know. Big burly opener, Kloppenberg. He can stay out there for the first half of the innings. Really only dealing in Maximos for the most part. And the captain, Dorcaye from Spain, turning to Raja Adil. Bowled pretty well throughout most of the tournament. He's been expensive on occasions, but also proven himself to be a wicket taker. Big crowd around this Cardimer Oval. Big crowd in the commentary box at the moment as well, which is always good to have some company up here for Maximo and I. As Adil steams in, strikes the opener. Looks like he just copped it in the waist. Slippery customer, Adil. Some good pace up at times, and a man who's also delivers things at great pace. Welcome back to the microphone, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, well, the pace has been set, hasn't it? Speaking of the great pace, about Kloppenberg, though, he's going for a ball. This guy is so good. Can't believe he's 16. I'd be digging up the birth certificate, I think. He's a monster, and he can hit a monster ball. He's made a good start. Can he turn it into more? Here's a deal.
Steps away, takes the top of off stump. Excellent bowling. Well, a victory over experience over youth on that occasion. Kloppenberg was striking the ball so well, but has stepped back, giving himself almost too much room. And Adil doing what every good fast bowler should do, hitting the top of off stump. Exceptional bowling, and the Dutch 23 for 1.
Yeah, keeping it simple, really. Top of off stump and Kloppenberg. I mean, this is where the exuberance of youth. It's not really a percentage option, even though it's a shot that he'll hit sometimes. But sometimes is sometimes. And you can see there, and he just gets done. And it's a little bit of show me the money, I think, from Raja Adil as well. Despite that, Kloppenberg has got them off to a reasonably good start in this huge chase. But he's going to have to go for 20, and the score is 23 for 1.
I think when he goes back and watches the replay of that, he'll be a little bit disappointed, Vinny. It's one thing to give yourself a little bit of room outside off stump. As it was, his front foot was almost off the artificial surface, but these are the moments that he will live and learn from, and it ends up meaning that Rasul joins Verhagen at the crease.
No Gawley back in the Dutch team. We know that he sustained an injury the other night. He looked on. Rasul's had a good tournament, though. What can he do here?
Short ball jumps into the cut shot, but you can only play it to cover. And
so it's one of these games where if the Netherlands are going to pull this off, they need someone to do something miraculous, just like Hamza was able to do for Spain. Obviously, take nothing away from Daniel Dorcaye, but you know, it's something that you kind of would expect from DDC. Now, Hamza exceeded even his own expectations, I think, with what he did in the first half of this Q2.
Short ball climbs. Have a look at the umpire, and they have called it wide.
Yeah, it looks like a wide to me. We'll have a look at it, but obviously you're trying to be unpredictable, aren't you? That's over the head pretty comfortably.
Not a tall man, Rasul. Might have needed a tennis racket to reach that for the overhead.
The thing with these chases, I call it the mechanical ball. You just got to stay on as long as you can. Try and stop that run rate from getting out of the 18s. Once it goes kind of 19, 20, it's almost impossible to peg back over a reasonable length of time.
Oh, big swing across the line. Rasul probably premeditating a touch. Adil bowled a pretty fiery over here, sending it down with good pace.
Yeah, Raja Adil. He's been a good addition to this side as well. Now, that's the other thing. If you can have one of these, we call them tragical overs, you have one that goes for almost nothing, I mean, that just could be all over.
Runs required here from Rasul. Steps across, plays a magnificent shot. I thought Adil's ball was pretty good. Cramped Rasul for room, but he manages to keep the hands out in front. Swings freely through the ball, and that is a mighty Maximo.
Well, I'm telling you, this is similar to the ball that cleaned up Kloppenberg earlier in the over, but different strategy, probably better strategy, I think, from Rasul, who skips to off and then just sends it over long on for a huge Maximo. That one was up the bank. Adil, though, that shouldn't put him off too much. This is still a good over. He's only gone for 7. Can he win the last ball here against Rasul? He gets off the mark with 6.
Deal drops that, a touch onto leg stump. It swung across the line. Wasn't the greatest connection from Rasul, but sends it to a boundary. Feels like Deal might have lost his run up a touch, stumbling in there. It's the end of the second over. Netherlands 34-1. 34-1.
Yeah. There must be an echo in here, Rhino, and I think part of the reason of that is we've got some of our ECN super fans up here. So welcome, guys. Of course, a couple of big chatters here in Dave Beat. Yes, this is Dave Beat. Welcome to the commentary box, and thanks for your support of European cricket. He's Peacock Friday. We've got Julian Dawson and his wonderful wife, Sarah, as well. And look, guys, welcome to the commentary box. Not many people to get to come up here, but hopefully you're enjoying a bit of behind the scenes look. And agree, isn't this the nicest view in the house? We are super lucky, and you even see the kind of the outlook of the mountains, the Sierra Nevada in the background. But yeah, special occasion, special people. Thanks for your support of European cricket, and I'll let them stick around for one more over, because right now they're going to treat it to a show. Equipo Rojo, Spain, having quite the day out at the moment. It's hard to see how the Dutch can turn this around. Even if they bat well, they're going to have to bat better than well. Rhino back with me for the third.
Labar coming on for the third over. He's hit a little bit earlier today. It was his first over back the tournament after not being with the team through the week. Generally prefers to bowl to the right-handers if he can get his lifting outswinger going, but he's found his line early against Verhagen. I think that's what he'll probably try to do until Verhagen shows him that he can deal with that line and length.
Yeah, Baba. Well, a bit like my mum when I was a teenager. He's a bit of a nag with the ball.
Oh, full ball and hit cleanly. Didn't try to overstrike it. Nice shot straight down the ground. Saw in the last game that Verhagen doesn't mind taking a couple of balls to get himself in. Clean striker when he gets going.
Yeah, that wasn't a great delivery from Baba. You always wonder how much cricket he's had. And obviously having to step away for almost all of Championship week. Not easy to come back, but he's done it brilliantly well. It seems to be good with every challenge thrown his way for Hagen. Nice shot by him.
Another full ball. Lucky that Hagen's lost a bit of control of his bat. Shy at the stumps. I have a feeling that might have been gone. He had have hit Martier Rahman. Got a rocket for an arm.
Yeah, that's probably thigh high. Rolls pretty tall. And yeah, what about the run out here? Was this close? Oh, I think that might have been out if it had hit, you know. Maybe. Very tight.
Tight. Well, Babar has now got a right-hander to bowl to, which will please him no end.
Any ball that's not a boundary just massively tilts things towards Spain, though. We've never seen 180s chased before in around about 3,500 games here on the European Cricket Network.
Good ball in the block hole from Babar. I'll just scoot through for the single. So it's been an excellent over from him so far.
Well, lucky there's someone behind Raja, because that was one of the all-time worst misfields. But as it is, it's only a single. And Babar, well, he's dealing pretty well as well, just going for the 1-4 so far. Oh, what a party it'll be if Spain can continue this run. And yeah, fair few comments at the moment in the comment section about what are England making of this. I mean, yes, Spain are capable, but they would have half been expecting, maybe slightly more than half expecting, for a rematch with the Dutch. At the moment, looks like it could be Spain having the day of their lives, making it to the European decider.
That's that outside off stump. Hagen might feel like he's missed out there. It's another full ball. Just a bit outside off stump, and he hasn't had the greatest power play so far. 6 runs off 6 balls. It's really only the gimme full toss that he's put away.
You're right. And the worst thing if you're batting in this situation, it's not happening for you. So Verhagen 6 off 6. I don't think you can wait around too long. Maybe you need to throw someone else out there like a Brat. So yeah, I mean, that's the end of the power play. So Baba's only going to go for 7. End of the third, 41 for 1. But yeah, honestly think Pierce Fletcher must be thinking about yanking. There's no more tomorrows. And maybe you got like a Mooser in the shed, you've got Sebastian Bratt there, and yeah, it'll be nothing against one of these players if they do get pulled, but I mean, you can see what they're trying to replicate. It was unbelievable hitting in the first half of this game.
Looks like an escalator at a London tube station going down to the platform at the moment. 22-12 and then 7, rapidly decreasing run rate, and that means that the run rate required is rapidly going up, and so Spain have started this innings reasonably well despite only taking the 1 wicket. That very important one of Kloppenberg, and I think you're right, Vinny. This is almost replacement batter type situation.
You've got to try things. Don't want to die wondering. I used to take the Piccadilly line, and that'd come every 2 minutes. They need Maximos every 2 minutes here, I think, to give this a shake.
A man who's dished them out with the bat plenty in this tournament. Salim Dar about to come and do some work with the ball. It's been serviceable through the middle overs for the Spanish. There's Verhagen on strike, and the way he's going, that won't worry the Spanish too much. Oh, but he's unleashed, and he's unleashed in a big, big way. That has been smashed, and well, Salim Dar, the left-handed brute, has done that plenty of times to opposition bowlers. Gets a taste of his own medicine.
One way back is just supersonic over something huge. Now, hitting the first ball for 6 gets you off to the perfect start. You know, it gets the left-handers. I actually think the VIPs there actually safe at that distance. They should. The fact they're actually closer is safer because these balls are going miles over. Got to go wide and full, I think, here.
He does a touch, but it struck straight down the ground. That straight fielding position that the Spanish love.
Now, Sully, he had to have his wits about him here. He tries to go wide, maybe not as full as he wanted. Made it drivable, and that one probably would have taken Sully to another life, but luckily he's got very good reactions, gets out of the way, and also good field position having Daniel Dorcalia there.
He's also got a good beard for protection as well. That chin won't be suffering any damage anytime soon. Salim Dar, he does bowl a hittable pace in a way. If you want to hit big, someone bowling like this, he's not an extravagant swinger of the ball. I wonder what Rasul is going to do here. Bit of a manoeuvring of fields. They brought backward point inside the circle, and Fielder sort of hit a wide third man along with the fine third man on the 30. Full ball hit, but not particularly cleanly. So Booney Babar will swing around from cover and keep it a 1.
It's got to play in your mind. You can't put a full toss away, then you know that there won't be so many of those. And you need to bat almost perfectly, don't you? I mean, we have seen these kind of scores hit, and even we've seen these kind of scores hit against Spain. Remember, they infamously went for 216 against the Irish 11.
Went far away from chasing it, though. It's a good ball, more block holes, so Hagen can't deal with it. And despite that 6, he's really struggling to get moving.
Yeah. Hagen. Yeah. For me, I'm yanking him, you know, and I like him. He's a really, really good player. It can happen to anyone. It's just doesn't look likely to be able to turn this around, like a Young did, for example.
Is that the commentator's form of saying, with all due respect, and then slashing an opinion, saying, I like him, but you need to replace him? Big swing across the line. Not a good ball, so arms of Salim Dar. He's essentially making the batters do the work here, trying not to give them anything particularly loose.
I honestly think they might yank him at the end of this over. I mean, you need 21 and over now. Rasul's there, okay, he's done okay, 12 or 6, but you need your players going at 300 here. That's what you need from everyone. In fact, if you look at the rate required, it's like 350 strike rate if there's no extras. So I think you've got to put in players that can do it. I think they're about to make a change. But anyway, let's see what happens. Last ball, the 4th.
That one's on length, and it's hit cleanly. Not far away from our commentary box for the second time today. It was already assaulted by 1 ball earlier in proceedings, and that's a good finish to the 4th over. The Netherlands 56 for 1.
Yeah, it is a good finish for sure. But I wonder, I mean, there are also secondary consequences, you know, obviously not great for a guy's confidence. I kind of agree with that if it was earlier in the tournament, but now we're kind of talking This is your last chance. You've got 6 overs to try and pull off a miracle. Succession of magicals. Maybe if you could get a couple of those in a row, you can start to get a few nerves in the Spanish camp thinking, oh, we couldn't blow this, could we?
I actually cannot believe they haven't replaced him, to be honest. The only way they're going to win this match, as far as I'm concerned,
especially with who's to
Musa
come.
Ahmed is out there for as many balls as possible.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words, which doesn't happen very often. But Verhagen,
given the chase they have here, I probably would have opened with Musa. But anyway, let's bygones be bygones. Adil steaming in for his second. Wide of off stump, and poor Verhagen, he's just not finding the middle of the bat.
Oh, well, Andrew Ryan throwing his hat in the ring for a coaching job, and we've already lost Corey, haven't we, for the day? And Andrew Ryan, he's your classic hindsight coach.
Imagine Rutgers versus Ryan in the commentary box. I'll just write a note to Corey. You're the second best coach amongst the commentary team. Deal steaming in. Wide of off stump. That's a nice shot. Well, Verhagen telling the commentators to mind their own business. That's a lovely strike over long off.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I hope he can turn this around. Yeah, obviously for the benefits of the game staying a contest. This is a nice shot and pretty uncomplicated from Roll this time. Adil, I think he's going for a Yorker there, just misses. Well hit. Can he turn it into something more?
He can. That's a big blast. Sent it skywards, and watch out in the VIP area. That's a stroke and a half from Verhagen. Maximo.
Yeah, well, in a turn of events, that'll certainly impress people that believe in sunk cost fallacy. They've kind of hitched their wagon to Verhagen, and this one, you might need a wagon to bring it back. That's gone over the VIP again.
Well, the deal. Been hammered on consecutive balls. Probably would feel like neither of them was a very bad delivery, but Verhagen just good enough. Feels like when he gets in trouble, it's actually at those Yorker lengths. He's got a quite traditional technique in a way. Very, very well-structured player.
Got to keep it simple. Roger Adil, though, he's got to get out of the slot, doesn't he? Dial up a Yorker or a short ball. Slow ball's not a bad option, but he's going to go for 4 more. So, this is the kind of over where it's turning around. It started with a dot, but since then it's gone 6-6-4.
Yeah, well, Corey Rutgers, hands up in the air, asking what is going on. I'm sure a paceman spearing one down the leg side wasn't part of the plan. Delightful little tickle off the pads.
You feel regardless of what happens for the rest of the day, there'll be a bit of put your hands up in the air. Heard a little bit later in different circumstances for Corey Rutgers. And probably a fair few of the ECN crew as well. But right now, he's in a contest. And look, they've got that rate at 20. Let's see if it can hover there, or maybe even come down with a couple more boundaries.
Well, it's certainly helped on that occasion. That's a full ball. I'm surprised that Verhagen hasn't taken a swing.
Yeah, I mean, probably needed the Q extender, I think, to reach it. It'll be a no ball for height. And yeah, he's just saying, hey, settle down, get back to basics.
I thought he might have been signalling, just try to hit the pitch for starters.
Tranquilo, they'd be saying, just relax. Relax, be calm, be calm. Deep breaths, maybe just settle down a little bit.
And that one's drilled. It was only just short of being a Yorker. Not a bad ball from Adil, but Verhagen is now on a riot. Smoked that for 4.
Yeah, always would have kept him out there, Rhino. You knew he's the kind of player that can turn it around.
Still would have thrown Musa out.
Yeah. Now I'll be the hindsight coach. Yeah, but I mean, look, credit to Verhagen. He has turned it around, hasn't he? But he needs to somehow find another gear. Does he have it? Last ball of the 5th.
Well, maybe he does. That's beautifully struck, and it's a misfield. Well, Smith ready, made good ground coming around from the wide long off position. That one's just skipped off the turf through his hands. It went like a bullet, and Verhagen is on a tear now. The Dutch back in the game, 81 for 1, halfway through.
Well, want to welcome everyone once again, and I've got to say that it's been busy here. There's a lot going on. We've got Candy Toms in the red boots as well. Come on, come around here, guys. They're providing the entertainment today. There you go. You're live in front of everyone. They've come all the way from Zurich to do the musical entertainment today. Well, Dave B, actually, he's got his guitar and his violin in the car right now. So, I mean, I actually don't know how many people is the maximum you're allowed in this commentary box, but I feel we're getting there.
I think this is an example of just how many people we've got here today, that this is almost the overflow seating section now.
True.
Because the VIP area and hospitality is packed.
Now, what are you thinking about this Spanish assault at the time? I mean, you got the band here dressed like a couple of matadors that you might run into at the Bull Ring. Right now, Equipo Rojo, they are making a dream run. I mean, obviously, if whatever the final is, if it was England-Netherlands, it's going to be a repeat of last year. But England-Spain throws up just unimaginable possibilities, and I think there's a lot of supporters for both those nations. Of course, Dutch well supported as well. It's going to be a big night no matter what, Rhino.
I think, well, there's going to be celebrations all around and a fantastic atmosphere here at the Cardimer Oval. If you're in the vicinity, you could find far worse places to be on Friday evening. And there is still plenty to play for in this game. Felt after 4 overs that the Dutch were playing themselves out of a final spot, but Verhagen, almost like Mount Vesuvius erupting in that last over. Now Rasul back on strike. Salim Dar on the bowl. And that one's gone high in the air. It's certainly catchable. And it's well taken. Big Papa extends the hands. The huge man from Spain is putting his nation on his back. And that is a big, big wicket. Rasul gone. Netherlands, 81 for 2.
Yeah, what a shot of Baba there in front of the big crowd, the VIP section as well here. All the sponsors in, all the supporters of European cricket were kind of in suspended motion there, weren't they? As Rasul gets this one wrong. Well, maybe it's the wicket they needed to lose. I mean, Verhagen's up and going. Rasul, like, he's played some nice shots, but it's just what's required is unprecedented, really. Rasul's upset with himself. You can see arms are excited, and look at the eyeballs in the background, all focused on Mohamed Babar, and haven't they been all day? But brave effort from Rasul, but he's going to have to go 18 off 8 for him, 81 for 2.
Well, what we need is some Musa ball, and it is the superstar left-hander who has made his way to the crease, played a phenomenal innings to keep the Dutch in the game against the English in that previous contest. And his country needs him more than ever. He's joined Verhagen at the crease. And this is set up for a superstar performance.
Yeah, well, they basically need 100 off this second half, more. And they haven't made a good start, but Musa is a guy, there's anyone, he could do it. And he's going to get a good first ball, Rhino.
He's cleaned up well. Goes between the legs. Who would have thought? The Dutch superstar, the man we thought could drag them back into this contest, but it's the man who is on his way to the MVP award. Surely Hamza Salim Dar picks up the clean bowled Netherlands, 81 for 3.
Well, when you've got a threat in your neighbourhood, who are you going to call? Red Hamza. And look what he does here. It's just back to basics. Plan A. It's full. It's straight. It's knocking over the stumps. Well, Rhino, we had high hopes for Musa, but he only lasts the one delivery here. And the way things are going, that could be the last we see of him at ECC 23.
Well, he's been nutmegged by an absolute seed there from Salim Dar. That one started outside leg stump. Ahmed had every right to try to heave it to mid-wicket, but it's speared back in late, and Golden Derek gets his appearance on screen, and hasn't that brought the crowd to their feet?
Yeah, well, you know, you can actually buy Golden Derricks in the merchandise now, the merchandise area here.
One of the best sellers, I think. They've been
Don't know what they're going
autographed by
for.
Rico Fool.
Yeah, I signed a few Derricks myself. But, well, Lorne Burns took a hat-trick. 36 that was on the opening day. Could we have a hat-trick on closing day here? Hat-trick ball for Hurricane Hamza.
Short of the length, the ball goes up. It's a catching opportunity. DDC and Atifa raffling it. He takes it. Torian Smith ready. Great snare. And Hamza Salim Dar has come in and taken a hat-trick in qualifier 2 and may have sealed Spain's passage through to the final. Wonderful moment from a man who has put in a spectacular performance in Championship Week.
Oh, it's quite incredible, isn't it? And you can't really blame Levitt. He has to go to the skies. He hopes that he can get it near the middle and get it over the fence. But a memorable moment. And I got to say, I thought it was DDC's catch, the straight fielder, but Snehith Reddy, he called for it early, didn't he? Had to make a late adjustment back into his left. Everyone, again, tracking that grizzly ball into the sky. Oh, well, You don't want to be Shane Warne dropping the hat-trick off Damien Fleming to give a historical reference, but Levitt, he's another golden duck, and he goes 81 for 4. And I'll give you something scary. There's still 3 balls left in this over, and I think you can guarantee whoever's coming out next, and it's Sikander Zulfikar, he'll be swinging at this. Can't afford to take a pitch.
Well, Hamza usually ends up with 6s off his bat. He's got a chance for a 6 for in this over. Admittedly, still a fair bit of work to do, but that was an excellent catch from Sneeth. Ready. Ball was up there for an eternity. He probably could have blown out the candles on a couple of birthday cakes. But anyway, Salim Dar, he's on chance for a 4 in a row. Ball's gone high, but this time absolutely no hope of catching it. And Zulfikar smokes the Maximo first ball.
Well, he knew he'd go for it. I mean, Zulfikar, again, I know they can't bat everybody. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen him earlier. He's pulled them out of trouble once or twice before in this series. Very good player. He's a triplet, of course, and last year we saw all 3 triplets playing for the Netherlands in this Dutch team. Hamza, though, 2 balls to go. What, I mean, incredible match. And to do what he did with the bat and then to take a hat-trick.
This is some performance from Salim Dar. That one's pitched up again in the slot. Wow, he's having the Maximos thrown back at him. Zulfikar, he's hit a pair of 6s to get started, 12 off 2. And the Dutch just keeping themselves in it.
Oh, good shot, good counter-attack. I mean, we're getting to the point where you kind of need a boundary to bring the rate down. Anything else won't do, only boundaries or extras. Still giving 6%. What a world we're living in here. Last ball for Hamza.
That's a better ball. It's cracked hard. DDC moving around from his straight deep position, fires it in. He will keep it to 1, and the end of a fantastic performance from Hamza Salim Dar. Walks away with a hat-trick. He could not do much more to get Spain over the line here, and the Dutch 6 overs down, 94 for 4.
Great stuff by Hamza Salim Dar. I mean, to take a hat-trick in any level of cricket at any time is something, but to do it in a game where you've already turned the tables with the bat, and then to step up and do that, he's going to hobble off the field. Yeah, this isn't what Spanish fans want to see right now, because Hamza is going off the field with some sort of injury. I don't know whether that was sustained earlier in this contest or not, but yeah, let's have a look, because yeah, he's in some discomfort, and certainly that's a player you don't want to lose him for the final.
Lucky they've got the expertise there of Alistair Priddle, who will be working overtime on their young charger to try to get him right for what is a likely finals appearance. Looks like it might have been a groin strain. I'm not sure whether he suffered a bowling or an over-exuberant celebration of the hat-trick, but either way, let's hope he can get himself back in a state to play. And Atif Mohammed coming in for his second over. Throws it wide of off stump. That's a pretty good shot. And Zulfikar, could he be the man to get the Netherlands back in this game?
Yeah, well, they need something, don't they? I mean, that's kind of put a hush around the ground, hasn't it? Because Harms up, he's having the game of his life here, the day of his life, really. Tournament of his life. He's one guy, I mean, when he was seen in Barcelona, yeah, he impresses us, but he's just one guy that seems to get better with the better level of the game. So Zulfikar, he's going at the 4 ball required. Can he keep it up?
Oh, it's another good shot, but DDC has come up with a phenomenal pickup on the half volley. Thought he might take a step in and go for a diving catch. Actually ended up in an awkward spot, but my goodness, that's a phenomenal bit of fielding.
Yeah, it's a hard one to come forward to. He didn't want to jam himself and get yorked, so in the end, it's smart fielding, I think. Stopping the boundary is more important than the wicket at this stage anyway, I think. Verhagen, oh, he's still there. He's been through the ringer. What can he do to Atif Mohammed?
Mohammed drags that wide of off stump, and the diving stop from the keeper. They get Zulfikar back on strike, who at this moment feels more likely. So they've turned that into a double with the wide call.
Hat-trick number 39 of the season for Hamza Salim Dar on the previous over.
Dutch looking to try to squeeze out every run they can. Protection on the boundary. Here at straight, long off, wide, long on, deep square. Third man very wide. Short ball. It's hit just over the outstretched hands. A fine leg. Mohamed Yassine looks like he was just woken up by that ball flying over the top of his skull. That's another boundary. And Dutch getting in some rhythm. And Zulfikar, I wouldn't say he's playing a lone hand, but he's certainly given them a boost.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an experience, hasn't it? So far, Atif, it doesn't often get taken to, but I suppose they've gotten after him a little bit here. 32 off his 9 balls.
Floats it wide, and Zulfikar hammers him over deep mid-wicket. What a shot, and all of a sudden, the Spanish looking mortal, and the Dutch, they have got themselves back in this contest. 111 for 4, 2 balls left in this 7th over.
Well, right now, you're walking the tightrope without a safety net if you're the Dutch. You need boundaries or bust. You need to go on a run of it. Okay, these magical overs, they happen. They basically need to string 3 together in a row if we're to win this game. So
ultimately, if they can get themselves within 24, 26 off the final over, at least they're giving themselves a chance.
Yeah, that's all you can hope for. 8% is still given.
So quite an incredible thought, isn't it, that in 100 matches, 8 of them would go the Dutch way from here.
Yeah, now it's gone down to 5 as we talked.
It's gone down to 5 after he's hit a Maximo.
They've obviously been listening to us.
The Dutch, 72 off 20 balls. It's still a very, very difficult chase, but Zulfikar. Full ball, drives it out. Just be a single. Sabar patrolling that area. He's calm, keeps the throw low.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win. As soon as that goes 24 plus, then even 4s don't bring it down. Having a look at the hat-trick Hall of Fame, 39 comes in the way of Hamza Saleem Dar. And Lorne Burns, a hat-trick for Spain on opening day. Hamza Saleem Dar, a hat-trick on closing day. But all concerns now in the tent as he's getting worked on. He's got to turn out. If he's got a pulse, he'll be in the team for the final.
Goes wide of off stump, and Verhagen, where he struggled to hit the boundaries when the balls got underneath his eye line, and not a bad finish from Mohamed after he was smacked a number of times earlier in the over. And the Dutch, 113 for 4, 3 overs to go.
I'll tell you something, right? With 3 overs to go, as we just have a quick look at where we're at here on finals day. Spain have to be perfect today, win 3 games. They beat the Irish. Almost beaten the Netherlands, but not quite. It's game on life support. England 11 waiting for the winner of this game. So they're watching on, I'm sure, from wherever they are. But that game is coming up in about an hour and 55 minutes. And the toss happening just after the game. And we also have the HL Software VIP Experience game in the meantime. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, you can tune into that. And that is always interesting.
Very interesting. I'll tell you what else is interesting here, Vinny, that they have turned to Matiur Rahman, who has not been at the bowling crease quite as much as some of his colleagues across this tournament. And DDC's gone with his front line 4 for all of the overs to date. So 2 of the last 3 will be bowled by the 5th bowler. Rahman comes in. Short ball. That was probably one that Hagen needed to put away.
All right. So they get 1. I got to be honest with you. My gut, and okay, people's guts are different. That's obviously very, very true. But I think that Bratt, he's one guy that could just reel off a bunch of 6s, and he might not. And again, for Hagen, he's hit him sometimes he hasn't. Bratt, with 3 overs to go, he's a guy that I want out there tactically.
Well, to put this into context, for Hagen, 40 off 20, that translates to 12 run and over. They need much, much more than that. Wide of off stump, and you could see as soon as that ball was delivered, Zulfikar got himself into great position, and he's hammered it for a Maximo. He is putting the Netherlands on his back and potentially carrying them to miraculous chase.
Yeah, I mean, they need more, don't they? That's a great shot. I suppose not the greatest length from Matiur Rahman. Misses his spot. And when he has bowled these kind of, I call them slot balls or not quite Yorkers, they have disappeared. Sikandar Again, he's one guy, 35 off 9. Didn't see him for a lot of this chase, did we?
Rahman slot again, and he's been pumped. Consecutive Maximos. This is wonderful hitting for Zulfiqar. The Spanish fans, they are concerned, and this is a wonderful innings from Zulfiqar.
We've got a lot of technology these days, but I'd like to see the panic meter, because I think that there's a little rumble going on at the moment. They just got to try and get out of this over. Zulfiqar 41 off 10.
Oh, not a bad change up, brave one. It's been fumbled by the keeper.
Oh no, that's 4 buys. It's gone all the way. It's a slower ball and it's bounced just in front of Awais Ahmed and it hit him and it slowed it down to an extent. But even when they win, they're losing at the moment, Spain. And so it was a clever bit of bowling first up from Matty to roll the fingers on it. Zulfiqar didn't pick it, but the keeper couldn't pick it up.
Oh, gutsy bowling from Rahman. He executed well. Fortunately, his keeper couldn't stop it. All the momentum with the Netherlands. Short ball, and it's been hammered out to deep square. I think it's actually gone for a boundary.
4. Yeah, that's 4. It won't be out.
Well, it's cheers from the Spanish, but I think Hassan knows he's out there at deep square, and his back foot was over the line.
I don't know whether they realise it, but he's held that ball the whole time, and so it wasn't like he knocked it back. So he's definitely stepped over the line here. Let's have a look on the replay. See this foot here. See, you can see there it's grounded, and he actually uses that foot to spring forward. So that'll be 4 runs. I think most people knew it.
Look at the zoom. That's the biggest we've seen Hassan all week.
Yeah. Well, Bigfoot starring Mohamed Ihsan out there, and he's doing really well. He's into the sun, so he just kind of lost his bearings a little bit. But there's another boundary. So that's 20 off the last 4 balls now.
And Zulfiqar 45, so he's 1 Maximo away from the half-ton. And he swings hard. That ball's gone high. It's gone over. It's a Maximo. Zulfiqar 51 off 13. What an individual performance. And the Dutch have raced along to 140 for 4. 2 overs to go, 43 required off 12 balls.
What a knock from Zulfiqar. He's faced 13 balls. He's hit 6 Maximos, 3 4s. That's 9 boundaries in his 13 balls. And one of them was a boundary anyway that he missed, if you remember that. So, look, panic meter, it's definitely being picked up by the seismologists now, Rhino. They're heading in the right direction, but they're going to have to do something quite substantial here. They need 21.5 and over for the last 2.
You know who I feel really sorry for at the moment is Hamza Salim Dar, because he's currently getting massaged by Alistair Priddle, who has probably got a pair of very stress-filled hands at the moment. They know that the Netherlands are within striking distance here. The experience of Babar for the 9th.
Need a huge 9th, and they're running out of time too. Only 2.5 minutes to bowl this over. So imagine that. You've got to hustle. And Babar, he's got a short run up. Hamza is back out on the field. So that's good news. It tells me maybe it was just a bit of cramp or something like that, and nothing too serious. The fact that they would actually put him back out there. I probably wouldn't have, to be honest. They had Alger as a sub fielder, but Hamza obviously wants to stay there.
He's missed a few runs in between, hasn't he? Dutch got themselves back into this contest. Zulfiqar on strike. Bad ball from Babar. He's been swung for a Maximo. What a tremendous cricket shot, but a poor ball from such an experienced bowler.
Oh, this is going to be ridiculous if they can chase this down. Well, Babar just overcooked the Yorker slightly. Zulfiqar is on right now. Last roll of the dice here for the Dutch.
Oh, Zulfiqar has smashed Babar. That's probably the biggest 6 we've seen all day. What an exhibition of striking. This is extraordinary stuff from the Dutch.
Yeah, well, this will be the highest ever chase if they can pull it off. They can't, can they? They can't. Surely not. Sikandar on fire right now, on 63 and counting.
That one's in the slot again. Zulfiqar, it's another Maximo. This is unbelievable.
24 off 8. Now they have got it back down to 3 a ball, which would be par in this game. So right now they're sitting right on the red line. ECN Classic and Spain missing their spots. Zulfiqar going bang. He's on fire right now. Surely not. And look, the clock. There's 40 seconds to bowl these 2 balls.
Good slot ball, so he manages to get Zulfiqar off strike.
All right, well, there's pressure. Now they've got 30 seconds here. They just have to bowl this ball, as long as it's a legal ball, before that runs out, so they should be okay. But again, if it's a no ball or wide...
You don't want to rush in this situation, but Verhagen's basically got a free swing
Almost
here.
back to 50-50, Rhino. Last ball of the 9th.
Oh, not a good ball. We'll have a look at that from side on because it may be a no ball. Just punted straight down the ground.
I think they're in trouble with the clock. Honestly, let's have a look.
This becomes a huge
I think that's
call.
not a no ball. It's below his waist, so it'll be legal. But what's happened is, okay, even if you add on a time for the review, I still think that they could run out of time here. There was only about 2 seconds left on the clock when that ball got back to Babar. So it's going to be, well, I'm waiting to see a signal. I don't think we'll get one. No, they're saying that's the end of the over. Okay, that's it. So that actually becomes a huge call because that is the end of the 9th. 161 for 4, and they beat the clock by 2 seconds. And that call wasn't just for the no ball. It would have been for 5 penalty runs. But now... Oh, it's rare that you say team chasing 22 is in charge, but it feels that way. They need 22 off the last over. Don't go anywhere, and remember where you are, because you are watching an ECN Classic here in Qualifier 2.
You're not just watching an ECN Classic. This has basically been the greatest day of cricket in the history of the sport. This is unbelievable stuff. And would there be a more nervous man than Mati-ur-Rahman, who got pumped for 23 in his first over? Netherlands only need 22 here. I guess on the upside, he has got Verhagen on strike to start with.
All right, they're going back to Mati. And Mati got pounded for 27.
I actually thought DDC would come to the bowling crease. He's trusting Rahman.
Verhagen's on strike, though. 22 off the last for the Dutch to pull off a miracle.
Big swing, it's driven down, ready. Soft hands out there in the outfield, but at least Verhagen's got Zulfiqar on strike.
I mean, look, if he ever wanted to dial up a Yorker, now's the time. Mati-ur-Rahman, I mean, he looks like he should be doing his homework somewhere, shouldn't he? And I hope he's done his homework. As Zulfiqar 70 off 17. Again, I think 3 sixes here out of 5, or maybe 2 sixes, 2 fours. So you need kind of 3 or 4 boundaries. And again, single here. Do you even take one at the moment? I suppose you kind of have to.
No, put it up to Zulfi.
You think Zulfiqar's on fire?
70 off 17. It is one of the best innings you could want to see on the ECN. Rahman, good start for him. Just the one off the first ball. That's in the slot, and it's smashed over cover. What a strike. Zulfi, he is carrying the Dutch to the final, and so much pressure now on Rahman.
Oh, you just cannot miss even by a bit. It's almost a Yorker, and I mean almost. I think that's probably 15, 20 centimetres short of the Yorker that he was going for.
He has to take his time here. The
yeah,
clock
you've got all
is
the
not
time
relevant.
in the world. You've got to kind of ice the clock a bit now because Zakant is feeling really good. You've got to give him more time to feel like the mood's subsiding. 15 off 4, and they're 3 hits away. The Netherlands. Zakant Zulfiqar on strike on 76.
And he pops him over the leg side boundary. Another Maximo. Zulfi, 82 off 19. And the Dutch must be favourites now.
We've had 356 runs in this match, Rhino. Oh, again, you just need one ball to go your way. You need 9 off 3 now. Could this be the golden ball, Rhino? I mean, could it be a golden ball for a spot in the final?
I don't want to check if Rico's got the tingle. There's too much happening. Oh, my goodness. 9 off 3 required. This is incredible. And this is this is probably the greatest ECN match of all time. Rahman charging in.
Any Yorker.
Full toss, and he's smashed! It has gone from Maximo. The Dutch, they have one hand on a place in the final. Zulfikar is playing a simply extraordinary innings. He's up to 88 off 20.
I'll tell you what else. If there's two singles here, imagine this is a one, which I think you got to take at this stage. I think when you get this close, you got to take it. Then you maybe have another single coming. I mean, okay, the panic meter, it's been broken. The panic meter started with a dull little rumble. It's up, and now, I mean, they're well ahead in the game now, Netherlands. But again, a single changes everything. I also think if it goes to the outfield, you probably try two anyway. Why not? You've got so many wickets in hand. You've got someone like Brutz coming next. 100%, well, tell you what, that thing is on the blink because Spain still have a chance. But Netherlands, only 3 required for a grand final rematch.
Oh, it's a wide. Oh my goodness, you can tell what he's trying to do. He's desperately trying to put it out of the hitting zone. That takes the partnership up to 100 off only 25 balls, and it has almost all been Zulfikar. They need 2 off 2.
I mean, look, you're forgetting that wickets happen. I mean, his stumps could be ripped out this game, and someone will come out needing 2. Need a turning point. Can Matty do it? 2 required for the Dutch.
Full ball, it's cracked. Has he beat the fielder? He has! What a performance! Zulfikar has almost single-handedly knocked the Spanish out of the tournament and has dragged his team, the proud Netherlands 11, into the final. What an unbelievable game of T10 cricket.
That's an unbelievable finish. It's the Orange Miracle, Rhino, and you've seen it here live on the European Cricket Network. And that guy never thought it was impossible. Sikander Zulfikar. And, well, Verhagen, he sits back and applauds at the end, and why not? And they haven't just done it, they've done it with the ball to spare. Spain went back to Matthew Rahman, but he just couldn't keep it quiet. And that guy, he's quite quiet by nature, but the Dutch supporters weren't, were they? Sikander Zulfikar. I mean, we saw something quite amazing from Hamza, and it's hard to believe that it's been outdone, but it's Sikander Zulfikar, I think, that's the player of this match, and he has set up a grand final rematch now in the ECC 23 final.
Absolutely incredible scenes here at Cardimer, Vinny. When he came to the wicket, the Dutch were 81 for 4 halfway through the 6th over. And somehow he has dragged his nation into the final to take on the England 11. He's finished with 92 off 21 balls. That may go down as the single best individual performance in ECN history.
I mean, we'll never forget it. We'll never forget this game, no doubt. It's in the record books already. It's burned into the memories, and there's a fair bit of emotion flying around there as well at the moment. Because Spain, they've played their hearts out. I still can't believe they won't be in the final. But, just a brilliant individual performance. We said it, didn't we? We said someone has to have an incredible individual performance for the Netherlands to get up. And in the end, it was Sikander Zulfikar. 92 of 21 balls. That was absolutely off the charts. 12 Maximos, 4 fours. Well, everyone, make sure you're sitting down when you watch these highlights because it's a game that we'll be talking about for years to come.
Indeed, this has to go down as one of the absolute classics of the genre. They got off to a good start. It was the young man Kloppenberg at the top of the order. He had 20 off 6 before he was eventually cleaned up by Raja Adil, hitting the top of off stump. The big young man trying to thrash it through the offside. And as he walked back, then it felt like the Netherlands really got stuck into a bit of a hole. A couple of good shots from Rasul Verhagen. He took a long time to get going.
Well, yeah, you're right. You know, like waiting for the pot to come to boil on the stove, wasn't he, for a while? But then to his credit, he was able to turn it around. I mean, the fact that they do this with 4 wickets down without batting people like Sebastian Brandt or Clayton Floyd. I mean, it just shows you the depth in this Dutch batting lineup. And their supporters, I remember having a chat to them when I was over in the fan zone in the innings break. I said, look, don't count your guys out. And they were pretty despondent, obviously, because we'd never seen a 180s chase. Well, those days are gone, Rhino. History once again being made on the network. But yeah, with Spain, they seem to be in control. You start looking at everything then, don't you? Like that misfield from Reddy that got away. The 4 byes, for example, where Awezama wasn't really able to deal with a double bouncer. But I mean, this mood has changed markedly in the last half an hour. I mean, when Baba took that catch, it seemed a formality that Spain would be in the final. Rasul going down. And Hamza, don't forget, he took a hat-trick in this innings as well. And that seems like a bit of a byline. He got Musa first ball, and we thought that was kind of lights out on this Dutch chase as well. But, well, this was the hat-trick, but it'll be a hat-trick now, which will elicit mixed emotions, I think, from the Spanish supporters.
Well, we all thought that when the wicket of Musa Ahmed went down, that the Dutch really were out of this game. It was a sensational little spell from Hamza Aleem Dar. Then when he left the field, all of a sudden Zulfikar took over and played what was one of simply the best innings in ECN cricket you could ever wish to hear. Atif Mohammed, a man that the Spanish have gone to so often to get control back. He got pumped, but he wasn't the only one. Zulfikar, just an extraordinary display.
Well, Zulfikar, remember the name. We've been saying it a fair bit, haven't we? Of course, he's won a triplets bet. Yeah, I mean, Spain, look at this. And we also mentioned they've been pogoed around the park a fair bit in this series, haven't they? And this is no exception. They just didn't have the answers. Again, I know post-mortems are always 2020, but they went back to Matty, he'd been basically ground into the ground, hadn't he, by Sikander Zulfikar, and then he had the rematch for Hagen. Started the last with a single, and we'll see that in a moment. But yeah, we said only boundaries we're going to bring this down, and a lot of them, we do get a lot of them, and I don't even want to look at my card, but I'm telling you, those last 3 overs in the end, are you ready for them? 27, 21, 24. We said they needed 3 magicals. Well, they got them, and they ended up hitting 72 off that last 3. The Dutch, I don't even think they in their wildest dreams would have thought they could have pulled this one out of the fire, but somehow they have, and it's thanks to that brilliant knock from Sikander Zulfikar.
Unbelievable stuff. Look at the celebrations in the tent. He may be a quiet man, but he has shouted very loud with his bat. I have some sympathy for poor Madio Rahman, sent into the firing line. It was like being thrown into an abattoir then at the end. And unfortunately for him, he couldn't quite do the job. But this Spanish lineup, they would have felt they had more than 1 foot in the final.
Oh, yeah, I think so. You know, it's a strange scorecard, really. I suppose the guys that got out, they didn't waste balls, did they? Kloppenberg, a quick fire 20, 18 for Rasul. Goldens for Musa and Levitt, but they got out the way, and that brought Zulfikar in. He started with a 6 on a double hat-trick ball, don't forget, and he had plenty more to go with it. 12 Maximos in his 92. And look at the bowling figures. Well, again, it's tough viewing. Hamza was brilliant, 3 for 27. Again, no burns, maybe no variation in there to speak of, because they end up bowling 10 overs at pace. There were 9.5 Matty. You got to feel for him in the end, going for 47 off his 11 balls. So we'll take a bit of a break. We'll try and compose ourselves. We're an hour and a half away from bringing you back for the final. We'll have the anthems, of course. And in the meantime, we will have the HCL Software VIP Experience game. So if you are watching on our YouTube channel, tune in for that, because that's always something that's a little bit different. Rhino, great job by you, by the way. Let's just take a moment and thank you for your contributions. It's been great to have you back in week 4, and I bet you can't wait for the final like everyone else.
Can't wait to watch the final. It felt like an absolute privilege to be here, not just for that game, but all today and throughout the tournament. It's so good to work with you, Rico, even Corey on the occasion we do get to spend time in the box together. But fantastic to be here, and I was not overstating it before when I said this has to really potentially be one of the greatest days in cricket history. This has been 3 games of the highest order.
It's been incredible. Well, big thanks to our super fans who've been up here. I mean, you guys certainly will remember where you were when the biggest chase was pulled off. Rhino, been awesome. Hopefully see you again on the network soon. Enjoy the final. Rico will be back with me for this one. Corey, well, I'll probably have a word to him in the break, but to him and his Spanish team, thanks for bringing so much to the tournament. Again, a lot of Spanish hearts breaking here, but we will have a grand final rematch, and it's one really that could go either way. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Big thanks again, and thanks to all of our supporters, whether you're here or whether you're far. We'll see you for the big one. The final's on the way. We'll see you then. It's the decider of the 2023 Dream11 European Cricket Championship. The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome. It is time for something very special. It's the HCL Software VIP Experience Match. Now, we've got KK here representing Team Blue, got Dario here representing Team Green. Now, this will be slightly shorter than 10 overs, but I've got to tell you from last year, get ready, because it'll be something unlike you'll see any other time on the network. Rob Kemming has got the coin, and apparently, whoever wins the toss also gets to keep the coin. Show them the coin, Rob. It's one of the official ECC coins. Okay, so Dario, you're going to get the call, heads or tails. Ready? Off we go.
Your
Heads.
Hang on.
All right, that's good. Good start. Throw it up. Heads he wants. It is?
Tails.
Tails. Okay, KK.
We're gonna have ball first.
All right, well, good luck to you guys. It's going to be Team Blue to bowl. Now, let's get ready for the action.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Well, how do you follow that run feast of a match? Of course, I'm a little bit disappointed. Of course, I'm going to be, but this, I think, will cheer me up. A little bit of fun out there in the middle. So we see a little bit of friendly cricket. And I know that Rhino, well, you're getting your breath back, but you can't get away just yet, as you got blue team up against the green team.
It's the matchup we've all been waiting for. Just those three corkers of T10 cricket beforehand were a mere prelude here to the HCL Software game. Jeez, the teams are probably both winning the best dressed team competition. Absolutely resplendent. The blue and lime green. Look at that, isn't that a sight seeing Rob Kemming out there ready to umpire? Is he going to retire from match refereeing and actually take up on-field duties again?
I thought he was about to bowl the first over, actually. I thought he was warming up. I thought, okay, here we go.
We'll tell you what, the revolutions he gets on those tosses, wouldn't be surprising if he could spin a ball on a piece of glass. The big Zimbabwean Dutchman.
Well, all we're missing here, some batters at the moment, because, well, they've been frightening off. I don't know. I mean, if I'm a batter at the moment, I want to go out there because runs are flowing. And well, what that last match, I still can't get over that. Of course, I was watching it from down below. It's well done to Netherlands. We've seen something exceptional. We've seen something amazing. We've seen the highest run chase ever on the European Cricket Network. And I think from Sikander Zulfikar, that 92 of 21, probably one of the best knocks we've ever seen, because to bat under that sort of pressure and score those runs is quite amazing. So well done to Netherlands. Well done to him, of course. And, well, commiserations to Spain. Can I just say before we start this that every one of those guys should be super proud, the Spanish boys, what they've achieved here. And, you know, the way that the fans have rallied around them as well. It's a great moment for them. So well done to the Spanish team. They're going to be hurting at the moment. Of course they are. But I think they also have to accept that sometimes these things happen, that somebody sometimes comes along and does something quite incredible, quite exceptional. Sometimes people would say quite impossible, and that happened here today.
Well, it did feel like it. There was at one stage, obviously in the commentary, you always try to keep things up vibe and interesting, that I legitimately thought the Dutch were almost no hope. And when it said the Dutch had probably 5 or 6% chance on the supercomputer win predictor, yeah. I thought it was absolutely overstating it. But that innings from Zulfikar is possibly the best individual performance I've seen on a T10 cricket field.
I'd
Just
agree with you.
extraordinary stuff.
Anyway, by the way, me and you, I reckon, forget this. Let's put the pads on. They need some batters. We can go and do it. You got your pads? You got a bat?
Yeah,
Let's
do we need them?
Let's go and show them how it's done. I mean, if you thought that Sikander Zulfikar was special, you haven't seen Rhino out there.
That is true. 100 strike rate from the Swiss T10 earlier in the year. 1 off 1 ball, so it was kept in the hatch by the Cosnay skipper. But let's see if that happens. Another man who hasn't taken to the field for a little while, Dan Weston out there with the gloves. Has he ever wicket kept before, Rico?
I believe I've heard a rumour that he used to keep wickets, so we'll see. Anyway, there are some batters coming out here now, so Let's see how we go here. So those of you that are tuning in, well, this is just a little bit of fun. I think we can call this the HCL Software Cup, where the blue team take on the green team. We know some of these guys. There's Dan Weston, of course, our founder. And, well, he's also the coach. And don't trust him, because he's going to tell you to stand differently and hit your own stumps. A little bit grizzly action there. Of course, big shout out to Grizzly Bear Sports, one of our partners.
It's good to see that Dan's gone for the no socks look, despite going out into a competitive cricket field, just showing the very fashionable young chap that he is. Okay. It looks like we're about to get underway here. Excellent to have the soundtrack from the live band coming in the back of the microphones. Right, looks like it could be some left arm orthodox-esque first over.
What's Robbo doing there?
I think Rob does want to bowl.
I do like the band playing at the background as well.
Tell you what else I like, Rico.
What's that?
I like someone wearing shades when it's almost dark.
And, okay, that's not a bad start. Getting the ball outside the off, coming around the wicket, going right across the... Oh, Robert, come on. This is not that serious, Robbie. Don't go in front of me. He says, well, look, he throws the bowler off his line now.
Tell you what, Spanish could have done with a few dot balls like that in that previous game. As Dan Weston having to do a lot of work behind the stumps so far.
Yeah, he's standing a bit far back, I reckon, here. Nice glove work there from Daniel Weston.
Good length, that. Good length ball. Good to see the Grizzly bat being used as well.
Yeah, it would be nice if we had a team sheet here. We could talk about some of these batters. So that's nice. He played... Whoa, get back.
It could be a run out.
Could be a run out here. It will be a run out. He's gone. Oh, he's been barbecued. He's been barbecued, yes. That was always a run. And now Robbo's saying, hey, off with you. You've got to go. He's saying, I'm not going anywhere. Hang on a minute.
He hasn't even gotten to face a ball.
Yeah, well, that's some of our media crew out there, Spring Productions. And, oh, look, he's spreading a little bit of advice as well there.
So that's what happens when you're a man from the Baltic States who sits and watches cricket about 12 hours a day. You learn a thing or two on the field. I can't believe this poor chap has been jettisoned without even facing a ball.
Shouldn't have given him out there, I reckon. I reckon that was a dead ball for me. Anyway, you might as well appeal, because he got 60 seconds. He was out there for 2 minutes before he even started walking off.
Rob's going to go nuts about them swapping bats on field. Could be another controversy here.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see some of the Spring Productions out there. That was Martin, something that was out there, having a bit of fun. So, yeah, this is good. This is great. I mean, of course, it's always brilliant to get people involved in cricket, no matter what age you are. It's a sport for everybody. So some of these guys and girls playing for the first time. And
another short ball digs it into the Cardamom pitch, and a little bit of bounce there, taking it over the top of the outstretched Grizzly bat.
Yeah, a bit of demon bowling here around the wicket.
Rob Kemming wearing a permanent smile on his face.
To wide from Rob. Hey, what a lovely moment that was for Rob as well. Of course, he's
getting the signal wide.
He'll be retiring after this tournament. Stop it, you! After this tournament, and being surprised by his son and his wife that turned up as well. So that was lovely. Of course, always nice to see surprises here.
Lovely,
okay, nice shot.
Lovely to see his wife.
First runs on the board.
Lovely lady. Puts up with a lot from Rob Kemming on a day-to-day basis, but great to see that she's out here enjoying the cricket and some hospitality in the VIP section. Obviously very proud of the big man getting that presentation as he keeps a close eye on proceedings here.
Sir Rob, of course. He is a sir.
You know what? I reckon Rob's itching to call a batter one short here if they go for a double at some stage. That's a good ball, just outside off stump. Does feel like this is one of the longer overs that we've seen this week, Rico.
Yeah, has Rob forgotten he's got to count as well?
Need to get him his abacus.
Okay, that's a good ball, and that's pretty well played, actually. That's Yorker length delivery, and he's blocked out. Great delivery.
Yeah, batter did well, got deep in the crease, trying to heave that over the onside. In the end, had to fend away a Yorker. It's nicely done, and finally, after about 15.5 minutes, we've had the first bowling change.
Wait, hang on a minute. This is not fair. This is Ken Weston. Ken Weston is the other umpire. His son is playing for the blue team. Oh, nah, this is
just the way Ken Weston likes it.
Oh,
taking control of decision making. Doesn't he look dapper there in the cricket's cool cap alongside those nifty little European cricket jackets?
Here we go, bowling with the cap on. Look at this. I've never seen anybody bowling with the trilby.
Should see more of it.
Let's see it. Come on. He's keeping it on. Let's have a look. Well, you can't be. I mean, you know.
So, batter's just changing ends.
There's Martins. There. Oh, yeah, he realises. Oh, that's a shame. It would have been the first time ever.
Tell you what, he looks like a pace bowler, though, doesn't he? Striding back, taking a good sort of 20-metre run up. I like it.
Come on, batter. Do a little bit of a twist and shout as you hit this one out of the park. And he's not doing any twisting on that one.
Tell you what, though, good seam position, and that swung a lot.
No ball. Ah, come on, this umpire can't see. Take those dark shades off. You can't see a thing. That was on the pitch.
Kenny just wanting to signal free hit. Big moment in the game, actually. Munn's already under pressure. Gone for the slower run in on this occasion. Oh, it's a good ball.
Yeah.
One of the best seeds we've seen today.
I'm glad the umpires now seeing those better. As Martin's having getting a bit of pace generated here.
Have a look on the replay. That ball started just outside off stump, but he's getting some genuine outswing. It's well bowled.
Martins again, and that's another swing and a miss. Get back in your crease.
Yeah, same thing. Tell you what, Matty Rahman, I want to go and have a chat to him about how to defend the later overs. Managed to snake a few past the bat with this prodigious away movement. Pressure back onto Team Green.
Nice little action here for Martins, actually. Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, well, they're running. It's another opportunity for another run up, but there's nobody there. Nobody's home. Come on, run again. Keep running. Go. On the Iba.
Well, ultimately, that's irresponsible play from Dan Weston. He's gone for the lawn bowls-esque roll of the Grizzly. Completely missed, and fortunately, the throw was just too hot for anyone to back up.
Yeah, remind me, if we ever go in 10-pin bowling, we don't go on Dan Weston's team, okay? Just have a look at this. This is not good.
He's missed the spare.
Oh, that's terrible.
Tell you what, fair play from the non-striker there. He is sprinting as soon as the ball's bowled. He's gone again. And this one's cracked behind the wicket. Weston with an athletic effort.
Well, I reckon somebody needs to tell Martin he needs to get behind the stumps. That's a good, nicely done this time.
I'll tell you what, I hope someone tells him the man cat option is there, because with this young fella on strike, he's absolutely ripe for the man cat.
Oh, hard work. Takes a deep breath there, Martin's trying to finish his over well here. Can he get a wicket here?
Oh, he's expecting the big appeal. Probably just pitched outside leg. Hey, what man on strike wasn't so keen to change the strike over on that occasion. He's been...
Sorry, it's cricket. I like this song, you know. Well, I tell you what, they've got blue suede shoes on, maybe the batter, or blue pads, blue pants.
Bit of a tribute to the guys in blue. Maybe we'll have Kermit singing "It's Not Easy Being Green" when the green side take the ball.
Yeah, there should be. That's actually good. Oh, this is going to be a no ball, I think. Oh, well, what's he signaling? No ball. Well done. Well, I'm glad that the umpires read the rule books. That's 2 no balls. Free hit coming up here now. So the license to go to full Monty.
Could be a game-changing moment. Can't give batters of this quality the opportunity to wear the immunity cloak.
Look at the umpire. He's jiving while he's standing there, is Ken Weston.
Oh,
they're running. Oh, he's tripped over. Get up, get up. And, well, talk about blue suede shoes. He's got slippery shoes on. He's still down. And there's the ball. Keep running, keep running. Run.
Go.
Run. Go, run. Ombre. That's the way to do it. Oh, yeah, well.
Tell you what, that throw wasn't far off. Could have been a run out at the non-strikers end. All happening here at the Cardimer Oval.
Well bowled there from Martin. Part of our media group, Spring Productions, Martin. Bear in mind that these guys started not knowing a thing about cricket. They learnt the cricket, and how about that? Now Martin's there on the big screen playing cricket. Oh, come on, give him his cap back nicely. There's no point to frisbee it over.
Thrown away with disdain. He's gone for the air swing. He's been totally disrespected by number 8. Isn't that a slap in the face after you've just pulled out an over of prodigious outswing bowling?
Well,
that's the chief offender. Well, this is our X Factor. Hasn't even been given a number, but he's been thrown the ball for the third of very, very elongated overs here.
Well, Kojak got the ball. Coochie-coo. Here we go. So, driving away to blue suede shoes as Kojak bowls. Not a bad delivery, but this could be another. Well, he's giving it a wide there, Sir Rob came in. He said, I'm just warming up. He said, I'm making my return. I'm making my comeback.
Well, the long arm of the law at the umpire's spot up against America's foremost detective.
Wasn't a bad start, actually. And, yeah, it's not a bad ball at all. Oh! Gear, and shaka! Lugger! Bolle. Well, how about that for a strike? I've never seen the striker hit the Maximo and the non-striker celebrating. Have a look at this. Oh, what a shot this is.
Beautiful strike. Got into great position. Once again, deep in the crease. Ball just sat up. And this young man, he's wearing number 1 for a reason. Could be the first draft pick when it comes to ECN cricket next year.
Yeah, lovely hit, I've got to say. Anyway, here we go. Back to the action again. And it's a similar area. Gets it through the field. Nicely played. He's going to get 4. Well, 6 and 4 all together now. Hungry for more.
Well, he's been watching Zulfikar in that previous game. Just finding the boundary with ease. Wasn't a bad ball. Just maybe sat up in the pitch a touch. And the young man's hammered it out to deep square leg. Bit of pressure back on Team Blue.
Flights
extra air. It's good ball.
Yeah, don't mind that. That's all a little bit of flight there. And, well, he's trying to deceive this young, sensational batter with a few variations, is Kojak.
Tell you what, he's a canny operator, Kojak, isn't he? Mixing up his line and length. A little bit of air on that previous ball. It's almost like he's going for the balloon ball and just plucking out a pin halfway through, dropping on a spot.
Yeah, harsh decision that time from Sir Rob Kemming. That was only just a whisker down the leg side.
He's always been known as an aggressive umpire, Rob. Gets in disputes and spats with the players as he's trying to assert his authority. Good ball. Oh, smashed.
Down the ground, and that's going to be 4 more. So really get the acceleration in here, and I get the feeling that this young man has been watching a little bit of Sikandar Zulfikar as he smashes that one down the ground.
Well, a few questions for the skipper of Team Blue here at the moment. He's turned to Kojak for this 3rd over. Hasn't really delivered, and battle against one of the younger players in Team Green. Greens are all over it.
It's going to be maybe another wide here, and, well, Sir Rob is saying no, the batter moved a little bit too early.
Yeah, it's a good call from Kemming.
Hey, do you reckon we can put requests into the band?
No, I should hope so. It seemed to be playing a lot of stuff out of my era at the moment, Rico, so wouldn't mind it. That one's cracked. Oh, almost a stunning catch from number 3 down there at square leg. She moved very quickly to her left, and unfortunately the ball just died. Turned into a tough grab.
Fantastic stop, and Kojak's over comes to an end, and I reckon he deserves the lollipop after that. Well bowled. And as it's the end of the over, and that was a pretty productive one. We saw a 6 and 2 fours.
Good to see some flight. Still a little bit of breeze around, so the ball holding up in the atmosphere. And as we see, Rico, the light's just starting to take effect here at Cartamar Oval, so any skied catches won't be easy for the outfielders, but got some high-level players on display here, so I'm sure they'll deal with it with aplomb.
Okay, here we go. And,
he's just telling Rob where to stand there, I think. Just giving the experienced umpire some instruction about his position. Sorry, it's actually Ken back, the umpire. Oh, that is a fiery first-up delivery, and I think that's one of those new change-ups that we've seen a few times in the tournament, not only letting it go from probably about 4.5 metres behind the popping crease, but just that sort of little half throw, There we go again.
Yeah, I think Ken Weston's got his work cut out here. He calls that one a wide. I don't think it hit the pitch.
I think Ken hasn't had a good look at that action, given it's being released from behind his left ear.
Ken's been in the VIP section. He's had too many cocktails already. Now that's on the target.
Ball.
It's not bad. Not bad looking shot. Now the chase is on here. You know, the Grizzly is making his way to the rope. And, well, one batter's running. The other, forget. Hey, somebody's got to get down the other end. Off you go. Andre, Iba, and meet me.
Oh!
He does the rhino.
He's done the rhino.
He does the rhino. Oh, that I thought you copyrighted that.
Find your own trick, Dan Weston. Where's your original creativity? He also hasn't gone with his head to start with, which is disappointing, but either way, I think he's successfully affected the run out. That was just a comedy of errors. Look at this. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a founder of a high-class venture cricket league. Dan Weston flying through. And what is Maximo doing on the field?
Oh, no. We have a streaker.
Oh, keep the cameras off him. Looks like the schoolboy guitarist from AC/DC.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Get him out of there pretty quickly.
Oh, what's he going to bat with here?
I can't believe he's trying to camouflage himself wearing that cap. We know it's you, Maximo. The red suit gives it away. And
Maximo trying to bat with his third leg at the moment because he hasn't come out there with a stick.
And, well, he's saying, come on, give me one while you're waiting for the batter to come out. And I don't think...
Kenny Weston's having absolutely none of it, isn't he?
Oh, hang on a minute. Let's go. Go on, hit him. And
oh, Maximo, he's played the fine leg slap. And tell you what, he's actually probably hit a 4 here.
He's gone for 4. Well... I suppose you can't. The thing is, it's signal 4, so
yep.
Get him off there, get the streaker off.
It's an interesting call. I'll tell you what, good to see he's got the hat on today. We don't want that Maximo head getting too much sun exposure here in Cardamar. New batter at the crease.
Where's security? Somebody call security.
Oh, he'd been off camera for at least 5 minutes, just wasn't taking it well. So that's a good delivery from number 12. He settled into a decent line and length here. Yeah. Interested to see what speed he'd bowl if he actually got within about 3 metres of the popping crease.
I like the action here. Look at this. It's like he's
there we go.
Olympic shot putter.
It's that very difficult to deal with in-swinging Yorker from wide of the crease.
I like the way he cleverly follows the batter as well. Doesn't see again. He follows him. Doesn't give him any room to play his shots. And now he's got a run. Oh, it could be another run out.
Oh,
how's that? I mean, does he change his line here at all, the batter, when he's running? Oh, the umpires have a word. He's signalling a wide here. Oh, I don't know, Rhino. What do you reckon?
I don't know. I'll just like a reminder for anyone who's in the YouTube chat asking questions. This is not the final of ECC 2023. This is the HCL Software All-Star Game. So we will resume normal service on ECN in approximately an hour. But in the meantime, got some high quality, I don't know, is this T10 format, Rico?
This is, this is T10. A blast, I reckon. And Martin's getting the slide in. I say T10, I think we're playing a 5-over match here. So it
looks like he might have played a game of football or two in his time. That was a pretty nifty slide, taking out the attacker's shins.
He's very happy to be out there, I have to say, is Martins. Now watch this.
Look at that. Oh, it's a good sliding tackle.
Okay, here we go again. This could be the last ball of the over. And it's well hit. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, this young star, numero uno, he's certainly batting like numero uno, isn't he? He plays that away. It is the end of the over. It finishes with a boundary. So he hits one away. Now he's going to have to go to the non-strikers then.
Kenny Weston begrudgingly giving up the main umpire's spot. Tell you what, Rico, we've seen a lot of influencer-based sports content in the world, whether it's KSI versus Tommy Fury in the boxing, the Kings League football. Maybe this is what the viewers are clamouring for. Corporate representatives in a game of cricket that, if you're probably unfamiliar with, good to see a bit of tucker being consumed in the background. It's a great day for everyone here. Oh, it's a nifty delivery.
Yeah, nice.
Another man who's gone to the Dan Weston school of fashion, not bothering with socks.
He says, let me at him. He says, let me at him. And, well,
I dare say, speaking of fashion commentary, also the man who probably got the last pick of the trousers because they look like they've been painted on.
Well, I reckon he's wearing the trousers of the man from the green team, number 1, because I think they've swapped him over. Because the moon ball.
Yeah, good air, good air. Nice revolutions on that ball, actually. It dipped quickly, befuddling the green team, including this batter who's decided to wear his shades out to the middle. It's always good to see innovation in T10 as he swung that across the line. Probably just be a single out there to mid-wicket. That's your boy Kojak coming in, keeping it to 1.
Kojak does well, sprints in, gets the phone and wearing a pair of dashing pumps himself. Well, look at that. This is a sort of, it's like they're modelling a bit of beachwear as well, those trousers. I like the shoe combination with them as well, actually.
Yeah, good ball, but neatly played behind point.
I think you run 3 here. Oh, he doesn't put his bat down. I want a replay of this.
Call one short, Rob. Call one short.
Replay this one. That's got to be 1 short.
He's literally standing there looking at the crease.
Yeah, this is
How has he not seen it?
This has got to be a replay. I want to see. Oh, we got time for.
Wrong end.
Wrong end. Well, the other end. As we continue with the action, there's going to be another single here.
We saved Rob Kemming's blushes there.
Yeah,
looks like he's done this over short.
No, that can't be an over already, can it?
Maybe Kenny Weston wants to call the 1 short from square leg.
I think he's forgotten his counter as the umpire. Maybe that he got distracted listening to the tunes while he was driving away.
Gee, number 9, feeling a little bit dudded. Short over, bowled it pretty well as well.
Okay, here we go. Well, a little shrug to say when the umpire asks, what's the bowling action? He says, well, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Right on, something. Just a note at the bottom, so the ECC 2023 final will start 2030 Central European time. It's midnight Indian summer time. And in the meantime, we're delivering you some top-tier limited overs cricket here at the Cardimer Oval.
And number 1 has to be retired out. I think he went past the 25 mark. Well,
good seed.
Yeah, and nice little. I'm liking the way he's quite deceptive in his run. He runs in and you think he's really going to bowl a legal delivery. Then he throws it in. I like that.
There is a lot of illegality on show here, Rico. Fortunately, 2 umpires who haven't got the bottle to make the hard calls.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, look at this.
Coming off the long run.
Look at this action. And then just there at the last moment.
Good ball.
And this one flies away to that vacant 3rd man boundary. And, well, in it goes. And I think that might be Andrus, who's in the cube over there. I'm surprised Andrus didn't want to go out there and have a knock.
What happens, this danger of this speed bowling, ball hits the outside edge, flies away. Surprisingly, Team Blue haven't gone for a 3rd man down on the boundary. That's what most of the modern T10 teams are doing.
Here we go. Comes in and a little bit short. That's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 4 more, you know. And they're getting the acceleration in here. I think they must be coming up to the end of their innings here.
Yeah, he's got a pretty tidy technique here, number 6. It's looked good already. Bit of a nod of confidence. Yeah, lovely shot. Just a little bit of bottom hand coming in. Knew there was a big gap there behind square.
I think this guy's played a bit, you know. Rhino, he looks like he's got a pretty decent stance. He's holding the bat pretty well.
Going for the high backlift, like many modern players do. That's a gimme ball. Might have hit it straight down the throat of Martins, who swiveled and he's missed it.
Martins, he's like a ballerina there, isn't he, as he tries to stop this one. Does a nice little twirl as well, but not able to stop the ball. We'll get a chance to look at this again. And Martins, he lets himself down, and Spring Productions down there, doesn't he?
I get the feeling that Team Green is actually building to quite a nice total here. A little bit of a change up from the bowler, just dragged it wide. Tough call for the umpire, but Kenny Weston spread eagles the arms.
Yeah, Ken Weston feeling the pressure that some of the match officials can get under when they're out there in these tense matches.
It's not an easy job for them. They're making 1,000 calls a day. Skips forward.
Oh, wow, this
just drifts down the leg side.
Yeah, just gets sprayed, doesn't it, a little bit out of the way. So Okay, so this, I can tell you, here's Diego. See, Haas, that's doing the bowling here. And Diego.
Might have been on the verge for a call-up for the Spanish team for this final stage of the ECC.
Oh, what a shot. And, oh, that's unfortunate. And I think that one really does need to be stopped there. And I think he's going to be pretty disappointed that he hasn't made that stop.
Yeah, lovely shot. Struck through the offside, and it's Leo Dolan wielding the willow. He's played a couple of impressive strokes. Nice timer of the cricket ball.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, nicely played. So I think there's a bit of discussion here now whether this is the end of the innings or not. It looks like the green team are saying, hey, come on.
Well, this is
got a few more overs.
This is what happens when you have junior umpires out there, isn't it, Rico? You've got two inexperienced officials in the form of Sir Rob Kemming.
Okay, looks like maybe Kumar, after that misfield, says, give me the ball, I'm going to have a bowl here.
So Rob sticks the arm out, trying to coat hanger him.
Kailan Kumar marks up.
I mean, we should use his full title, Sir Rob Kemming. I've often claimed he's the world's second most favourite Sir after Sir Mix-a-Lot. That one's just swung by Dolan, straight down to Martins, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't believe they didn't run. Good field in there for Martins this time. So in comes Kumar. And short again. This is high up in the air, and this one will disappear. Well, that's a fantastic strike. Manos half a riba from Rob Kemmins. He can't quite get it up all the way these days.
Well,
those 6 runs. As Kumar sees this one disappear, big hit. He's always had that shoulder injury, yes, Sir Rob. The arms don't go up. Kumar has got to pitch it up.
I tell you what, if you thought there was one game we may not lose a Grizzly, it was this one. But actually, Kumar's been pumped twice in succession. We're running out of Grizzlies. Leo, settle down.
Steady now, Rob. Easy, easy. Well, so Rob puts them up in the air like he just don't care. Well, this is a cracking hit, isn't it? Absolutely smashed from Leo. Well, no wonder Leo Dolan didn't want to run. Well, he's got a nice smile on his face.
Oh, a bit of pressure here on Kumar. Dropped short the last couple of balls, coming around the wicket. Oh, that should have gone a little bit higher than, and it's a dropped catch, unfortunately. That was Rishabh Jain there, I think, coming around from the fine leg position. Not an easy catch at all. I tell you what, in pressure games like this, catches you need to take.
Yeah, got to take those, haven't you? And I suppose he's lucky because it could have, I mean, it hits his foot. He could have clocked it to the boundary. Well, now there's a chase on for Daniel Weston. He gets there and he's very quick to take the glove off as he gets the throw in. And of course, those of you that are joining in, remember that the final is coming up a little bit later, 8:30 local time. This is just a little bit of fun with some of the fans and some of the VIPs around the ground just getting involved into a nice friendly contest.
Controversy here, Rico. Leo Dolan is getting replaced. So we have a quick look at our band from Zurich, who have been providing endless entertainment all day. Certainly some of mine, and I know your favourite tunes being pumped out.
Yeah, I like it. I like it, giving it some of that.
You know what I can't believe? That there has been a microphone and a band up there for about 4 hours, and Vinny Sandu has gone nowhere near it. If there was a piano up there, you can absolutely guarantee that he would be going up, tinkling the old ivories, just saying, can I just sing a tune with you?
I thought, what's that James Cantor there? Look, mate, he's having a look, something going on there with the umpires. James Cantor's probably saying, I don't know, what does he want? Does he want a few more runs on the board here or what?
Should we just make up a score that they've got from that first innings, Rico? How does sort of 72 sound?
72, yeah, it's about right, I reckon, 72. I reckon it's about 72.
Let's not let facts get in the way of a good story. So there's a bit of a chase coming up for Team Blue. Team Green, very keen to get on the field. And I tell you what, when Dan Weston goes out to bat, I suspect that the Kiwi firebrand James Cantor might take the pill.
Well, I like that first. I mean, it's a warm-up delivery from the bowler there, and he hits a stump straight away. Was that Owen Kenny? Here he is again. Well, there's some of the senior players. And no, it was a young man who was doing all the good work with the bat, is Aslan Kumar. And, well, father and son on opposite sides to each other. He's the son of Glan Kumar, so the two Kumars will do battle. And, well, wouldn't it be interesting and quite fitting if his father is the man that comes to bat out first? But, yeah, just looking at young Kumar here, yeah, he's bowling very well. I think this could be an interesting little battle here.
I'll tell you what, he's giving an indication to the captain that he's pretty keen to take the first over. So James Cantor is the skipper of this Team Green team, which is probably the reason that they're so efficiently on the field almost immediately after the changeover.
Tactics being discussed there already. Look, before the batters come out. I wonder what they're saying here. What do you reckon the tactics could be here?
Oh, I don't know. In this F5 cricket, the strategy. I've lost it, Rico. I'm going to think back to your call before. The strategy and tactics is what it's all about, as we see the magnificent backdrop here from Cardimer Oval. Just a reminder for everyone, we're only some 50 minutes away from the ECC 2023 Grand Final. Stunning turnaround in Qualifier 2. The Netherlands coming back from the dead and knocking the hometown favourites, the Spanish, out of the competition, and they will take on the England 11. So that's coming up on the European Cricket Network in 50 minutes' time. But in the meantime, we know you're very, very keen to see the chase of Blue Team going up against the probably heavily inflated target of 72 that we've made up that they have to pursue in order to win this F5 contest.
I get the feeling we could go to a golden ball here, you know.
We haven't had one all week.
I reckon, yeah, let's break the golden ball. I reckon we can break the golden ball here. I reckon if we go to a golden ball, I mean, I think we're over 100 matches without a golden ball. So
does this match go into the formal golden ball count in terms of games that without a golden ball?
I think, yeah.
I
think we do it.
Oh, some running repairs going on. It's Charlie Bruce, who I think was dudded a couple of balls in his over. Bowled a couple of nifty deliveries, but Rob Kenny.
No, illegal bat, I reckon. They're saying, who does this? Well, that's our very own Andy O saying, well, who does this bat belong to? Because it's too wide. You can't use it. Put it away.
Tell you what, if the Spanish police caught you with a grizzly bat, you could easily get done for carrying a deadly weapon. Those things are a absolutely high-quality stick.
There's Kalan Kumar who's saying, no, it's not mine. And they all...
Tell you what, the integrity head, he is determined to find out who this thing belongs to.
He's saying, whose bat is it? Come and own up, own up. Well, I reckon nobody wants to go out there. Bat first, he says, no, I don't want to go. I'm not opening. I'm not an opening bat. While the green team wait patiently. And I get the feeling James Cantor, look, they're all around the umpire here, Sir Rob, and say, look, how's that? We're appealing. He's not out here.
Yeah, well, James Cantor feeling a bit cold out there. He's going for a team hug. He's pretty furious, I think, that this game is being delayed.
They're thinking, why don't we just have a practice before the batters come out? And James Cantor just pointing out some of the legalities of the game. So
I'm not sure I'd trust his definition of the front foot line.
Yeah, well, Dario looks like he's going to have a go here before the batters come out. So there we go, Dario. Let's have a look what Dario does here. And, well...
That's nice.
Well, he's saying, well, they did a few like that. I like the way he sort of goes down on his... sort of bends his knees and fires that one in, actually.
It is almost a little bit of a 10-pin bowling action in a way, as we see the openers finally down. We've got the... Oh, my goodness, Rico. We've got the flashing Bales in place here. They've just been knocked off their perch with pretty good practice delivery, and that's not an intimidating sight for these two openers to see as they make their way towards the centre of Cardimer Oval.
Have you really got the flashing Bales?
We did. They were seriously flashing with that ball that just knocked them off.
Oh, that's wonderful, because I put a request in for this, actually, saying, well, why don't we have the flashing Bales for the night matches? Well, it looks like they've got them in ready for the final here.
Maybe we've had them in the whole time. We just haven't had batteries. Yeah. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows, indeed. Maybe
have had some technical issues with power over the start of today, so maybe the flashy Bales didn't get looked after as they should. So Owen Kenny coming on to bowl the first over here.
I think that's Kojak. Yeah, it is. I can tell from the
It is.
shoes. It's Kojak going to face the first. Kuchiku, he says. And, oh, well, he's going to get... that's a no-e. Come on, umpire. No ball, please.
Oh, Rob gets the arm out. Early call. He's not... Oh, Kenny Weston signalled it as well.
Yeah, nice call there early up. So, free hit. And, well, that's not nice, putting Kojak under attack straight away.
Yeah, well, he dealt with it well. Not a great start for the bowler, though.
So, it's going to be Owen Kenny. Oh, he's getting a warning here. No messing around.
Well, fair enough,
Rob.
too. It's changed to over the wicket. Oh. No danger of that being a second head-high full toss in a row.
Into the pads.
Nice bit of keeping there from Mahbubul Alam with the gloves.
It's going to be no ball off the pitch. Just needs to get that arm to come over and need to be a little bit straighter here.
You're talking about Rob or the bowler? Thought I heard a creak. And someone's got to take some WD-40 out from the Zimbabwean superstar. Oh, I thought that might have taken the outside edge, but as it is, neatly pouched by the keeper.
It's not nice when the bowler can't get his line right, and the song that's on is saying he's a wanderer, is it? It doesn't really quite go. He's not a wanderer, he'll get it right. Not this. Oh, well, he spoils the wide and gets a single.
Yeah, nice shot, just played away through the covers. Just a single, though. Hasn't been a bad start from Team Green. They've recovered from that first no ball. Good change up on that occasion, just using the whole Cardimer Oval turf.
So Stark coming on to bowl again, and it's a swing and miss.
Nice delivery. So he's bowled a pretty useful first over here, Owen Kenny. Team Green, pretty keen to get onto a hot start just to suppress the ambitions of Team Blue.
Look at the kit. Look at the detail
Great
on
kit.
this green kit. Oh, that's a good seed, and oh yeah, nicely done, and a good bit of keeping there as well from Alarm.
Has Alarm gone? Has he gone for the pads underneath the trousers? Or see if we can get a close-up of the wicket-keeper. I don't want to cast aspersions on his fashion and equipment choices.
Nah, they look outside.
Oh, no, you're right, Rico. They are on the outside, which is disappointing. I would have loved someone to start a new trend.
Oh, there's controversy out there. The batter not happy that that's not called a wide. I can understand why he's displeased with that call from Sir Rob.
Well, I'll tell you what, those watching cricket in the 1930s would be very familiar with Harold Larwood and the leg side theory that made up Bodyline. Get the feeling that first over was sort of starting to reenact scenes from that infamous tour.
Oh, well, James Cantor there has no faith in Dario bowling. He literally snatches the ball out of his hands.
I thought you were about to say he had no faith in his own bowling. He's walked straight across. I thought he was going to take up the attack.
Well, he says, no, we're going to give this to Javier. So Javier Barada is going to have a ball.
Known to turn the ball a fair bit. Could spin it on a piece of glass.
Oh, round and round and round and round and round.
It's not often you get a soundtrack that it works in well with a bowler, but that's elite DJing.
Oh, there's those bells. Yeah, you're right. I just saw them now. Oh, I'm liking this.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the funky bells there as well. I suppose they're being tested out.
Well, no expense spared here for the HCL Software All-Stars game. See if we leave them in for the final.
Javier, what's the next soundtrack? Come on, what would be the next soundtrack? If you were the DJ, what would you put on now?
Wow.
What would you request?
I was about to say boom, boom, boom. Let me say, hey-oh, hey-oh.
Let me hear you say
no
boom,
contact.
boom, boom, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey-yo. Yeah, we could. If we put a request in for that, we could do with a bit of boom, boom, boom here. And that's nicely played. Good backing up. And, oh, a sharp throw at the stumps there from the captain, James Cantor.
Well, he wasn't holding back. I think the bowler might have actually got in the way. It's a nifty bit of fielding from the Kiwi superstar. A little bit short of a length, but just chopped into the Cardimer turf.
Oh, look at
Counter
that.
swings around on his right-hand side as that one's just drifted down the leg.
Called wide by the umpire, Ken Weston.
had a solid game so far, Ken. Not easy umpiring with one of your heroes in the form of Rob Kemming. That's good ball.
Yeah, puts a bit of extra zip into that one now. The chase is on, and, well, I don't know whether he slides or trips over his own laces, but it ends up being a dive, but nowhere near the ball. And then, well, the throw cut that's coming in has Aslam Kumar in danger. Let's have a look at this action again. And he's after it, but, well, watch out. And he goes about here.
Well, Levi Crisp, I thought they were feeding people pretty well in the VIP zone, but he's clearly tried to eat a bit of the Cardamom turf.
Well,
it's good turf here, though, isn't it? So if you're going to have a nibble on some grass, here's probably the best place to do it.
And, well, talking about grass, that was on the grass, and surprisingly enough, Ken Weston.
Tell you what,
says
if we can
that's
get a shot,
okay.
Kenny, he looks a bit gangster, doesn't he? Wearing the dark shades, jacket open. It's a little bit Starsky and Hutch from the 80s.
I was thinking more Top Gun.
Oh, Maverick.
And this is pretty well hit now. Got an opportunity, but, well, I tell you what, Crisps, he's all over the place at the moment because he runs past that one, doesn't pick it up, allows the batters to get a single. And let's have a look at this bit of action here again. So he's just runs past it, doesn't he? Doesn't get there.
The end of the over, and reasonable start from both teams here. Batters getting retired, so the new pair coming out. Good flourish to the end of the innings. Looks like Martin's getting a promotion up to the second pair, which is good to see.
Look how excited he is. Look, he's warming up. He's ready to go, is Martins. I think he was a bowl very well. He was good in the field as well.
Looks like he's taking guard about half a metre outside leg stump.
He's ready to go. Look at that. He says, I know what I'm doing. Takes his guard. Says, is that it? Is that about right?
I love it that this guy's seen so much cricket now that he's imitating every aspect of it.
Ken says, why are you asking me? You think I can see with these shades on? As this one goes nowhere.
Well, Dario, he goes flying to the turf. Coming in at speed. The bowling crease, not surprising. Still a little bit moist. The Cardamom Oval pitch.
Oh, that's not a bad delivery.
Oh, I struck him. Worn that one on the gloves.
Bit of extra pace. No wonder now James Cantor wanted to hold Dario bat because he knows that he's a pretty lively. But that's bat onto his own arm. Looking to launch, looking to send this to the moon. And, well, he's going to have to settle for a single. Now he's going to have to run fast here. And, oh, not a bad effort from Levi Crisp.
He's lucky he made contact there, Martins. I reckon Rob would have been keen to gun him, LBW. That would have been plumb in front.
Green and blue in terms of Chris. What is that? That is cheese and onion, isn't it? Levy?
Yeah,
Call him a bit of cheese and onion.
Trying to think.
Well, there he is again. Man, we're talking about crisp on his back. Well, he's pretty crisp on his feet as well.
Yeah, he's a whippet there at mid-wicket. And that combination of Dario with ball and Crisp in the field. Look at that. He's patrolling like a panther in there, short at mid-wicket. Oh, that's a sharp, short ball.
I'm waiting for Matt Teriyaki to come out and Crisp having a bowl. I think the battle of Teriyaki versus Crisp sounds pretty good.
There's matchups all over the place here in this HEL Software All-Star game. That's an excellent length again. Dario's really settled into his spell.
Oh, I tell you what, isn't there a little bit of sort of Mohammed Cameron in Dario?
There is a little bit,
isn't there?
I mean, I was questioning whether or not he was part of Right Said Fred back in the early 90s, but either way, bowls a good ball just outside off stump, and they will be happy to see the back of him, although that has brought young Leo Dolan to the crease, and the way he batted, I suspect he might bowl okay.
Okay, and that's been well struck, but brilliantly fielded, and well, there's no stopping Cantor at the moment. He's like a tiger, isn't he, out there as he pounces, but and he overthrows it, but a good bit of backing up there on the boundary there.
He's a man very driven by process, and I think he'll be disappointed that none of the three fielders who could have got into position to back up that throw were there. I suspect they were just expecting the skipper to knock down the stumps, but young Aslan Kumar patrolling there as sweeper out on the boundary.
This one goes nowhere. Don't hit it. Don't. Well, there you go. Thought he was going to hit it again there, and it could have been a peel. Nice stuff here from Leo Dolan.
Yeah, he's doling out some decent deliveries in these first 2 seeds. Oh, this is good quality test match cricket. Coming off his long run, pretty intimidating stuff for the batters. That one, oh, Ken Weston keeps the arms in the pockets. Probably thought it was wide. Hands are just getting a bit cold.
And misses out. And this one again, it's a fine bit of bowling so far. And well, just like that, the commentator's curse there.
Oh, he's let himself down, Dolan. Captain's turn to him to try to get a wicket. It's Team Blue just inching their way towards the target. Lovely clip off the toes. This might run on this fast Cardimer outfield, although it's pursued with vigour by Owen Kenny. Manages to do a good job. Keeps it to just the one.
Yeah, nice looking shot, that one, though. I like that from Rishabh Jain.
Lovely bit of timing. Yeah. Well left, shoulders, arms to a wide ball. Oh, controversy. Ken's thought about it for 35 seconds. Finally decides to make the wide call.
What? Seriously, what can he see out of those shades now? I mean, oh no, there could be a peel here. Is there? Oh, the bowler doesn't appeal there, Ryan.
I'm surprised Ken didn't gun him either way.
Yeah,
he's probably got his son in his earpiece just saying, come on, Dad, give him out. Get me out there for a bat.
Yeah, well, speaking of, I mean, that's what we want to see. Danny Weston coming out to have a bat, and the umpire there. Let's see just how well things are in the family at the moment, because I'm waiting to see an appeal. Well, we might get that now. It looks like the batters are going to change round. And a new pair coming out there.
Good little stint there from Rishabh Jain and Martins Feldmanis. There's still some power in the back end of this lineup, Rico, so have a feeling this ball could go this game could go down to the wire, and we might be in golden ball territory.
I'm telling you, this has got golden ball written all over it. I know we've gone past 100 odd matches, but I think there's a golden ball coming up. And this man looks like he's ready for business. And nice to see we've got a left-hander out there now as well. And taking no risk either, got all the protection on. And he wants to take on the bowler, and oh, how about that? And it is Crisp who's doing the bowling here now. And, I reckon cheese and onion. Yeah, that's definitely cheese and onion colours for me. Oh, wow. Okay, wants to give himself a bit of room, does the new batter.
Lovely shot. Straight through the covers. Dolan picks up well, fires into the keeper, so he keeps it for one.
Yeah, that's Diego Cejas, who does play a nice shot, you're right, and rotating the strike nicely. Look at him ready to go, look.
Chris drags it out like that. This is revolutionary stuff here, Rico. We've got the England team. I don't think they're training. I think they're actually getting some game secrets from the HCL software all-star game.
I was about to say, there's a bit of a pitch invasion going on here now at the far side. Never quite seen this.
It's like when you get locusts coming and chewing up a cricket field. England 11 just commandeered the back end of Cardimer Oval. Not sure why they can't go and train on the second oval immediately behind this ground.
It might have something to do with there's no lights there.
Ah, Rico, you're making excuses for them. Absolutely making excuses.
Listen, you're right in a way. If our ball boys can be standing there and expect to catch them and stop them, why can't they? This one just goes over. Oh, they want to take it on. There's going to be some buys here.
Well, you think one of the English could get off their backsides and fire that ball in. Late reaction as the wicketkeeper was looking for a bit of support. Throw comes in and great running between the wickets. Number 14, Diego, has even decided to throw the bat in a relatively innovative way of making one's ground.
Well, that Grizzly's got a mind of its own. And oh, that's well bowled. Get the feeling the one straight ball would do it here. And it's the end of another over, so well bowled.
Got a pretty useful bowling attack, Team Green. And Diego trying to unleash the shackles by giving himself some room, stepping out to leg. He'll be back under the non-striker's end. It's good to have the left and right combination in here, Rico. Just giving the bowling team something to think about, but they've turned to Aslan Kumar to bowl this next over.
Tell you what, though, Rhino, I think the Netherlands and England, they're gonna have to go some to match up with what we're seeing here.
Oh,
this is going to be a hard act to follow. We've really seen some quality bit of cricket from both these sides.
Well, we've seen 3 fabulous games before this, but this is probably the absolute high point of my day, the HCL Software All-Star game. Is this Kumar versus Kumar, Rico?
Is this Kumar versus Kumar?
Is it?
Well, it's not Kumar. Oh, well,
he's gone for the reverse.
Going for the reverse Malachi here. And there you go. Say there's got to be a wide. Yeah, it is. It's a battle of the Kumars.
Well, you can do that in the backyard, but umpire Ken Weston, he won't be swayed by anything other than a back massage.
Yeah,
Lovely
gives
shot.
himself a bit of room, doesn't he? Fancies coming down the wicket with the keeper not quite standing up. So Kumar does get to the safe end because Aslan Kumar's been bowling some pretty decent deliveries. Well, what's happened here?
Well, umpire Weston on the radio, I think he's trying to get a bit of cash put on the 8th race out at Walthamstow tonight.
We've got a new batter coming out. That over only lasted about 3 deliveries, I think. What's going on here?
Losing control.
Come on, Tom Cruise, sort it out.
Call him back to base.
Okay, well, it looks like we are getting another batter coming out. He bowled really well, didn't he? So now, well, I think he needs to be... Yeah, that's a bit better over there. I know it's getting dark out there.
Signalling his intentions.
He's a bit close to hitting his own stumps here. Be a bit careful. Oh, overcommitted, the non-striker. Wide is called.
It's a tough call from umpire Weston, but he's got most of his calls right tonight. Look at that stance. Oh, tries to go big. Tell you what, I don't think we would have found that Grizzly. He had to make contact.
Yeah. Good bowling here from Owen, though. And
yeah, good shots, good shot. Trying to change the strike. Kumar's alive to the opportunity. Throw comes in. Head in the hands. That's a missed opportunity. And somehow, Oscar Bilgin survives. Nice shot straight down the ground.
Yeah, Chris can't believe he doesn't hit the stumps.
Oh, can't believe the batter's put his helmet straight behind the wickets, but see everything in this game.
Yeah, he wants another wide. He's begging now.
Oh, he's begging. He sold it to Ken.
Yeah, he's begging. And,
I can't believe Ken scored that wide, to be honest. Well, it's got even wider.
What's behind the stumps there now? Is that...
it's his helmet. It's his helmet.
Is that Kumar's helmet?
I think so.
Well, Teriyaki better get a move on because he gets home now. Well, hang on. Is this one going? Well, he might need England to do a bit more fielding. Well, they're going to keep running here.
Oh, this is magical cricket.
Come on again. Have another.
Go for 3.
Oh, yeah. Well, how about this? And they were hoping that the England team warming up in the background would get this one in for them. It was not to be, and they just keep on running.
Well, I've got to say, England have been disappointing in the field in this game so far. Showing some acrobatics there in the background, but haven't done a really good job as...
I think that might be it.
That might have been the final ball.
Yeah, I think that might be it. So,
do you think Team Blue's taken it with that 3 at the end?
I still reckon it's tied. I reckon it's a golden ball here.
Give us a golden ball.
Wait for this.
Controversy here. Ken Weston and Rob Kemming more concerned about getting off the field before dinner finishes, getting served at 8:15.
Hey, let's have a look at the highlights, though. I think there was some good highlights. This young man certainly did impress us, didn't he? Aslan Kumar. How about this hit?
More impressive than Jane Hesselberg having a big yawn over there at square leg. She almost took a sensational catch later in the innings, though.
Well, it was a 5-over match. We started early. It took a while. There were a few wides. There were a few no balls, and the light soon went.
Martins is never going to live that down, that he was rejected for a high 5 by one of his teammates.
Yeah, well, it's a nice hitting here, and this was, there was the rhino being demonstrated by Daniel Weston, and then we had a pitch invader come out. We had the 2-footed challenge there from Martin. There was controversy there when they thought that was obstructing the field of play.
And there were some nice shots. Leo Dolan He got into his work pretty quickly, feasted on some leg side bowling. Martins, unfortunately, prefers to go the sliding stop. Not so good with his hands. Wouldn't have been a goalkeeper in his younger years. But Leo Dolan hit one of the biggest sixes we've seen today. Maximo.
Yeah, that was a bit of grisly action there. There's another one that disappears. And over those corner first, that was a big hit. And then, well, James Cantor knew, the captain, he had to make some changes. He deployed Owen Kenny, who didn't bowl too bad at all. And then, well, this guy bowled some good ones, did Leo Dolan. And this was close, wasn't it? Chance of a run out.
Well, James Cantor reliving his heroic days of German cricket TV with a shy at the stumps. Probably should have hit despite having 1.5 steps to aim for. Right, Levo Chris decided to chew on the Cardamom turf. Clearly not well fed enough in the VIP space. Then this last pair really broke the shackles. Some elevated shots. Cantor couldn't keep him out of the action.
Nah, he was always there, wasn't he? He had the hot hands. Unfortunately, though,
nifty little reverse from Chris.
Yeah.
Almost took the stumps down. And this was a moment that could have changed the outcome of the game.
Yeah, and this was Kumar who came in and, well, he was blazing pretty well, but he couldn't find the boundary, could he? Thanks to some sharp fielding there from Hasselberg. And then at the end of all of that, the teams, well, they ended up with the scores tied, but decided who needs a golden ball. Let's just go back into the bar, courtesy of Victoria Cerveza, and have a few beers.
I think undoubtedly cricket was the winner from the HCL Software All-Star Game, Rico. No two ways about it. Congratulations to our team from Spring Productions, who managed to be very selective with the highlights there because they had plenty of content to work with.
Yeah, they certainly did. And look, well done, I think, to everybody that was out there. A little bit of fun, of course. There were some of the guys and girls from around the fan zone and the VIP area, as well as the HCL Software guys and girls, and a few other people getting involved with a little bit of fun. And well done to James Cantor, the captain, and also Daniel Weston. But of course, now we get ready for the serious stuff. And how do you follow that? There's only one way to do it, and that's with the final. England taking on the Netherlands. Rhino coming up in, well, just over 20 minutes time.
Yeah, can't wait for that one. So the European Cricket Network has been blessed with 3 amazing games. If the grand final is anything like that previous contest between the Netherlands and Spain, we are in for an unbelievable finish to proceedings. Rico, I'm going to press you. Who's your pick for the championship?
Ooh. When you win a match like the one Netherlands did, confidence has to be high. So I'm going to go with Netherlands at the moment. But can I just say, their performance was pretty impressive. But look at that from the moon back there from our media team, Spring Productions. What a shot that is. That is quite magnificent. Great work from Spring. And look, good work from Martins, who was out there playing some cricket as well. Well done, Martins. But the final coming up, folks. So myself and Rhino, we're going to take a short break. Well, we need one because that was some exciting stuff there that we just saw. We need to calm our nerves and come back ready for the final, happening in about 20 minutes time. I know, Rhino, you're probably going to be hovering around in the fan zone yourself and, well, mingling and watching the action. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think probably first thoughts, just try to calm Corey Rutgers down after what was a fairly traumatic experience for him in qualifier 2. Other than that, just looking forward to going and hanging out with the fans up there. There is a phenomenal crowd here at Cardamom Oval, and the atmosphere will be unbelievable for this last game. This last one, at the start of the day, I did actually say I thought the Netherlands 11 would take it. I felt that they had the most destructive bowling attack, but boy, they were pumped. At times in both of those first 2 games. Worries me a bit that the spin attack has not been particularly effective today. And this England team just feel like, in particular, their bowlers are in red-hot form. But the Dutch have managed to get through without their top order doing a huge amount in that last game. If they can fire and give Zulfikar and Bharat something to work with to come into the last 3 or 4 overs, they look very, very dangerous. So I'm going to stick with my original pick rather than being a bandwagon jumper and going to the England 11.
Well, there you go. You heard the views of Rhino there. And Rhino, do enjoy the final. I know that we're going to enjoy it from here. And one request, make sure you get the old Spanish wave started. We'll be looking out for it when we look out for you in your dashing Peacock Friday shirt. in time for this final.
And just a quick note to you, Rico, because this is probably my last time on the microphone before I go and have one or two cheeky beverages. It's been an absolute pleasure sharing the commentary box with you at both week 1 and week 4. You're an absolute pro, along with Vinny and our boy Corey occasionally. Well, he's pro sometimes, but also very much thanks to the Spring Productions team, who have done a fabulous job and are always a pleasure to work with. Feel like part of the family here, and it's such a treat to come out. And we have been privileged to witness some great games today. Wish you and Vinny all the best for the call of the final. I know you'll do a great job, and I know we'll have one hell of a T10 final.
Thank you very much. You're too kind, and no doubt afterwards we should all get together and maybe have a few bevies ourselves. So, folks, going to leave you for around about 20 minutes, but we'll be right back for the start of the big one, the final of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme. 31 nations started this journey. Over the last 4 weeks, we've seen 108 matches. Only one team will get to raise this trophy tonight and be the third ever European champions. The Spanish team fell by the wayside, but we have a rematch of last year. The Dutch and the English will do battle, and who will come out on top? We're going to see history tonight. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship final, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's a red letter day on the calendar. Today we will crown European champions once again. In 2021 it was the English 11. Last year it was the Dutch 11, and those two teams will be contesting for the trophy tonight. Well, of course, it's a big coin toss thanks to our VIPs from the HCL Software camp who were great in that game in the intermission. But right now they've got some work to do, and earlier on they were with Rob Kemming for his final ever coin toss on ECN. Let's see who wins it.
Okay, Netherlands, your call.
European cricket.
Dream11.
We'll bowl, please.
England will bowl.
From the toss of the English 11, they won the toss. They've elected to bowl, and as you can see here, it's quite a party atmosphere. I tell you what, the party was over for Spain earlier, wasn't it? What about those Dutch, the highest ever chase we've ever seen, and what a time to do it. But the English, think about them, they haven't really put a foot wrong, have they? But one of their missteps was losing to the Dutch earlier in the week, but they certainly put things right earlier today. So it's 1-1 for these two teams going into the final. Well, we're going to get ready for the anthems very, very shortly right now. Let's go up to Rico Full. We're looking forward to being there with you soon, Rico. But the news from the toss in the final of ECC 23 is that the English team, they've won the toss and they'll bowl first. Let's give away this trophy.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome. It is time for the big one. It is time for the final. After 108 matches, we are here at the Kardama Oval to see who will be crowned the Kings of Europe. Same two teams that did battle last year do battle again. We know that time round in the final, England batted first, got to 99. Netherlands knocked them off and won by 4 wickets. Who will be putting their hands on that trophy this time round? That's what it's all about. A lot of tension here. There's a rhino in the fan zone. And I've got to say, the crowd here have been absolutely fantastic. Never seen so many people here at the ground. Great support, of course. Spanish hearts were broken when Spain went down in what was quite an incredible match. A match that some people still can't believe, when we saw something dramatic, didn't we? With Netherlands chasing 183 for victory with a ball to go. Sikander Zulfikar was sensational. But they've done their team and their nation proud. Have the French boys and their coaching staff, and no doubt they're there somewhere watching this. And well, who knows? I think one or two of those names could be in the hunt for the MVP as well. But this is the moment for the two teams in the final. England taking on the Netherlands. And the two captains will be taking their teams out into the middle shortly to be standing for their national anthems. And well, what a moment. Just have a look at that. Let's just have a look at how many people are here at the Kardama Oval waiting for their teams. And some of these supporters have been here all the way through. There's Sir Rob Kemming leading the teams out. I remember doing his final match as a tournament referee. He's been absolutely superb. He's been a rock for the European Cricket Network, and we have grown, and he's been there right from the beginning. And I think we all owe so much to him. What a fantastic day it's been for him, and what a great surprise it was for him as well when we saw that his son Dave and his wife Naomi came out to join him here and surprise him. It's been a historic night, and it will continue to be as well. We've seen records being broken. We've seen fantastic performances as well. And now the teams line up, ready to stand still and savor the moment before the final. When they listen to the national anthems, Vinny Sandhu will be introducing those shortly. We will start with the anthem first of England, and then of course that of the Netherlands. Why don't we go over to Vinny Sandhu now before he introduces the national anthems.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Dream11 European Cricket Championship Final. 31 teams started this journey, 7 teams made it to Championship Week. 4 teams made it to Championship Week final day, but only 2 teams have made the final. The anthem's coming straight up, but first, what about a big hand for the cricket school kids on the stairs for that great welcome? And certainly hope these youngsters stay in the game and enjoy all it has to offer. Well done to all the coaches as well for their work over the last 4 weeks. So this is our 3rd ever ECC 23 final. The first one was won by the England 11 in 2021. Last year, it was the Netherlands 11 that were our 2nd ever champions. And one of these teams right now will be the 2nd team to hold the trophy aloft for the 2nd time. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please be standing for the national anthem of England. England 11 led in this ECC 23 final by their captain, Dan Lincoln. Please remain standing now for the national anthem of the Netherlands. The Netherlands 11, captained by Sebastian Praat. These 2 teams, they played twice this week. It's 1 to England, 1 to the Netherlands. This will be the decider. Now let's make some noise and get ready for the European Cricket Championship Final 2023.
Yes, let's make some noise indeed. Let's get ready for the battle of bat versus ball for the final time here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. It is time for the final. Just want to say a huge thank you to everybody that's been involved. All the organisers have been sensational, to the likes of Jay Wild and David Cooper as well, and all the ground staff. You've been absolutely fantastic. Big shout out to everybody that's worked behind the bar, the likes of Natasha. A big shout out to Purple Pepper, the catering partner, of course, to a beer partner as well, Victoria Silvestre. I'm pretty sure that, well, they've been doing a thriving trade here today. And of course, you can hear them in the background, the kids as well, from all the schools that took part in the Cricket Cool program, and all the teachers involved in that, and of course all our very own coaches. You've been absolutely superb. We've had a fantastic time here, and can't wait to do it all over again. Of course, don't forget, we will be here for the Women's Championship that will be happening in December, starting on the 17th of December. We'll do it all again there. Well, these are the 2 sides that are going to go head to head here. with England taking on the Netherlands. Dan Lincoln will be hoping that he can get his hands on that magnificent trophy for the second time, but so will the captain, Sebastian Brandt of the Netherlands. 58% to 42 in favour, only just to England. That's what a win predictor says, but it's only a prediction. It can go either way, and I get the feeling this is going to be a fantastic contest happening under the lights here in the night skies of Andalusia. And a guy who was sensational early on is going to be Rich Edwards to bowl. And he took 3 for 22. Remember, these two teams did meet in qualifier 1. England 158 for 6. Netherlands fell short only just by 15 runs. And 158 to 143 in favour of England. Here's the start, and a bit of a miscue, but they'll get some runs. Direct hit, good throw. So we're up and running. And they stick with Kloppenberg at the top of the order. Sensational young player, only 16 years old. He's out there with Verhagen. Verhagen, he was sort of played the anchor role, didn't he? He just kept things going for the Netherlands in that incredible chase, the record chase against Spain. He made a fine 43 of 23 in the left-hander. Just pushes his way outside the off. Well, Fielder does lose his footing there. That's Sturgis. I think he'll play a big part in this contest as well. Kloppenberg back on strike. Now this young man, I know there must be a lot of people that are watching him and quite amazed by him, just 16 years old. Looking for a sponsor at the moment, by the way. So, you know, if you want to assist a budding young star, he's a man you can certainly do no wrong with as he hits his first boundary right on cue. And Tjorn Kloppenberg gets his first boundary, gets the first boundary also for the Netherlands. Yeah, what a fine young prospect he is. Cracking shot. 4 runs, 4 carreras. ¿Cómo estás todos? Bienvenido. Eso es de final de Euros de Cricket. Inglaterra contra Holanda. Oh, this is high, hard. That is going a long way. Bolle, Kinna zona. Jaka Lagia. Oh, what a whack this is. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es grandissimo. Well, we saw a nice picture of the moon earlier, thanks to our media partner, Spring Productions. Well, that one's gone almost all the way up to the moon as well. Cracking hit, good strike. And Kloppenberg, gonna have to wait for that one to come back. Well, maybe it won't. We might have to get another one. Somebody's out there looking for it. It disappears into the night skies around Katama. Rich Edwards did take 3 wickets against Netherlands earlier, 3 for 22. And Kloppenberg wasn't able to get going in that one. He was out, I think, very first ball, and he's looking to make amends. That one's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Hello to everybody that's joining in the chat. Chris Nitzel, how are you? Christopher Ward and Kroom. And of course, a big shout out to everybody watching around the globe. A lot of people watching via Viaplay in the United Kingdom and Ireland. Hello to you all. Well, probably would have been a wide. Oh, well, he has to now Scarpa back in. Does Verhagen. I think he and the bowler head was probably got in each other's way, and there was a call of no from Kloppenberg as well. Verhagen takes his time to get up. I think he's okay. He sees the funny side of things. And just here, he was, I think if that hits, I think he would have been out. I'm pretty sure of it. Makes it by the skin of his teeth. Edwards looking to finish well, and this one is sent above the infielders. 1 bounce, 4 runs. 4 carreras más. 17 without loss off the first. So a much better start from the Netherlands. And this time round, remember when they were chasing, they had a slow start and it needed something special from Musa Ahmed, 53 of 19, to get them close. And they were always there or thereabout. And the same way, I suppose, they were there or thereabout against Spain. But against Spain, they had An amazing knock there from Secunda Zulfiqar, 92 of 21. And it's one of those, isn't it? When somebody's hitting the ball so well, do you just turn around and say, hey, you're in at the moment, just go out there and open the batting as well? I bet they would have been tempted, but they're sticking with their plans. They're not changing it, not making any rash decisions. It's going to be Toby Greatwood to bowl the second, and it just doesn't feel right as he's running in there. I think it's also, don't forget, it's that time of night. I mean, these teams would know this. They played under the lights already here, but you know, temperature changing, and when you've had a nice sunny day and it becomes dark, floodlights are on, sometimes you do get a little bit of moisture on the ground. You'll see that a rag will be used by several players to keep the ball nice and dry, and of course that can affect your footing as well. It would. And still doesn't feel right here. Now this man should know all about bowling in a final though, because he was sensational in the group final, Group B finals day against Switzerland. Switzerland beat England earlier. England won 10, Switzerland won 11 for 2. They won with 20 balls to go, but in the final, England 138 for 5. David Scott made a fine half century down Lincoln 34, but this guy, Greatwood, took 4 for 15, including a hat-trick. Bangs this one in short, and it's okay. I wonder if we have a look at this side on, and it's the one for the over, but not a wide, so the umpire's quite happy it doesn't go over his head. I think that's a good call. Nilkesh Patel just saying, no, not over the head, so it's not a wide, but it is one for the over. I think he'd be happy just to get that one out of his system, Toby. Goes for the big shot, misses out on it. Verhagen. It's an interesting knock from him in that qualifier number 2 against Spain. He sort of at some points felt that he was maybe holding the Netherlands back, 43 of 23, and I know there was talk from Vinny and also from Rhino whether he said, do you retire him? Do you have someone like Sebastian Braat come in? In the end, it all worked out fine because he did play some really nice shots, but here at the moment he's struggling. That's a good delivery though from Greatwood, just doesn't give him any room, and I know he does like to play on the leg side. That's where most of his aggressive shots come, so if you're keeping this ball going across him, the heavy ball outside the off, it makes it difficult for him. Hello to Dia Maria joining in the chat. This is hit hard and straight, 4 runs. The only person in danger here was, well, the tall, strong figure of Kloppenberg himself, who ducks under it neatly, and he goes to the boundary for 4 runs. See this again. It was a good job that he was alert, because it was coming right at him. Cuatro carreras. Which team will be stronger together? Yeah, some nerve, some tension. Surely there will be in the fan zone. And it's another swing and a miss. Doesn't take this cleanly. There's the captain of England, then Lincoln, but makes a stop. No run. Greatwood seems to be pretty happy with things at the moment. Goes back to his mark with a smile on his face. Hello to Christopher Ward, who's saying evening to everybody as well. Some of the Dutch supporters a little bit tense. They'd like to see another boundary here before the end of this over. And they will see one. This is going to be huge. In fact, that's humongous. That is only about 10 meters short of the top of the hill behind us. So they do get a boundary at the end of the over. And Toby Greatwood's over finishes with a 6. So 10 off the over. Not a bad one, really. But at the end of 2, Netherlands 27 without loss. Sensational view there of the Karama Oval under lights. And gonna miss that for a while, I have to admit. It's always incredible to believe that we are here in Spain, and in just a short period of time, not only has the national team improved immensely, well done to Spain. I mean, they'll be feeling hurt at the moment, they'll be feeling sore, they'll be feeling a little bit sad, but yeah, number 3, numero 3 in Europa, number 3 in Europe. That is something to be seriously proud of, and the way that they're played and the way that they represented their country was fantastic. But yeah, cricket in Spain, not just the national team, but of course this venue. One hand off the bat, high in the air, is a chance, but nobody can get there. Looking at this again, I get the feeling that maybe Tom Hinley was in the better position to take this. Watch this again, one hand comes to the bat, goes high up in the air. Hinley has to put the brakes on because he sees Edwards charging towards it. And in the end, nobody gets to it, so Kloppenberg gets a little lucky there, the bowling of Sturgis. Verhagen. This one is being banged in and called wide. And also, one for the over will be explained to the bowler as well as he goes back to his mark. Looking like they're quite happy to test Verhagen with the short delivery. He got one in the previous over from Greatwood as well. So maybe sensing that he doesn't like the short delivery. This one's going to be down the leg side, so it's another wide. It's incredible what we've seen in this championship, some of the scores that we've seen. And we just have a look at the day that we had to hear today. This is just finals day itself. The first match, the first eliminator with Spain won. They chased 140 to beat Ireland. It's a lovely looking shot. He rocks back and cuts this magnificently. It goes all the way for 6. That's a cracking shot from Verhagen. And this is what he does. I mean, he may be somebody who's not consistently blasting the ball to the boundary. There'll be a dot, there'll be some singles, but there's also shots like that. That was just top draw quality. In match number 2, we saw England put 158 on the board and Netherlands just fall 15 short. Slow delivery, goes for it, and he gets it big. Balle, ginna zona, shaka lagia manos. Arriba from the arbitro, as that is 6 more. What a hit, what a blast. Disappearing into the night sky here in Cardamom. Dan Lincoln comes over and has a chat with Sturgis. And of course the last match, talking about the amount of runs that we've seen scored, 182 to 185. It's just been incredible. And that just makes you think, how many's enough? How many's enough here from the Netherlands? What are they looking to try to get to? 140, 150 more? It's a night match, so you would say maybe a few less. It's a good come back there for Sturgis. He gets this one slightly shorter and gets it into the body of Verhagen, who's not able to work it away. So he's moved on to 23 of 10 balls. Kloppenberg maybe a little bit lucky there when he slides one up in the air and doesn't go to hand. He's on 16, 42 without loss. So it's a pretty decent power play so far. I don't know if the batter was ready, but he doesn't shy away. And this is another one that's going to go over the offside, and it goes all the way where extra cover would be. So it's another 6. So Verhagen at the moment making the most of the time he spent out there in the middle against Spain as he smashes another one for 6. 48 now without loss and a ball to go in the power play. Sturgis has gone magical in this over, 21 off it already. The reigning champions, Netherlands, finding the runs on short, and this is high up in the air. This could be the wicket they needed, and it is. And there's no issues there as the catch is taken. So once again they go upstairs, they bang it in, don't they? It's a short delivery, and Verhagen doesn't shy away from it this time, goes for it, doesn't get it right. It goes high up in the air. It's a really good catch taken, and that's a breakthrough that they needed. And well, not so what they're waiting for here. Are they checking to see something? Because the batter's been asked to stay. So what's the decision here? Was there one that was already over the shoulder? Is that what we're... There was one, a short one, wasn't there? That was called one for the over as well, and it was a wide one, wasn't it? Wide outside the off. So they're just checking to see if this one is another that's over the shoulder. If it is, it will be called a no-y. So they're checking. Nothing's come through at the moment. And then finally, there's the decision. So decided that he's not quite over that shoulder. So he gets away with it, and it's going to be out. So that's the first wicket. It's the end of the third over, and the first wicket falls, and Verhagen, who was not removed in the battle with Spain, but he will go. He's the first batter to depart. He'll go for 29 of 12 deliveries, and Netherlands are 48 for 1. So end of the power play, and I suppose you could say here the Verhagen, I mean, is that not 29 of 12 more valuable than 43 of 23? Well, you can make your own mind up about that, but there were two very different types of innings, weren't they? But still, he gets the Netherlands off to a good start. But England, they get a wicket, and they'll believe that that means that they've got an opportunity to get a few more. And Rich Edwards, they're not going to hold back, bringing him back on, so he will bowl over number 4. Starts with a slower delivery, and it gets put down. It's an opportunity. So Sam Young this time not able to hold on to it. And this time, well, Kloppenberg, he did sky one earlier, but it didn't go to hand. This does go to hand, and Young doesn't hold on to it. That's a big let-off, so Kloppenberg giving chances, but surviving. Edwards fires the slow ball in. He'd be disappointed that the catch is not being taken there. Young is normally so good, but catching and fielding in this night fixture so very important. Making a subtle change in the field here to the left-hander. Musa Ahmed comes in at number 3, and he goes big on the leg side. And Musa, he either starts with a 6 and keeps going, or he doesn't get anything to his name. He went first ball in the battle, the historic battle against Spain, but he clobbers his first one here for a big 6 into the fan zone. Smashes that away. Netherlands, they'll want to keep piling on the pressure. Edwards back to the drawing board for him. It is out over, but there's a fielder there who takes a great catch. No mistakes there at all. And get the feeling that that was a setup, really. Edwards gets it. Catch is taken there by Thomas Bevan. The Bevan seemed to swap places there with Young as well. And maybe Young not picking the ball so well, so Bevan takes over. He holds on to the catch. Musa is going to be 6 and out for him. Gets it outside the off. Musa goes through with the shot. Doesn't get it clean. Bevan, good hands, good footwork, holds on to the catch. And that is the end. Yeah, nicely done. In fact, that's not Bevan. It is actually Sam Young that takes the catch. Bevan is there congratulating him. So Young holds on to one. Musa makes his way back. 6 of his first, very much 6 and out. As Rasul now comes in. Rasul has been holding on to number 3 spot, so I think they're just going with Musa, thinking that he may work better against this English attack. Not to be. They're 2 wickets down, and after a pretty good start from the Netherlands, but lost on quick wickets. But Kloppenberg, who's had a bit of luck, is still there, the hard hitter. And now Rasul, classy stroke player, comes out. He's quite happy just to drop the bat on this, and they'll take a sharp single. Kloppenberg does get there, though he's probably not the quickest here now. They think about taking an overthrow. As Young fires this one back in towards Dan Lincoln, who's not able to take it cleanly. Edwards charging in, really not holding back. It strays on the legs though, not a good delivery. And that's an easy hit for Kloppenberg, isn't it? Doesn't lose his shape, does he? He stands upright, just negotiates this away beautifully. Lovely shot. Look how straight and upright he stays. It's all in the hands, all in the arms. And he crunches that to the boundary. Not a good ball, though, from Edwards. Straying onto the pads. Kloppenberg puts it away. Short, and how high? Too high. It's going to be called a wide. Now, again, they tried this short delivery because we've seen Kloppenberg get out to this. You see, he doesn't shy away from it. And if he gets a bit of bat on that, it could have gone anywhere. We go full here. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It is the final. And joining me for the first time in the final, Vinny Sandhu.
Well, it's great to be here, and we'll be greeted with a Maximo Rico because that one's launched leg side. Kloppenberg on, end of 4, Netherlands 11. What a start. And 170's pace, picking up where they left off, really, Rico. 69 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, well, Maximo in the house and Maximo out there as well in the middle. It is the end of the over. And Netherlands going well at the moment, despite losing those quick wickets after making a good start. They're back on again here. And the score moves to 69 for 2 at the end of 4.
Oh, it's been a crazy day for so many reasons. I mean, Ireland, of course, 4th place, going out the eliminator, outplayed by Spain, and Spain looked to be in this final, didn't they? What a qualifier too it was. We saw the highest ever run chase achieved. Yeah, hello to everyone watching around the world. Great to have you with us, as always. Here's Rishton in over number 5. And the first ball hit leg side into the gap though, and it's going to be 6. Maximo. No, it's a great effort down there. Yes, Bevan diving away to his right, but he couldn't make the stop.
Oh yeah, this is a cracking effort from Thomas Bevan. I mean, it's a good looking shot from Rasul as well, but look, he's trying to get something on that before he leaves the field of play. Diving, just hoping he can get a right hand to it and try and flick it back into the field of play. Not able to do so. Rishton goes for 6 of his first.
This one could be 6 more than it is. Well, that one's going to head into the 10th. Wow, we know that Dave, he's been given the big responsibility of guarding the VIPs. Well, I think he does just enough there, but it's another 6 runs to the Dutch.
Oh, this is a laser beam, isn't it? Look how quickly he just bounces back into his crease and smashes it. And I think Dave does sensationally well. Well done, Dave. And protecting the VIPs and their drinks there. Cracking shot, yeah. Keep your eye on the ball, everybody, because there's a lot of grisly action coming your way. And just like that, Dan Lincoln decides he wants to stand up so he can keep Rasul in his crease. 2 balls, 2 sixes. Netherlands, 81 for 2. Approaching the halfway point, 4 balls to go.
Rishton, not often you see the keeper up to him. Oh, full toss, and this is going to be edged. This was high-ish. They might want to have a look at this. Was it waist high or above? That's the question, but everyone seems fine with it. Let's have a look. Oh!
Well, let's have a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's borderline, isn't it?
I mean,
slightly bent leg, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably just okay, but I mean just.
Yeah, only just.
Now, low full toss clipped away, but it'll just be a single. Remember, both these two teams have played a lot of the lights, haven't they? Had a really good game the other night under lights, toed and froed. I love the tactical battles between them. Of course, earlier in the day, you and Rhino were calling qualifier 1. England just getting over the line. Dutch on the chase, couldn't quite get there. Is this a blessing in disguise? They get sent in here in the final. Time will tell. A little bit of a cutter there, but no edge. So Rasul, he had a good tournament as well.
Rishton, big smile on his face. He was the only one that was appealing there. He didn't even get anything from his captain, the wicketkeeper, Dan Lincoln. A nice appeal, though, from Rishton. Not out. Rasul survives. He's made a good start, though, Rasul. Last ball, then, of this, the 5th. And where's this one gone? I think he's going to go for 4 runs. A little bit of an edge here. There's nothing that Lincoln can do about it. But that's the danger of this when you stand up. If you get anything on it, you're taking a little bit of a lottery, really. And not that I'm saying you would have got there if you were standing back anyway, but a cracking start this from the Netherlands.
Well, I mean, just when you think you can't see something different, where we saw a 180s chase in a crunch match, didn't we, earlier on today? What drama, that's all I can say. Whoever wins it, it's going to be it's going to be a returning champion. We know that. But these two teams so evenly matched. I think the Dutch with this start, for me, they're just ahead. One final push. We had Virginia in here earlier on from Share the Meal, and it was really great to hear what the United Nations World Food Project are doing. I have to eat 10 empanadas after I've donated 10 on air. No, we're going to have a special guest commentator, a bit more than a guest in a moment. But, I mean, right now, Rico, 5 overs, never judge a game after 5 overs, but slightly to the Dutch for me.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. How many times have we seen this in this championship? Teams make a good start, and also how many times have we seen straight after that interval, that break, the 5 overs, the drinks break, a wicket falls straight away. So this could be a big moment. And Hindley, this guy bowled amazingly well earlier. It was quite surprising that he never actually came back to bowl a second over. But how about that? Well, it may not be sunny, but there's always time for some sexy cricket. Sun, sea, sand and sexy cricket here in the Costa del Sol. And that is a cracking shot. Reverse Malachi. And, well, that one's been hit away beautifully. What a shot this is. And, well, this young man, Kloppenberg, well, remember I said this already. He is the youngster looking for a sponsor. And he's a class act, so come on. He needs a bit of sponsorship, this young man. Have a look at him. He's just sensational. 16 years old.
Yeah, it's quite unbelievable, isn't it? And so, Hindley's had a brilliant tournament as well, hasn't he? Step across, he fetches it effectively into the trees. Maximo Kloppenberg knocking on the door of a half ton.
Oh, that's quite sensational. Well, Hindley, when we saw him bowl earlier, he only got the 1 over, and there was myself and Rhino were talking about, you know, what do England do? Who did they go to? This was in the match when these two played earlier on, and of course England were victorious in that one. Hindley bowled 1 over and he took a wicket and only 2 runs came. They did go to Richton to bowl the last. I think it was the right idea. But this time round, it looks like Netherlands have got the measure of him. He's bowled 3 balls, gone for 10.
No total safe anymore, is it really, after what we saw earlier? And so, yeah, thought it actually takes Kloppenberg to 40 in their scorers. They've been super quick today. I think there was no doubt as soon as he hit that, it was going out of here. Oh, yeah, a bit of a delay.
That one's gone into the woods. I tell you what, I'm going to go see if I can help find it, and maybe somebody's going to come in and take my place.
That's a very good idea. Let's see who we can find here. And right now, it's the comeback ball, and it's a miss. And they think of a bye, but it's not quite there. So, time to breathe for the first time in a while. Now he goes to reverse. He's so comfortable playing that, and he's going to get another boundary. So Kloppenberg to 44. Hindley gone for 14 so far. What is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, in the box for the ECC 23 final. And joining me, here's a man who must be so disappointed, but he's a part of our family, and welcoming back Corey Ruckers. And, well, Corey, firstly, bad luck, but congratulations on a great tournament with your Spanish guys.
Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, much appreciated. Happy to jump in just for a couple of overs. Always good to speak to the viewers and watch some good cricket, but yeah, thank you very much.
Of course. Must have mixed relationship with this Dutch side. Little delay there from Hindley, but fair bit of battle on this, and that's running away for another boundary. So Kloppenberg to 48 now. Yeah, so I mean, obviously you've been a Dutch resident for a while. What was it like to kind of, obviously such an emotional game, but also against the Netherlands guys you know so well?
Yeah, it's a pretty bitter pill to swallow, to be honest, but credit to them. Sikander Zulfikar probably played the best T10 innings on the network's history.
Yeah, I mean, had to, didn't he?
Super proud. We've come third again, the best of maybe the rest, you could say. I mean, Netherlands, England are massive, but yeah, the boys are pretty gutted, but that's sport.
I can understand it's probably still sinking in. It's great to have you up here, though, and it's been a great 4 weeks.
I'm doing 2 overs and I'm out. 2 overs and I'm out.
Well, you did have a strategy to deal with the pain, and it involved a fair bit of Victoria Cerveza, I think, but I appreciate you not indulging just yet. End of 6, 105 for 2. Greatwood's going to come back. Good to see him up and running. Remember, he took a hat-trick in the Group E final. Short and missed by Rasul.
How impressive is young Kloppenberg? 16. Yeah, he's the next big thing coming up in European cricket as a junior. And, well, I think England still, I know it says 17, no, around this 160, 170, it can be chased. We just saw 180 chased.
Yeah, well, I might actually get you to look away from the screen in a moment.
Please
Corey,
don't do it to me.
Yeah, Kloppenberg and Rasul trucking for the Netherlands here. Step across, and he misses again. And I think this is pretty much straight over the stump, so it won't be wide. Good bounce by Greatwood.
Yeah, this is when the lights are on. If you dig it in and get it to zip through, you can get a couple of dot balls. Greatwood's been a very effective bowler this week. Can they try and keep them down to, let's say, 150?
Look away, Corey. That is the new world we're living in. 183, Netherlands 11 chasing it with a ball to spare.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good over by Greatwood. He seems to spring to life under lights as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He bangs it in and he gets it to zip through, and these are very valuable dot balls right now for England. But yeah, credit to the Dutch. I don't know. What do you
You've been at your last couple of days. I mean, a lot of people saying the two best games of the tournament were Spain, Germany last night, and then Spain.
We had a lot. Even
here.
Spain, Jersey, game 1 of championship.
Oh,
we've had an emotional week.
That was also a banger. Hundreds up for the Netherlands here. I think this is going to be a wide though down the leg side, and feigning to appeal, but I think it's a good call. Well done to our officials on field, Suleiman Saeed, and that's Nilkesh Patel you're seeing right there, but also to Ian Ramage, to Tyrone Peters. Obviously Sir Rob Kemming, his last day with us at ECN, and all the other umpires and officials that helped us throughout the tournament. Not an easy job, but we appreciate their service.
Yeah, well, one last game to go here. Who's going to win it? Big game, isn't it?
Huge.
Well bowled.
It's kind of 1-1 as far as matches in this tournament between these two, but it's also 1-1 as far as ECC trophies won.
Well, on paper, these two are definitely the two teams that come probably the most stacked. Some really good cricketers. And obviously you want to get 2-1 up in the championships. This has been an amazing... Greatwood's gone for 11 off 10 balls, Vinny.
He's great in finals, isn't he? So I'm glad they've nursed him back to health. Couple to come in his spell. This is a blast, isn't it? From Rasul. That one's still motoring. Maximo. And so Rasul, he's also had a good week. No Gawley, just kind of twinged his shoulder, I think, in his half century the other night against English. But Rasul's gotten his opportunity and taken it with both hands.
Yeah, both these players are very young and both have power. He's missed a couple this over, but gets that one out of the middle of that blade.
And he won't do it again tonight, but last year he hit the winning runs for the Netherlands.
Yeah.
First ball of the last. The game's changed a lot. The target was 100 back then. I mean, how is this year different to last? You've coached both.
I think there's a lot of things. I think batters are more brave. The ball flies further. The bowling level, I don't think, has caught up to the batting level. The batting level has advanced. Batters don't care if they get out first. How many ducks have we seen?
Yeah.
Batters go out there and try to hit first ball for 6 now.
Well, there was a hat-trick in that game
How good was Hamza's tournament?
Yeah, unbelievable. He's got to be in the frame. Step across there. That's why I don't think that's a wide. That will be the end of the over. So Greatwood can certainly hold his head high in the final. See the early step, even though that's over the tram line. I think that one is going to be a dot. And at the end of 7 overs, the score 112 for 2. Well, guess what, Corey? Won't be too long before will be Monday morning. And I know you're looking forward to the Zagreb Assassins.
I needed a good laugh, Vinny. Thank you very much.
Versus Sir Oliver's split. And Sokol versus the Warriors, and a debut for the Warriors, so I'm sure we'll be looking out, scouting for a bit of talent there. And then Zagreb Sokol Oliver split. Join us, YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Join us and be part of the family here in the European Cricket Network starting Monday morning after the weekend off. Right, here's Sturgis. He starts with a bumper.
Well, isn't it interesting? Just of late, they're starting to bang it into this pitch. The lights are on, and well, they've won probably the last 7 or 8 balls, England. They've pegged it back just a little bit. We're looking at 170, 180, but maybe they can keep it to 150.
Yeah, maybe.
Good game of cricket.
Oh.
Well, great tournament.
I've got to admit, we had some of the ECN super fans up here for that whole second innings, and I think they'll never forget it as well. It was absolutely electric. Well, this is going to be skied. And it's a bit of a leading edge, but it will just be a single.
This is good. England just pegging it back a little bit. Netherlands got a lot of wickets in hand. I mean, Sikander Zulfikar hasn't batted yet, but my word, you might as well open with the man. That was the greatest innings I've ever seen.
That's a few comments about that at the moment. Why wouldn't you just go with Zulfikar? Because he might not even get a hit in this final, the way things are going. I think you've got to send him in next, surely.
Yeah.
And he might come in now because Rasul's bowled around his legs. And that's a good moment for Tommy Sturgis. And I've got to say, this is something I think one thing bowlers have learned. You shouldn't always follow the batter. Go at the stumps, take your chances. And a lot of those whack the timber, and that's one of them. So Rasul departs as 113 for 3.
Could be a blessing in disguise for the Dutch, because I reckon it is Sikander Zulfikar coming next. And, well, you're right, Vinny. Sometimes when the batsman gets across, you might as well just go at leg stump. Well bowled, and very good indeed.
Yeah, England come together, but yeah, little step across. Shows the furniture. Rasul, again, handy contribution for him, but he'll have to depart. He puts together 24 off 13, 3 Maximos in there and a boundary, and the score 113 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good platform here for the Dutch to really explode at the end. And, well, here comes a man that arguably, would it go down as the greatest ever innings on the network?
Given what's at stake, I mean, if this is the biggest game of the year...
What did he end up on?
I think it was 92 off, hold this, 92 off 21. You could argue it's the second biggest game of the year. I know we've got the ECL as well, so it's always hard to grade one against the other. But given the circumstance and what was on the line, I think it has to be at the top of the tree, or if not, tying for it. As the man of the moment, Sikander Zulfikar, almost gets run out first ball, but I think he might have just been home.
Well, I reckon if that's direct, he's in a bit of trouble there, Vinny. Very close indeed. Maybe it's something they'll look back at later.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, I wonder what he's thinking. And he's quite a, you know, Sikander very well, obviously.
Yeah, I know all the Dutch bloke. Lovely guys.
Such a mild-mannered, humble kind of a guy.
What a player to come in at 6 and 7.
Kloppenberg, the teenager, on 49 in the ECC final. And he won't get to his 50 this ball. Sturgis again bowling that length, which has been pretty effective for England under lights.
Yeah, they're starting to get it to hum. This is a good comeback from England. It really is. Vinny, I've got 7 balls left for this ECC. I'm going to try. I'm going to try and enjoy them before I go and jump into that beautiful VIP area. There's a lot of fans here tonight.
Well, Harrison Ward's jumped into the comment section asking how many beers you've had.
Yeah, there'll be
hopefully 0 at this stage. And this time he goes to the skies, and it could be curtains for Kloppenberg on 49. He's dropped. Well, you wouldn't bet on it, would you? Sam Young comes in, that hung in the air, got there comfortably. Late misjudgment, that brings up the 50 for Kloppenberg, but it'll be a missed opportunity. Well done to the youngster though, 50 off 20 balls. End of the over, 115 for 3.
Well, just moving a little bit at the point of trying to catch it. Hey, credit to Kloppenberg. When you're 16 years old, you're playing under lights on an ECC final. He's 50 off 20. That's pretty remarkable. Good spell from Sturgis as well, Vinny. I just feel like England in the last, since I've jumped on, have sort of pegged themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it's topsy-turvy. I'm not going to harp on the last game, but I just want to know how are the guys, how are the Spanish guys, and what did you say to them at the end of that game?
Honest answer? Well, Awais, Isan, most of them are crying. A lot of them are in tears still. So we haven't had many words because it's an extremely hard pill to swallow, and we'll come back stronger. But right now, it's very raw.
Character building, isn't it? But I mean,
I don't want to build character.
Yeah, look, I hope when the dust settles, they'll look back on this tournament with fondness and be really proud of what they've achieved. I'm proud of what you've achieved as well with that bunch of men. Anyway, right now, Riston comes in. Kloppenberg's just gone off the ball a little bit here. Well, there's Tony.
This is the last 2.1 overs has been all England.
Yeah, so it kind of has been, hasn't it? Oh. Riston, stick to that Yorker. There goes the rolling cutter, and this one ties up Kloppenberg. So when he was dropped on 49, and look, it's not often this happens, but we might as well just say a quick hello from all 4 of us here in the commentary box. We've got Vinny here, we got Corey, we got Rico, we got Rhino. Not often we're all here together, but we want to say thank you to you guys out there for being part of this adventure. We never thought ECM would get this big. I think when we started from humble beginnings, as this is lifted up, and this could be gone. Oh, he's thrown it away. He just leaned backwards when not sure he had to there, Hemp. But that'll be a long single. Yeah, but thank you so much to everyone for your support and your kind comments. And I know we do cricket a bit differently, but what's for sure is that we're really passionate about the game, just like all the players and everyone you see involved here at the Cardsmore Oval and part of the Blue Crew and even our TV crew now, part of the family, Spring Productions. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, maybe could have caught that. Just lost his balance, Vinny. Oh,
full toss.
that's close.
Borderline.
That's going to be close. They'll have to check that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Christian with a little apology, but let's have a look if this is too high or not. There or thereabouts.
Close, definitely close. You
You
see these get called, you know.
Yeah, that's a great replay of it.
Oh.
They're going to say it's just below. It was pretty consistent with what we've seen today.
Yeah, today's been a bit funny, I'll have to admit that. All right, 2 balls left, Vin. Well bowled.
Oh, yeah.
They've come back amazingly here, England. They were looking at 170 about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. It's been, what was it, at halfway? Certainly a good comeback. Yeah, it was 87 after 5. It was 105 after 6. So the last 3 overs have gone for 7, 3 and 3.
Well, look,
and
I think I'm going to jump off the Evany because I want to see some more runs and make some fun. Last ball for me at this ECC. It's been a pleasure. Here comes Rishton. Full. Hit hard. Zulfikar doesn't get a boundary because he's not playing Spain. Well done. Good luck to these teams. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Rico. Thank you, supporters and everyone that loves the ECN. I'll see you soon on the ECS.
Thanks, Corey. And I know you'll be back for Malta. So I know you've got a couple of weeks off. And we'll see you in Malta. Look forward to it. And, of course, also in Barcelona before the end of the year in the ECCW. Corey will be with me for that. So, yeah, tonight's the night that we're going to add another name to that list. 2021, it was the England 11. Last year, the Netherlands 11, and now we're waiting to see which one of those two will be the champion in 2023. England must have a bit of time on the clock. Or in fact, that's 9 overs, so they don't have to worry about it now. So they're getting together, having a chat, working out who they want to bowl in the last over. This is where occasionally they've used spin very well in the 10th over. They haven't been scared to do that. Rishton often will bowl the 10th, but he bowled the 9th. Rico Full joins me back in the box. It was nice to hear from Corey. That was very good of him to come on for a little bit.
Yeah.
I knew a lot of people wanted to hear from him.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Of course he's going to be feeling it. I know I had a quick chat with him off the air as well, and, you know, the boys are feeling it. But, you know, guys, if you're listening, you've got to be proud. It's going to hurt. Of course it is. You're going to wake up tomorrow, it's going to hurt. There's going to be a few things that are going to play on your mind, but I think you've got to take a lot of credit for what you've done. And I know all the Spanish supporters that have been here, that have been tuning in, will say the same. You have all been absolutely magnificent. You've been heroes, you've been stars. You should be proud. And, well, you pushed a very, very, very good and very strong Netherlands side, the reigning champions, all the way down to the wire.
I remember I gave one of the players a hug. This is probably 20 minutes after the game finished, maybe half an hour after the game finished. I won't say who, but I gave him a hug and said bad luck, one of the Spanish players, and his heart was still beating a million miles an hour. You know, you could just feel it. And obviously, it's a bitter one to take. Kloppenberg wants his mojo back, and he's going to get it. Maximo! They bring on Scott here in the last over with some right arm off spin, but that one never bounces. And Kloppenberg's been a revelation, hasn't he, Tune? And when you consider they've still got someone like Levitt to come in, and Brandt, haven't even seen him.
What happened there? I went away when they were scoring. I think they're at 5 over point where they're about 105, weren't they? Since then, apart from that hit, they scored about 15 runs since I've been away. What's happened?
They're 105 off 6. 105 off 6. And so they're all first 6 overs were double digits, and the next 3 went for 7, 3 and 4. So they've really shut the gate. Is that a kind of match-winning phase? Who knows anymore? And, well, Kloppenberg, I think that's cracked his back there. Might have to go to the piggy bank maybe to get another one, but probably not for much longer the way this guy hits the ball. I think he's going to be snapped up pretty quickly. Steps across, hits hard, hits flat, and gets dropped for 6 off the hands of Young. Was another drop, different kind this one. He's dropped Kloppenberg again, dropped him on 49, dropped him on 64, but this one cost him 6.
Dropped him on 16 as well. He's dropped him on 3 times. Sam Young has dropped Kloppenberg on 3 times. Well, I'll tell you what, he's going to be buying him 3 victories as well at the end of this. But Young, well, he's just not been able to deal with it in the night.
Oh, that's going to be too high. That's a 7-up, Rico. Well, can you believe what you're seeing here at the Khartoum Oval? That one was chest high. Kloppenberg nails it, and he's got a free hit to come.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Just when everything was looking pretty rosy in the last 5 overs, they go for something different, and David Scott has got it all wrong. 7 up there. That means that 3 balls have gone for 20. Free hit coming up. And the Netherlands, well, now all of a sudden they're looking to see if they can touch on the 150 mark.
I wonder, do you remember that last game? And I don't want to keep harping about it, but Spain got to 182. But do you remember the last ball was a wicket? And I said, I wonder if that will make a difference. Do you remember that? It was actually Daniel Dorkaya got bowled last ball.
Yeah.
And at that time, we thought it was far-fetched thinking, didn't we? But it would turn out to be a second last ball game. And so that was just made me think of that because of last overs here. Scott's gone magical in only halfer. And this is a freebie. Kloppenberg misses and he won't get the call.
Well, this is... that's a big moment. He's not going to get the wide here. Does he go across? Yeah, he does. There's that initial movement across. And as a result of that, the line moves a little. It doesn't get the wide. Fair
enough. 2 to come. Goes big step and can't get it past the bowler. Yeah, Kloppenberg has been strange. He seems to have timed the ball worse since 50, but apart from that little half-over burst, still, I think something here in the 140s. For me, it's a really good game coming up. You can see.
Been a funny little innings now, a little bit of cat and mouse there because Scott just seeing what Kloppenberg's trying to do. I have to say though, Kloppenberg by doing that on the last 2 occasions actually hasn't helped his cause.
He's going to finish with a 6, and that might be one of the biggest of the day. Maximo! A little bit of Philadelphia for Kloppenberg, who finishes as a 76er here, and he finishes with the Maximo. 30 balls, so he faces exactly half of the innings. And he hits 8 big sixes, 5 fours in there. Only 16 years of age, and we can see why they think so much of Tune Kloppenberg. He's really come of age for the Netherlands 11 during this week. And in the end, 1-4-5. We've got a horse race on our hand here, I think. 146 for England to lift the trophy. Otherwise, the Dutch go back-to-back.
Oh, well, that is a huge hit, and that's an important one as well because it gets them past the 141. 45 they will finish on. Well, there he is, the teenage sensation. He really is. He's sensational. I'm so excited about this guy. And I tell you what, I think we're going to see a lot of him. Now, there's the trophies there, the main trophy, the MVP. We got the watch. That is, of course, donated to us by Frederica Constant, our official time partner. And that will be given to the MVP as well. So it's going to be a special night. It already has been a special day. Well, there's some singing and dancing already there from the English and from the Dutch. But who will be doing the singing and dancing later? That's what we're looking to find out. The Netherlands, though, they put themselves in a good position. 145 on the board, 146 needed from England.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we seem to think that the scores go down about 10% under lights. That's just our feeling, isn't it? And so for me, it's around about par, maybe even a few over. But the thing is, England 11, they have an over par batting lineup, don't they? They've got plenty of hitters. They've got guys that have played professional cricket. There's the medals in the foreground there from Local Lifestyle. So really, I don't want to go too early, but I will say this is 109, or match number 109 of the series. We haven't had a golden ball yet. This is the kind of total that might bring one, Rico. Imagine that in an ECC final. But I mean, England, they'll be feeling they did well in patches, but also a few uncharacteristic missed opportunities, particularly from Young, who dropped Kloppenberg 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about that one, let's just have a, I want to just mention it, 58 came off the last 5 overs, which is a great comeback from England. But then having said that, the last over, 26 came off.
Yeah. And so they were kind of scratching their head who to bowl. In the end, they went for Scott, who's he's an off spinner to right-handers. Well, Dave doing his best to protect the VIPs. Rasul, I think he made a decent contribution as well. I mean, you never know what other players might have done, but still, for me, someone like Sebastian Brutt, he's just a 6-hitting machine, never gets a hit in the last game or this game. Having said that, I still think both teams feel they're favourites. I think they're so confident. Both teams are going out there thinking they're in front, and I think that'll set up a really good second innings, the final innings of ECC 23.
Yeah, I'm loving the flashing bails out there as well. I think it's quite fitting that we've got them here for the final as well, and that was a great delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From that wicket from Sturgis, getting Rasul.
Even that, throwing it back in Hemp when he probably didn't have to. And Kloppenberg, change of luck for him late in the piece when he started singing a couple of Maximos. But, I mean, that's another one that gets dropped over. Okay, Scott kind of battled back into the over, didn't he, in the second half. with a couple of dots, but then things would finish with a 6. And yeah, you should be biting your nails because this tournament is on a knife's edge, even after 4 weeks, even after we started with 31 teams, then 7, then 4, then 3, then 2. Well, after this, we will have only one European champion here in 2023.
Well, we started this Dream11 European Cricket Championships all the way back in Group A when France, funny enough, put 149 on the board against Spain. Spain went along and chased it. Is it going to finish in the same way? Is it going to finish with another great run chase? Well, that's what we're going to have to wait and find out. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, Kloppenberg was fantastic, 76 to 30, though he was given 3 lives. He was dropped on 16, 49 and 58, but he got the runs on the board. There's the bowling figures there, 2 wickets there from Tommy Sturgis, but they don't go back to Hindley. They try Scott. Scott goes with 26 in the last. That could be vital.
Interesting one. For me, Greatwood was the best of the bowlers. He only concedes 17, doesn't pick up a wicket, but he certainly created a few dots. Well, the moon's out, the crowd's out, and everyone's out to see who will be the 3rd ever champion of Europe here at the Carlton Oval. Join us after this break. It'll be great to have your company and join us for the ride. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks to Corey Ruckers again for stepping in for a bit. But I'll be back with Rico Full after this with the exciting conclusion of the final. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. And how about that from our media partner, Spring Productions? Looks absolutely stunning. And yep, quite fittingly, we are under lights here. It is the final of the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. Netherlands are taking on England. Netherlands have got the runs on the board. 145, so 146 required for victory here for England. Both these teams know what it's all about. They have both been winners here back in 2021. It was England that were victorious. Sir Dan Lincoln, their captain, knows all about it. Last year, they were beaten by the Netherlands to the top prize in Europe, in European cricket. Which one of these two European giants will get their hands on that magnificent trophy again? Will it be that man there, the captain of the Netherlands? And you can see some of the young stars coming into the game, and also some of the legendary ones as well, some of the senior players. And Vivian Kingma is looking to see if he can get early breakthrough here for the Netherlands. Sam Young, who had a bit of a mare in the field, it has to be said, when he put Kloppenburg down on 3 occasions, looking to give England a good start. Here's the first ball of the reply. And no, it's not, because Kingma, the same way I think that Toby Greatwood did, doesn't feel comfortable, doesn't feel right, and we'll go back to his mark. And come on, don't leave me hanging. Oh, Levitt says, don't leave me hanging, Viv. But King Viv wasn't happy giving the high fives, did eventually. Okay, will he get going this time? It's high up in the air, it's a little teaser. Well, I get the feeling it's going to go to the fence. It does. Well, I don't know if Jane was chasing theirs, but he was never going to get there. One bounce for cracking start from Young. And England, they're off and running. Cuatro carreras. Rico Full here. And joining me back for the final, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Great to be back. And yeah, I think if he'd let that bounce before he jumped, he may have been able to kind of basketball back in. But Viv Kingma, he's a class act. He comes back well. I mean, Viv, he's played 18 ODIs and T20 internationals for the Netherlands, 9 of those. This guy has also played first-class cricket. He's played 6 matches. He's a high-level cricketer. And we got some of them out there for both sides. England pretty much 2-1 favourite at the moment, but that could all change very quickly. Short and hit around the fielder. He's trying and chase it. And it's a really good stop. I mean, these are the little things, you know, in a game that could be very, very close that you're looking for, and it's the captain, Brutt, with a good stop.
Oh, sensational stop. There's a lot of players would have given this up. Look, gets the slide in and makes contact, and then I think at this point he's not in contact with the ball. Brilliant save.
Yeah,
superb.
Excellent work. Knew exactly where his teammate was. Just now wide for Kingma. Just maybe a bit unsure of his front foot landing there. So, look, England 11, I remember back when it was a daytime final in 2021, it was Belgium that they beat. 149 they chased. And back then, that was considered quite remarkable. And it was, let's be honest. Today, we've seen a 183 chase executed by the Netherlands. Now, the Netherlands need to defend for their tournament lives. Upish in the air, and Levitt can't get there. Again, a good pull back. They're going to go for 2, and it's fumbled by Anup Jain. But I mean, again, it's good hustle from both sides. 2 runs.
Yeah, well chased. It's a little bit unfortunate here that Levitt, when he flicks his back, that Jain not able to pick it up straight away. That allows the batters to take a comfortable 2.
Make opportunities and take opportunities. That's what Netherlands will be trying to do. England need boundaries, and they're not going to get one here. Brutt comes around though. Cuts off the angle. So yeah, the other thing is, I'm thinking of a guy like Clayton Floyd. Let's be honest, he's been taken down time and time again in the last couple of days. Do they bowl him? How will he bowl? What kind of tactics will we have? We've seen, you know, in the night game the other day between these teams how there was kind of a tactical battle. You know, not just a skill battle, but a tactical battle between these two teams. His last ball the first. And it won't be, because that's going to be a big wide.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're talking about the match when England made 121. Dan Lincoln scored 57 and 29. Bevan was instrumental with 31, not out of 19. But Netherlands, they got there with 7 balls to go. But Boris Gorley was the key player then. But he's not in this match. Obviously, he's suffered a knock to his wrist, so not playing.
Little knock here when Lincoln, his first lead delivery, he'll take one. He retained the strike, so that one's almost a draw. Maybe slight advantage to the Netherlands 11. 12 off the first. It's 12 without loss. Well, Rico, I don't know if I want to say it out loud, but we haven't had a golden ball in this tournament. Golden ball, of course, is the tiebreaker. If the scores are tied tonight at the end of this game, the batting side, in this case, England, will get one more ball to get 2 runs or more to win the trophy, not just the match. Netherlands will be trying to defend 2, and if they can do that, they'll win the trophy. Could this be our first ever golden ball final?
Well, why not? I mean, 112, that is the emergency number, isn't it, in a lot of parts of
You're
Europe?
right, actually.
So maybe, and Ildala number is an emergency. We'll get the golden ball. Who knows? We're due one. And wouldn't it quite amazing? I mean, let's face it, everything else has happened. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, I think the odds of a golden ball are a lot better than a team chasing 183, especially from the position that the Netherlands were in. They didn't really get a flyer, which is funny to say.
You know, the thing is, I think Corey was in the box with me when I was talking to him, and I said, this is when some of the scores that we were seeing. And I said to him, you know what, it wouldn't surprise me if we see 200 chased, 400 in a match. And, well, it wasn't quite 200, but it was close enough, wasn't it? As Spain made 182 and Netherlands got there. Just knew that some of the things that we've seen here, that was going to happen. It's just amazing. Some of the things that we've seen this year. And the year's not even over yet.
Yeah, you're right there. I mean, it's been a year of firsts. Ellenbus, I wonder if there's a little bit of cat and mouse there. Again, you've got to be conscious of the clock here. You'd hate to see that in the final. The time rules still apply. They apply to all games. Lincoln faces up to Ellenbus. And he drives. Does he get enough? Just. That's another ball. Certainly not out of the middle, but it'll bring a boundary for the English.
Yeah, they'll take it. I mean, that's the way that we got a boundary last time around as well. And they're not hitting it cleanly. The bowlers just bowling just slightly short of a length and not allowing the batters to drive. And, well, Sam Young has brought up a boundary. Now Dan Lincoln as well, both with a 4 to the name.
Ellenbus, maybe a slower ball dug in. He stops the shot here. Now, is this hanging in? I don't think so. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Really well timed there by Lincoln. He went up, he knew that long on was up in the circle as a mid-on. Not that it would have mattered, he gets the journey.
Yeah, this is an exceptional shot. It's just he relies on his timing. He doesn't have to try and hit it too hard. And sails over the boundary and, of course, the boundary fence. 6 runs. So the first Maximo of the innings of England.
I think this will be a slower ball. He's bowled it really well, and I think it's just a little bit more difficult to pick up those subtle variations under lights. Lincoln has gone 1, 4, 6. Wow. Bouncer, but I think this is too short.
Yeah, it's, we've seen a number of bowlers use this, but it's never going to give you any sort of reward or benefit. And I don't think someone like Lincoln is going to be put off by it. So it's just another run on the board and another ball to be bowled.
Got to say well done to all the officials. I think they've been outstanding when you consider the ones we're debating. They're marginal at best. Oh, this was a weird one.
Yeah, what's happened here? Because I saw what was the non-striker? The non-striker was signalling something here. I mean, I wonder if that's is they calling this a dead ball?
Yeah, I wonder what they'll call this.
I think too many, there must be.
It's a bouncer, but I wonder if he was put off by Young. Look at Young here.
Yeah, what's Young doing there?
I mean, it's going to be a second bouncer. I mean, I don't know if in your bowling stride you're even looking at the striker, but if anything, it put off Lincoln more, I would have thought.
Yeah, well,
it's been called a no-e.
Yeah, 2 over the shoulder, no ball now.
So like it's a big ball early. And he hits it for 6. So Lincoln, who was a chief protagonist in that successful chase in the 2021 final, he's dealing again, this time under lights in the 2023 final.
Hit it beautifully, doesn't he? This man doesn't need an excuse to smash a ball out, but when you got the license to go the full Monty. He is not going to miss out. And the other thing about it is the ones he's hit so far have been hit clean and crisply out of the middle. He's looking dangerous here, Vinny.
Yeah, he sure is. And he's one guy at big games. I think you get the best of him, Dan Lincoln. He's focused at the moment on 17 and counting. Another one that's short, and that's going to be 4.
And it's another one that's going to be called a no ball. So, I mean, just look at, I don't know, what do you think that is from Young? What's he doing there with his hands?
Yeah, maybe that's a normal thing for him to do. I mean, he's done it more than once. Maybe it's just like a little tick. I don't know. It's very strange, but
I've noticed it before.
That's going to be a warning as well for 3rd bouncer in the over, not just his 2nd. So trying to dig it in, but getting more bounce than he bargains for here, Olivia.
He's gone for 23 of 3 deliveries.
Now straight up, but this is a free hit, so it won't matter. He's got to keep it in the field of play. It won't be attempted, and they'll get back for 2 because it went so high.
At the moment, all smiles. Richton is liking it, and they're happy in their camp as well, as their captain is, well, probably you'd say putting them ahead. Well, that's what the win predictor is thinking at the moment. England 90% to Netherlands 10.
Hello to Surab Zelpuri, who's tuning in from the Netherlands. Hello to everyone in the comment section. Eyes on the game at the moment, though. Too high there. I think it hits him in a delicate area that Lincoln's pretty keen to point out straight away.
Yeah, it's probably pretty well reinforced because it hits him pretty hard, you know where. And we hear it, but it doesn't stop him running quickly to the other end, does it? He says, no, it's not, because that's where he hits me. It's too high, he says. And then he does the running.
Yeah, well, Lincoln might go up an octave after that, and certainly think this crowd is through the roof. It's a huge crowd we've got in tonight here at the Cardimer Oval. And I think having had such a good over, Young is pretty keen not to spoil it, so he'll take 1. Olivia just kind of loses the plot with the short stuff in that over. 26 come off it, and it's 39 without loss after 2. Rico, I know that we're super excited to go to Croatia and continue our European adventure. We've been going all the way. I think 20th of January was the first game of the year. And yeah, you and I will be going to Croatia. I know you've got Malta off. Corey will be joining me with that for that. Nish as well. You'll be back in Barcelona as well. It'd be great to be back there. And before we return for the ECCW, the first ever time we've had that tournament. Of course, ECL will be back as well, 2024. And starts 26th of February. So much cricket to look forward to. Kingma comes back. He was good in the first. Follows the batter here. Times it down for 1. Yeah, it's just, it never stops. And the reason it never stops is because people, they want more. And I can understand why, Rico. It's been such a great season and it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's no surprise, is it? Is that this format is so entertaining and so many people are following it around the globe. And I said before we started that we were going to see the best cricket ever on the planet here at the Cardimer Oval, and I think we've seen that, and this one is going to be out, and well, he's being given, I'm not sure what is being signalled here by Lincoln. Lincoln doesn't like it, but I don't see how this cannot be out. I think he just puts this straight into the glove to the keeper, doesn't he?
Looked out live, didn't it? I mean, Kingmark gives him some free advice that he should walk off, and not often the bowler's right, but probably on this occasion that was fair. Let's have a look at the replay. Jumps across, and it seems to be off the bat. I mean, I don't see any way.
Yeah.
No, it looks obvious, and it's a weird reaction.
Yeah, I think he was. Was he trying to say that it came off high up his arm? I don't. From what I'm seeing there,
It didn't look like it, did it?
Nah, it didn't look like it at all. So he is going to have to go. And it gives him a good start though, but that's a wicket you got to try and take pretty early. And Dan Lincoln, we know he can be really dangerous. So the Netherlands, by just taking that wicket there, they'll believe, as we've been saying all the way along, that one brings another. Let's have a look at this again.
I mean, it looks pretty obvious to me, unless I'm missing something. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I don't, what I'm seeing there, I know the umpire only gets one look at that, and it was pretty sure there was spat on there. I think it was a soft dismissal, really. So, Kingma, nicely done from him. He gets a wicket. And you can see now he's just looking around at his field, saying, come on, boys, come on, we got one here. And you've got to put that over, that bad one, from Ellen Bass behind you.
Hindley had a great tournament, hasn't he? Gets the nod at 3, and short first up. This one might be the one for the over. Viv Kingma. I know he didn't have the greatest start to the week. He's suffering with a bit of illness. And that is the one for the over, as signalled there. So he uses his bouncer. Viv probably would have liked that to have gone a little bit lower maybe, so he hasn't spent that bouncer. But this is a great over, isn't it? And Netherlands back in contention, but still plenty of batting to come for the 2021 champions. Cracking shot, this one through point, off the back foot. Hindley is away with 4.
It's a big shot from Hindley. Remember in the contest earlier, he wasn't able to get off the mark against the Netherlands when Ellen Bass got him for a duck. So this is what he needed. He gets it right, he gets the runs. Nice shot, 4 runs. And really nicely played, got right on top of that as well. Beautifully timed, well executed.
All right, 2 balls to go in this power play. England ahead of the rate. Oh, 4-leg buys incoming unless it pulls up, but it will not. So I think Kingma swinging that one. And, well, it's a product of his own pace, isn't it? It ends up rolling all the way to the rope.
I think it's actually a slower delivery. Look at it again. I think it's his slower ball, but it just ends up hitting the best part of the middle of the pad, maybe, and goes all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, 4 it was. Anyway, Kingma, he's certainly put in a shift here, hasn't he? I wonder if they'll go to spin in the 4th. Imagine they would, but you got the left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment.
Coming around the wicket.
Okay, trying to cramp him for room. What will Hindley do? Well, he's going to get a thick edge, and that flies all the way. Maximo! So Viv, yeah, right smile from the Dutch international, but he's going to go 1 for 23. Still, pretty good effort from Kingma in the final, and at the end of the power play, England 11 have brought up the 50 with that shot. It's 54 for 1 after 3.
Yep, they'll take that as Hindley, well, maybe didn't know too much about it. So Kingma coming around the wicket, does beat it, but gets the edge. It flies over for 6. That's one thing that we've seen all the way through this championship. These Grizzlies have been flying, whether it's from the middle of the bat or not.
They're flying, aren't they? But look at those lost overs, 7, 8, 9 in the first innings. Could that be the difference between these two teams? Because apart from that, it's been a pretty high scoring match. You can kind of trace it back to that 7th over. Okay, Floyd is getting the 4th. Can he find form at the right time? First one's a thick edge, Bermuda Triangle forms and it falls safely. Interesting they're going for Floyd here before Arnav Jain, who's been the form spinner for the Netherlands. There's Jain there, he was part of that triangle.
Yeah, they did this in the other matches as well, and I said the same thing that you did, and how come that they're not going with that man, Jain, first? It's obviously something that they believe in. It's something that tactically that's worked for them in the past. Floyd, you won't mind me saying so, he hasn't been at his best with the ball. A lot of the bowlers, a lot of the batters, I would say, have taken a liking to him.
He likes to bowl the carom ball, so the one that goes away from the left-handers, but this one will never bounce on the field at all. Gets it wrong. 6 to Hindley, Maximo to the English 11.
Yeah, and that's been the issue for me. He's bowled too many of these, not just to the left-handers, but to the right-handers. Oh, yeah, liking the style there. That is 6, is that man? Yep, it certainly is.
Comeback ball for Clayton. And this is hit sweetly as well. In fact, that one's going to fly into the fans. Maximo! Oh, Floyd once again getting the treatment, this time under lights in the final.
Yeah, he's got to get the ball to pitch, hasn't he? It's another one that's too full. And this time he says, I'm not going to go out here, I'll just wait. But it's the same result. It's 6 more.
Yeah, Floyd, he likes to flick that ball out of the front of the fingers like a rolling kind of little leg spinner rather than the orthodox delivery. Hindley playing that on length and sending that miles away. Hey, this builds character, doesn't it, Floyd? 13 off the first half of the over. Now, this would have been a wide, it's spoiled. Should just be a single, and that's a pretty good result for the Netherlands at the moment.
Yeah, he had to do something different, didn't he, Clayton Floyd? So a little bit flatter, a bit quicker, and wide off the left-hander. So Hindley gets back onto it and hands the strike back to Sam Young.
And you know, a lot of people commenting, and they're exactly right. It was the 3 overs Corey commentated in the first innings are the lost overs.
You're right.
Weird things are following around.
This is what I was saying. And Well, maybe he should have jumped on here with the Netherlands were doing that run chase against
Tell
Spain.
you what, Dutch might want him back for a couple of overs at the moment, I think. Floyd rolls the dice with a wide ball, gets called. Now he gets hit up and away. Maximo, Young on, England on. And just like that, they pass the halfway point in this chase, and we're not even at the end of the fourth over.
This is a thunderous shot. Look, he waits for it, holds back, and then goes boom, shakalagya. What a hit that is. Oh, they're loving it on their feet. You can see Haddo and Fallows enjoying the hitting at the moment from the two men out there for England.
Last ball of Floyd's over. Magical 21 at the moment. Tossed up, hit straight, should just be a single, it is. And so at the end of 4 overs, the English 11, 76 for 1. Yeah, Rico, I mean, both these teams, they've had their wobbles this week, haven't they? And, you know, if you go back to the English 11 group campaign, remember Switzerland beat them in qualifier 1.
Yeah.
And so England had to win 2 consecutive games to keep their tournament alive. They managed to do that. Netherlands, don't forget, they started the week with a pretty heavy loss to Italy that never ended up qualifying for the 4 in the end. They also lost to Spain during the week, and they almost lost that qualifier too, if not for an unbelievable knock, one of the best we've ever seen from Skana Zulfikar. So far from plain sailing all the way. I think this is a good move. The captain, Sebastian Brandt, to come on and bowl the 5th. And he's got a variety of slower balls as well. He's alarmingly accurate, Sebastian Brandt, and I think that's what they could use right now.
Yeah, he is. He's got also very good variations, and that's what he'd be relying upon here now.
All right, can the Dutch find a turning point here? Good shot first up. Anytime it's a 1, it's a win for the fielding side. I mean, look at that rate. Up to under 2 a ball here.
Lovely serve, good
But
start,
if you can just keep it thing, obviously a dot's even better, or a wicket's even better, but you know, the first, I suppose, thing you're trying to do to turn things around is keep the ball in the ballpark.
Sebastian Brandt trying to get his team back into this contest in the final at the moment. England racing away with it with Young and Hindley. Hindley's made a great start, 23 of just 7 deliveries.
He's a really good player. I think he's really enjoyed his time here at the Gardner Oval. Now he's going to help himself to 6 more. Maximo! And look, take nothing away from the batting. The batting's been class. There's been some really good shots. But I think also the Dutch have compounded the problems with some mis-executions, with some inaccuracy in this inning so far.
Yeah, he goes for the stumps, doesn't he? But goes a little bit too full and just slightly drifts onto the pads. And that slightly is what makes this shot possible. Beautifully executed. Hindley, well, he's motoring at the moment.
Slower ball this time, picked and hit, and 6 more. Maximo! Well, they're putting on a show at the moment, aren't they? The English, and there's shades of this 2021 final about it against the Belgians. And the Belgians put on a big score, 148. The English made it look small right now. That's what they're doing to the Dutch here.
Yeah, Hindley was in superb form against Spain when he scored 40 of just 12 deliveries and getting to the 142 required for victory with 9 balls to go against the Spanish. Now, he was then rested in the match against the Irish yesterday. That could be too high. We might have a look at this. It's probably, I mean, it is the slower ball. The question is, how much does it dip? I wonder if they are checking it or not.
I think that one's okay, but I'll have a look at it as usual. This is the kind of one which, with a bent leg, we haven't seen them really called. And so that'll be okay. But just a single, the result. Young back on strike. He gets another full toss that he doesn't put away either. So just a single brings Young to 21. Here's the scary thing though, if you're the Netherlands and you take a wicket, I mean, who's going to come out? Probably a Bevan, I would imagine. Rishton, of course, hanging around. Cameron Hemp, been a key figure in the series. David Scott, I mean, he's been a bit of a machine in the middle order as well. Last ball, the 5th. It won't be, because Brandt misses down the leg side.
Yeah, off to a fly, but this is very similar to what we saw Netherlands do. Netherlands, of course, at the halfway point got to 87, and then England found a way to slow them up, and that's what the Netherlands got to do. And one way to do that is to get a wicket. They desperately need one here.
Oh, that one does look too high, you know. Is it going to go all the way? It does. Maximo. And that's going to be a 7-up, and it's called. So Ken Brutt, we talked about his unerring accuracy, but he just loses the handle on this one. And that compounds the Netherlands' problems even further. It's a clear one. And it also goes the distance.
No doubt about it. And he's got away with a couple, hasn't he? But this is the 7-up. So looking to bring the 100 up at the end of this, the 5th over. And this could be another, you know. And I think this has been called as well.
Oh, it could be a run out here. There's no one at the stumps, though. Oh, this is kind of chaos personified at the moment. It's the second high ball, which means he's on his final warning, and these aren't even close. I mean, Brutt knows. And edge down. That was a great heads-up play at the end, because with no keeper there, they said, you know what? Let's take on the second. Henley will sneak back on strike for the free hit. So big problems at the moment for the Dutch. Another free hit, another full toss. And Brutt just doesn't get it right in that over. 27 come off it, 103 for 1 after 5. Well, I want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, got Rico Full with me. Thanks for joining us on this journey on behalf of us, and of course, Corey Ruckers, Andrew Ryan as well, on behalf of all of our European cricket family. We'd love for you to stay on the tour with us. All you have to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Big thanks to Spring Productions, Blue Crew, ground helpers, all the spectators, officials, everyone. There'll be more thank yous after the game, because we do have the trophy ceremony. Going back to this game though, I mean, England 11, I always knew that they were going to be in the conversation. We didn't always see the best of them. Yeah. I think a few new guys as well took a little bit of time to find their feet, but right now they're looking class. And the Netherlands, maybe a sign they ran their race in qualifier too.
Yeah, look, we did say at the beginning of this week that any of the teams that we saw had the potential to go all the way. We knew that. But yeah, England, they're always going to get better with the more matches to play. We saw that. We saw some of the bowlers come good at the right time. I mean, the other thing about England is, and this is one thing that we really have to talk a lot about, remember they had that serious virus in the camp as well.
Yeah, they did.
And I think not only did they have to fight some really good teams, but they had to fight that virus as well. So fair play to them. And they've just been pretty outstanding in the way that they play. But take nothing away from the other sides. We saw great cricket from the Spanish, great from the Netherlands here as well. But for me, they just lost their lines here, the bowlers, haven't they? I mean, 3 magical overs in the first 5. That's not how you're going to defend this score.
That's right, and they're on 200 pace up at the halfway point. So it's quite crazy what we've seen. And really, it's theirs to lose. England with one hand on the trophy, but let's not forget that with 5 overs to go, we were all sure that Spain were going to be in the final, and that one took a turn. I find it a bit hard to believe as well Jane isn't brought on until they've passed the 100 mark. Yeah, Jane, just a bit of free advice to Young, who he might have a stare about it, but he should be watching the bowler when he's in his lead up, not just after. Anyway, this is hit down to long on for 1. Interesting that, Jane was within his rights to execute that run out there, but he elects not to.
I think he was also looking at what the batter on strike was going to be doing as well. So I think this is a little bit of watching what Hinley was about to do as well. So, John, can he get the breakthrough? He's been very good when he's coming to bowl high up in the air. This is a chance. And it has been taken. So once again, it is Arnav Jain that gets the breakthrough. And the question that probably is on everybody's mind is just why this guy doesn't seem to be coming on to bowl before Clayton Floyd. Floyd, he's just been over pitching too much. He went for 22 in his first over. And Arnav Jain gets a wicket of ball number 4. And could this be the turning point? They need something positive to happen. We know, well, so many times I think we'll have to look and calculate this. After the 5th over, there always seems to be a wicket in the 6th.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if the England team can find some lost overs, maybe the Netherlands can as well. Young, 22 or 14 for him in the final. He's been a treat to watch over the last couple of weeks. He departs. It's 106 for 2.
Yeah, he's been good all the way through England, hasn't he? He's been one of the outstanding batters. He's always been in the runs. And, well, they see the back of him, but one goes, another one comes. And now it's time for David Scott. This guy is just such a hard hitter of the ball, isn't he?
Just going to make a quick comment as well to all of our wonderful chatters and to all the moderators and everyone that's a subscriber on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Thanks for the journey. A lot of people wondering what they'll do on Monday. Well, guess what? I can tell you what you can do. Tune in.
Yeah.
Because we'll be able to talk a bit more as well. Obviously, this being an ECC final, it's a bit hard to be as interactive as we are sometimes. But yeah, we'd love for you to get on board. And the general chit-chat at the moment, Rico, in the chat is that this has been the best ECC of all time, and I think it has. 31 countries, 10 new countries involved this time. We've seen scores through the roof. We've also seen, some bowling performances be really, really important. Just like, the 3 overs we talked about in the first innings. Can the Netherlands do something the same? But Jane, again, doesn't feel right about this one. But yeah, that old adage that bat for show, bowl for dough. Batters win your matches, bowlers win your tournaments. It's a good one. This one isn't going to get called. Maybe a little step before the ball's released. But I mean, at the moment, it's a pretty good over. Yeah, see where his back foot is there. That's why the line moves a bit. He hits this and hits into the gap. Maximo. 6 more. And now the Dutch, they just need to kind of fight for life, don't they? They need to try and win ball by ball and try and take this as deep as possible. England looking the goods.
Yeah, they're looking really sharp, really switched on. And got to also remember that the Netherlands had a very, very tense and difficult match against Spain. I mean, I know they were victorious, but I think physically that probably took a lot out of them as well. England had the advantage of sitting back and watching. That's the advantage of winning that contest, that qualifier one, so you get the opportunity to have a break as you book your place for the final. So they're the more rested side, but at the moment they're playing some quality cricket.
Yeah, well, I'd like to invite everyone who's in the comment section, in the chat, what's been your favourite moment or some of your favourite moments of this ECC? Ellen Bass, he gets it completely wrong with the slow ball here. Another no ball for height and another free hit coming up. And a lot of people talking about Batgate in the Spain versus Ireland game this morning. And well, there's plenty more. Obviously, the wet thriller between Spain and Germany yesterday was another really memorable game. Free hit coming up for Henley. And he'll go to 50, and he'll go with a monster hit. Maximo! Well, they were singing God Save the King before the game, and that one ends up on the roof of the Royal Box.
Oh, fantastic. Good players, top players perform when it matters. He got a duck in the earlier contest between these two teams, but not this time. Have a look at the wagon wheel. That is sensational. It is quality batting. 53 of just 17 from Henley.
Now a rare miss hit. Chops it into the ground and gets one. Well, this could be over quickly the way things are going at the moment. You've got to feel for the Dutch. I mean, they pulled themselves out of a hole as deep as we've ever seen a team dig their way out of. It was a crazy game. They've rewritten the record books today. Just hasn't happened for them in the final. Been competitive, but particularly in the second half, it's been all England. Steps across. I think this might have gone over the stumps.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there, Alan Bass. Alan Bass got a feel for him as well. I think all the times when Netherlands have needed him to perform well, he's always come up trumps. This is the only time really where it's been a bit of a below par performance from him. So far that is, but can he come back? Can he get a wicket for him?
Flipped away. This will just be a single. Yeah, let us know what some of your favourite moments are. They're all coming in. And yeah, the deploys. Tom Weston saying, Tom, great to see you. And Rizwan saying he's been watching all the matches, what cricket it's been. And yeah, I really hope we can discuss this more on Monday when we're in Croatia. To Kevin, again, you've been great. To Chris Ward, Di Maria, everyone in there. Gets the hands through this, and this is going to be another 6. Well, put the champagne on ice, Rico. It looks like the trophy's coming home and heading across the English Channel. And right now, well, Big Ray likes it, the English fans like it, and I think now the writing's on the wall. It's a matter of time.
Well, the writing might be on the wall. The writing is also on what's been held and lofted above at the moment. That's another 6. And yeah, he's loving his moment out here. I know you're talking about some of the things that the championship. Look, before the start of this innings, 26,198 runs. It's quite amazing. 1,074 wickets. Yes, this one is another blast. It's out of here as well. Bolle, brrr. Hindley turning on the style as England are heading towards their 2nd championship. They were the kings of Europe back in 2021. Netherlands took away their crown from them last year, but they're coming back with revenge. They're coming back to be the kings again. What a hit, what a strike. 133 for 2 at the end of 7.
Now, this is what's coming up, of course. A lot of people asking, well, when can we watch some more cricket like this? Well, it won't be exactly like this, but it will be 10-over matches coming to you from Croatia. I'll be there, Rico will be there. We want to talk to you, so make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's free to do so. ECN European Cricket Network. It'll be available in all territories, of course, except the subcontinent, where it will be live on Fan Code. And you can join us for the Zagreb edition of the European Cricket Series. So we'll enjoy tomorrow off, Rico, but then we're on the plane on Sunday. It just occurred to me we'll have a day off.
Yeah, enjoy packing,
very
buddy.
often.
Enjoy packing.
I will. Okay, Jane's back. And this first one is just going to get knocked for 1. Yeah, a few people talking about the memorable moments. Yet that trying to come off the field after 2.5 overs yesterday night. And
yeah.
I mean, imagine that. I mean, Spain could have been knocked out of the tournament if the Germans had beaten them in that game yesterday. They wouldn't have even made the 4. I like what Gordon's saying, put the champagne on ice and put the beer in the oven because they're English. You know, the English, I don't mind the beer being a little bit warmer.
6s galore as well. I mean, the number of 6s. I always pinch myself when I look at some of these stats. Thanks to Shazad, by the way, for providing them before the start of this innings. 2,358. It's unbelievable. Okay, well, that is not going to be a good one as well because that's 4. Cuatro más. They get ever closer.
They are, and yeah, you got to feel for the Netherlands. Think about the emotional energy they would have expended today. This is their 3rd match, and it wasn't just any match in qualifier 2, was it? It was, you know, one of the all-time classics, and you know, they're probably just completely spent at this stage, physically, mentally. I mean, you know, we know this isn't really indicative of what they've delivered throughout the week. Big swing and a miss this time from Hindley. I mean, Hindley's been amazing. 70 of 22, and he's another guy in the MVP conversation, Rico.
Yeah, he's been a sensational op from him, isn't it? The left-hander, he's been superb. And, well, don't forget, we're watching somebody who's also took a hat-trick as well, and he's unlucky there again. He beats him again backwards, Hindley. And a lot of good performances they've been from the Netherlands. I think you're right, you know, that last match, or the last 2 matches, don't forget they had to play England. They lost out to them chasing 158, and they were in that contest, don't forget. They were in that contest right the way towards the end. Could have gone either way. Then they had that incredible match against Spain. How much that takes out of you? I mean, a lot. So, yeah, you know, it had to be a massive world-class performance for them once again to do it here in the final. Well, just waiting to see what the batter's going to do is Jane.
Yeah, good time to pull out a man cut. Anyway, Jane, a little bit short. That might have been whacked over the fence, but instead, it's hit to Musa Ahmed, who again, we saw signs of what he can do earlier today. He'll be disappointed. Yeah. Couldn't string together a few more big scores.
Okay, Jane, so far he has bowled really well. He's only gone for 16, but he's bowling this delivery to Hindley, who could finish it with 1 hit. 6 away from victory, England here. And Hindley, the way he's been batting, he's been hitting 6s for fun, hasn't he? He's already hit 9 of them. The 10th one could be the one that gets this crowd erupting into jubilation.
And Maximo will send the trophy back to England. And a missed stumping now. Hagen kind of gets yorked by that one. Hindley went for glory, but came up a little bit short, but think it won't be far away. End of 8 overs. It's 140 for 2. And Jane, that's the last ball of what has been a brilliant week for the young spinner.
Yeah, he's bowled sensationally well. There's just been so many fabulous performances. I don't know. I mean, when that question, if you're asking me that question, I wouldn't know where to start. I think we've seen some dynamic fielding. I mean, batting has been the strength, I think, this time round. We saw right from the beginning, Group A, when we saw Spain themselves pull off 2 sensational run chases with scores in the 140s, and we knew then that these Grizzlies were flying. Batters were hitting runs all over the place. I mean, deploys 161. I mean, that partnership with Vinoth Ravindran, the highest partnership we've seen, opening partnership. 220 being put on the board.
Highest international score, highest individual score ever in 3,500 games, highest chase today. I mean, the records have been shattered here. It's been quite incredible. A lot of people saying Ace of Tribes ton after getting dropped on 0, making 100 during championship weekend. Congratulations, Ace has just signed a deal with Glamorgan. So
no surprise.
He's going places.
Surprise. Fantastic. Not just a fantastic player, but what a lovely lad as well. It really is. Always a pleasure to talk to him. I'm sure he's around the ground here somewhere as well, enjoying what has been a tremendous finals day.
So now Scott, well, he's been a great addition to this side. Can he finish things off? 6 runs to win for England. And they'll do it. Revenge is sweet. Revenge is hot. Revenge is now for the English, who wrestle the trophy back in 2023. The men in red are European champions.
And look at the scenes there in their dugout. They are celebrating. They have done it. They're the winners for the second time. And it is Scott that blasts the big 6 that they need for victory. They do it in style. They do it with 11 balls to go. Congratulations to England. Smiles all around. And full credit to those guys. They've been in the wars. They've had some difficult matches to play. Remember, as you mentioned, they did go to Switzerland and they had to beat Switzerland to make and win the group final. Then when they came here, there's been illness in the camp. The players haven't been well. Some of them have actually even had to go back home because they've been so ill. But they kept fighting. They showed their spirit and they showed their fighting qualities as well. And as a result of that, and the talent that they have, and the leadership through Dan Lincoln, they are once again the 2023 European champions.
Yeah, and you saw Richton there a moment ago. He was the MVP last year when they fell oh so short of the Netherlands, going down in the last over in a fairly low-scoring thriller. But it's their night tonight. They had to wait 12 months for another opportunity. And you wonder who the MVP might be of 2023. Will it be Hindley, for example, who played another really good knock there in the final, ends up with 71 off 24 balls, gets them home in the end. And with Scott, he also had a great time, didn't he? But there's going to be lots of smiles, there's going to be lots of cheers, there's probably going to be a few Victoria Cervezas drunk tonight as well, toasting the English as they get the trophy back and they become their second ever, well, it's their second trophy. It's only the first team, of course, to raise the trophy twice.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Remember that trophy ceremony will be coming up and is going to be fantastic. Well, what marvellous scenes. And can I just say also, I think a big shout out to everybody here watching. The fan zone has been absolutely fantastic. It's the biggest crowd that we've ever had here in Khartoum. So big thanks to everybody and well done for the support for not just England but all the teams here. It's been it's been an electrifying finals day as we have a look at the run chase here. And early on, I have to say there were some, weren't they? They were close, but yet so far a few balls been hit into pockets of space, just not going to the hands of the Netherlands. But once they weathered that, there was, no looking back from England. They were really taking the bowlers to the sword, to say the least. Floyd came on and he was smashed all over the place. He went for a magical over, and that was a problem. They just couldn't get the lines right. Lincoln, he did go. He went for 22, caught behind there by Levitt, but he went, and then Hindley came out, and then it was another ball game.
Yeah, and look, Kingma, probably the best of the bowlers, I think, even though he didn't have a lot go his way late in the piece. But it just wasn't really happening. And Netherlands looked like a team that had kind of run their race in that qualifier too. I mean, they probably thought they were going to be out the door. I don't know if they had the kind of belief that they could pull off that chase in the 180s. But, you know, England 11, they're a team that they always had that belief. I think they had it from the first moment we saw them here in Group E for the 2023 edition, that they were pretty focused on getting this trophy back. That even though, as always, you know, it's not plain sailing all the way, but ultimately they had the answers. And, well, Netherlands, a bit of an off performance from them, but the English, well, they saved one of their best performances for last. And even though there was that late wicket, they were hoping maybe they could pull another rabbit out of the hat, the Dutch. But David Scott, he came out, he looked good as well, he looked good all tournament. Hindley just kept on buffing him, didn't he? 9 Maximos in his 71 not out. It's a class knock, but it was on borrowed time. The beer was in the microwave, the champagne was on ice, and England 11, they do take the trophy home. The second time that they have lifted the ECC trophy, and well, that was the moment that England 11 crowned champions. They are the kings of Europe.
Felicidades de Inglaterra. Esos equipos de campeonatos aquí, campeones en este torneo. Sí, eso es. Campeones de Europa 2023. What a moment that is. Well, there you go. The flags, the English flags are already on the trophy. And what a magnificent trophy, by the way, as well. A big shout out to our trophy partner, Locker Lifestyles. And, of course, there's some sensational medals to go with those as well. And, of course, we still got the MVP to be thinking about.
Yeah.
I think there's a few names in the hat there. I know who my MVP is, Vinny.
Yeah, well, Hindley's got to be in there. I mean, there's other options. I mean, Hamza had a really good tournament as well.
Hamza's been brilliant. And yeah, if it was down to me, I know it's not down to me. There's a lot of things to look at, but yeah, Hamza Salim, how can you look past him? He was sensational.
Well, even I don't know yet, but I will find out pretty shortly. Kingma 1 for 23 was good, and Jane, well, probably he's the best of bowlers, I think, when you look at his 1 for 16 off the 2 overs. But by the time he came on, the horse had already bolted. It was galloping away, and in the end, it's England 11 that get the trophy back, beating the Dutch with 11 balls to spare. Come, Ken.
Incredible. After 109 matches and over 25,000 runs and a lot of boundaries and a lot of fun as well, we have the champions of 2023.
It was an incredible series. I want to say big thanks to you first of all. I'd like to thank you for your incredible sacrifices that you make for European cricket. It's nights like this that we really enjoy spending together, of course, going to so many countries and traveling together, and not just you and I, but of course the whole Blue crew. Nights like tonight are really, really special to share that with millions and millions of people around the world. Hundreds and hundreds of people here at the ground. The trophy ceremony is coming up. You saw a moment ago the details that it will come as part of this broadcast just after a short delay, and some of the end of day highlights that we'll show you. So there'll be plenty of thank yous there, so we won't say too many of them now. But I've got to say a big thank you to Spring Productions and their expertise in bringing the cricket to life and to bring it to all of our viewers. And the viewers are the reason we're here. So we really hope that you join us on the tour. We'll be in Croatia on Monday morning. It will be great to have some more conversations about this, I'm sure, as well. Tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket, because it's unlike anything else in the world. And, you know, sometimes I've got to pinch myself, Rico, because let's say about 4 years ago when we started this journey, we never thought it would get this big, and it's only getting bigger. It's quite crazy what's been happening, and you can see why.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you know, I want to touch on that because, look, you know, we started by going to a lot of places. You just mentioned we're going to make our way to Croatia now. And, you know, remember, all these places we've been to in Italy, I mean, when we were in Barcelona, Croatia, Serbia, etc., Germany, Belgium, we go to so many places. And what I love so much about it is that we go to these places, we see these teams start, sometimes new teams, new players, and over a period of just 2 to 3 years, look where they are now. And look at those performances now. I mean, this is what's started here with partnerships between the federations and also the European Cricket Network. You know, that partnership is incredible, and the players that we're seeing and the standards and the growth and the development that we're seeing in European cricket is sensational. Not just in the men's game, you know, in the women's game as well, and long may it continue.
Yeah, for sure. And you're right about that gap being bridged. I mean, I still can't believe that Spain didn't make the final after they were so far ahead in that game. Again, that'll be an experience that I hope spurs them on to bigger and better things next year. To all the players that were involved in this 31-team tournament, it's been quite incredible. We've seen hundreds and hundreds of players. Okay, so now it's almost time that we go to the trophy ceremony. But yeah, it's crazy. We had the same winners we had in 2021, similar kind of score in the chase as well, 140s chase. So no credit to England. They saved one of their best for last, I think. So yeah, we will be back Monday, the trophy ceremony to come. For now, we're going to leave you with some of the best bits of the day. But before we go to that, I just want to remind you, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's free, and it is quite the show that you will be able to catch pretty much every day here on ECN. It's restarting on Monday. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and also the home of cricket, europeancricket.com. You can see some of the fixtures and some of the games coming up. Rico, great job. It's been awesome once again, and thank you to everyone out there for all the nice messages and all the lovely comments that we get, and it really means the world to us. So thank you so much. We can't get back to everyone personally, but we really do appreciate all of that. So we absolutely love the fact that so many people love European cricket like us. Well, I can hear the music in the distance. That means time for the best bits of the day. Stay tuned, though, for that trophy ceremony coming straight after this. But for now, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Corey Ruckers, Andrew Ryan, of course, the one, the only Rico Full. Hope you have a great time. See you at the trophy ceremony. But then I'll see you Monday morning for more action right here on the European Cricket Network. Hasta luego. Everybody, welcome to the trophy ceremony for the 2023 Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, my word. It has been an incredible 4 weeks, an emotional 4 weeks of cricket. It's been beamed around the world into literally millions of households. They are finding out about the magic of European cricket if they didn't already. I want to say a big thank you to all of our international broadcast partners, and of course, as always, to all of our partners. We'll come to that in a second, but first, I want to give a big thank you to all of you guys. What a great crowd we've got tonight. And it is so incredible to watch this grow. And 4 years ago, when we had our first major tournament, we would never have imagined it would become what it is today. And, you know, the exciting thing is it's only getting bigger every time. It's only getting more professional every time. The cricket's getting better every time as well. And I just want to quickly say a big thank you to all of the teams from the 31 nations, the biggest and best ever, for their participation. To the players, you've been outstanding. Those that are here, those that have obviously fallen by the wayside in the group stages. But it's great for European cricket. It's great for cricket. So let's hear it for all the players. Obviously, we couldn't do this without the help of our sponsors, so I want to say a big shout out to all of them for their support of European cricket. Of course, to Dream11, HCL Software, and I love the HCL Software VIP Experience match. Once again, plenty of highlights. I also want to say thank you to the Junta de Andalucía and gracias por todo su apoyo. Thank you so much for your support. You know, we couldn't really do it without the support of you guys, and we really love that you understand how much this means to us, and now you are part of our family, so thank you so much. Also, I want to say a big thank you to the Khartoum Town Hall. I want to say thank you to Mateos Bus for getting so many people to and from this ground so often. To Carges and Eugenio, thank you so much. I'm loving the ride I've got this time, so if you could reserve that one for me next time, that'd be great. To Sunset Beach Club for their support. Nice to see some of them here tonight as well. To Victoria Cerveza, of course. To Hype Drinks. To Frederic Constant, who's once again are on board to present a watch to the MVP of the tournament. Let's hear it for all of the wonderful partners and supporters there of the European Cricket Network and the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It was really, really special this year that we had an official charity partner, and this is kind of the first time that we had embarked on a partnership, and it was such a great fit with the UN World Food Programme and the Share the Meal initiative. So obviously we're trying to make cricket better, but we also want to be good world citizens. You know, we want to make the world a better place. You know, world hunger is a big issue. Big issues aren't easy to tackle. And one thing I love about the World Food Programme is how it breaks it into manageable and accessible little pieces where everyone can do their bit. And in a few seconds, you can donate 70 cents and donate a meal to someone who needs one. And I'd like to invite Ashwin, and I'd like to invite Virginia Arribas from the World Food Programme. We have a check here, and I can tell you 33,333 meals were donated. And that is something just shy, I think, of 30,000 euros that was raised. So big thank you. We know it'll make a difference, and I would like to encourage anyone out there to join the fight and to download the app. I've been doing it, it's quite easy. I'll continue to do it, and we'll continue that partnership, I hope, for a long time. So once again, big thank you to Virginia and to the United Nations World Food Programme. It's been a great initiative, and we're very, very proud to hand that over. One thing that I always love about being here as well is watching the youngsters get involved, and in particular the Cricket School Project. And I can tell you that just for this tournament alone, over 750 youngsters from around the area have gotten involved in cricket. They've loved it. They've gotten to meet the players. They've got to meet, you know, so many of you around here. And so I want to say a big thank you to all of the coaches, of course, in particular to Jay Wild here from the Costa del Sol Club, for their work in making the Cricket School Project so successful. Again, I want to say a big thank you to Mateos for their support with getting the kids here, to the Junta de Andalucía as well, because I think they see the value in getting the kids involved in cricket, and I'm really, really proud of that program. And now we're at well over 2,000 children now over the last few tournaments that have gotten involved. So one more time, let's hear it for everyone who are taking cricket to the next generation in the Cricket School project. A few thank yous as well before we get on with the ceremony. I know we're all keen to find out, for example, who the MVP will be this year. But I just want to have a quick thank you to the Blue crew, the ECN crew, both those that have come from the office and those that are regulars on the tour. Thank you so much for your support and for your friendship and for your partnership. Obviously, Roger and Daniel are here heading it up for the European Cricket Network. But it is quite an adventure, I'm telling you. This is the night of nights for us, but there's a lot of tough days, there's a lot of tough nights. We're doing cricket 49 weeks in a row this year, over 1,600 matches planned. We're already past our record that we set last year as far as the amount of matches. So guys, wherever you are, and there's so many of you, there's many behind us as well, thank you for everything you do. It is a real team effort, and so let's hear it for all the ECN crew, the Blue crew. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. And one thing that is so wonderful is that we get to have so many new people getting involved, like all the ground helpers and the ball retrievers, and they do so much more than that. But I've got to say, Dave, you're a bit of a superstar trying to take catches over fences. But everyone around the ground, thank you so much for your help and for your contributions for making this the best run ECC ever. I also want to give a great shout out to Spring Productions. They are quite incredible what they're able to do. Once again, I know we've got Oscar's here, we've got Dennis here. Not only to the folks here, but the folks that were here earlier in the tournament. I've got to say well done to our DJs, to Lee and to Leon. They've been keeping us entertained with the tunes. So well done to the DJ, and I think Lee's here tonight. Thank you so much. I've got to say well done to one group of people, which I think this is one area that has come so far over the last few years in the professionalism being shown, and that is the umpires. So well done to Nilkesh and Sully, who you saw on the field tonight, but also Tyrone's here. I know that Ian Ramage is here, but all the umpires as well from the first half of the tournament. A special thank you to Rob Kemming. This is his last night with us. Rob, come here, come on, give me a hug. Let's hear it for this guy. I'll miss you so much. Thank you so much. He's done so much for ECN. We had a special surprise for Rob today with his son and his daughter-in-law coming and surprising him at the toss, which was great. And I'm sure you'll watch that back many times. I'm sure you have already. Finally, before we get on to the awards, one final thank you. And I couldn't do my job without support. And I get it from all over, but in particular, every day working with people that I love their company, I love what they bring to the game, and that's the other commentators. So to Rico Fool, to Andrew Ryan, and to Corey Ruckers, thank you so much for your friendship, for your professionalism. It's been a great adventure, and obviously we've got a great commentary team we're building as well. So there's other guys you'll see like Charlie, like Nish, that you'll see around the trap, to Joe Wegasani as well. So stay tuned, because as you know, the next day of cricket is always just around the corner on ECN. Okay, thank you for the patience there. Now let's move on to the meat of this ceremony. Let's hand out some awards. And I've got to say, well done. Local Lifestyle are wonderful with what they provide as far as trophies and medals. They are so unique, they're different. And we really hope that if you receive one today, that you treasure them for the rest of your life. I know you will. Okay, we're going to start with the MVP award, and this will be presented by Juan Carlos of Cricket España. So thank you, Juan Carlos. And the winner of this award, not only do they get the fantastic trophy, they also get the timepiece as provided by our official timekeeper, Frederic Constant. And there were some really, really long discussions about this, not just about the numbers, when the runs were scored, how they were scored, how the wickets were taken, catches taken. And there were a couple of people very unlucky to miss out, but I'm just going to cut to the chase. the winner of the MVP for the ECC 23 from Spain is Hamza Salindar. Come down, Hamza. Congratulations. Take it, please. Big congratulations to Hamza. And look, like always, there's a couple of people very, very unlucky to miss out. I've got to mention Tom Henley, what a great knock in the final. I think that Tom Henley deserves a round of applause as well. Thought you were absolutely magnificent. And it was a very, very long discussion, I can tell you that much. I've got to say once again, thank you to Juan Carlos and Cricket España for their support of European cricket and the European Cricket Network, and we do appreciate that Juan Carlos was able to make that presentation. Now we have an award we always like to give away called the Fair Play Award, and well, Vivian Kingma was the previous winner of this, and this goes to someone that we feel in our eyes really represents what European cricket is all about, what cricket is all about, and that is a great ambassador of the game. And this is going to a guy who was playing in his first ever ECC this year. He's new on the network, and we didn't know too much about him. He's a very, very good cricketer, but he's also a wonderful leader of his team, and all of our interactions with him were fantastic. We loved the way he conducted himself on and off the field. So congratulations to the Fair Play Award winner, and as presented by HCL Software, and it's good to have KK and Diego here to hand this over. The winner from the Island 11 is Sam Harbinson. Come on, Sam, where are you? He'll be back there somewhere. Here he is. He's having to go the long way. But just quickly, Sam, honestly, is a guy who I really enjoyed chatting to. He played the game hard. He's a very good cricketer, but he played the game the right way. He showed respect for everyone he came into contact with, and we certainly hope we see some more of him here at the Cardimer Oval. So the HCL Software VIP Fair Play Award goes to Sam Harbinson. Congratulations. I get it. Congratulations, Sam. He got to raise a trophy after all. That's what he came here for. Well done again, Sam. Very, very well deserved, the worthy winner of the Fair Play Award. Coming up next, we have the runners-up medals. And well, I want to say a well done to all the teams, of course, that made it into the top 7 and got to participate in Championship Week. Remember, 31 countries started this journey. 7 made it to Week 4. 4 teams made it through to the finals day, the final day of the championship. Island 11 played some great cricket. Top score we've ever seen in an ECC with 216. I also want to say well done to the Spanish side. And they won't pick up a medal tonight, but the Spanish side captured the hearts, I think, of the nation and of a lot of the neutral supporters. And as Corey always says, and it's not often he says something that I agree with, but don't get bitter, get better. You guys are playing some great cricket, and I can't wait to see what you do in the next 12 months. So big congratulations. Now let's move on to the runners-up, though. Now this team they're a brilliant bunch of guys, and there's guys that have played at a very, very high level of cricket, that are playing at a very high level of cricket, but I love the way they attack the game. They were last year's champions. This week they had to come straight into championship week, and they started a little bit off with a loss against Italy, but they came together as I knew they would. I've got to say, I love seeing some of the new guys coming through, like T10 Kloppenberg, for example, only 16 years of age. Hard to believe that. Great to see you guys. I know it's tough to come second, but I know, a bit like last year's runners-up, you'll be back to get the trophy back next year, I'm sure. Please welcome the runners-up of the ECC 23, the Netherlands 11. Congratulations. Jorge Gallardo, the Cardamom Mayor, will present the runners-up medals to the Netherlands 11. Of course, Netherlands 11, led by their skipper, Sebastian Brandt. Congratulations, guys. Netherlands 11, they'll be back, don't you worry about that. They're a very good cricket team, led very well by Sebastian. Well done to Pierce and to Timberlater as well. They're putting together a wonderful cricket team. Big congratulations. Thanks again to Jorge Gallardo for your support, and I still wear my Cardamom badge proudly that you gave me, and it's wonderful that you support us so well. So it's really nice to see you here, and we hope to see you back for many, many more editions here at Cardamom. Okay, now's the time that we will present the medals to the champion team. And what can you say about this bunch of guys? Well, actually, I couldn't say too much because only 4 of them had been there before. And it was a slightly new look squad, but I know that these guys, they're really smart when they pick their team, and they know, guys, the kind of guys that will be able to perform in this kind of unique dynamic that is the European Cricket Championship. So I want to say to Tom and all the management of the England 11, congratulations for your work, and we hope to see you here again, of course. To all the new guys, we really hope you enjoyed the experience. A lot of people say it's some of the best cricket they've ever played in their life, as far as how different it is. A lot of people say it's a bit like playing in a computer game. And I know you had your wobbles along the way. I know you've had your issues over the last few days as well. I mean, let's not forget in Group E, they had to win 2 games back-to-back just to make it to Championship Week. But I knew that in the background they were always a threat, and it proved to be the case. To Dan Lincoln, great to see you again, Dan. Congratulations on leading your side to a 2nd ECC. Please welcome to the stage to collect their winners' medals, and they will be presented by Virginia Arribas from the UN World Food Programme. It's your champions of the ECC 23, the England 11. Well done, gentlemen, well done. Congratulations, Dan. Dan, if you come over here for a second. How's your voice, Dan?
Just about okay, yeah.
Well, you have to, just a moment here, because we've got Dan Lincoln here from the England 11, your second ECC trophy, obviously your third ECC. You must be thrilled to get it back here in 2023.
Yeah, very happy. It's been a difficult couple of weeks, and to top it off with a trophy, we're over the moon with.
Yeah, well, look, I know that you'd like to make it 3 in a row. Is there any chance we'll see you back here at the Cardimer Oval next year, Dan?
Who knows? We'll see.
Well, you never know what the future brings, but I want to say big congratulations on behalf of the network. We're going to present the trophy in a moment. Just quickly before we do, if you'd like to head over to Roger Finer and Daniel Weston, that'll be making the presentation. Quick thank yous again to everyone here at the Oval, to obviously the medics as well for keeping everyone as fit and healthy as possible. I want to remind everybody here, and there's a lot of people here right now, tell your family, tell your friends, tell 3 people about the European Cricket Network. We're not going anywhere. We'll be back here, but before that, we'll be on the park on Monday morning in Croatia. So I'd love for you to come and join me on the tour. So all you have to do, go to YouTube channel ECN European Cricket Network, get involved in the discussions and join the community, which we value so much. It's growing all the time. So let's have one more big cheer for the European Cricket Network as we get ready for the trophy. Now's the moment. The handing over the trophy from Roger Finer and Dan Weston of ECN. Your champions of the ECC 23 are the England 11. And time to raise the trophy. Let's go.